Andrew's in a pretty interesting position here with only 5 prizes taken compared to Noah's 4. 5 prizes means you're not going to get the full benefit of lilies, but so many of them are in the discard anyway. That's not a drawback at this point. But having 3 prizes left to 4 gives you more outs to take a multi-prize knockout turn by taking maybe a knockout for 2 prizes on the Dragapult and then an easy 1-prize knockout on a Damage Monkey Dory or on a Dreepy. The other thing, too, is that by having Monkey Dory set up, you can now take 1-hit knockouts on Dracloak based on your damage board state. So next turn, once Noah is able to take a knockout, or at least put some damage on the Dragapult, it's going to be a lot easier for Andrew to take the return KO on the Dracloak compared to right now where he does not have access to that because there's just not enough damage on his board.
It is going to be Monkey Dory eating all of the damage here, and Noah's hand is now online. I feel like most players are just waiting to use their items again. So Noah is going to have an array of items to use, and that Poképad is one of our most valuable items I think we have in format, being able to find those Dracloaks. And we're seeing 4 ofs in many, many decks, and still, once again, Noah going back in, looking for more Dracloaks, can also grab, he already has his Dunsparce down, but it does grab, basically, it grabs anything without a rule box.
Fantastic card. Everyone's very excited to see it. And it looks like... Do we have access? Oh, whoa. What was that recon directive? What was that maneuver?
I mean, Noah has to play very fast. There is only 7 minutes left in the round, and Andrew is already up here. So it is going to be Yveltal coming into play here. Now, Noah did mention with his interview with Wancho that this was a strategy that he used to win the game here, and that was using Clutch. And the thing is, Professor Turo's scenario is out of format and Penny, so this Pheasantipity is going to be stuck unless there is some sort of switch card there.
And we know there's no Crispin, so it's not like we're going to get to see a Cruel Arrow this turn, although that would require an energy switch and a detachment, so that's a bit of a removed play. But with no Crispin available, that's never going to happen. Okay, going through here, I would be very nervous in Andrew's shoes that you couldn't close up this game before Noah is able to take a 2-prize or even board wipe. Although the pieces for that are not quite in play yet. In order for that to happen, Noah needs next turn to retreat into the Dragon. Actually, you know what? As long as this Dreepy evolves, Noah's going to have a hard time. Although there's a Dracloak, too, that you have to be concerned about. So I think he can win as long as he keeps those energy in play. Crushing Hammer... oh, my...
Another heads, and the crowd goes wild with applause here. It is going to be removing the energy off of the Monkey Dory. That is the play. That's what you need to watch out for. Monkey Dory really feels just like the battery in so many of these decks, and it will just be the attachment of the Psychic Energy onto the Pheasantipity. Now, thankfully, Andrew does get to at least move the damage back here. But if Noah is able to find another Dark Energy or a way of recovering that dark energy next turn, we'll see how exactly he's going to be able to take those, take 2 prizes with Phantom Dive.
Yeah, and especially because there's already 1 Darkness Energy committed to the Yveltal in the active, so if there's no access to another Darkness Energy, Monkey Dory is going to require a Night Stretcher in order to create that 3-prize turn, which will secure him the game. Andrew, on the other hand, needs to keep hitting heads in those hammers. He's hit all of them so far. It's just going to come down to this last turn. If he can maybe make something happen, at least there's energy on Pheasantipity. But it's no closer to using Cruel Arrow than it was 2 minutes ago.
Well, there's that Night Stretcher that we asked for, and Noah is moving fast here, wants to see the end of this game to try and bring himself into at least a tie territory. Will not be able to finish a full Dragapult Mirror in 4.5 minutes, believe it or not. Not exactly the fastest deck that we have in format, but if Noah is going to be able to find Fire Energy as well, and I do believe that we did see the Crispin taken off of Recon Directive. That is going to be moving the damage back, and it will be Noah locking up this game. There's that Crispin. Does he have the Fire Energy to go through? Psychic and the Fire will be able to get off a Phantom Dive this turn.
Wait, did he... What's going on there?
Oh, it could have been Clutch, yeah. Still Clutch, keeping Pheasantipity in the active as well.
That's interesting. I would have thought he would have retreated and gone for the 3-prize turn. Why would he Clutch here? Oh, because he would have needed another damage counter in order to... He didn't have it yet. He didn't have it yet. That's why.
Okay, Pokepad for Dreepy. Once again, unfortunately, Andrew only has 2 Dracloaks available to him in the game, just because 2 of them are located up in the prizes as well. So Andrew still needs to find a way to attack with this Pheasantipity this turn. I mean, there is damage counters already on the Monkey Dory, so if Andrew is able to use Crispin this turn and use something like Cruel Hour, could potentially take it out here.
Okay, Meowth is going to be able to search for something. It won't be a Crispin, though. That's the problem. Once you're revealing you're not going to go get the Crispin and start using Cruel Arrow, no one knows that he can win this game, which at this point is really going to come down to what are they going to do in their few last turns of game 3.
And it's healing the Pheasantipity. It's so important here.
Oh.
Another heads here, too. The Monkey Dory is just going to be bullied out of having energy here. Noah did so much work to use the Night Stretcher to bring back the energy into the game here. And I don't know if Noah has any more recovery at this point to get that dark energy back. And this is what Andrew's doing. He's using Adrenabrain to heal this Pheasantipity so that 1 damage counter that could lead into that 3 prize turn that you were talking about doesn't actually come into play here. So while, yes, Pheasantipity is stuck, Pheasantipity is healthy.
And because of game 1, he doesn't need to win this game. He just needs to not lose this game. And because he's got double Monkey available, he's able to heal both of those Pokemon. If he can get a Dracloak, that's even more scary. You were right. Paying attention to that Night Stretcher count was extremely important for here.
And it feels like that's going to be kind of the tail going into next format of how can I get rid of your resources fast enough where you're not going to be able to use the battery of your deck here. But look at Noah moving so quickly, wants to draw all of his cards, has used both Recon Directive, all of the cards in the hand, but won't be able, doesn't want to attack with this Dragapult. It's already damaged here. That could be Andrew taking some massive prize turns.
I think he has more cards in his hand than in his deck at this point. Might be close. He might have a few more in his deck, but that hand size, Alakazam players could never.
See how Noah wants to kind of go about this turn. He knows that the clock is ticking down, almost 60 seconds left here. Noah has to find a way to take 3 prize cards. We are back in +3 turns here as well. There's just so many Pokegear. What is he even looking for? Top 7 cards, find a supporter of choice. Nothing, has to unfortunately fail it. Pokepad for another search as well, but is it just time for a, I really don't even know what he's looking for. He's just sifting through the deck so quickly.
He's thinning his deck out. What he wants to do is get that 1 Night Stretcher, because we saw it off the Pokegear, but it's not a supporter. He can't take it. He's trying to thin his deck as much as possible so this Dunsparce can grab the necessary dark energy off the Night Stretcher. Does he have it? I don't think I think he'd have played it immediately if he saw it so he could go to a game 3. I don't think he has any outs. Wait, he had it.
He did indeed get it, and now it is going to be Monkey Dory getting powered up once more here, and Noah also going back in and reestablishing the Dunsparce as well. Time is ticking down. He does have to declare attack here. It is very important, so he does go and have that extra turn at the end of time here, but it is going to be the Phantom Dive. Pheasantipity is going to have 200 damage on it. Can Andrew turn this around?
He's going to have access to Unfair Stance this turn. He's going to have access to Pheasantipity this turn. He's got plenty of ways to take this last game. It's just going to come down to the remaining 5 prizes on Andrew's side of the board. This is one area where perhaps some of those more slow, calm turns did not work in his favor. If he only had maybe 4 prizes left in time, he might have been able to win this game. But with this little remaining and just this little overtime left, I don't know if Andrew's going to be able to actually clean up this game.
We'll see how it is going to play out. It's a matter of Noah setting up the board as much as possible to make sure he to make sure he doesn't necessarily lose, but just take a tie and still remain technically undefeated as well. Pheasantipity going to be able to retreat as well, not under retreat lock. We'll see how Andrew's going to handle this turn because Noah's looking great for next turn.
But he's no longer locked by clutch, so that means he can retreat and start attacking, which is very scary for Noah, who's got that damage Dragapult in the active. That's 2 prizes down, but that's also your main attacker. That means he's going to need a Crispin, a Dragapult, and plenty of other resources in order to take the knockout he needs next turn. Or even he could get a Boss's Orders, pull up the Pheasantipity, use the clutch attack, use the Monkey Dory, and maybe close it out that way. But I don't think he can actually do it with clutch because there's 2 Monkey Dory on Andrew's side of the field. That's going to make it very difficult to knock out this Pheasantipity, get your last 2 prizes. And there's no other 2 prize Pokemon that are quite as knockoutable as Pheasantipity because that Dragapult has 320 HP. Oh wait, there's Meowth. That could change the whole game. With Meowth in play, that's a single Phantom Dive knockout. All that Noah would need is the Crispin or some other, oh wow.
Yeah, this is very scary coming in here for Andrew, using Meowth EX's last-ditch catch ability to grab a supporter out of the deck, and it is going to be that Judge. The only way I can think of this going any worse for Noah is if Andrew finds another Crushing Hammer, thus taking the last Dark Energy in play out of play, and then all of that recovery is gone. Can Andrew find one more Crushing Hammer? Because both those Night Stretchers are down. We'll see Andrew start to thin the deck here.
Okay, there's another possible play here where the Pheasantipity is so damaged, you could just use Dragon Headbutt. We've seen that to win games.
Yeah, but the thing is, so much of the energy is about to be wiped off the board here as well. There's the Night Stretcher. Does also have double Monkey Dory as well to heal the Pheasantipity too.
There's a real concern with that Judge being played that there won't be any resources available. Dunsparce is not sitting on Noah's side of the field. That means there's not going to be an easy draw 3 cards to get out of your problem. The minute that Judge goes down, ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't not feel good at all here. 4 cards for both players. Now, there are 2 Monkey Dories, both with Dark Energy, onto the bench here. So it is going to be Andrew getting to at least send 6 damage counters over to Noah's side of the board, and can also use Phantom Dive to take the Monkey Dory completely out of play.
Okay, what 4 cards are we looking at? Wow.
Oh my goodness. Ouch. That one's gotta hurt.
The disrespect.
Yeah.
Shuffle your hand again.
That does not feel good at all here if you're Noah. Now, granted, Noah is going to at least have 2 track cloaks to work off of, so a couple of recon directives as well. But we'll see if Andrew's going to be able to find these hammers, because if he's even able to take the energy off of the Yveltal out of play, that probably feels a lot better. But there it is, using double Adrenabrain off the Monkey Dories to move some damage, and will be able to wipe both attackers right now off the board.
Noah needs so many resources to make this turn work. One of them, the supporter has to be the boss on the Pheasantipity. There's no way he can take the knockout on this Dragapult in the active. Not even if some kind of amazing Dust Noir came out of nowhere that wasn't even in the deck. So he can't really stall either.
Okay, things are getting interesting though. You could see Noah kind of flash the hand there. Still though, doing a little bit of searching. Like we said, thinning is winning here. Noah up against a wall right now. I do believe the 3 cards were Dragapult, Unfair Stamp. Can Noah Sakajan find Boss's Orders to win this game? It is up to the 5 cards that he's going to draw right now. Noah's smiling. I would be so nervous in this position. Let's see how it turns out here. 1 Boss's Orders just to tie at the end of the day as well. Let's see how it goes down. 5 big cards for Noah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Is it?
Does also have a recon directive as well, and the Ultra Ball to continue to sift through the deck too. Can also find Dunsparce as well.
Oh yeah, he's thinking about he's really going to get the Dunsparce. He's really, no, he's not. Wait.
Just trying to thin the deck as much as possible as well here. 1 Boss's Orders. It's right on your screen. It's what Noah needs just to tie this round here.
I mean, Dunsparce doesn't even really super thin the deck anyway. It's a net
Here we go.
increase of 1 to your deck, or net decrease of 1 to your deck, actually. Does he, okay.
2
He's
cards,
doing it.
there it is! The boss's orders! Noah is going to be able to win that game in an absolute pinch and just bring it to a tie out of all things. I mean, it's better than a loss, right? But Noah Sakajan showing what he's got on Dragapult as well. But Andrew Hedrick, as you can see, put up an amazing fight. Love to see the crushing hammers as well. Noah can't believe.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of Los Angeles, California, the city of angels, where dreams really do come true, especially for one of our amazing players here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. We're into Phase 2 right now, but right now, my name is Juancho, this is Chip, Pablo, Kyle. How are we feeling about Day 2, fellas?
Feeling great. Very excited to see what is going to happen through the rest of the event. Obviously, we talked about it a lot yesterday. Dragapult doing extremely well, but there are still tons of other decks. Lots of players looking to make names for themselves or add to their long list of already incredible accomplishments.
Yeah, I mean, we know everyone's playing that thick Dragapult line. I want to see what else they have, right? I've made peace with the fact that we're going to see a ton of Dragapult today, but I want to see what's extra in each deck list that makes them unique.
Yeah, there's a few little surprises out there. I'm sure when the meta breakdown is shown, you'll hesitate for a second, but there is some other decks other than Dragapult out there, and we got a sneak peek at one earlier on yesterday when we saw Hail, and I think there's something there.
I like it. But before we get more in-depth into this tournament, of course, let's talk about the rest of the season. There's still a couple more tournaments before the big one, the big World Championships in San Francisco. Just one more North American regional, though, after this, just Indianapolis, and then NAIC.
Woo! I love those international championships, especially NAIC. It feels like the largest tournament of the year every single season. Very much hoping that we're going to see tons of players showing out, and it'll be a new format as well. We'll have a new expansion legal for that tournament. Always excited to see how new cards shake up the metagame.
I love the make or break pressure that happens at NAIC, right? Absolute last chance to get those championship points to qualify for the World Championships. I love the high pressure atmosphere that we have at that tournament.
We get a little bit of the old, little of the new here with the history of the game too. Going back to Indianapolis, it's been one of the highlight regionals, but it also was the host of nationals and the international championships for some time. Now we have that new area we've been going to in New Orleans. It's been incredible, and now we're revisiting San Francisco 10 years from the day of playing those world championships. What an absolute treat.
I like it, Kyle. Yes, a lot of history in the next couple of months, but a lot of new things too. Don't forget the Pokemon experience along with the World Championships, mixing some new with the old. perfect time to be a Pokemon fan. But right now, I also want to talk about what our players are competing for. Of course, it's to get to the World Championships with these championship points.
Yeah, and only a few more opportunities to make it happen, this weekend being one of them. You know, we'll talk a lot about who's going to become the champion this weekend, but for so many players, they're just hoping for a top 128, a top 64, just a few more championship points to etch themselves a little bit closer to that top 135 ranking that they need at the end of the season.
Yeah, some of our players to watch this weekend were precisely players who were just outside of that top 135 and were looking to like get closer to that qualification by getting some championship points this weekend.
Yeah, and that's one of the beauties of the system right now is you don't necessarily know how many you need, and it just keeps you hungry, keeps you fighting for all those championship points. I mentioned Hale earlier, but he's another one of those players where doesn't make it out to all of those events, but you have a chance here. He's building on upwards of 500 championship points now, and if you continue to build on that, not only with the first place, which guarantees you that qualification, but even second, third, fourth, that could be enough to get you into that 135.
I know we just talked about our players to watch, so how about we check that out? Here are some 3 big names: Lucas Singh, Henry Chow, and Ian Robb, as well as their standings as well. Ian Robb doing pretty well, 8-1-1. Henry Chow 8-2, but Lucas unfortunately with that 3 losses already.
Yeah, it looks like he just took that 3rd loss this past round, so that will eliminate him more than likely from top cut contention. He of course still has a chance to finish in the top 32, maybe even the top 16 if he wins the rest of his rounds. He is the defending Los Angeles regional champion. Lucas and Henry both playing Dragapult this weekend. Ian, of course, playing that Raging Bolt. Excited to see him doing well, 8-1-1.
Yeah, we're all rooting for the non-Raging Bolt decks, I think. The non-Dragapult, sorry, decks at this point. We want to see a bit more variety. We know we're in for a lot of Dragapult mirror matches, but I'm rooting for definitely Raging Bolt is one of my top picks this weekend.
I mean, he stood his ground either online or at the tournament, and he's a very big proponent of this deck, and he's showing it now with that 8-1-1 record. A big chance to continue to build on those performances. This would be what, his 5th or 6th regional championship?
I think number 6 if he won this one. Yeah, he's won 5 in the past. I mean, a young player, but someone who's had so much success already in the game, and for a long time, right? He's younger, but you know, he's been around for a minute. He's been in the Masters Division for quite some time at this point. And I think I love to see that he's sticking to what he said online, right? You know, he's been really promoting this Raging Bolt. He really believes it's very strong. He believes it has a solid Dragapult matchup, and he's proven it this weekend so far.
He can walk the walk and talk the talk, but man, are you telling me the only thing that can slay a dragon is another dragon? That's what we're gonna have.
They don't have weakness anymore.
Yeah, that was the thing for a long time. They did used to be weak to one another.
That is fair. But, you know, speaking of the Dragapults, you know, if you missed all the action yesterday, we actually have a couple of recaps, some cool action from phase 1 of the tournament.
You get your coin ready.
Yeah, just one of the many ways we saw Dragapult being played yesterday. The Dunsparce, you know, we of course saw Blaziken, and this group of players coming out this weekend with crushing hammers, giving me flashbacks to the online era. Dragapult VMAX with hammers was such a strong card.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it work out here nicely. Some pretty nice heads flips as well for Andrew in this set.
Very key ones, you know, especially in the mirror matchup where every single attachment matters. Even just getting it out of the Monkey Dory. Ooh, I feel safe.
Yeah, and I mean, I also love the Yveltal that we were seeing in a variety of decks, not just Dragapult. I think it's a great deck. It saw a lot of play in the previous format, and now with less options to switch around or pick Pokemon up from play, I think Yveltal will definitely be something to watch out for the rest of the tournament.
It just lines up so well with the plan that players have of taking advantage of the resources that your opponent have on the other side. The card pool is smaller. We know what you have to work with. If it's not hand manipulation, you can at least read the board state and take advantage of the fact that they only have this many retreating options, this many energies left, and Noah did a perfect job of that with the way that he set up his board and eventually was able to lock out and had a really big tie, which doesn't feel great, but boy howdy, he worked for it.
It was the most exciting tie of the day, I have to feel.
every match point is so important,
Yeah.
right? So Noah getting away with a singular match point. I mean, that could be the difference between making top cut and not.
It's against Hedrick as well, you know, like if you're
A
going
player
to
he will likely see again in top cut, right?
take that
For
point,
sure.
and especially when they flip as many crushing hammerheads as they did. If you get a point off that, that's pretty good.
Maybe next time they start flipping tails, and then we'll get to full 3. But yeah, again, Dragapult just absolutely dominating this Los Angeles Regional Championship. I believe we do have, you know, the metagame at least for yesterday, which was very shocking. Right? 31.9% Dragapult. 590 people decided to bring it to this event. The next highest played deck has 123 players at 6.7%.
Yeah, this may seem a little daunting, but it is maybe a little misleading because there are so many different Dragapult variants that make up that 31.9%, but they're all centered around Dragapult, right? That is the best attacking EX card in the format by far, so players are just finding the best way to utilize it. So many different variants out there, but it is standing above the rest currently.
I think not only the best attacking EX card, but also like it has the best supportive evolution, right? Like that Recon Directive by Dracloak, consistent draw power throughout the whole game. You have something like Alakazam and the Dunsparce, right? But the requirement to use their abilities to draw extra cards is just a lot more demanding than just having the Dracloak right there on the bench.
Yeah, the skeleton 48, 50 cards are going to remain unchanged, as we know that these are so impactful. The consistency of Dragapult, you just want to get that attack off and have things roll in. But then what do you do with the rest of those cards? If you focus on consistency, if you give yourself that slight edge in a mirror match, what it may be, those are the things that are starting to separate those players as we move forward in phase 2.
I like it. I mean, yeah, I truly believe it is that Dracloak that allows for all the different variants to even exist in this metagame, because you do have that, the innate consistency. And then now we can have some fun with the rest of the 10 cards, right? I did not expect Crushing Hammers. Did you guys see that coming?
Unfortunately, I did, and it's not my favorite way to play this deck. It's unfortunate that it has to be that way, but I'm glad that it's showing the versatility of Dragapult, because you really can take it in a few different directions.
You know what? How about we stop talking about Dragapult for a second, because I'm sure we'll have the rest of the entire day to talk about Dragapult. Let's shine a spotlight on the second most played deck, actually. Mega Starmie. At least a new card from Ascended Heroes. Was that something in your radar?
Yeah, I don't think I would have identified it to be the second most played deck, but you know, there was a Mega Starmie deck that got top 4 at Prague, right? Joao getting that strong finish with that Dusknoir Mega Starmie deck. So I'm not too surprised to see it represented here. And really, looking at the second most popular, like the difference between the second and third most popular decks is 2 players, right? Like it's very thin margins. Really, any of these 5 other decks could have probably pretty easily been the second most played deck. So it's just a big disparity in the format between Dragapult and everything else. But everything else, you know, there's a lot of really interesting decks out there that are not Dragapult, for sure.
There's a lot of decks that right now, like either the engine isn't that strong, or you're seeing like the power limits that it has. But Mega Starmie is the one that speaks to me of it's going to be good at some point. Like clearly these attacks are so strong, there's going to be an engine at some point. If it just has some stable way to draw on the bench that eventually comes out over future expansions, then it will have a chance. But right now it just lacks that ability, and you could see that with the way that it was drawing, either with the conversion rate that we had or with the way that we saw it play for Israel. Just you needed a little more to take advantage of the full effects of this card.
I think a big thing about Team Rocket's Mewtwo, for example, is something like it's a very appealing archetype. There's so much synergy between all the cards, and they were just not quite good enough in the previous format. And right now, I feel like it's like people are giving it a chance, more of a chance, but so far it hasn't had the results to like really back that up, right? So we have to see if it is able to justify this third most played deck in the room with results, right? Because I think that's what happened with Mega Starmie. It didn't show up in Prague in big numbers, but it did quite well, right? So I think Rocket Smooth is like now the opposite. It's doing the big numbers without any real justification from Prague. So we'll have to see if it can actually match what it's showing in terms of popularity.
We'll have to see. But we also have the best of the rest, actually, from Phase 1, if you want to check that out. A lot more different decks, at the very least. A couple of green decks.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Cynthia's Garchomp wasn't a little bit more popular in Phase 1. It does feel like one of the decks that does have a pretty solid Dragapult matchup. The problem is, you mentioned the grass decks, the green decks. You know, Garchomp being weak to grass does have a little bit of a harder time into the, you know, toolboxy Teal Mask Ogerpon decks that we see, or the Teal Mask Ogerpon Meganium decks that have been very popular still. So I was a little surprised to see Cynthia's Garchomp not make it into that top 6, but it's not that far behind here.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Now I want to check out the data, some new data, because we do have it. The deck, the Phase 2 decks that made it, and
Screenshots.
Oh my goodness.
There it is. If you ever wondered if the Lugia Archeops days of old were over, they've returned. That's Dragapult has taken over 47% of the Phase 2.
Did Lugia at its prime have this number?
We went
I
back
don't
and
remember.
researched it in back of house, and I believe that Lugia had a 53% conversion at one point at LAIC.
That is incredible.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago in the history, but yeah, this is a very reminiscent of that time. It's just clearly the best deck in the room. It has a few different ways that it can be played, and now who's going to crown a champion against it? Would it be the Raging Bolt at second place? It's 7%, but there are a few of them that are performing extremely well and at the top tables.
Yeah, we talked about Ian Robb already, but also Jose Marzan, who we had on stream yesterday. He is currently sitting at 8-0-1 heading in to the day. I think he actually did win his last round, so he's 9-0-1 now, right? So he's putting himself in great position to push forward to top cut. So there are still plenty of Raging Bolts doing well out there. This doesn't, while yeah, Raging Bolt is the most popular deck in the room for Phase number 2, I don't think it's going to paint the full picture of what the top tables look like.
Yep, and there were others too. There was an 8-1-1 that was featuring the Lunatone Soul Rock package in the Raging Bolt 2 that was doing well. A few other players at that like 8-1 mark. Didn't see if they won or lost yet that were on Raging Bolt and also the Alakazam, the Dunsparce players too. So a few of them are giving Dragapult a run for their money right now.
yes. Let's run away from the two big scary dragons at the moment as we check out the best of the rest, actually, that's made it into Phase 2. Oh, no, actually, no. Let's go back to the dragons. Actually, what I feel like something we should work towards is just have Dragapult have its own graphic. Right?
Oh boy,
Just have like, oh, okay, this is the Dragapult. Yeah, it's 50%. And
Do
then
we have 6 versions? Yeah. I mean, we got straight Dragapult, the Dunsparce, there's Blaziken, Crushing Hammer, Dusknoir.
And,
We need one more.
No, there's a Lopunny version too.
Okay, that's 6.
I mean, there's another one up there with Yveltal and Petrant combined to generate self-damage and whatnot. So yeah,
there were some.
We generally could.
There were some also that had like Lily's Clefairy and friends in there too. So it was like a box package with their Dragapult. So truly, you can do whatever you want when you have that engine.
I saw someone yesterday playing Dragapult with Bronzong from Temporal Forces, the Evolution Jammer Bronzong.
That'll be one of the best of the rest for Dragapult.
yeah.
Pablo, have we seen your predictions come to fruition yet with your Turtonator and stuff? What did you have?
Talonflame.
Talonflame?
Yeah. I'm gonna be the.
He's gonna be the one.
The lead to really innovate.
He's the pioneer.
Dragapult's Talonflame. You'll see.
My
Kyle.
my Dragapult Rattata deck is gonna be going crazy.
Okay, that's enough of the theory crafting. I believe our players are actually ready, so maybe you can see some real Dragapult action, not the Rattatas, not the Turtonators. No, but of course, I just want to remind folks at home to follow the channels /Pokemon for YouTube, /Pokemon TCG for Twitch, or follow our X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. It's mostly @PlayPokemon for all your Pokemon needs. But yeah, I believe the players are just about ready, but let's go ahead and check out the format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And we're going for golds here in the Golden State of California. Hello and welcome back to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We're officially in Phase 2 and now charging towards our asymmetrical top cut. I am Emily Foreman here with Michaela Gassert. How are you feeling this morning?
Super excited. And by the way, happy Mother's Day to all our Pokemoms watching. Hi, Mom. We are going to see some incredible Phase 2 games today, and I am looking forward to seeing what has made this top cut. We had some discussion already about where the format was headed, but we're going to see a hot matchup today, I think.
The thing is, it feels like today is going to be everything versus Dragapult. I think the guys in the lounge made some really excellent points that it feels like there could be 6 different archetypes of Dragapult if you're really kind of pulling for straws here. So today, I feel like is going to be all about what can be Dragapult and which Dragapult is going to end up making into that top cut and getting the gold and punching their ticket to San Francisco.
That's right. The World Championships is very close, not only geographically, but literally. It's going to be a few months, and all of a sudden, players are going to be playing for that coveted once-a-year World Championship title. Wish it was me, but in the same time, hopefully it's going to be one of these players that we see today. And speaking of players we've seen, some of our folks from stream yesterday are performing extraordinarily well so far. I believe Andrew Hedrick has had some good finishes. I think we've seen Jose do well. Anybody else you're rooting for today?
Well, let's check out the standings so we can see it for ourselves. Like you mentioned, it is going to be Jose Marzan currently leading the pack with Raging Bolt at the top tables, but Jack Pitcher right there in the second spot with Dragapult, of course. And like you had mentioned, a ton of friends of stream over the past day. Nicholas Moffat, 9-1. Andrew Hedrick, 8-0-2. Hale at 9-1 as well. So while, yes, there is Dragapult on these top tables, there are other decks like Raging Bolt that are sort of making their way through. Also, Mega Lopunny has definitely found its way in this format as well. And things even like Alakazam and Festival Lead are still very much possible in ways of making cut.
Yeah, Ian Robtu sneaking into that top 16 there. That's 2 Raging Bolts, at least off the top of my head that I see there. Perhaps there could be a way to dethrone Dragapult right under our noses this entire time.
But still, though, we can only feature one match at a time, but we do have some other notable matches as well happening down at our tables. The top one will be our featured match, but man, look at this. I mean, Andrew Hedrick, Piper Lapine right there in the middle of your screen as well. And I believe a Raging Bolt mirror at the bottom of our notable matches as well, with Sammy Allen playing the Raging Bolt Solrock Lunatone package versus Ian Robb, who's going to be playing that big basic version of Raging Bolt. So I'm excited to see which is going to come out on top, but this is a star-studded lineup. You can't ask for anything better with our player pool today.
Absolutely. We're going to see who's the best of both Bolts, but in the meantime, there's a couple new names to me as well. I'm not familiar with Preston Rutledge. Have you seen his name before?
Not off the top of my head, but Of course, the thing is with these regionals, there's so many players, so many you could hit your best matchup all 10 rounds in a row, or you could be practicing against that 47% of Dragapult and then play a Dragapult every round and be prepared for every round. So coming in prepared is your best way to kind of get onto these graphics, get up to our stage, and be very comfortable, honestly. If you win your next 2 rounds, all you have to do is just keep going.
That's right. It's very close. And even if you're not one of these massive multiple-time regional winners, you can still make that top cut. You can still get to the top standings. It is anyone's game to make day 2 today. Well, we're in day 2. It's anyone's game to make top cut today or asymmetrical top cut. Very excited to see what our players are going to cook up for us.
Speaking of players, it seems like our players at the table are ready to go, so why not introduce them now? It's going to be Kian Amini versus Seth Ramos here, and like we had kind of talked about a little bit earlier, it is going to be Dragapult versus the world today. But what an interesting deck to feature most. We got Kian on the left side though, and this player has many big placements from years ago. Top 32 specifically at Worlds 2015, top 16 at US Nationals in 2016, and 3rd at OCIC 2017. So sitting currently at 760 championship points, which is really great for your top 135 chase that you're really going for, but obviously you just want more.
Yeah, it looks like Kian is going for that Worlds invite, if at all possible, today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seth Ramos has had 2 top 128 finishes this season with Flareon and with Mega Box. That means this is the big breakout finish potentially, considering this record so far. They started off 1-0-2, so that's 1 win and 2 ties in this tournament, on the verge of being knocked out, and has rattled off 7 straight wins to get to this record right now. This is make or break for Seth.
Absolutely not easy to do in a format full of Dragapult as well, but like we had mentioned, that this Mega Lopunny deck seems to be the one that's going to be our top challenger here, kind of coming out of the woodwork and making its way into what is our kind of breaking out here at our top tables. It also partnered up with Mega Frostlass as well here too. We know that Mega Frostlass is a great tank, can take a couple of hits, but also does punish decks like Dragapult, who tend to have a lot of cards in the hand on having that large hand size. So I'm excited to see how both players are going to get set up, and I really want to see what Mega Lopunny and Mega Frostlass can do.
A lot of tricks up both players' sleeves. This should be a very exciting matchup. You can see on Kian's side, the Dragapult, the variant he's looking to run here has the 2-1-1 Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir line. So that's going to make it extremely relevant if Seth has the right tools to counter that. And I see a Psyduck.
Psyduck is pretty important in Seth's list, but let's take a look first at the prize cards. Seeing a couple of resources on Kian's side that I'm like, for example, seeing the Crispin in there, that early acceleration with Dragapult is really what Dragapult players are looking for, but also the Meowth as well, Boss's Orders. But on the other side, for Seth's prizes, I did see 1 copy of the Mega Lopunny in there. There are only 2 in the list. So Seth is going to have to be a little bit more careful here, maybe even lean a little more into using Mega Frostlass at certain times. So let's see how it goes.
1 Frostlass prized as well. That's going to mean fewer attackers available for Seth. Going to figure out who is going to go first. Psyduck is already inactive, so that's going to prevent any Dusknoir, Dusclops, or Duskull as long as it doesn't get knocked out, attaching that energy. It looks like the plan for Seth is to set up all those basics, get ready, and as soon as possible do that deck search, figure out what is in his prize cards. Ooh, it looks like it's already over.
Psyduck attach and pass, not exactly what you want to see, but here comes Kian with immediately Dreepy hitting the bench with an energy attached onto it and a Lily's Determination as well. For Seth, in his Mega Lopunny deck, there is 1 copy of Fan Rotom to get all of the Dunsparces ready to go. There's 4 copies of Buddy Buddy Poffin, so it's extremely painful when you miss, but you are up technically against Dragapult Dusknoir, so starting the Psyduck isn't necessarily terrible here too.
Absolutely. And the other thing too is that going first means Budu's Itchy Pollen is going to prevent items that second turn. That first turn was extremely important to get those Buddy Buddy Poffins to get everything going, maybe some Poképad. That's not going to be happening here. Although, did you see a Snorunt in his hand? Because I thought I saw a Snorunt that did not get played down. That's
Good.
interesting.
Could just be reserving some of the damage counters to be sent back over to Keon's side here. Definitely don't want to overextend the bench at all here, but Keon going to play the Pokepad and begin this opening deck search. Like we had talked about in the prizes, 1 Crispin, a Meowth, 1 Dreepy, a Dragapult, Monkey Dory, and Boss's Orders. So nothing that's going to limit too much of the consistency with Keon's deck here. It's just a matter about getting set up. And to be quite honest, with Seth's side of the board not being too set up on his own, he can really take his time, which Dragapult tend to start doing.
Dragapult definitely has this match plan very settled this first turn. We need to see as many basics as possible, particularly those Dreepies. Every Dreepy you get in play means next turn you can evolve it into Dracloak, means next turn you can evolve it into Dragapult. That's your attacker, that's your draw engine, that's your everything. So more Dreepy, the better. And with 2 already on the field compared to 0 attackers on Seth's side, that's got to feel good for Keon.
Still looking through with Pokepad here. Can start to get the Duskull set up if he so chooses. It is just 1 copy of Psyduck on Seth's side, but once you see the Psyduck, you can safely assume that you just want to go kind of this straight Dragapult route, which is very possible. Like we've kind of seen on the board, Keon's side is very okay right now. 3 Dreepy and Budew in the active. Does have an energy attachment safe on the bench here as well. So if I'm Keon, I'm not seeing the Duskulls, but that's okay.
Yeah, you don't really need the Duskull right away. If you're not familiar with it, the ability Damp on Psyduck prevents Pokemon on your side of the field from using self-knockout abilities. That is particularly Dusclops and Dusknoir. So no Duskull in play is not a problem. You're not planning on using the Dusclops or Dusknoir right now anyway until that Psyduck gets knocked out. And with 1 damage counter already on it for Itchy Pollen, the time is ticking. Come on, Seth, let's see a basic.
Does have the Snorunt in hand and also 1 copy of Lily's Determination as well. The fun part about this Mega Frostlass, Mega Lopunny deck is that it plays a lot of copies of Battle Cage to prevent a lot of the damage counters to even more, in a sense, to be thrown around left and right. It will be Keon playing a copy of Jamming Tower as well, and that's really important for the air balloon that you're going to need to use Mega Lopunny to go in and out of the active, so you can use Gale Thrust to its full ability here. But the thing is, Seth is item locked, so does have to draw into these Beneries now without a Buddy Poffin. There's 1. Oh my goodness, this actually works out pretty well. Does get 2 Dunsparce and a Baneri as well.
That's fantastic. That is literally the best case scenario because especially since he had to pass going first, Fan Rotom is not available. It's in the deck as a one of. It will be able to search out up to 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, but only on your first turn. So now it's kind of a card that just needs to get discarded as soon as it's in your hand because the only thing it can do is attack for 70 damage if a Stadium is in play, which is either going to be a... Actually, Keon is playing some interesting stadiums here. Hopefully we'll see them coming up, but for Seth, the stadium would be a Battle Cage, and that creates an interesting interaction with the Frostlass, not necessarily the Mega Frostlass, but the small Frostlass, the 1 prizer that deals bench damage with Pokemon that have abilities. Doesn't look like that's coming into play this turn, obviously, since he's just passed over. Right now, it's the Dracloak show with, my goodness, that charged up Dreepy on the bench. Wonder if the next plan is to use some kind of rare candy.
Does have it in the
attack.
hand. Does already have it in the hand there as the Ultra Ball is going to be coming into place here. And with a board like this, especially with Seth still having Psyduck in the active, we'll be able to just wipe it off the board here and start to stack the damage up on the other side of Seth as well here. So we will be seeing rare candy into the Dragapult here and a Phantom Dive on turn 2. And this is the best part about Dragapult is when you're online, ready to go. Now, granted, there's no draw or there's no shuffle supporter, but I believe there is a Boss's Orders, so could very well take the Baneri off of the bench as well and get rid of so many options here. But instead of taking the Psyduck, there's no Duskull in play. Can't just actually get rid of one of the draw engines here.
That's so rough. And there's a really unfortunate interaction for Seth here where there's 2 different Dunsparce that people are talking about. There's the Dunsparce you see right now on his bench that has 70 HP, and the Dunsparce he just had to discard that has 60 HP. 60 HP is not enough to survive a Phantom Dive attack, so it got 1 hit knocked out and sent straight to the bench. If that had been a 70 HP Dunsparce, it would have stayed on the bench. The problem is it's very difficult to find that Dunsparce card right now. No one had been playing it for so long because the 60 HP Dunsparce has a free retreat cost. That means it can come in and out of the active without having to discard energy, which is extremely strong in a deck like Lopunny, where you need to retreat into your Lopunny to use that attack. Unfortunately, with it in the discard pile, it's not going to be helpful right now.
And Seth needs a lot of help off this Pokegear. And Lily's determination to shuffle back this hand into the deck to try and get some more cards going for him. Will be able to find it though, just doing a quick check of the hand to make sure he doesn't want to make another move and attaching the Mist Energy, which does go on the Baneri here, but then will be seeing Lily's determination for the turn. We got to see a Dunsparce.
Mist Energy is extremely useful in this scenario. Mist Energy is able to prevent effects of attacks on your Pokemon, and Phantom Dive's damage counters are classed as an effect. That's not extra damage, that's damage counters. So anything with a Mist Energy on it is immune to being bench damaged by Phantom Dive. That means Bunnery is going to have to be forced into the active with the boss's orders if Kion wants to repeat that immediate knockout play, wiping the board of attacking possibilities. Seth here, meanwhile, is trying to get an attacker of some kind going. Kion's hand and his hand size is going to be relevant for Mega Frostlass's attack if that comes into play, but it doesn't look like he has a ton of cards. Doesn't look like Seth has any one-hit KO options available right now.
Doesn't even want to use the Pokepad drawn to go grab the Dunsparce either. And I believe that's a second boss's orders in hand as well, but the first Recon Directive here is going to give Kion a couple of options. Does utilize Pokepad immediately, and we can assume as such that we're going to be grabbing the second Drat Cloak there. But thinking about grabbing, using the Pokepad to grab the Drat Cloak here, second Recon Directive, but honestly, Kion's in a great spot.
I really like the way that that Recon Directive was handled. We saw the card that was going to the bottom was the Dawn. It went straight to the deck because going to go search the deck with Pokepad. Just one way to manage your hand and manage, frankly, a lot of cards at once quickly. You have to make sure that you don't drop your deck, that you shuffle it correctly, that you know where the cards are going, that you're not mistaking any steps. It's a skill that a lot of newer players need to start developing, and we're seeing a lot of it from Kion here. Excellent player, great role model to learn from if you're trying to pick up Dragapult as well.
Lily's determination going to be the supporter for choice here. Unfortunately, it wasn't a boss's orders. That would have been massive. It was a full art Night Stretcher. But still, I mean, only 6 cards now for Kion here, but still, with 2 Dracloaks already set up, that Rose's Encouragement is a very interesting card. I like how players are starting to give it a little bit more respect because it is kind of a card that you can play when you are running behind, and it's actually perfect for Dragapult because you can attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to your stage 2. So what we saw yesterday a lot with Dragapult with using resources to get Night Stretcher and then having all that energy go down early, Rose's Encouragement is a great supporter to put in your deck to make sure you can guarantee fighting that energy in the very late game.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of supporters like Raihan, which was very popular in the Sword and Shield meta. Now we've got it in this new form with Rose's Encouragement. It's a little bit different, doesn't quite do the same thing, doesn't automatically search for a card for you, but the effect of attaching energy is super relevant versus Dragapult. And it's a little bit different from Crispin, which requires you to have exactly what you're looking for in the deck. So Rosa would be more useful in that late game scenario, or especially versus a Crushing Hammers variant. Ooh.
Well, it is going to be the Phantom Dive coming out from Kion here, another prize card. And just this early rare candy into Dragapult Crispin combo has done him so well. Seth does need to respond here. Hopefully this turn does have a Dunsparce in and going into the active here, so can start drawing. All we need to see is a Mega Lopunny at some point, right?
We have to, but the problem is he can't just promote the Baneri into the active because that's not going to be enough to trigger Lopunny's attack effect. He needs to put something else in the active, perhaps that other Dunsparce. There it is. So it looks like the plan for this turn is to just draw out of this really unfortunate bench scenario, get as many Pokemon in play as you can to prevent any board wipes, but also get an attacker ready to go, whether that's going to be the Frostlass, whether that's going to be the Lopunny. Really is going to be up to whatever he draws off his hand here. He's got a Pokegear, he's got a Pokepad, he's got some choices to get things out of his deck. Does he have enough ways to get the correct attacker out of his deck is the real question. And ideally, some way to get a knockout on this Dragapult because Kion's board state is so oppressive with 3 energy already down, 2 Dracloak, a Duskull ready to go to clear out this game. With only 3 prizes remaining, Seth has to feel the pressure as much as possible. is going to make the most of every card this turn.
Not only do you want to see your Mega Lopunny this turn, you also need to find a way to get Psyduck out of the discard pile as well here. So Seth going to use Pokegear to find that Lily's Determination again, and may actually have to use it. I'm not seeing the Mega Lopunny, but I am seeing the Night Stretcher to get back that Psyduck, so game will essentially be saved for next turn. We'll have another turn to try and get things going, but Seth needs to attack.
Exactly. Psyduck is only effective if it's on the field. Bench or active, doesn't matter. It just has to be out. Fortunately, with it out of the discard, that will protect from most board wipe scenarios, especially if a Battle Cage comes down from Seth. That could be another way to prevent a board wipe on that very damaged Snorunt. But there's no two-price Pokemon, so I don't think Kian's going to be able to take this game because of the Psyduck immediately and with the missed energy on it to prevent any other kind of Phantom Dive shenanigans. Lots of ways to make this game work. Seth is not giving up any ground. Does he have the attacker that he needs, though?
Has to find it, get started on this damage. Does have a Dunsparce, but there's the Ultra Ball. Whew. So we'll be able to at least guarantee the Mega Lopunny coming into play. I love how this deck does play 4 copies of the Wally's Compassion. We saw this yesterday with Hal's deck on how, yes, you can absolutely tank a hit from Dragapult, but then you can clear all that damage and then go into your next Lopunny on the bench thanks to Air Balloon, and then keep stacking up the damage. I think it's a very fun deck, and it does a really good job of keeping itself consistent when you're able to get things started here. So 3 cards off of the runaway draw. Do you see the Mega Frostlass as well? Like you had mentioned, that could come into play a little bit later, but Mega Lopunny really wants to get started on stacking up this damage.
Absolutely everything Seth needed came into the hand that turn, and there were a lot of cards drawn to make sure that happened. Looks like Lopunny will be able to deal enough damage with his first attack to set up for a 2-hit KO, and because of the state of this board, I don't think there's going to be a board wipe from Kian this turn unless there's some kind of double gust Monkey Dory play that it just isn't set up on board right now. So it looks like Seth is going to have a chance to come back here. Plenty set up for next turn in case of any shuffle supporters like Judge or other ways to disrupt. With the Air Balloon and the Lopunny as well, that's going to make sure that it can retreat, use the Dunsparce to runaway draw, put that back in the deck, and then put Lopunny right back in the active. And with the Wally's Compassion to either lift the energy back into hand and heal up all the way, Lopunny is not going to be easy to knock out, which means that's going to give even more wiggle room to take prizes and to get back in this game versus Kian.
Wondering if Kian's going to focus more on trying to get that Psyduck out. Still absolutely does have a lot of time. Kian is up 3 prizes here. Mega Lopunny in of itself is 3 prizes there. Could absolutely start taking the map here, but could also just work up this Dusknoir very slowly as well here. Has to figure out the exact line he wants to take.
There's also an interesting strategy here where you may not even evolve your Dracloak into your Dragapult right away. Typically, we want to see players build up their board state with a lot of attackers so that you have more attackers than your opponent, and then when you start trading off knockouts, you're able to weather any unfair stamp or Judge or other hand disruption without issue. Looks like instead, though, he's going to go for a more disruptive play.
Disruptive indeed, and that is Meowth EX's ability, last ditch catch here to grab that boss's orders. And one could probably assume that it will be the bossing the Psyduck on the bench there, and then stack some more damage onto the Snorunt. Unfortunately, no Battle Cage in play, so those damage counters can still very well fly.
That Meowth, and I really love the energy attachment there. There's been a lot of times this entire stream where players have taken a Pokemon like Meowth or Pheasantipity and locked it up with Yveltal. Now, we don't know if Seth has any of those or any other options, but putting an energy on Meowth means it will be untrappable. No boss's orders is going to get it stuck in the active because it could just pay 1 energy to retreat, or even if it does get trapped with something like Yveltal's Clutch Attack, you can use Meowth's Tuck Tail with just 2 more attachments. That's enough to lift it off the board, allow you to get back to attacking, and get going.
Great Phantom Dive there from Kian, showing why he has these top placements. Does take out the Psyduck and the Snorunt as well, so that is going to allow no Mega Frostlass to come inside of the game either here. So now the Dunsparces are going to have to go down, and here's the thing, not going to be able to keep your bench too clear either. You have a Duskull that's ready to evolve into a Dusclops, so it might just have to be this one Mega Lopunny versus the world.
Well, that Lopunny is going to be very difficult to knock out, particularly with Wally's Compassion available. What we're going to see now is Seth forcing Kian to play a 8 prize card game. Now, as you may see on the prize cam, there are usually 6 cards in your prizes, so it's not like you're forcing your opponent to put 2 more down and draw 2 more prize cards, but because Lopunny is a 3 prize card Pokemon, knocking it out takes 3 prize cards. Even though there's only 1 left, you have to get through a lot more HP than just a single 1 prize to Dunsparce or just the Snorunt.
Interesting, but it is going to be the boss's orders for the Duskull. But then Kian has a boss's orders of his own to bring up the Dunsparce and use his Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive to take that first game. And like I said, this player has results for a reason. A very clean game from Kian for game 1.
That was incredible. And the other problem, too, with Lopunny is that if you have it in the active, you're not going to be able to re-trigger its first attack. You need to attach another energy to it and use its second attack, which bypasses effects. And if you really wanted to get that game going, you kind of have this scenario where you choose, do I want to leave the Dunsparce on the bench or not? Don't have those choices, though, this time.
Unfortunately, though, for Seth in this game 1, was not able to start anything more than just a Psyduck, a water energy, and trying to make it through. But thanks to Kian's rare candy Dragapult and energy attachments, was able to get all the way up and start spreading these damage counters around. No battle cage in sight to help. A couple of missed energy, trying to take out just the looming threat of Duskull, but then boss's orders, just taking the Dunsparce and using Phantom Dive to take Kian to game 2, going one up here. Let's see how Seth's going to be able to respond, hopefully with a Buddy Poppin in hand or even a Fan Rotom to show the consistency of that.
And the other cool thing about Buddy that we saw right at the end of that game, when it was placed in the active, you might be wondering, why was it Budu? Doesn't that only do 10 damage with Edgy Pollen? It's got free retreat, so putting up the Budu meant you could just immediately swap back over to the Phantom Dive Dragapult. Now this time, Seth is going to see if he can get a better start, if he can get more Baneri, if he can protect those Baneri with Mist Energy, if he can protect with the Psyduck. Maybe Fan Rotom will come out this game, hopefully something. And we're going to go immediately into the gameplay.
Well, there it is. Starting the Psyduck, but will be able to start the Buddy Poffin this time as well. Seth going first here too, definitely an advantage in a deck like this because Mega Lopunny has so much HP. Let's check the prizes though, and that's 2 Baneri in the prizes, and guess how many there are in the deck list.
This is dreadful.
Yeah, this is not exactly what you want to see if you're Seth. You can see kind of the going through a very diligent deck search as he has to check his hand and double check that he's seeing what we're seeing here, and that is no access to Mega Lopunny this game. I mean, it's going to have to be Mega Frostlass or even Dunsparce EX to be the one to take knockouts to try and get the Baneri out of the prize.
Certainly not. Fortunately, one of those Baneri is very close to the top of the prizes, so able to take that quickly as long as you can get that knockout. I have a lot of hope for this Snorunt. There needs to be something, though. It really, look, there's Fan Rotom. That's, that could take a knockout on a Dreepy. You'd have to put a Stadium in play, but that first attack is enough to take 70 damage. That's enough to get that first prize. That could be enough to get the Baneri. That could be enough to turn the whole game around. So come on, Seth, show us what you got.
It's going to be a very interesting play around here. At least there are some draw engines available with 3 Dunsparce on to the bench here. And that's what you want to see with your Psyduck, having a Mist Energy all ready to go. But let's head back on over into Kian's side. Double Dreepy and the attach for turn as well. The only thing that's a little troubling is that there is no draw supporter there. It does have Rare Candy Dragapult for next turn at least, but this is Seth's go time. Now, you were talking a little bit about Fan Rotom's Assault Landing to try and get something out of the active here, but that's Kian's Monkey Dory. Assault Landing is not going to be enough to get a prize going first.
Fortunately, we're going to see some Dunsparce runaway draw. That's going to create some options to maybe get a boss's orders. Could get, not just Elude's Determination, but certainly put Seth at a hand advantage compared to Keon, who we just saw did not play a supporter going second the very first time you could play a supporter. That means that Seth is going to avoid shuffling his hand as much as possible to prevent giving Keon the tools to get back in this game, assuming that the Dragapult Rare Candy is not going to be enough for him.
Grabbing the Hilda off of the Pokepad, could very well use it to find that third Dunsparce to keep drawing, and will use it. Hilda, a great supporter from Black Bolt White Flare, allowing you not only to find an energy, but also to find a evolution Pokemon as well. So that could be a Dunsparce, or it could be that Mega Frostlass there, which is going to have to be kind of the chosen attacker, at least for the first part of this game. Most players like to go with this Resentful Refrain attack that you see on your screen. It does 50 damage for each card in your opponent's hand. Now, granted, we're in this weird scenario with Seth, who has to get something going here. So usually we see this as kind of this late game cinch here, but it's going to have to be Resentful Refrain. Does Seth pick up the Baniri? Let's see what he's taking.
No.
And it's the Water Energy. Going to have to wait another turn.
I don't think we're going to be seeing the second attack from Frostlass, Absolute Snow, anytime soon. That deals 150 plus, creates sleep on your opponent's side of the field. That could be disrupted by evolution, but of course, with the rare candy, there's nothing that can evolve from Dragapult EX. I think it's just going to be that first attack, taking a 2-hit KO from Seth until that Baniri finally decides to come in for work that morning. So far, though, it looks like Keon is just doing that deck search. This is his first deck search because that first turn just did not give him any tools to work with. He's got a Pokepad, probably for Dracloak. Trying to figure out what he has.
And it was the top deck as well. The only option that Keon really had was Rare Candy Dragapult and then a Jet Headbutt. So at least this Pokepad top deck is going to give him the ability to search. And like you had said, it is going to be for that Dracloak. The prizes weren't too bad. Nothing too detrimental. One of the energy in the prizes, that Meowth that was really used in game one, is stuck at the top of the prizes as well. But if I'm Keon, I'm not too worried, especially looking at my opponent's board.
Not at all. The other thing, too, is that looking at this kind of narrow bench for Dragapult, that doesn't mean you're out of the game. There's plenty of Pokemon you can put down that are basics that are useful for you. Not just this Duskull line that, unfortunately, you won't be able to use because of the Psyduck. There's the Pheasantipity. There's the other Meowth in the deck. You can even put down Budew just for a little bit of retreat. So it's not like the end of the world that you only have 2 Dreepy in play. Even 1 Dragapult is enough to start swaying the game entirely. And there was also another really good play last turn I wanted to highlight. Psyduck had a missed energy on it. You could have discarded that missed energy in order to retreat manually. Instead, Seth chose to put an air balloon down. That's one of the tool cards available that decreases retreat cost so that Psyduck could retreat for free, just like Budew does. And by doing that, missed energy is preserved, meaning Phantom Dive cannot knock out Psyduck, whereas if you had just discarded it and saved the air balloon for perhaps a necessary Lopunny, you would not have been able to protect Psyduck. So going to see that Jet Headbutt and pass over to Seth.
Yeah, Keon is in a very interesting position where, yes, you have a Dragapult, but you're only using your Jet Headbutt here. So back on over into Seth's sides, but Keon has done something very smart, has played a lot of the cards in his hand down. I think he has only 1 card in hand left, so this Resentful Refrain isn't going to chip away at the Dragapult as much as he'd like here, using Ultra Ball now to find another Dunsparce, but you can see that Mega Lopunny going straight into the discard there, unfortunately for him. But we'll be able to at least get some more draw ready to go, but I have to say this might just be Resentful Refrain from Seth again.
We've seen a lot of Crispin this weekend. Unfortunately, Crispin is not available. That means Absolute Snow is not going to be dealing 150. It's not going to be a 2-hit KO. It's going to be a small hit from Resentful Refrain unless something else happens to change that. It's not going to be a hand disruption card like Judge, which would actually give Keon more cards, which would increase the damage of Resentful Refrain. Instead, it's going to be Lily's determination to continue keeping that hand advantage strong.
Seth, unfortunately, not having any access to Baniri because they're both in the prizes here. That will just have to kind of rely on Mega Frostlass to get things done. Does play down the Battle Cage here. This is kind of a niche supporter specifically for these Pokemon that place a bunch of damage counters onto your bench here, but don't you love it? You recon Directive and find your second Dracloak there and can continue your search here. And as Keon kind of played to his outs a little bit earlier, trying to keep the hand size as small as possible so Resentful Refrain isn't going to do too much damage to Dragapult.
Managed to get a Rosa's as well. Interesting choice there off the Recon Directive. When you were talking about decreasing the hand size, you have Ultra Ball, which can discard cards from your hand. And honestly, I think Keon could get to a hand size of 0 if that happened. Or Pokepad, which you could just play down immediately. It looks like Keon wants to preserve the Rosa's encouragement because at least it's a supporter. Because if you don't have any energy in play, Rosa will literally grab the only energy that's been in play the entire game back out of the discard.
See what the third Recon Directive will do. And really, most players in this situation would just automatically grab the Lily's Determination. But Keon may want to keep the hand size very small here. So could very well use it, but no, instead will take the Pokepad. And it's a matter of actually using it. Seth does have a Psyduck in play, so would not be able to use Cursed Blast next turn, but could potentially get it set up anyway if he chooses to get more aggressive.
Very rarely do you have a hand of 3 cards, see a Lily, your only supporter, and go, nah, I don't feel like it.
Right.
Most players would instantly just snag that Lily's and go, it's time, I'm going to draw cards, I'm going to come back in the game, I've got 6 prizes, I'm going to get 8 cards, it's going to be great. No. That's not happening. We have Frostlass in the house. That means you're going to play slowly and steadily. It's another one of those mind games players can enable in order to make their player's turn work for them. Seth is getting helped here because Keon cannot go the full distance to get as many cards as possible because that actually hurts his game.
Well, here comes Wally's Compassion here. We saw this card in full effect yesterday, and Seth is playing 4 of them. You can heal all of the damage from one of your Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. And if you heal any damage this way, you put all the energy to that Pokemon back into the hand. It doesn't even get discarded. It goes right back into the hand, which is pretty good. So all of that Jet Headbutt that Keon did for 2 turns, unfortunately, gets invalidated thanks to one supporter.
Okay, that Recon Directive was extremely important because now there's a Psychic Energy in the hand that's going to start enabling Phantom Dives. The problem is that they're all slowed down by the Battle Cage. You can't do anything if the damage counters are blocked. And then there's also a lot more cards in hand now because of these Recon Directives. Keanu's going to have to play down his hand as much as possible. Perhaps he wishes he had that Ultra Ball now.
Does have 2 Stadium bumps in the hand with both Area 0 Under Depths and the Jamming Tower as well here. Could very well bump the Battle Cage and start stacking damage onto something like that Fan Rotom here. I like when Dragapult players do play this Area 0 Under Depths, especially when you're playing something along the lines of this Dusk Noir line, so you can get multiple lines set up here. But if you do play Area 0 Under Depths, a lot of people forget Dragapult EX is technically a Terra Pokemon, so it does apply to it.
Area 0 Under Depths, if played, and it looks like Keon was debating it there, will allow you to have up to 8 benched Pokemon. As you were talking about, the extra Duskull count creates even more threats of board wipes, creates even more chances for Phantom Dive to actually take a one-hit KO that turn because Dusk Noir or Dusclops will set up your opponent's Pokemon, and all it takes is just a few 300 damage, maybe 310, to get rid of that Absolute Snow Mega Frostlass. Right now, it just looks like trying to decide what's the best way to run this turn, choosing to go for a Phantom Dive, going to still be able to put down those damage counters because Battle Cage is gone. They just won't go onto the Psyduck. Instead, they're going to be split onto the Rotom and the Snorunt. I really love that choice. By splitting them around, you've created a scenario where you only need 2 damage counters or perhaps even a Monkey Dory to get rid of the Fan Rotom. Meanwhile, on the other side, it just takes 1 Phantom Dive to knock out the Snorunt. That's, and he doesn't know this, that's Seth's only other option for an attacker. So if the Mega Frostlass and the Snorunt are gone at the same time, Seth has no options. Probably knows that there's no Banuri because of that Fan Rotom, but fortunately, Wally's Compassion will come in and save the day.
Save the day again. Like we had talked about, this is a 4 of in this deck here. So now it is going to be another fresh Mega Frostlass here. And while, yes, you can absolutely use this on your Lopunnies, and we saw that in Game 1, and we saw yesterday, it still very well works on the Mega Frostlass as well. And 310 is not too easy to hit when Psyduck is in play for Dragapult Dusknoir, so does have to take his time. But still, Keon, I mean, look at his side of the board. Has 3 Dracloaks ready to go. The only thing that I think is missing is just 1 energy attachment onto one of them.
There's also a scenario here where Seth doing a Resentful Refrain right now will only deal 150 damage. That's not enough to knock out this Dragapult. But Judge will get up to 4 cards in Keon's hand, which would be enough to take that knockout. So it's really going to depend on what's... Ooh. Nope, going to just go straight for it. 150 down. That Dragapult is closer and closer to being knocked out every second. But without Professor Turo's research in the format anymore, there's no way to just lift up that Dragapult. It is very damaged.
Yeah, unfortunately, Professor Turo's Scenario and Penny, both cards that we lost in rotation, that really kind of helped players really get through everything. Does find a Boss's Orders, and it looks like that is going to immediately be the pull here. I think Keon's going to want to go for that Psyduck this turn. We'll be able to at least get 2 prizes before his Dragapult goes down. But really what I'm looking at more is that there is no energy, or does have the energy in hand, so at least we can see some sort of energy attachment onto the Dracloaks before we know that this Dragapult's going down.
Every piece of information available to both Seth and Keon is being used here. For example, how long you take to take your recon directive might influence your opponent's decision on whether to use a judge or a boss's orders. It just depends on what you're worried about your opponent having. If you think your opponent needs to dig for resources and makes a happy expression on their face, you got to go, yep, time to disrupt your hand, goodbye. Or if your opponent knows that and kind of plays with your mind a little bit, maybe you need to hold those resources. So at the moment, just going to instead fill up that hand with tools, start attaching energy, hopefully get that board state going.
Speaking of Boss's Orders and the board state, it will be Keon using Boss's Orders to bring up the Psyduck here and also knock out the Snorunt on the bench as well. Keon going to be the first to go up 2 prizes in this match here. Let's see how Seth is going to be able to respond.
Taking the lead on prizes is very important. That opening set of turns may have felt a little slow, may have felt a little steady. Does not mean that Keon is not absolutely setting up an impressive board state here. Seth needs to do everything possible this turn to get that Baneri out of the prizes. Please, we need to see Lopunny.
We do, very much so. But honestly, this Mega Frostlass has been doing a great job in and of itself, thanks to Wally's compassion. It has been able to stick around for a couple of turns here. There's the Lily's Determination as well. Does have access to the Dunsparce for 3 more cards here. And I just love the way that Dunsparce has come back into the format, because this card has actually been around for a lot longer than people think. But with so much of our hand disrupt kind of gone, and Unfair Stamp being the most popular ace spec this weekend, it's nice to see that players are getting creative with how they utilize drawing in this format.
And then another thing too that I've been noticing is because you've preserved 3 recon directives, there's only 1 EX Pokemon on the field. You're preventing the Dunsparce EX from becoming a relevant attacker. If multiple Dragapult EX had come down, not only would there be less draw power on Keon's side, Seth would be able to start taking knockouts with Tenacious Tail. That's not available right now. There's just not enough damage to be dealt. Sure, you could knock out this active Dragapult, but once that's done, another 320 HP monster will take its place. So, unfortunately, going to have to be locked into that Mega Frostlass for quite some time here.
Well, might not be locked into it for too long if he's not able to find a Night Stretcher to get Psyduck back. Duskull is sitting on the bench and ready to go. Hopefully we'll be able to grab Baneri's off the prizes as well, and we'll be able to at least get 1 into play next turn, but it's back on over to Keon's side here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get Frostlass out of the equation.
That recon directive gave a choice between Buddy Buddy Poffin and Monkey Dory, and kind of an interesting dichotomy there. Which one do you take? Which one are you looking for? It looks like with that Buddy Buddy Poffin selection, perhaps he's going to be going for more Duskull.
Well, and here's the thing too, it's going to, if he is able to find all of the pieces, evolve up into the Dusknoir, this could very well be a 4-prize turn here as well, with Fan Rotom already actually being damaged on the bench. So it's going to be up to finding Rare Candy Dusknoir to wipe this perfectly healthy Mega Frostlass out of the game.
He's got Lily's Determination for 6 cards. He's got 2 recon directives available, plus 1 already taken.
There's the Rare
12
Candy.
cards.
2 rare.
Is it there?
It's double Rare Candy. Unfortunately, did already use Supporter for turn as well, so can't use the Dawn to find the pieces.
Oh,
but there's the Dusclops. That's not the one you want. You're getting closer and closer. Has to find an Ultra Ball or even just the Dusknoir here. Does have the Pheasantipity EX in hand as well. That enables for 3 more cards here. 3 cards there will be. The Unfair Stamp as well. Does have 1 more Dracloak to get things going too. Let's see, can he find it? No.
Not yet. Every card that you draw is not going to thin out your Unfair Stamp, though, because that shuffles your entire hand into your deck. So the odds of getting it, the sequencing there was actually really, really well done, because you've got a better chance of getting it off the Recon Directive when your deck is smaller compared to when your deck gets larger. So very good sequencing from Keon there. There's the Unfair Stamp. unfortunately, it's going to also put back the rare candy, so that's 2 cards you need off of a 5-card hand. The odds are even slimmer because your deck is full of more cards again. I don't think we're going to see it.
Well, for what saves Seth here is that there's still a Dunsparce with 70 HP. It's not damaged, but that means off of these 2 cards that he draws, it has to be a Dunsparce here. Let's see what the 5 cards Keon draws is. Has used all of the options here. There's the Monkey Dory in Dark and another Duskull, but there's that Ultra Ball that he could have used. Maybe using it now to even just grab something like Dusclops to potentially keep going for next turn, make it a little bit easier without the rare candy here.
That's tough. There's a second school of thought also that in your sequencing, perhaps you want to save your recon directives until after your reset stamp. That way you have a bigger hand if the reset stamp fails, which since it's more likely to fail if you don't get it off the recon directive, you probably don't even end up in that scenario in the first place. But it's still an option to choose between, and I really love the Pheasantipity play before the recon directive as well, because you want to make sure you preserve your choices. Because maybe you got the cards you need, and then you use the unfair stamp, and then you get the recon directive. So it's all a matter of balancing what possibly could happen with each hand turn.
Well, the writing is starting to be on the wall here for Keon. Has painted a beautiful picture of what is to come for Seth if he is unable to find a Night Stretcher to get Psyduck back, but still 200 damage. Did he draw a Wally or a Dunsparce? The Pokepad can guarantee the Dunsparce here, but there is no way of healing this Mega Frostlass as of right now.
And with so many Wallies in the discard pile, he's not feeling very compassionate at the moment. We need to get another one, but so many of them are down. There's only 4 in the deck, and I think at least 2 of them. So it's, you know, it's a 50% chance. You either have it or you don't. But I don't like these odds for Seth. If he doesn't heal this turn, the game is over for him.
Very scary as well to be putting down some of the other Pokemon as well here. That Baniri coming down. Seth has been waiting to see it for multiple turns now, but there is still no Psyduck in play, so Curse Blast is 100% active and online.
There's a really interesting choice here where you could attack, but then you're immediately going to lose. So you have to retreat into something in order to prevent yourself from losing the game. So Seth has to choose what's going to happen since there's not enough cards in Keon's hand to take the knockout with Mega Frostlass. And Baniri's not ready to evolve yet. It just came down. He's got to hop along with the plan.
He's got to hope that this enriching energy that he drew off of the runaway draw is going to find that Wally's compassion here to get this Mega Frostlass healed up. It's going to be 4 big cards here.
That's the problem, though. Once you use Wally's Compassion, or once you use the enriching energy, Wally's Compassion puts the energy back in your hand. You still need to reattach it. He just had to use that attachment. Fortunately, looks like he has it.
Yeah, I think Seth would rather at least keep this Mega Frostlass around for at least another turn here. See Buddy Poffin being played, so going to get set up. Once again, though, it is going to be that Psyduck who is still stuck in the prizes. I don't believe I saw a Night Stretcher come back into the hand off of the enriching energy.
No.
And there is still 1 in the deck, so just not finding it, unfortunately.
Yeah, really tough scenario here because you'd love to be taking damage. You'd love to be setting up board state, and especially would love to get rid of that lone Dusclops, because without Dusclops, there's no Dusknoir. Without Dusknoir, there's no one-hit KO after the Wallies. Fortunately, that's not going to be happening here. Instead, we're going to get that retreat energy to the discard, unfortunately. That's another reason you might wish for a Night Stretcher. Interesting choice there to Wally's Compassion before the energy was discarded. That way, you know, maybe if you had done it in the other order, the Frostlass would still be in the active, and you'd keep the energy. The problem is, it doesn't really matter. You need to have it in the active for the Phantom Dive attack, so putting it on the bench and then Wally's Compassioning was probably the right choice there, just to prevent any triple prize turn, if at all possible.
Well, speaking of a triple prize turn, I think that is what Keon is looking to close this set. Boss's orders could bring the Mega Frostlass back into the active, does have the Ultra Ball as well to find Dusknoir, but needs to find the boss's orders to get Frostlass back into the active. Now, granted, could also just stack some damage around the board as well, and that wouldn't be too bad of a consolation prize as well, especially because this Dragapult is still very, very healthy.
Yeah, and especially, I love the choice here to promote the 60 HP Dunsparce, because even though Keon could win this turn, there's more turns than just that. Seth is hoping to drag out this game as much as possible to get the Lopunny in play, And by putting the free retreat Dunsparce up there, 1, you can guarantee that you retreat in a Lopunny. 2, you're going to prevent a Phantom Dive. 60 damage counters is just enough to knock it out. So by putting it in the active, if it's going to get knocked out anyway, you might as well sponge the 200 damage from the Phantom Dive and make sure that nothing else can get knocked out on your bench so that Keon can only go down to 2 prizes instead of perhaps 1 prize, which is even worse when you've got the Dunsparce in play. And maybe you've used all your Pokepads, maybe you've used all your Hilda, maybe you just can't get to it, and then now all of a sudden you've got this immediate knockout scenario with the Monkey Dory that's already charged up if you do any 2-hit KO damage to that Dragapult. So making his options as wide as possible, and Dunsparce in the active with its 60 HP was the first step in that plan.
Has to also be very careful if he chooses to Cursed Blast here. And if that Baneri remains and Seth is able to find a boss's orders, that Pheasantipity on the bench is a very big liability to a Gale Thrust. So might have to take care of the Baneri this turn with this Dusknoir, and then try and find that last prize card somewhere else. And there it is, Curse Blast onto the Baneri, and to take 1 prize card here, but that Lopunny is not going to be seeing any play this game.
He could still win this turn, though. Now that he's cleared out his bench, all he needs is Meowth EX to come down, search out a boss's orders, and then all of a sudden, that 60 HP Dunsparce is now on the bench. Perfect target for your Phantom Dive. Search up another Dunsparce, and now all of a sudden, that's 2 prizes taken, plus the Cursed Blast. It's very, very risky for Seth right now.
Unfortunately for Keon to not grab the Meowth until the attack goes all the way through. So it is going to be Keon at 1 prize, and Seth not going to be able to find a Lopunny in this game. What can he do? This Dragapult is completely healthy, and Keon has done an amazing job of keeping the hand size so small this entire game. When Dragapult wants to see so many cards in hand, he only has 3 right now.
I mean, there's the Dunsparce. You can at least force your opponent to take another turn to take this knockout, get some more cards in hand. Maybe there's a situation where he could get a Baneri out again out of the discard. At that point, though, you just don't want to give up the last prize. I think he's just locked in with this Frostlass. Maybe he can get an absolute Snow Sleep Flip. There's something there to that. And especially being able to force a 8-prize game again by making that last prize the Frostlass might be his only answer to lengthen this game and make something happen in these last turns.
It is going to be a runaway draw. 3 more cards drawn. Does have a Dunsparce. It is so risky to reset up a full bench of Dunsparces as well. Now, granted, Keon has decided to fully use his Curse Blast line, but there it is, the Dunsparce EX coming into play as a secondary attacker.
Going to unfortunately get blocked by that jamming tower if the air balloon comes down. It looks like he wasn't sure. He's committed to it. Air balloon is going to give Frostlass that free retreat, and jamming tower is going to say, no, you don't actually have free retreat right now. I'm going to just take a little break. Ooh. What do you think of that Gust play right there with the boss's orders?
Well, it gets rid of the search, right? And that is exactly what Seth wants to avoid the most. But unfortunately, I do think Keon did draw the Meowth off of the prizes as well here too. So taking the long way, but it does feel like the right thing to do. It's going to be Tenacious Tail, which does 60 times the amount of Pokemon EX, and that is going to be 2 on the side of Keon here. But fortunately does not place the Dunsparce down, does have the Meowth to get boss, but doesn't have the Curse Blast line to get it done this turn.
Yeah, the other problem here is that any damage you do that isn't a full knockout can get pushed right back onto you with the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ability. It's been very quiet, just sitting on the bench there, minding its own business. All of a sudden now Monkey Dory is relevant because you just don't have enough one-hit KO options right now. And so that means every 30 damage that turn, getting pushed back on a Frostlass is another turn you need. Wally's Compassion, with so many of them in the discard, I think there's only 1 left available. That's going to mean Seth cannot keep this Frostlass around forever. Just needs it long enough to get that last prize, though. So if Seth can pull another boss's orders out, can even gust up the Monkey Dory, that may be enough to close the game. It's just, oh, there it is. He just flashed it.
It's going to be boss's orders for the game here, and Seth going to be able to bring it all the way back here using I guess, the third attacker in this deck, and that is going to be the Dunsparce EX, not just for Crustle, for getting those Dracloaks, and Seth crawling all the way back from not having a single Baniri in the game, but was masterfully using those Wally's Compassions to clear out the damage from Mega Frostlass. Let's check out the replay for this game, because if you missed it, it was gone here. Here we go, though. It was looking a little bit rough for Seth in the beginning, but did fortunately get to go into Frostlass very early, and then going into Dragapult as well, spreading out all of this damage. But it was the Curse Blast onto the Baniri. The moment it hit the bench, we didn't see Megalopony this whole game.
I know, and Baniri hopped on out of there, and then the Dunsparce EX had to come in with a steel chair and save the day. Beautiful work. I didn't even think that line was available at that point. Forgot that Pheasant W was an EX, honestly. But having those outs on your mind is the strategy here. Don't get discouraged by the way that Baniri just didn't cooperate with you. Look at the resources you do have available, and that's what Seth did here. Beautiful work.
And I do believe there was sort of there was a misstep with the attachment for turn onto the Monkey Dory. That very well took away game from Keon as well. But it is going to be us heading into a game number 3, and a better start for Seth here, starting the fan Rotom, but it's going to be Keon going first.
Keon going first is going to mean he evolves faster. It's going to mean that he may not play a supporter this turn, but that's not going to stop him from having all those Dreepies, and then immediately this next turn having Dracloak and potentially repeating that game 1, Rare Candy, Dragapult, an immediate attack, and then all of a sudden Seth is out of resources. So Seth needs to be very cautious this turn with what gets set up in order to prevent a immediate double or even triple prize loss.
And speaking of prizes, the prizes on Keon's side aren't too bad. The only thing that I have my eyebrow raised is that jamming tower. Both players do play 2 stadiums in each deck, and we know that Seth's Battle Cage is the one that's stopping a lot of these damage counters from being flown around the board here. But looking on over at Seth's side, 1 copy of Wally's being prized, not exactly what you want to see here. But Seth does have a much better starting board and the Battle Cage and Lily's Determination ready to go. We will be seeing Megalopony this game.
Making sure that the Dunsparce that get played are all the 70 HP ones, absolutely no chance of the 60 HP Phantom Dive immediate knockout, which could happen because of the energy on that benched Dreepy. And also, interesting choice there to put it on the bench rather than the active. You're definitely looking at that Rotom and going, I could get knocked out, let me put it on the bench where it's more protected. That's probably what was going through Keon's head, and it looks like that's going to make it more likely that Keon can attack this turn.
Ooh, and speaking of attacking, it will be the Assault landing from Fan Rotom, because there is a stadium in play, was able to get rid of the one of 2 Dreepies on the board. And look at Keon's board, using the Night Stretcher to get back that Soul Dreepy, evolving into Dracloak, and then Lily's Determination. Keon needs a little bit of help. Can also start to set up the Cursed Blast line as well. There is no Psyduck in play as of right now here, but I think Keon's a little bit more worried about these Dreepies.
Fantastic to have that Lily's Determination. One of Seth's win conditions here is to hope that there's just not enough basics, and all of a sudden you've cleared out your opponent's board of basic Pokemon and you win the game so quickly. Because of the Night Stretcher for the Dreepy and the discard, that is not going to be an option. Going to require multiple turns to clear it out, and there's a Buddy Poff, and that's going to make it even harder to get rid of all your basics on time.
Yeah, no items, no problem. Did already have 2 Dreepies in the hand off of Lily's Determination. We'll be using this Buddy Poffin to search out the Duskull and also do the deck check as well. But looky, here comes our favorite friend, Budew, coming immediately down onto the bench to try and slow down Seth here. But benching what now is a much better board than turn 1 for Keon here, and here comes that Itchy Pollen.
Preserving that energy on the bench allowed this retreat into Itchy Pollen. Itchy Pollen's going to prevent those item cards. That means no Pokegear. That means it's just going to come down to supporters and what's in your hand, and perhaps enriching energy. If I don't see that available right now.
No, unfortunately, no enriching energy, but does have a Pokepad in hand to go reliably grab the Dunsparce if he so chooses to. Does have a lot of good cards in hand as well, so we'll be seeing draw this turn, but We're now in overtime, by the way. You know, it's timeout, and you can't finish a whole game between these two decks in 3 turns. So it will be a tie between both Kian and Seth here, but great displays of what both decks can truly do.
It's really tough on stream to get everything going and lined up, and it's even harder when your own deck isn't cooperating with you. Seth not taking any chances, though, making the most of every turn available to snatch that all-important match point and stay undefeated. I mean, look at his record.
Very, very true here. 803, and Kian will go to 911, which is still a amazing record. Still very well in the line for that asymmetrical top cut here. And I am so excited to go through this match again. Let's check out the replay and how we saw Dudunsparce EX save Seth into a tie.
I mean, from that game 1 with the Psyduck stuck in the active suit all the way, coming down to having the difficulty with the Baniri, finally getting it only for it to go straight back to the discard. That was a really rough set of circumstances that Seth found every possible out to. And look at those Phantom Dives, just spreading the damage around, creating so many opportunities to take those prizes. Seth had to rely on those Wally's Compassion to get through some really difficult turns and board states. I mean, the math you had to do on the Phantom Dives alone made sure that you had to promote the correct Dudunsparce, promote and keep the right things off of your bench, not overbench, not put too many resources down that could get knocked out. So very good choices made by both players here. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get a solid win for Kin, but Seth was able to take the absolute most out of a really rough start.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we head into this game number 2, this strange kind of end game, it felt like that Monkey Dory attach actually could have gone somewhere else and would have been game right then and there, but not having access to Mega Lopunny at all allowed for Dudunsparce EX to actually get the highlight and get the win. We're not used to seeing that, but it feels like for a deck that's so teched versus Dragapult, right? It's specifically playing the Battle Cage, the Psyduck, right? Unfortunately, we just did not get to see it go all the way through fruition, unfortunately. But still, I mean, great showing for both players.
Yeah, and honestly, Wally's Compassion is an answer to Dragapult. If you think about it, as long as Dust Ore is not available for you, you cannot take a one-hit KO. That means every attack you use can be wiped away very cleanly with Wally's Compassion. You reattach that energy, it's like Dragapult's turn didn't even happen.
It's very true. And I think Wally's Compassion has certainly gotten its mileage at this tournament for sure. But I would love to loop in Pablo for the conversation as well. We know that Pablo's always watching, and I'm sure he's got some great analysis on what's happened during this match. There he is.
Hi, Pablo.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, pretty interesting match. I don't think we saw Seth's deck at its true potential, right? Like, game 1 was a little awkward. Game 2, the Bunneries decided to go hide in the prize cards. They were a little too scared to come out and play against the big dragon. But, I mean, Seth honestly managed pretty well despite that, right? Found the line, found that the Dudunsparce EX with the Mega Frostlass and making sure that there were no liabilities outside of those two so that Kian just couldn't finish out the game.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how the hand management worked? Because working around Resentful Refrain looked really difficult.
So those are exactly the 3 clips that I have right now here for us. We have how Kian really tried his best to really diminish Seth's possibility. Obviously, he must have realized that Seth just didn't have access to Mega Lopunny in game 2. And then we saw how he was able to really bring down his hand to a single card, meaning this huge 3-prize Pokemon liability only did 50 damage, which is nothing very impressive, honestly.
Yeah, and then still, I mean, it felt like Kian didn't get to play with a hand practically the entire game. And as we alluded to, Dragapult's the deck that you really get to draw through. But it seemed like Seth was so set up with this Mega Frostlass, and it just felt like the moment that Psyduck didn't come back to bench with that Night Stretcher, it felt kind of cooked.
Yeah, and in this situation, Kian was able to have triple Dracloak in play, have the Dragapult, missed the Psychic at that point in time. Seth was able to Wally's Compassion away the damage, but only had 2 cards in hand, right? So meaning, like, anytime you're 4-hit KOing at Dragapult, that just doesn't feel great. But despite that, it really was all about the Wally, right? Wally is what essentially Seth wasn't having very impactful turns, but he was also making sure that Kian wasn't having very impactful turns. Kian was doing 6 damage counters to the bench, while Seth was doing 50 to 100 damage on average. So pretty slow and steady wins the race in this case, and Seth ended up coming out the winner.
Some of those recon directors were very impressive as well, particularly in that second game where he had no draw supporters and all of a sudden he had to choose between Lily or a different card and didn't take the Lily. What do you make of that play?
I mean, certainly Lily is the best supporter card we have right now, but it does come to a point where you have enough drag cloaks, you've gone through enough resources to where you're just looking for that boss's orders, right? Or you're looking for that energy acceleration with Rose's encouragement or Crispin to just close out a game. So Lily is fantastic, but it's not always the answer.
Absolutely, Pablo. And then inside of this game number 2, I know there was a little bit of a weird part with attaching to Monkey Dory. May have lost Kian this game, potentially, because he was using the Crisp Blast to grab Meowth.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
all in all,
every energy matters, right? We've seen these small margins really make or break games, right? And that's what happens at these top-level games. One attachment that you perhaps dedicate somewhere and it was supposed to go elsewhere, or your opponent ends up whiffing at some point, and now all of a sudden anything that you were planning doesn't come to fruition. So yeah, that energy on the Monkey Dory definitely could have been a huge turning point in this game.
well, thank you so much, Pablo, for all of your wisdom in the analyst little box. Honestly, what a great way to start off this day number 2 with Dragapult going up against something different. I'm excited to see where the rest of the day goes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're here at the LA Regional Championships. These events keep getting bigger and bigger. That just means there's more places to hide. Let's play Where's Wancho? Come find me.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have, to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence, and I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing, and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
Played the video games when I was young, and then after a little while, my mom taught me the card game. We played at home for many years, and then eventually I figured out that people play this competitively. I went to my first league, figured out there was a whole tournament setting, and play Pokemon and everything, and from there I just started playing more and more, and eventually traveled the world and got to do all this. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. It's been my favorite since childhood. It's just small, cute. I really like the fourth movie which Celebi was in, and yeah, it's kind of been like my lucky mascot ever since. I always go to the bathroom before games just so I don't have additional distractions at the very least. Try to drink a lot of water and keep myself energized throughout the day. But the most important prep is probably the day before when I go to sleep early. I think that's the most important part. I play Pokemon because it's so much fun. And the game itself is a lot of fun, so I enjoy the technical aspect of it. And I also enjoy the travel, hanging with friends, and meeting new people. That's all amazing. My best talent is definitely Pokemon, but I have other things I like to do as well. I have recently picked up chess a little bit. That's been actually quite fun. And then I also play a decent amount of tennis as well, which I also enjoy quite a lot. If I could be the designer of a card, I would probably like it to have some sort of consistency ability. So something that draws cards or something that allows you to come back into games that you're far behind in. So some sort of comeback card I think would be very cool. I think my favorite Pokemon events are probably the World Championships in Hawaii and Japan. It's really hard to choose between them for me, but I'll definitely go with one of those. I actually listen to some of the Pokemon music as well, which is kind of fun. But I like a lot of fast-paced music. I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm Team Blastoise. I always pick the water starter whenever I play the Pokemon games, regardless of which one it is. So then I would have to go with Squirtle, and then that's Blastoise. So I'm Team Blastoise.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the Trading Card Game Regional Championships here in Los Angeles, California. Just a couple more Swiss rounds remain of phase number 2 until we get into our Top Cup. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse. We will be taking you through the next couple of Swiss rounds as we do whittle things down and figure out which of these trainers is going to continue to compete for the title.
That's right, we're getting closer. We've had some pretty great games already. Featured a really interesting match with Kiana Meany being so close to taking those 3 match points, but ends up with the tie to start things off. And now we've got a few more players that are just itching their way closer, trying to get to the top cut.
We have spent plenty of time this weekend talking about Dragapult, and we will continue to talk about Dragapult, including right now, as we're going to take a look at the breakdown of what different Dragapult variants we have out in the floor and how popular each of them are. Of course, we know 47% of our Day 2 field was Dragapult EX archetypes, and these are the ways players are choosing to play it this weekend.
Why am I the most scared of the 8 copies over there on the edge like that? But truly, the hammers are just a wild way to play this list, but it works so well in the mirror match. The energy placements and the timing of it can be such a pain for the opponents, as you just miss out on such valuable resources.
We, of course, see Dragapult Dusknoir leading the charge. That was the most popular way to play Dragapult before the rotation, so perhaps many players choosing to stick with something that they're familiar with this first tournament of the new format for them here in America. But I would say, I'm a little surprised by that. I felt like the straight Pult would edge it out just a little bit as the more popular variant.
Yeah, there's always 2 sides to that coin, where the impactfulness of the Dusknoir was often so that you could take advantage of the fact that you're giving up these prize cards, you go to the counter catchers, the Iono. That's not a part of this strategy anymore. Instead, it's really about taking advantage of board states that are weakened. If you can clear 2 threats at once or target down that Mega Pokemon on the other side, that's where the straight Pult doesn't have the capability. Instead, it just attacks in for 200, hopes to get there, and a lot of decks are taking advantage of that right now.
Well, here are a bunch of players who are playing Dragapult, but also a bunch of players not. This is our Swiss rankings here for round number 12. Jack Pritcher leading that charge at 10-0-1. Of course, playing Dragapult and tons of other names we've seen so far this weekend. Hale Obernolte, Andrew Hedrick. We, of course, just saw Kiana Meany take his first tie of the weekend. Perhaps a little sequencing there where he just missed out on a potential game-winning play in that second game of his set, but still a strong record, 9-1-1.
Yeah, still a great chance to continue on in this tournament, and a lot of players really just hoping to have a chance at this. And these are all the players that could do just that now. 27 match points, looking to lock up a little more. And there also is that little extra feature this time around of playing for placement in Top Cut, so you can choose who goes first or second. That has been a big debate amongst the players, and I think we might see less IDing in this last round. They truthfully just want a better shot when they're in cut.
Giving yourself that guaranteed win of the coin flip, effectively getting to choose whether you go first or second in Top Cut. A very strong advantage for the higher seeded player. Let's look at these notable matches for Swiss round 12. We're going to be featuring Ian Robb up against Preston Rutledge. We've talked plenty about Ian through the course of the weekend, a big proponent of that Raging Bolt deck, so I'm excited to get to see that in action. Preston will be playing Dragapult, so we'll see if Ian can not only talk the talk, but walk the walk, show us how it's done. And I'm excited to see the result of that next one. Hale Obernolte versus Andrew Hedrick. That is a huge matchup right there.
Yeah, Hale is definitely feeling comfortable with Dragapult, but if there ever were a test, it will be Andrew Hedrick on the other side of that table. Plenty of great games to follow through. We'll see who will make it into the Top Cut along with us as we move through these next 2 rounds, but it's all about Ian Robb and Preston Rutledge. And can Raging Bolt do what it's promised us?
Yeah, Ian Robb, Preston Rutledge, and Bidoof as well.
Oh, right. We got an additional. Is that cheating to have a Bidoof helping you along the way?
It's 61 cards effectively here, right? Yeah, excited to see this one break down. It is going to be Dragapult Dusknoir as the variant for Preston. And there's also some pretty decent things working for him in this matchup, I would say, as well. As opposed to the unfair stamp, he's actually playing Neo Upper Energy, so that's a way you can make up for a big quick KO on a Dragapult EX. You can have a response right away by just a single attachment.
Yeah, and then there's other things that you don't always see on the other side. You see the Mega Kangaskhan is a real big feature for Ian. Likes to use that early, see plenty of cards, hold on to those hit points. Dragapult, when it actually has the Dusknoir alongside it, has a little more of a chance to work in those numbers and try to clean this Pokemon up before it becomes a big issue.
We'll get into more of the strategies as we break this game down. It looks like our players are getting ready. Prize cards now going out for both of them. Lily's Clefairy, unfair stamp for Ian. There's that Dusknoir in the prizes for Preston. A couple of things of concern for both of these competitors.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see the Lily's Clefairy so often. That can just be that easy way to take those prize cards. The Dragapult cleared off the board, and even if you could take away that Neo Upper, but you don't even have your unfair stamp to follow up on some of these spots. You're asking a lot of your deck right now with these prize cards.
There will certainly be some interesting situations for these players to navigate. But I think we are ready to get into this game. Ian Robb on the left, Preston Rutledge on the right. Ian is going to be going first. Starts off with his ideal Pokemon, Mega Kangaskhan EX. Run errand right away to draw 2 cards.
And an ideal start to see this Pokemon in the active spot. So often, this is the key, to see those extra cards, flood the hand, and start to work on whichever piece is the most impactful to your setup. And we see the Ultra Ball already, plenty of different energies to work with. And he'll get the bad news that the Clefairy's not there this time, but he has plenty of other friends.
Ultra Ball discarding that Chien Pao and the basic fighting energy. Chien Pao, honestly, a pretty solid option for him in this matchup. He can go wide with the Area 0 underdepths and then use Chien Pao to remove a Pokemon that perhaps has taken a hit from a Phantom Dive to get rid of liabilities that, of course, can still be unlocked by Night Stretchers in future turns of the game, but having to discard it right away.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate that you're missing out on that chance, but so often you'll see the damage from the other side from that Dragapult player and telegraph their plays with the damage being placed, and maybe can avoid some of those situations where he's just bossed away for prize card after prize card.
Pretty nice setup here, though, for Ian, as he does find the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. He uses that Teal Dance ability to attach an energy and draw 1 additional card, finding himself that Latias EX. So Skyliner will provide his board some mobility through this game, and also a Raging Bolt EX hitting the field. Now over to Preston, who is going to kick things off as good as a Dragapult player can. Buddy Poffin searching the deck for a couple of basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, adding them to his arsenal.
Yeah, not bad at all to see this card alongside you, and you also have a chance to maybe incorporate that Bidoof in this initial setup. You haven't seen the energy rotated by one of those 4 copies of Energy Switch, which means maybe you can avoid that attack on the second turn from Ian. It's a little more difficult to reach for that attack if you don't have those energies available for you.
Yeah, great call out there. It may be difficult for Ian to attack this turn, would need to find himself a Crispin to make it happen. Preston will retreat his Dreepy into Bidoof, and what seemed like a strong start has stalled a bit here. No supporter found on Preston's first turn. Ooh. Ian does have that Crispin in his hand, playing it right away.
Yeah, he's not messing around, and rightfully so. This works out so well. The pressure is immediately back onto Preston without a supporter, and only 1 turn of the Itchy Pollen. Kangaskhan will continue to absolutely wreak havoc here. This is 3 energies ready to go. Additional draw with the run errand. I mean, if you don't check this soon, then Ian can start to run away with this.
And even additional draw with the Teal Dance, a nice little effect there of the Crispin, adding the Grass Energy to the hand. Guarantees 1 extra card drawn, now 2 more from the run errand. There's a Psychic Energy onto Kangaskhan, ready to rapid fire combo. More than enough to deal with poor little Bidoof, and Preston needs something ASAP. What does he find from the top? It is another Buddy Poffin, and he does have a Pokepad here. I think he really needs this Dracloak to find a supporter very badly.
Yeah, of course, if you have this to work with, that's great. You could also see every once in a while go for the Pheasantipity to try to see some additional resources. But with the Buddy Poffin, starting to build a little bit of a board now, and there is always hope. With that Recon Directive, there was a rare candy in hand. Maybe you can put some sort of threat in play with a Dragapult in the active, even just attacking for 70, or you can find that supporter and get the ball rolling.
And this is where that Neo upper energy, should he find it, would be really nice, though. Let's not forget it is just a single one-of copy. He needs a lot of help here from the Dracloak. There is a couple other Dracloaks, so pretty simple choice. And he can get one more look. Does lose out on the rare candy options. There's the fourth Dracloak right there, Kyle.
And how many players would shake their head to that? But truly, with this hand, there was rare candy Dragapult. If the Neo upper energy was found, a supporter, then this would have been a really aggressive flip of the coin, attacking for 200 into this Pokemon. Instead, now it's just a slower setup and feeding a prize card to Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and feeding a Dracloak as well as the Pokemon going down here. Not ideal, as that will limit Preston's draw power on the next turn. He will play his third Buddy Poffin, so his board is continuing to get somewhat established, and he's actually going to attempt to preserve this Dracloak. Makes a lot of sense.
And it will be Dreepy sent away. Can understand that with the importance of at least one of these Dusknoir being used at some point in time. If you lose that Duskull and the other's targeted later on, it could be pretty rough.
Now back over to Ian. Of course, he's already got what he needs to pull off an attack this turn, but how should he further attempt to establish this board? He's been given a big opening here with no pressure from Preston.
And sometimes if the hand is conducive to it, you can have the energies to incorporate your Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, start to take multiple prize cards. There's no bench barrier effects at this point in time, but it asks so much of your deck to have those energies available, to see the energy switches to go along with it. And you have a good thing going for you at this point. Tons of energies, enough for a Raging Bolt to check a Dragapult would be excellent, and we already see that on board.
Teal Mask Ogerpon drawing one with the Teal Dance. Run errand now from Kangaskhan. See what it finds. Looks like Pheasantipity will hit the board, and look at how many energy cards are in play here, Kyle. And Ian is feeling very comfortable here, as none of these Pokemon are at super high threat of going down quickly. Preston will send up the Dreepy. He's got Rare Candy Dragapult in the hand. He does find Meowth from the top of the deck. Going to go with Recon Directive first. And is awarded with a Lily's Determination. I have to imagine that's the take.
Yeah, it's as nice as Monkey Dory can be at times. You see a supporter and don't have to play Meowth. Probably leaning on that. And second Rare Candy found too.
Yeah, and an interesting line here with the Meowth being found. We actually could see Preston go out for the Hilda to guarantee the find of the Neo upper energy. He does also have Dusclops in the hand.
But with the Rare Candy combination with the Hilda, you have a Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dragapult, search out your Neo upper. That is a cleared Mega Kangaskhan. It's a lot of resources, but it seems pretty good.
Yeah, I wonder if he is going to hold off a little bit here, because that would be full in on...
It's prized.
That's right, yeah, Dusknoir being prized. But even still, it would be full in on the one Dragapult, and Ian has the response to Dragapult ready to go. Raging Bolt on the bench with 2 energy already on it. Enough energy in play that he can one-hit KO any Stage 2 EX Pokemon with ease.
Right, but this is a spot where if you could use that Pokemon, clearing 3 energies off the board and taking those prize cards, it at least forces your opponent to go down to a board with no energies, Raging Bolt. It would seem nice, but the prize cards don't help him out in this spot. Now you have to play this chip game battle, and just it's not as pleasant.
He's going to set things up nicely, though, where a bunch of Pokemon are going to be in range of being KO'd by future Phantom Dives. No Dusknoir even necessary. He could even set up for a 5-prize turn next turn, potentially through the use of like a double Dusclops. We'll see, though, what Ian does to respond here. This could perhaps be a turn where that Chien-Pao would be nice if he can find enough of those pieces. Going to start it off with that run errand to draw himself 2 more cards. There is that Area 0 Underdepths, widening the bench, giving him access to 3 more Pokemon to potentially put into play, up to 8 Pokemon available.
And as you mentioned with that, if you can save some of these energies off of the Mega Kangaskhan, then remove this Pokemon from play, still get the discard effect of your Raging Bolt, that'd be pretty nice. These 3 prize cards are painful to lose, but it looks like this Pokemon may have to stick around for a little longer.
Oh, and he's just going to load up this. Look at all these energy cards. Glass Trumpet plus attach for turn, getting him 2 energy cards into play and a Lily's Determination to refresh the hand, shuffling in to draw 6.
Just and imagine where the prize cards don't hurt him here. If the Lily's Clefairy is available.
Look at the Kangaskhan picture on the bottom left with the 5 energies attached to it.
We're starting
a little over the top.
Starting to fill the pouch here. This is getting ridiculous.
I wonder what it looks like whenever the little symbol. What it looks like when you get like 9, 10 energy on a Pokemon.
Maybe Ian can test that for us.
Yeah, we're getting into that range as he does find another grass energy to throw onto Teal Mask Ogerpon with the Teal Dance, getting himself 1 more card, and there will go the Bellowing Thunder. And let's see where he chooses to discard the energy cards from. Looks like certainly a few from this Mega Kangaskhan, I imagine.
Yeah, I think at least 2 of them from there. But it looks like 3.
And then 2 from the active Raging Bolt. That's 350 damage. Down goes Dragapult EX, and Ian is awarded with 2 pretty strong cards, Energy Switch and Unfair Stamp, giving him lots of plays. Next turn, Preston kicks off his sequence with that Flip the Script of the Pheasantipity. He's gonna really need to find his Neo Upper Energy this turn, Kyle.
Right, I mean, this is what you spoke of. When you play this card, it's for a reason. Like these spots where you have no energy in play, now the Neo Upper can find that attack for you, but unfortunately you don't have a way to mess with the hand like an Unfair Stamp would, so would be a little reliant on one of those 2 copies of Judge in this spot to slow things down, as Ian is holding on to some really good cards. That's 1 too.
Whoa, Kyle, there it is. Neo Upper Energy, pink card alert. And he's going to Ultra Ball away Lily's Determination, perhaps lining up for a Judge to combo with this play.
Okay.
Looks like that will be his line. Judge and Boss's Orders, not before using that Dusclops. Pretty smart sequencing here. Give Ian the additional card and then send it into the deck, ensuring he only has 4 to work with. Ian only needing to take 1 prize card here. So we'll see if Preston has what it takes to mount the full 6-1 comeback.
And Ian didn't find the Lily's Clefairy. He drew the Area 0 out of the prize cards. That's going to be shuffled into the deck now. So the easy answer to this Dragapult won't be available off of this Judge. And you can see the prize cards lining up for Preston. There are 5 easily available here with the knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan and the Raging Bolt.
Yes. And can easily knock out either Teal Mask Ogerpon or Latias for his final KO. Could even put a little damage on the Pheasantipity, so that could even be in range of a Phantom Dive. It's probably going to be this turn or bust for Ian Robb. He needs to find a Boss's Orders. If he can find Boss, he's only got 1 prize card remaining. He can take out the Duskull very easily with that Teal Mask Ogerpon on his bench. That's what it comes down to, Kyle. Boss's Orders or lose here for Ian, and he's got Meowth EX. Last-ditch catch will find him that last-ditch boss to take his final KO.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you play this deck. You have so many energies, so many chances to find these opportunities to close out games, and he provides himself one there. When you're just drawing through, seeing those resources, eventually you do have a chance to use the Myriad Leaf Shower and take that KO, and it just takes 1 weak Pokemon on the other side of the board. You don't have to work your way through the Dragapult every time.
Wow, what an effort there from Preston to make it close, give himself a shot, but ultimately not enough. Let's recap that game number 1 here. Ian, of course, getting to go first, mint a turn 2 attack with the find of the early Crispin, taking down the mighty Badoo.
Yep, just look at the energies on board, loaded up from the get-go. Ian had so much working for him, but was working against those prize cards. And didn't see the Unfair Stamp, didn't see the Lily's Clefairy, but that wasn't a problem just yet. Had so many energy on board that the easy answer for the Raging Ball KO onto the Dragapult was there. Now, what was the follow-up for Preston? Does find every piece perfectly with the Neo Upper Energy, the Judge, but it only takes a Meowth in this format to get you over the threshold.
Preston perhaps really missing Iono in that spot. You can see the difference between those Disruption supporters. Preston will kick things off, going first here. Dreepy in his active position, and similarly to game number 1, we'll find that early Buddy Puffin. Once again, Kyle, though, Dusknoir hiding in his prizes. One of his 2 Meowth EX, and also his only copy of Badoo.
Yeah, that's been one of the cuts that players have made in this format. It's going down to just one Badoo. It hasn't been as impactful as of late, but that Dusknoir again. To find the math on Mega Kangaskhan, so often that can be one of the pieces. Surprise your opponent, remove those energies, avoid Raging Bolts from discarding those in the future, and if you don't have access to that, you're just attacking into these high hit points.
A pair of Dreepy will join the party here off Buddy Poffin. Preston still having a little more to work with. Looks like a couple supporters, so he'll be lined up decently for his turn 2. Now over to Ian. And this is where things could get a little scary, honestly, for Preston. There's a lot of potential here for Ian on this opening turn, thanks to the power of Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X and also Energy Switch.
Yeah, with access to even a Crispin, you could see so much happening. But
well,
you mentioned those energy switches. Those might be stuck.
Feels a lot less likely now with Cyrano being played as the supporter for turn. But honestly, Ian, I'm sure, will be content to just get a little set up here. Cyrano, just such a strong card for these all-EX decks. I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit. This deck feeling like one of the first decks you build when you get into the game. I'm using just all my big EX cards. It doesn't matter what energy type they require. I'm just going to put them all in the same deck, and Cyrano will find you 3 different ones.
Well, thankfully for Ian, the prize cards did not hold that Latios, as the Skyliner can really be one of the most impactful cards. You use that ability, retreat these Pokemon, get that Mega Kangaskhan into the active, draw the additional resources, and have a chance to put up a fight on that second turn. Have the energies to close out on a Dracloak if you find that boss's orders and clear that threat.
Yeah, such an impactful card. Ian even playing 2 copies of it at this point. Something that we so often see as just a one of. Honestly, Latios EX also in this deck becomes kind of your way to get into Mega Lucarios as an attacker. So really a strong option in this deck. We will see Ian use an energy switch and get an attachment for turn onto Kangaskhan. So that is ready to go to start rapid fire comboing on the next turn, but not before Preston gets an opportunity here. And an early Hilda is going to give him a lot of options. Does he have Rare Candy Dragapult, Kyle? Are we going to see a quick Neo upper energy attack?
Oh, yeah, he's moving and grooving, and looks like the pieces are there. With the Neo upper and the rare candy, it's all right there to attack into this Mega Kangaskhan, and that's so much pressure that you're putting on your opponent at this point. Just 2 energies in play. Think back to game 1. Ian holding upwards of 9 energies on the board, had all those threats easily checked, and instead now has to play some defense.
And even here as well, Preston is going to be able to combo this with a Judge if he would like to. Looks like that card was available to him here in the hand. So there's the pair of Dracloaks. It looks like perhaps Judge not going to be the choice here, as he will use his Recon Directives first.
Yeah, I think, well, the Hilda got the Neo,
true. Yes,
but
yes.
for following turns, that would be a great way to check this setup. And I think the one piece missing now for Preston is just expand this board a little more. A Buddy popping into some Duskulls. That could really lead to some big KO avenues.
Lots of pressure potentially placed onto Ian on this next turn. Preston not finding a Buddy Poffin, but a Pokepad will work at least half as good, as he is able to find himself a Duskull down. And there is Rare Candy Dragapult. Yeah, the order doesn't really matter.
Well, if you're you can understand being this excited in this spot as.
And look at this math here as well.
Literally perfect.
40 onto Raging Bolt and 10 onto each of the other 2 Pokemon. 200 HP remaining for all of them. The line is there for Preston to just attack 3 times and win.
Yeah, and can't get much better than that. Puts so much pressure onto Ian, and Preston does have follow-up already. The energy on the Dracloak. A second Dragapult would probably be pretty easy to find at this stage, and that's still asking for Ian to find either Lily's Clefairy and some energy switching, or have a very lucky rapid-fire combo.
And he did find off his run errand a Crispin, so that will unlock lots of potential here. I think actually should line up for him to attack with Raging Bolt and get the KO on this active, though it would cost him all energy in play. So instead, he will reach for that Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, Full Moon Rondo starting to get closer and closer, and start to count this up, and I think he's already there with the amount of Pokemon in play. It's you just finding those energies, having the 2 Psychics. It's something he spoke about in his breakdown. He didn't want his Latios to get stuck in the active, But he's not worried about that now. Thankfully, with the second Psychic, he can just charge up this Lily's Clefairy and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, this is perfect math right now, Kyle. With no other benched Pokemon in play, this is dealing 160 damage base times 2 for weakness. 320 to one-hit KO a Dragapult EX. And with the Neo Upper Energy already being expended from Preston, he's now going to be forced to find a bit more to piece his future attacks together. Ian will take the opening KO here. 2 cards added now to the hand. 4 prize cards remaining. And what does Preston find?
Well, a few more resources. Whichever supporter you want to go along with this, either the Lily or the Judge to go either work against your opponent or for yourself. But there is a Dusclops. You can work in a little more of this math now. And with the amount of damage onto the Mega Kangaskhan, that actually works out in your favor. This could be a 5-prize turn.
Preston leaving his final card in hand as Lily's Determination. Nice clean shuffle for 8. And he'll have a couple recon directives to work with. He does need to find Dragapult and a Psychic Energy, but he's going to see 10 cards here. You got to favor his chances in this position to get those 2 pieces.
Yeah, it's already seen so many good cards. It looks like every time we see Preston's hand, the cards are flying left and right, and Pheasantipity even added to this as well. So
yeah, he's got it guaranteed already with the Night Stretcher found as well, plus the Psychic Energy. So the recon directives are just going to be for fun at this point. Buddy Poffin will bring down a Dreepy. Also debating another Duskull.
Yeah, this is where I want Preston to slow down and consider how Game 1 ended and what are likely avenues to lose from this spot. And once this Dragapult is KO'd, the Dusclops is cleared, you're looking at those low hit point Pokemon again, Myriad Leaf Shower for closeout. You want to hold on to as many high hit point Pokemon as you can as your remaining board.
Recon Directive, looking at a couple of cards. Recon Directive number 2. Going to add the Crispin to hand to guarantee an attack on the next turn, I have to assume. Dragapult was also found here, Kyle. Fire Energy and Psychic in the hand currently. Of course, needing the Psychic on the active at this juncture. And there's the Evolution. And he could take the 5-prize turn now. He could hold off and wait and try to target down Kangaskhan next turn if he wants to. Then you do run the risk of that Chien-Pao play we mentioned in game number 1. So Preston will go ahead and try to cash in on that damage while it is in play.
Yeah, I'd say the Chien-Pao and the Raging Bolt are both some issues you want to look out for at this spot. Any remaining energies on this board could lead to trouble. Also, one of those energies being a Psychic is really detrimental as well, because if you leave that on board, an energy switch, a Night Stretcher for Lily's Clefairy, and this Pokemon is right back in the active, taking a KO.
Yeah, this is honestly feeling a little precarious right now for Ian. That's a 5-prize turn from Preston. He just needs to attack once more to win the game. Ian cannot win the game on this turn. Down to 3 prize cards at this point, and he only has 1 energy in play. If he just attacks with the Raging Bolts, Preston's got a huge hand. Gotta think that Preston would be able to find the pieces.
And this is the issue. For Ian, the KO is not that difficult. If you have Meowth, you search out Crispin, you play Glass Trumpet, you accelerate these energies onto your colorless Pokemon, you'll find a way for Raging Ball to clear this Dragapult. But you cannot combat the hand on the other side from Preston at the same time. And he's holding Crispin. He saw plenty of resources. You have to expect that 200 damage is coming your way next turn.
I think what Ian needs here is to find his A-Spec, the one of Unfair Stamp. That would give him his best shot to fight back in this game. It's a lot to piece together from the board of just 3 Pokemon. He needs Unfair Stamp plus a way to one-hit KO Dragapult EX.
Well, maybe this lies on the back of a Pheasantipity at some point. Teal Mask draw, just a little more help to get over that. And, ooh, the Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
That can guarantee the Unfair Stamp should Ian have himself a Kangaskhan or even just the use of Teal Dance. Get him the 1 card. Cypher Maniac card we haven't really seen much of in this brand new format. Searching your deck for 2 cards and then putting them on top of the deck in any order that you would like. Ultra Ball now for Ian gets rid of a couple Ogerpon, 1 Teal Mask, 1 Wellspring Mask.
And now we'll see what's the more impactful position. Is it Glass Trumpet options for some of these energies, or is it the Fez to continue to draw afterwards?
I think the other thing for Ian here is that he would really like to attack with something that doesn't just get KO'd by Dragapult, right?
Sure.
If he attacks with this Raging Bolt, it's just going to be KO'd. If Preston just needs less, right? He needs to just find Crispin plus Dragapult EX. Whereas if he can attack with something that Dragapult cannot KO, a clean Raging Bolt, or if he had to go for some Kangaskhan flips, that would mean that Preston would need Boss's Orders and Crispin, and he can't play both of those in one turn.
Well, a fresh Raging Bolt may solve that problem. Crispin is in hand. There's already an energy to go along with this, so the attachment of a fighting energy from the deck would get that done.
Does he have the unfair stamp? That is the final piece of this combo here. He found out the Cypher Maniac. He's obviously not going that route, as Crispin is now his supporter for turn. There is a Grass Energy added to the hand, so if there's another Teal Mask Ogerpon, that's one more potential card drawn. He will play Glass Trumpet to get one more energy in play onto that colorless Meowth.
Looks like he's just content with this point of presenting a threat that isn't checked by the Dragapult and knowing that you cannot Crispin and Boss in the same turn.
Yeah, I think he feels like this will be enough, and honestly, Kyle, it likely will be should he be able to find an attack next turn. Now, he has left himself with no energy cards in play, but he knows Preston does not play Unfair Stamp. He's seen Neo Upper Energy. It's probably unlikely Preston plays more than one Judge, and he's already seen one hit the discard pile.
I mean, the stadium has been countered before, too. The Area Zero's in play, and you have the Latios. Energy Switch was just drawn off the prize card, so a couple of Night Stretchers easily lead to a Lily Skulfairy with an Energy Switch to get the job done. There's a lot of outs for Ian to find a path to victory, but can Preston put something together now? So he needs to get a lot of hit points in the active, and definitely make sure that these Pokemon on the bench can stick around. 90 seemingly the cap now.
And I don't know how Preston could take his final prize this turn. He's got to find some other route to slow things down. Perhaps Badoo, but no, that will go to the discard pile here. Maybe Preston's best line is just going to be attacking with Dragapult and hoping Ian can't piece together 5 energy in play. Ian has expended plenty of resources at this point.
Yeah, so much to use to get to this spot, and both players being exhausted to this final stage. Some damage onto the Raging Bolt with a ton of hit points in the active. 1-to-1 prize cards remaining. Ian Robb looking to close this game out on the next turn. He has a few different paths to get there. Is the 5 energy route really an option? It looks a little trickier now that the stadium's been countered to. Less options to fill onto this board.
Risky Ruins bumping the Area Zero under depths does give a couple of damage counters into play for Preston, and Judge is found from the Meowth. He does play 2 copies of Judge. Maybe Ian wasn't expecting that.
That's not always something you see here, but when you play the Neo Upper, you want to have a little more leeway with a Judge. So the second one really coming in clutch.
And here, Ian is really not going to have any draw power on his side. There's no Kangaskhan in the active spot. No KO has been taken from Preston, so there won't be any Pheasantipity usage. Ian is going to be left to finding maybe a Grass Energy to see more cards here with the Teal Dance. Other than that, he may just be left with these 4 cards from the Judge.
Oh, and Preston is doing a great job of burning through the deck at this point. Wants to play around every option here. If you can set up enough damage to check a Pokemon like a Pheasantipity, which could be promoted at the end of this turn if Ian has to pass over. If you find Crispin with Dark Energy, Monkey Dory can clear that threat.
All right, let's see if Ian can work some magic here. Does find Lily's Determination, so that could give him a nice little refresh of the hand, but not before a Teal Dance finds him one more card.
Oh, is that a Cypher?
It is a Cypher. I don't know what that leads to here.
He's so close. So with the Night Stretcher in hand, if you can counter the Stadium, then you have the Area Zero Underdepths. If you can work in the Lily's Clefairy along with the energy switch.
Yeah.
But you're asking for double Night Stretcher at that point with both Psychics in the discard pile.
And he does have that stadium, Kyle. Here comes the Night Stretcher.
Kangaskhan.
And he can use Cypher with this, but no, we'll just run Aaron to draw a couple cards.
I mean, there's no world where you play down enough Pokemon to clear out the I mean, there's too many threats on board that are within the 200 range.
Yeah, Meowth being there in range as well. Latias, yeah, that's not going to be a possibility. Just a boss's orders. So Ian not able to win the game this turn. This is a big opening here for Preston, but perhaps this is actually really smart though from Ian.
Yeah, this is beautiful. It checks the line where a Crispin finds the Psychic Energy and the Dark Energy for a Monkey Dory to clear out one of these Pokemon.
Preston has no way to win this turn.
If you wanted the retreat on the Meowth and then the attach to the Psychic, you miss out on that chance too, as Crispin and Boss can't be played in the same turn.
The same situation once again. Looks like Crispin is in hand here. Recon Directive used first, finding himself a boss's orders. Another Recon Directive adds a Lily. Ian buying himself a turn.
This is not the Dragapults of old that feature a Latias to move around, switch into Badoos, and move these Pokemon early. That attachment is guaranteed to Meowth almost every time in this spot now as that boss is played.
What a heads-up move there from Ian, knowing he can't win based on the 4 cards he found from the judge, but knowing that Preston can't win now with his gusting play.
It gives him a little more time here too. Can see some resources with the Mega Kangaskhan, hold on to those hit points, and really you don't need much else. If you find those stretchers, if you get a little more energy in play, one Glass Trumpet, a Crispin, Raging Bolt can take out any Pokemon on the other side of the board.
Ultra Ball just failing to find anything there from Preston. Now Preston able to capitalize on the Area 0 under depths as Dragapult EX, of course, is a Terra Pokemon. He will use a boss's orders here.
Yeah, copycatting doesn't work in this spot. And so Latias on the other side.
But this at least means that Ian won't be able to generate a couple extra cards with the run Aaron.
Right, and then that can be impactful.
And just a Jet Headbutt. Setting up this Meowth to also be an option to potentially be KO'd. Meowth of Preston's own being drawn here. And now Ian, again, Kyle doesn't really have much.
Yeah, but it always starts with that grass energy. When you see that free card, that free energy acceleration, there's always a chance. And Ian is going to take a peek, and he sees a Stretcher. I think he has Stretcher and a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in that hand. We'll see if the pieces are all there to make something happen. Adds an energy switch as well. But with the retreat, has basically locked this Pokemon up.
He knows Preston has Boss in hand. Preston holding the 2 game-winning cards right there at the front. Boss's orders, Psychic Energy ready to be played if Ian does not find a response here. If he can find Boss's orders again, it would be the same situation, and he doesn't have it. Preston flashes the 2 game-winning cards, and he sends us to game 3.
Whew. I mean, if that doesn't keep you on the edge of your seat, I don't know what does. Both these players really just reaching into this desperation game, trying to find the last resource to close things out, and I think we're ready for some fireworks in this last one.
Oh, man. What a game, number 2, so close. So many swings where it felt like one player was so favored, but the other one found the perfect answer for the situation. Preston able to put on so much pressure with that turn 2 Dragapult EX Neo upper energy. Ian responding with Lily's Clefairy. Preston responding with a 5-prize turn. Boom, 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 and then things slowed down, stalled out. After Ian takes this big KO, we stalled at 1-to-1 prizes for several turns.
Yeah, and that it just speaks to what Ian's deck is capable of. If you have the energies in play, you can make just about anything happen. Instead now, you see him just trying to buy a little more time, find those resources, and they just didn't line up at the right time. If we saw the stretchers line up together, then maybe it's a different story. You see that Clefairy sneak out and take an easy KO. Instead, had to work so diligently to get to that point, and Preston just played a really nice game, burning through his resources, trying to thin out the deck, and had everything to close out.
17 minutes remaining for this game number 3. Both of these players at 9-1-1 with a win would guarantee a spot in the top cut. Win or lose, they'd be at a 10-2-1 record after the next round. But with a loss, they're going to have a lot of pressure on their final Swiss round.
We've spoken about that. If you take this win and even play out your next one, if you go first in some of these games in top cut, this could mean that you jump into top 4. But they've got one game in their minds right now, and it starts with Ian and a teal mask. He's got the energy, and now a little more search.
Ultra Ball discarding a Raging Bolt and Energy Switch, 2 solid resources, and look at these prizes, Kyle. 2 Dragapult EX for Preston, 2 Glass Trumpet for Ian. Honestly, I'd rather be Ian in this position. 2 Dragapult, are you kidding me?
I mean, you've seen how aggressive Preston can be with those Pokemon. If he finds the rare candy, searches that out, you can load those up back to back. Instead, we'll likely have to find Night Stretchers time and time again to get that done, unless he takes those early prize cards.
Also, 1 Jamming Tower there, one of the 2 Stadium bumps he has, so unlikely to be able to respond to a quick Area 0 underdepths. Ian going to be able to go wide as early as he'd like, most likely, as Ian does find himself a Mega Kangaskhan off of an Ultra Ball, gets into that with retreating his Teal Mask, finding a few more cards, and Preston kicks off his turn. All 3 games with Buddy Poffin must be nice.
Yeah, it searches out your friends there in the Dreepy, but also maybe the little guy, Badoo, as it can have a pretty good impact, especially in this early stage of the game. Only 1 energy on the Mega Kangaskhan, no others in play, and locking out those items, even though you don't think of too many, the energy switch is super impactful.
There will be a couple Dreepy added here.
Oh, he's not done.
Let's not gloss over the fact as well, though, that Pheasantipity EX is the starter here for Preston. Not ideal.
Yeah, if there were ever a game, I suppose it's this one. Ian already prizing one of his 2 copies of Boss's Orders, so stalling onto that Pokemon doesn't seem as likely, but it's never a good sight to see that energy thrown away, discarded to get to this Badoo and know that this Pokemon's not going to be super helpful.
Pretty solid setup overall for Preston. No supporter played, but plenty of Pokemon added to the board. And Ian here having the same response we saw in game number 1. Crispin right away will attach 2 energy from the deck, 1 onto a Pokemon, 1 into the hand. This will guarantee a Kangaskhan attack should he want it right now.
And that seemingly has to be where you go at this spot. Just check this threat. Yes, unfortunately, you play into the Pheasantipity flipping the script, but chances are there's not a Dragapult waiting on the other side this time.
Yeah, with Raging Bolt, you really don't have much choice. When you have an opportunity to take a knockout, you basically have to do it. You got to keep up tempo. There's no real play around other than just swinging in with whatever your active Pokemon is. Run Aaron does find a Meowth EX. Teal Dance will add 1 more card to the hand. Psychic Energy attached from hand, found, of course, off the Crispin. Rapid Fire combo, down goes Badoo, up comes Dreepy. What does Preston have? We've seen a...
Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Did you see this hand? Not only is it multiple Dracloak, but there's Rare Candy and Hilda along with this.
Once again.
It just walks straight into the Neo Upper, and the Dragapult would have the threat immediately presented once more onto this Kangaskhan.
It's putting the pressure on, forcing Ian to find a response.
That's the way to go, but you see what Ian did on that last turn. It was so subtle, but he snuck that Psychic Energy into play. With the board as wide as it is for Preston, just Latias, Lily's Clefairy could counter this threat once more and take away that Neo Upper, but this is a huge turn for Preston. With the prize cards the way they are, to have this threat this early.
Gonna be a really interesting breakdown here these next couple of turns. Here comes the Dragapult and the Neo Upper from the Hilda. There is the candy, there is the attachment. Phantom Dive, ready to go. Tons of pressure laid on to Ian's board. Not before a Pokepad finds out the Dusclops, preparing for a potential Dusknoir. So much potential on Preston's next turn. Ian's board slightly underdeveloped still. And another Duskull added to the bench. Preston really having a dominant board position. He even has Crispin in his hand currently as a way to get another Dragapult. What does Ian have here? Plenty of cards in hand. A couple more now with the run errand. There's a grass, so that's even a few more cards. What is his best way to try to get through this Dragapult EX has to be the question.
And this is why you play these multiple copies of Meowth. You have a way to search out one of those very impactful supporters of choice, but using it to find Pokemon in this spot isn't always what you want to do, but I think that's where we're at. If Ian can piece this together, Latias, along with the Lily's Clefairy, some energies in that energy switch, you can take this KO, keep a ton of energies on board, but the problem is you know that Mega Kangaskhan is going to be checked by the Dusknoir or Dusclops along with Dragapult on the following turn.
And the draw power is guaranteed as well from Preston through the use of Flip the Script. If this KO is taken, also 2 Dracloaks in play. But what else could Ian do? He's got to try to make something happen. Ultra Ball will get rid of Cyrano at minimum, deciding what that second discard will be. Down goes Chien-Pao.
And this board is in a lot of trouble right now. If you don't accelerate and present additional threats, you're not going to have a chance at this game. So Lily's Clefairy has to be included. But is this just a retreat?
Manually retreating Mega Kangaskhan, no Latias being found?
I mean, at this point, it makes sense. Your opponent wants the 3 prize cards, and they don't care about where the energies are. They'd love to remove those, but they need to take those prize cards before you discard this Pokemon off of a Area 0 combo.
This is looking very scary right now for Ian Robb, Kyle. He's going to get this KO, having exactly, again, 320 damage being done currently by the Full Moon Rondo, but
I mean, 30, 50, 180. It is dangerously close to Nor Dusclops knockout situation here, taking what, 7 prize cards? it's not that unheard of, and this is the way it starts. If you have a combo or at least want to check this threat, you use the Crispin, and he has the energies ready to roll.
That would do it. If Preston has Dusclops, Dusknoir, Dragapult, he wins the game right now. The math is perfect. 130 damage onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. That's 20 HP remaining. Dusclops, 50 damage onto Kangaskhan. That's 40 HP remaining. And then the attack of Phantom Dive, 200 to KO Lily's Clefairy, and 20 on to the Teal Mask. 40 onto the Kangaskhan. That's exact math to take the game.
If there's some psychic Pokemon to be found here, that would be super helpful. We don't see it just yet, but what can be found?
Still one more recon directive to use. There is Monkey Dory, not the psychic Pokemon he was hoping for.
Oh.
I don't think he quite got it.
And I mean, should we even get ahead of ourselves? That finding the Dragapult could be tricky. The prize cards with 2 of those there, a Night Stretcher is guaranteed to search for that Pokemon.
Does have the Night Stretcher at least. Perhaps trying to, I mean, I feel like he wanted the Night Stretcher maybe to work in with the Dusclops. He also needs the Dusknoir. He's got so many cards in hand, Kyle. How does he have none of these combo pieces?
Right. If at any time any of those found the 2 pieces of Dusknoir and or a Night Stretcher or a Dragapult, he had game locked up on board. Instead now has to go this route, which doesn't even guarantee an additional prize card. You can go after the Mega Kangaskhan with Dusclops, but then you're not removing energies off this board. Yes, you take the 5 prize cards, but you're left with nothing else.
He's still going to feel probably pretty solid about his position here, as Ian did have to manually retreat Mega Kangaskhan. His setup is not the best at this time.
Oh, look at this. He'll leave the damage on the board.
Feeling perhaps safe with the Chien-Pao going to the discard pile. This does play into Chien-Pao perhaps getting rid of this Kangaskhan.
Can't let a gamer game. Ian's going to find something here. This is a lot to risk, but I understand it too. As you look at this setup, you see the prize cards remaining, and for Preston, if he pieces the math out like this, he's just a Dusknoir and a Stretcher away from closing out the game, not even needing an attack from his Pokemon. But look what it leads to. For Ian now, if he finds the pieces, he can clear this Pokemon with the Area 0 and the use of the Chien-Pao.
Ian having a bit of a debate here. Which Kangaskhan does he want to promote? Obviously, he wants to discard the heavily damaged one with a Chien Pao play, but he did take a Glass Trumpet off the prize cards, so he would love to get a couple energy into play, and he's actually going to even promote the Teal Mask Ogerponi X. There is a Raging Bolt being found. There is a Crispin in the hand. And with a Glass Trumpet, there will be enough energy in play for Ian to clear this Dragapult.
Of course, that's the #1 threat here. You need to remove that Pokemon and get these prize cards, but I guess that's the main piece, is if you take these prize cards, then Preston isn't allowed to check you with Dusclops combinations. He'll just pass the game to you at that point.
There is the Glass Trumpet.
Look at that.
Two energy added into play. Here comes Area 0 Under Depths. Ian allowed to go wide here, should he want it. But no, will just go for the KO. And Preston here, Kyle, I don't think has a way to get off a Phantom Dive this turn. He's used his one of Crispin. He's used his Neo Upper Energy. And now, as you called, cannot use a Cursed Blast ability.
Yeah, was maybe just a prize card away from setting up one of those sudden death situations where we'd have to go back in and play again. But there is a chance when you have a judge, when you can start to limit the options of your opponent, maybe you can build this back up. It just takes a Dragon Headbutt and then following up on that attack. But you're asking a lot of your opponent to continue to miss in this spot. If there were ever a chance, it is when Ian has no energy on board and no Latios.
4 cards, definitely a lot more than just one. Should this judge have been an INO in a different format, in a different time. It's all Preston has to work with, though. Finding another judge from the Recon Directive, but will put down his Dragapult, will attach an energy for turn, and he's setting up for the potential win on the next turn once again, and is going to cross his fingers here that this judge, with a less developed board on Ian Rob's side, will stick his opponent in an unfavorable position. Not before Ultra Ball, though, will be played to find out any other Pokemon. Does feel a bit odd to see Tulily's Determination hitting the discard pile, but at this point, it's boss's orders or bust probably for Preston to try to close out this game.
I wonder if Preston's trying to expand his board a little more and use the Area 0 countering to clear off some of these weaker Pokemon, just these one prizers and the Duskull. If you can avoid those targets being around, then maybe Ian has a harder time taking a prize card on one of those one prize Pokemon.
Judge sending both players' hands into the deck. 4 cards drawn apiece.
Oh my.
What does Preston find? And on the next turn, the question will be, what did Ian Rob find? Preston will find himself another Dracloak off of a Pokepad from his 4 cards. Another thing here as well, Kyle, with that Dusclops being in play, it does have a 2 retreat cost, and Preston cannot use the Curse Blast. Should Ian ever need to buy time, a boss's orders on that Pokemon would guarantee himself several turns.
And this is where, yeah, you see some of these cards that could be helpful, but if you could expand the board a little longer, you could Risky Ruins and then move those Pokemon off the board.
And that may be exactly what Preston is going to do here. Does choose to discard that Dusclops, a potential liability.
But isn't
really
this cute,
heads up
as he leaves Rare Candy Dusknoir in hand? So if you do ever take one prize, you have the chance to go to that sudden death game if you need to.
There is going to be a Teal Dance from Ian. Not a bad way to start off his sequence. He does find the Unfair Stamp, but cannot play it. No prize cards taken by Preston. I don't think he has much here, Kyle.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these resources already thrown away to the wayside. The Glass Trumpet use was so impactful. There is one more. It got shuffled back in by way of the prize cards the last time. So if that resource were found,
he's down 3 Crispin at this point as well. I mean, Ian could have a look. Oh my goodness, look at the discard pile. Look at all those energy cards.
A rainbow, yeah.
Yeah, he does only play 2 fighting as well, so he would need to get one of those back from the discard pile to attack with a Raging Bolt. He's going to go with Cyrano. That's not going to be a boss's orders to slow things down. We'll find him out 3 Pokemon EX.
Oh, the saw block potential down the road. There's a few different ways to go about this. I think this does help set up one of those checkmates for you with holding on to the Meowth. You can work in a strategy for the Cypher Maniac's code breaking into the Lily's Clefairy, plus the Night Stretcher in hand for the additional play.
I think he has Night Stretcher here, Kyle. I think he can do the Chien Pao play right now if he wants to.
Okay.
Does use the Meowth here first, though. Last ditch catch. Finding out a supporter card. It will be lining up the boss's orders here.
Supporter already played, but adding that resource, seemingly great, but here it is. If you want to clear up your board, Chien Pao does a great job of this.
And Preston just having to sit back and watch all of that hard work, all of that build up on the Kangaskhan over the course of the game being nullified thanks to Chien Pao discarding the stadium. Now passing is Ian over to Crispin. Over to Preston, excuse me. Crispin having already been played. Won't be a option for him now.
Wow, what a tough call at this spot. How do you continue?
And Kyle, look at the time.
Put pressure on, yeah.
30 seconds left in this game. Preston will certainly be turn 0 of this one, as he is just starting his sequence now. Recon Directive offering up a Lily's Determination and a Night Stretcher, favoring the recovery card as that's added to hand.
Ian has protected himself against Rare Candy Dusknoir if a prize card were taken, closing the game at that sudden death mark. Instead, it would have to be Preston working 2 full exchanges of EX knockouts at this spot, and you're asking so much. Attacks into this Mega Kangaskhan seemingly, so that would start to open things up, but there will have to be a big attack at some point.
Preston just thinking through some of the math here. He could take a prize this turn, take a KO. Perhaps getting an energy out of play would be valuable.
Even Latias,
yeah,
swapping these Pokemon around, but there's 2 copies of this card. Wants to set up.
Scared of the... Oh, this is actually smart here as well, though, because by bringing up and hitting this Wellspring Mask, Ian is going to be unable to try to slow things down with a Sob play, as a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain would just be able to KO that Pokemon for 2 prizes.
Yep, just a Dark Energy away at that point. Could lead to that situation, again, with the boss's orders being awkward. Where does that energy get placed?
And Ian now will be turn 1 of time. Of course, as our overtime counter does count down, should there not be enough time to finish here. This game would expire in a tie, but these players getting 3 turns additionally to work with. Turn 1 here for Ian. Preston will have just 1 more turn to try to win the game.
This has been record-breaking amounts of damage thrown across the board and
without winning.
Just so much has happened to get to this point, and it's down to the last few resources. Ian using 1 of those copies of the Night Stretcher.
I feel like Ian is going to feel the pressure to just try to win right now if he can, and perhaps Preston giving him a opening with the... No, Ian not having any of it. He's just going to Sob this Monkey Dory here. Ian not winning this turn. Preston.
That's the one Pokemon you can't do. Well, I guess you can't retreat since the...
Yeah, the Sob effect is still in play here. So Preston can move this over and take the KO. This is his final turn, though. He does not have a way to take 4 prize cards. He can send us, though, Kyle, to a tiebreaker game. Adrenabrain moves 20 damage over to Wellspring Mask. And then Dusknoir's Curse Blast will KO the Ogerpon. And Kyle, unfortunately, with the way the rules work out, you don't get a tiebreaker game when it happens during turns. So Preston can do this. He'll get himself 1 match point and a tie. Oh, and I think he's going to have to do it. He'll take 2 prizes. Ian takes 1. These players both satisfying the same number of win conditions at the same time. And they'll end in a tie.
Is there a more perfect tie imaginable for these players? I mean, come on. What a great way to close this out. A little anticlimactic, but still unbelievable play from both of these guys to show us everything that their decks are capable of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we expect this from Ian, right? Excellent players, so much history, so much pedigree, but I am really impressed with Preston's play in that game. I really liked his deck list as well. Things lined up very nicely for him. He found some unique lines, and Ian just not getting quite as established as he would have liked to in that third game, and not quite able to piece it together. These players now moving to a 9-1-2 record. Does not eliminate them from Cup, but they are going to need their final Swiss round win.
Yeah, I mean, how impressive was this? Both players showing us everything they've got. Ian loaded up early and often in that first game. We saw 5 energies here. It led to, what, 9 energies, 8 energies there on that following turn. And after you get to this point in the game, you know it's going to be difficult to check. But that didn't stop Preston from setting up a pretty good board, working in that Dragapult. And thankfully for him, there was no Lily's Clefairy in this game to work around. Able to put up a great fight, but it doesn't stop Meowth. That's right. We're going to find the boss's orders and take the knockout.
You've been sitting on that one, buddy?
Yep.
That's right, man. Into the game 2, where Ian had the response to Preston's early aggression, but those damage counters placed in early paid dividends later for Preston as he took a massive 5-prize turn. Ian tried to stall things out, slow things down, clear out this Dragapult. We did stall in this one for a while at 1-to-1 prizes, but Preston had the game-winning combo.
Yep. It's led down to this. Once more, Badoo tried to slow things down. That early Crispin has been devastating on the other side. And Preston has to continue to fight to keep back in this, and he did just that. There's only one copy of the Crispin on that side, and Preston finds it after the Neo Upper is lost from the board, keeps in this fight, even though the Dragapults were in the prize cards, and had a big chance if he could find the answer with that Dusknoir, with the Night Stretcher, and a combination of the Dragapult. If any of those pieces are there, he has game locked up. Instead, Ian fights tirelessly and almost comes up with the victory. Instead, near sudden death, we close out in a perfect tie.
Yeah.
And both these players are going to fight once more to see if they can make it into the top cut. There's one more match to get the job done.
What a game, Kyle. That's certainly one to remember, which you don't often say about games that end in ties.
We've had 2 of them now with the way we closed out our day number 1 on stream, and sure enough, Ian giving us a great performance. That was so fun. There's so many different avenues to go down. I can only imagine what Pablo's thinking once we get to talk to him.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that as well, hearing his insights. Wow, what a setup there. Preston's list, you know, I think we're seeing a lot from these Dragapult Dusknoir players leaning back onto the Neo Upper Energy. It felt like players were leaning towards Unfair Stamp early on in this format, but piecing together multiple attacks and not having to put as much pressure on Crispin makes it so that Neo Upper Energy works into the mix very nicely.
Yeah, finding that perfect combination of consistency and also having those unique tech cards to close out in those spots. That's what it's all about. Preston showed us so much versatility with that deck. And I think we do have Pablo ready to join us. Maybe he can share a little bit of insight on what he thinks about what just culminated here on stream.
I mean, I think you guys always nail it so well. Like, this match was definitely the most fun we've had, I think, all weekend. It's difficult for a tie to be memorable, and this was definitely it. And I think especially game 2, the back and forth we had with those bosses orders, both players very aware of like the possibilities of each other's decks and how to deny the win from their opponent, right? Of course, they were both trying to win, but they were also doing the best possible moves to deny their opponent's wins. I thought that was very, very impressive.
It was so fun. I mean, back and forth, both players just showed us everything that their decks were capable of. I was wondering if in some spots there was a chance for Ian to work in that Lily's Clefairy, and it just seemed like he was always just one piece off or didn't want to go down that avenue just yet.
Yeah, and with both energy switches prize right there, I think that definitely stood in the way of Lily's Clefairy, but I think Ian is like really adapted well to his opponent's deck list, knowing that there was the Neo Opera energy as the ace spec as opposed to Unfair Stamp, which is usually what we tend to see in these Dragapult decks, right? So by knocking that out, he's always in a position where he knows his opponent cannot use Crispin and Boss's Orders at the same time. So we really saw that come into play here. He was pressuring the energies, and then afterwards he got another big KO, right? He left his board pretty vulnerable in the sense that he had no great follow-up, but he also knew that by using that fresh Raging Bolt, there was no way for Preston to win that game. And that's exactly the exchange we saw right after, where we were seeing this like defensive Boss's Orders from both players, where Ian knows there can't be two attachments, so you're forced to retreat, and then Preston also denies the draw from Kangaskhan. I thought this exchange was like my favorite part of the game.
Do you think that that second judge from Preston in that previous turn caught Ian off guard at all?
Yes, for sure. I think you mentioned it, Chip. Usually the standard is 1, right?
Yep.
And I think we're still so fresh into this new format that there's no standardized expectations of all these decks, and especially Dragapult. There's a lot of Dragapult, and everyone's adding their own like spiciness to their own list. So we're seeing new uppers, we're seeing unfair stamps, we're seeing increased count of judges to compensate for the lack of unfair stamp, which I really like. So I feel like judge is something that we might see go on the uptrend based on the utility other aspects offered to different decks.
Well, Pablo, I don't know if you have the clip available, but in Game 3, we had that...
Putting him on the spot here.
Yeah, we had that attack in with the Dragapult where a Duskull could have been popped and taken the KO onto the Mega Kangaskhan. It would have been that 5-card turn, and we saw that Preston chose not to go down that route. He held on to the damage on the board, wanted to either save for the Dusclops and Dusknor play, or a final Dragapult to close out on those prize cards, which eventually Ian did counter with the Area 0 Underdepths and the Chen-Pao. What did you think about that line of not using the Dusclops in that turn?
I mean, there was definitely merit to use it. There was definitely also merit not to use it. I think if Preston had used it, Ian would have gone down to 2 prizes, if I'm not mistaken, putting himself a little bit too vulnerable, I think. And I think it plays into the fact that he has seen Glass Trumpet, he has seen Crispin, but he might not be 100% sure on the counts of that, or how easy it would have been to get like get back Clefairy and get another K on the active, right? So I can see the merit of both. Obviously, on the spot, in the analysis that you make, in the limited time you have, right? It's much easier to do it with the overview camera, looking at both hands almost, versus right there on the spot. So definitely a possible line that Preston could have taken, but I don't fault him for not going for it.
Well, thank you so much, Pablo, for your time and your insight. It is always very much appreciated. Kyle, I'm going to need a little bit of a breather after that one. We're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We've got Swiss Round 13 coming up, the final win and end.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, GO, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident in what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Fluttermane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different movesets, especially in Pokemon GO. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
My name is Noah Sakajian, and I'm from Southern California.
Noah's had some strong success, but he's really looking for a medal this season.
And he'd be like in real life. I think it would have to be Salamence. As a kid, I dreamed of being able to fly on his back and go all over the place. My best friend, I met him at a summer camp, and I recognized his hat from one of the World's decks. I saw the logo, and he was like, yeah, I go and play in Pokemon tournaments. I travel all over the world. He's probably just using it as an excuse, to go on family vacations. Nope, it was real, and I'm living it now. Progress isn't a straight uphill journey. There's a lot of setbacks. Being able to understand that and accept that your last tournament doesn't define who you are, or just your last moment or where you are in life doesn't define who you are right now, and you can always work to be better. There's always another day. I think that that's the most valuable lesson I've learned from Pokemon. I was disqualified from the North American International Championships, and it was really crushing. It instilled in me that you have to play the game for the sake of loving the game. I more so started thinking about each game individually and how much fun I was having playing. That really brought my stress levels down and really let me play the game that I needed to play to do well. What really kept me in the game was my friends. I think that Pokemon, at least the TCG, it's a single player game. It's 1 versus 1, but at the highest level, it's a team game. And I think that camaraderie is really beautiful. They are always by my side. Even at this event, they were checking pairings, they were checking lists, they were giving me game plans. Piper Lapine and Bodie Robinson. Both of them are my testing group mates, but they're both incredibly good at the game, and I learned so much just watching them play. In top 4, I saw that I was playing against Joltik, and I'm like, it was a good job. Top 4, you got it. The matchup is very bad. It was what knocked me out of my last tournament. I talked to my friends, and they were like, look, here are some game plans. Here are some potential ways that you can try and approach the matchup. It's how I was ultimately able to win the 3rd game. The finals was really a roller coaster. I ended up giving myself a DPL by drawing an extra card off of Iono.
Cards in hand 5.
6.
Yo, that changes everything.
Collect.
I was really worried that was going to be what costed me the finals. So getting into a position where I went Iono, and then I saw him play Lily's Determination instead of Turo Scenario, I was like, okay, I just need to find boss. And I was like, I think I'm winning a regional.
Run EX, and I believe that's the game. Keep going to top Seguri, find the boss's orders, and Noah Sakajian becomes your Orlando Regional Champion!
I'm kind of in awe right now. It hasn't sunk in. It doesn't feel real. I'm just waiting for my alarm to go off, and I wake up and I have to go to school. When you win a League Cup finals, people don't come up to you asking to sign cards. Normally. This has been an experience that I don't think I'll ever forget, and something that I think will really change how I look at the game. This event qualified me for Worlds. I was definitely a little bit worried about my invite. Worlds is an incredibly difficult tournament, but at the same time, it's also a really special event. My first Worlds, even though it was in juniors, to be surrounded with really the best of the best for the first time was really fulfilling. I really love playing against people who are better than me at the game because you get to learn so much more about yourself, about your shortcomings, about the game in general. I think what's so cool about Pokemon is everyone thinks about the game differently. Everyone has their own thought processes. I think it'd have to be Piper Lapine. Me and her had a rivalry in seniors, it felt like. And then when we got to Masters, she just got so much better at the game than I am. To play her in finals, to like feel like that I've caught up, I feel like would be an incredible game. And I think it would just be really fun to watch. Put it in the script. My goal in this game is to have fun. I just get excited thinking about it. And to me, I think it's really important to do what you enjoy doing in the limited time you have on this earth. And so I think what keeps me coming back to Pokemon is just my love for the game.
We are back, Pokemon fans, for the final round of Swiss here in Los Angeles, California. The trading card game competition wrapping up after this round for many competitors, but we will continue forward into Top Cut and eventually into the final match. My name is Chip Rich, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse once again for one more Swiss round. We got an exciting one here. Can't wait to see how this one will shape up.
Yeah, this is definitely a surprise for us, as we've talked about Dragon Ball plenty throughout this tournament. I'm sure we'll see a little more of it as we move forward, but there are some other decks out there to look out for, and we've got quite the treat here, as a win and in is on the line for these players, as are a few others there out in the field. What, X1-2 looking to be the mark?
Yeah, X2-1 maybe not being enough. Yeah, it's going to be really close. Doing all the math, looking at the numbers, a couple players who we feel pretty confident will be in to cut. Jack Pritchard, Andrew Hedrick. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings here as they are leading the charge. They are playing each other in the final round here, and I have to imagine they will play it out, try to lock up that high seed. Though I will say Jack Pritchard being at 11-0-1, win or lose, probably has a pretty solid shot to be highly seeded through the rest of Top Cut. But when you got a chance to play for the 1 seed at this point, it feels pretty worth it.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of those players on Dragon Ball would love to have that chance to go first in that matchup. So give yourself that chance. Might as well keep playing for it. There's not much to lose at that top table for either of these players, 32 being that point that you want to reach for, but knowing that a lot of other players are reaching for that 34, 33 mark means that Jack is likely going to have that chance either way.
And there actually is a chance here, looking at the numbers quickly, that it could be a clean cut. It's honestly looking more like 32 will be safe unless all of the 30 match point players who are playing against each other this round do end up completing a natural game with one player winning. But if there's any ties there, it's feeling like we might have a pretty big Top Cut, Kyle.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something to look out for. Know that the ties, especially in this last round, can get interesting. There's so much on the line. All these players thinking critically, looking to close out, and there's some amazing games out there. I know we can only give you one. I promise it's a good one, between Patrick Ratty and Robert Simpson. It's going to be a lot of fun to look at some of these players. Some real notables out there trying to lock up their spot.
Yeah, players battling for that potential. Jose Marzan versus Victor Di Velasco. Those players are at table number 2, both at 10-1-1, and in a bit of an interesting spot. They could ID to get to 32 match points, but they probably just have to play. And as it's not going to be guaranteed for 32 to get in at this point.
Yeah, so much to consider, all these players. You know, when you're out there in the field at that last long table, taking a peek, you can look over, see, what are they doing? What are we going to do? When you're at the main stage, you already got your eyes on the prize. It's all about those 3 match points for these players.
Our stage is ready, Kyle. Let's get down to the table. Let's see Patrick and Robert getting set up. As Mewtwo being the perfect transition here into our first Team Rockets Mewtwo on the weekend.
Yeah, this is Patrick showing off the Team Rockets Mewtwo, and had a 30th place finish back at Worlds in 2015. That's what I'm talking about. Send it back to the old school. The last result previously was top 32 in Sacramento, a 28 in Milwaukee, and maybe wondering how the Dragon Ball matchup's going. 3-1 so far. Can it be 4-1? Robert may have something to say about that.
Yeah, and Robert on the other side did finish at 9th place at the Houston Regional Championships. A strong finish there. Has some experience with Dragapult from the previous season, but first chance to play it here in the new format. He has defeated both Henry Chow and Cal Connor so far this weekend. So he's not had an easy battle to get to this point. Not an easy road at all. And one more game remains for him to try to punch a ticket into Top Cut.
Those are 2 very notable Dragon Ball players on the other side that were thinking specifically about the mirror match when they built their decks. If Robert was able to take both of them down, certainly has some skill to his play. And we'll see if that translates now with a very interesting matchup on the other side in that Team Rockets Mewtwo.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players would look at this matchup and probably give a small edge to the Team Rockets Mewtwo, but where it becomes close is just the consistency disparity between these 2 decks. Dragapult EX, of course, having access to Dracloak, Recon Directive, the best consistency throughout the game, and over on Patrick's side, I mean, the Team Rockets supporter suite is one of the best packages in the game, but there is no onboard draw power that he'll be able to capitalize on.
Yep, so often as the case with this format, we talked about what can happen with these supporters. There's so many great ones in the arsenal, but the attack power can be in question, and that's one piece that you don't want to see. Lily's Clefairy opens up plenty of avenues, but not this game.
And not something Patrick's going to be excited to see in the prize cards, though he could find it later and still try to work it in at some point. It is kind of in the middle of the prize cards. Definitely a little awkward here. Over on Robert's side, honestly, nothing too bad. 3 Pokemon. Be a little awkward, but all things he has multiple copies of in his list.
All right, fist bump underway. One final round separating these players from taking a break or going into the Top Cut.
It is a Team Rockets Mewtwo EX as the starter for Patrick, a Dreepy on the right for Robert. And right away, Team Rockets Transceiver, giving me flashbacks of Holland's Transceiver searching the deck for a supporter card and adding it to the hand. Now you may question, why would you get a supporter card out of your deck on the first turn? He's going first, he can't play one. Oh wait, yes he can. Team Rockets Proton. One of the few supporters in the game that has this effect that if you go first, you may use this card for your first turn. Search your deck for 3 basic Team Rockets Pokemon and put them in your hand.
And we've seen this before with this deck. Going first can be so impactful, and sure enough, it lines up here again. Searching out some more friends to help out. We know about that Team Rockets Articuno, setting up with that Repelling Veil to assist with some of this prevention you'll need down the road. And you can set up a little of that acceleration with your Team Rocket Spite Ups eventually. Need that Tarantula to get things rolling.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Team Rocket's Articuno. I can't say I was expecting to see both Team Rocket's Articuno found off the opening Proton, but I mean, Patrick's got great experience in this matchup so far just this weekend, so he must know how important it is to get those Articuno up and rolling. Over on Robert's side, he'll open up with a Pokepad, not the Buddy Buddy Poffin I'm sure he would have preferred, but this will give him the opportunity to find out a Pokemon without a rule box. Could get another Dreepy, of course, could get Budew if he wants to try to slow Patrick down perhaps a bit.
Yeah, Badew's pretty interesting in this matchup, as there's a few different cards to look out for. As you mentioned with the Transceiver, You want to avoid seeing some of those supporters and the versatility that can be found in that card. But there's a one-of copy of Bug Catching set that could be pretty impactful if you find that card at the right time. Search out some of these other pieces of your Team Rockets line, Tarantula. But my goodness, this is just the worst Buddy Poffin ever, but it's going to work.
Buddy Poffin the hard way here for Robert Simpson, as he is going to play 3 Pokepad in this opening sequence. Normally a card you love to save to get Dracloaks into play, to get Dusclops, to get Dusknoir, these Pokemon that feel so rough to Ultra Ball for later on, but Robert's hand forced here. If he wants to get set up, he'll have to use these Pokepads. That's what he commits to.
Finding these resources, has the energy to retreat as well, and doesn't have to lose a Psychic or a Fire. Not bad. Badoo locking in. How much of an impact will this be? Not so much just yet.
Lily's Determination played pretty swiftly from Patrick, shuffling the hand in, getting himself 8 cards at this early turn of the game. I'm sure looking for a Team Rockets energy so that Erasure Ball can just take that knockout on Badoo. Patrick did prize 1 of them, so he's only got 3 floating around in the deck currently, but 8 cards gives him a decent shot to see it. Oh no.
Ooh, that's a lot of grass.
In theory, it gives him a decent shot to see it. He is unable to find it. Does get grass energy, which he can get established into play. On to Team Rocket's Tarantula. We do see another Tarantula. We do see Spidops, but he's not going to bench any of these Pokemon. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, just wants to keep a nice small board at this spot, and there's you always wonder, and what else are you trying to accomplish with this board? If you go wider, you set up those energies, and maybe you have some attackers down the line that could challenge a couple of these Dracloaks. But if there's no pressure on this point, I mean, look at the hand from Robert. There is Dracloak, Rare Candy. This could get rolling pretty quick.
Does kick it off with 1 Dracloak. Using a Recon Directive, looking at the top 2, adds 1 to the hand, sends 1 to the bottom. Here comes another Dracloak to do just the same. Finding himself Unfair Stamp and an Ultra Ball Unfair Stamp. Not useful right now, but could be a nice piece to hold on to. He's going to choose to do just that, impacting, perhaps bracing for potential KO on Patrick's side.
I mean, that's not always the line you go for in that spot. If Ultra Ball discarding the Psychic and another piece, maybe that leads to a Crispin off a Meowth attacking with this Dragapult this turn. Instead, slows down, is content with the Badoo, and that's a lot of patience to practice here.
Here's another Team Rockets Proton to find out 3 more basic Team Rockets Pokemon, and there are quite a few different techs in Patrick's deck this weekend. He does have the Team Rockets Mimikyu with that Gemstone Mimicry attack, choosing one of your opponent's active Terra Pokemon's attacks. Using it as this attack, of course, very strong into Dragapult, especially if a Lily's Clefairy were to be benched alongside it, though we know that won't be an option. He also does have Team Rocket's Wobbuffet working this weekend with the Rocket Mirror to move all damage counters from one of his benched Team Rockets Pokemon to the active. That could be a really nice way to remove so much damage from the behemoth that is Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX.
Yeah, so often it will just compile like that. Your opponent has to play around it and either work in the jet headbutts and then attack in to try to clear this threat, or you just walk into that same situation so often we saw with End Zoroark players and copying onto that Reshiram of old.
Couple Recon Directives right away does yield a Fire Energy for Robert, so he's got the opening to attack, but perhaps has a bit of pause seeing Team Rocket's Mimikyu on the bench. Now you may say, why wouldn't he just take it out? It's on the bench. It only has 60 HP. Phantom Dive, right? But no. Repelling Veil from Team Rocket's Articuno, protecting all of those benched Pokemon from the effects of these attacks.
Wow.
And Patrick having nothing just to pass. Now back over to Robert. This is what so many people have called out as the problem with this Team Rocket stack.
It's once you get to this point, you don't have any way to continue to draw. It's players just chaining together draws with the use of their supporters, and then that Team Rocket's factory, just seeing more and more cards over and over again. But if you don't have that lined up consistently, you just run out of gas. And it's not like Patrick's has nothing available, but without the backup plan of Lily's Clefairy, you don't have a guaranteed KO on this Dragapult.
And the more time Patrick gives over to Robert, the more established he'll get, the more opportunity he has to work in some Cursed Blasts. Robert certainly happy with the situation. I wonder what else Robert would possibly be waiting for at this point. When is it time to go? When does he push the advantage here with a Dragapult attack?
Yeah, I wonder if setting up the Duskulls so that you can work in the Dusknoir, Dusclops to put enough pressure onto the Articunos would be a play, and then you can start to bank off of the back end of that Dragapult EX, attacking in for 200, maybe clearing a threat, but also taking a knockout on a Pokemon like Mimikyu.
Will be content to continue this Itchy Pollen barrage, knowing that Patrick has not been able to do much with that attack being utilized. And do you see another Team Rockets V2? And is that another Grass Energy? Still no Team Rockets energy for Patrick. Just a pass.
I mean, you think about the way that you build your deck and how many cards can help you in this spot. Patrick's usually prepared for situations like this, actually featuring multiple copies of the Pokemon tool Lucky Helmet to help find some more cards and spots that his Pokemon just get attacked into, but he's just stuck, just waiting to see what can happen next.
Lucky Helmet's such a funny card to be seeing played at a competitive level. I think put on the map for many players by Tord Reklev at a Champions League event over in Japan, where he played this exact archetype Team Rocket's Mewtwo back in its release initial wave with the Lucky Helmets, but players just looking for any opportunity to try to draw a little bit more. Robert is going to spread some energy out, so that makes me think still not going to feel like going in with an attacker. And there is the Lucky Helmet we've just called out. Patrick could slap it onto the Mewtwo, and now begs the question for Robert, how much does he want to continue Itchy Pollening?
Yeah, and we're getting closer to that spot. If this did continue, but he's moving on. No Lucky Helmet. It doesn't matter if you have that safety. You're just not going to get through the onslaught of that initial setup. Robert had everything working his way.
Just Badoo carrying the team there all the way to victory, slowing Patrick down. And I mean, he had that Lily's Determination on the opening turn. He saw 8 cards and then just did nothing the rest of the game, missing out on that Team Rocket's energy, missing out on the aggression, on the attack. Just was too much for him to come back from, and he's going to need to fight back in 2 more games here if he wants to make it into Top Cut this weekend.
That's a lot to ask, but maybe get the job done. There's a world where this deck just does have a great setup and start to attack in early and often, make use of that Fairy Zone on the Lily's Clefairy, just put pressure on Robert. But I think if you don't get aggressive and start using that Team Rocket Spite Ops to clear off your cloaks in the early game, it's going to be hard to win 2 games like that.
Just taking a quick look out to the matches on the floor. We don't have any results yet, Kyle, which makes me believe that there's not much IDing happening out on the floor. Players playing out these final games kind of as we expected. And that is, of course, no different for these 2 competitors sitting at 10-2, needing a win to guarantee a spot. It looks like Patrick has taken a mulligan here, so Robert will get some more cards to work with in this opening turn. Patrick does, of course, need to find a basic Pokemon for us to get into this game. I'm sure they'll be hoping to not prize that Lily's Clefairy in this one, though I do have to say, not sure how much help it would have provided him in that first game.
I don't think we saw a Psychic Energy provided at any point in time, so can't do much else with that. But prizes are underway. The fist bump in play. Here we go.
It will be Patrick choosing to go first yet again, and yet again, Team Rocket's Transceiver will guarantee his opening supporter. Being found, that Team Rocket's Proton, searching for 3 Team Rocket's Pokemon, adding them to the hand. Rocket's Mewtwo and the second Rocket's Articuno fetched out, as one was in the active position as a starter, and That nice little R-stamped Team Rocket's Mimikyu, making sure everyone knows what he's repping. Looking at the prize cards here, we do see one of those 2 Lucky Helmet in the prizes. That one of Sacred Ash, a nice little recovery option. Overall, though, Kyle, I'd say it's not too bad.
Yeah, much better than last time. Plenty of play here. And if we were ever to question if Articuno was the play, second one already lined up. And there is not a single Tarantula to go. But there is a Lucky Helmet.
And a Team Rocket's energy, which was a big missing piece in game number 1. Now over to Robert, who has opened up with Meowth EX. Certainly something he was not excited to see. He's got himself Dreepy and also Ultra Ball to go get Badoo if he wants it. Energy can retreat this Meowth, and a Lily's Determination in the hand. Lots of options here for Robert Simpson.
And does Badoo look as enticing this time around? Just an energy to retreat this Articuno leads to Team Rocket's Mewtwo. And every time that you deny your opponent the items, you're going to give them some additional cards. I don't know if that trade-off works for you.
Yeah, Lucky Helmet just being stuck in the active spot would just let the Mewtwo take some hits and draw some cards. A situation I'm sure Patrick wouldn't mind too much. And oh boy, Kyle, as the prize cards are being searched here for Robert, he's getting a bit of bad news.
Thankfully, off this Ultra Ball, didn't lose too many resources that be affected by this information, but double Dragapult, one of those Dusclops. It is a 2-2-1 line, which we don't always see, but thankfully has that to go. And this is what we mentioned. Instead of going for the Badoo, just focus on the consistency, get that second Dreepy down, and if you find it, sure, maybe you can work it in later on, but it's more important to just have that attacker ready to roll at this stage.
8 cards off the Lily's Determination. So no Badoo will be happening this turn. I do see that Dragapult being found. Crispin potentially next turn is an option. Pokepad, get a Dracloak. Not much else really for Robert here to play on this side of it. Just a pass, 8 cards holding in the hand. Draw for turn on Patrick's side is a basic Grass Energy, and Lily's Determination will send the hand to the deck. He'll draw himself 8 new cards, and he will not be locked out by Badoo this game.
Yeah, finally has the attacker ready to roll too. Just looking for a way to move this Pokemon at some point, and seeing these cards, we know how important it can be, but you need some help. If you don't see the Grass Energy to start moving around, if you don't see an additional supporter for later on, you can get stuck, and just one Mewtwo isn't going to get you over the threshold. You're going to need a little more help.
8 cards here for Patrick. See what else he gets into. Last game he did go out for a Team Rocket Spidops, so he could still try to get one Tarantula in play to find out a Spidops in the future. He will do just that, I assume, off this Ultra Ball. Down goes the Team Rocket's Kangaskhan EX. A nice little tech for some potential Cornerstone Mask problems this deck does run into. Not useful in this matchup, and Tarantula will join the party on the bench.
Yeah, just a really versatile Pokemon to see in that Tarantula. Evolve into the Spidops. You see some of these energies come back, and if it leads to eventual retreating if you have to, or just having that one prize exchange to slow down, take away some Cloaks or Dusclops at some point, be a great Pokemon to incorporate at some point.
Pass of the turn from Patrick over now to Robert. Kicks it off with Pokepad. Of course, finding Dracloak. I don't think that's much of a surprise. Getting this draw power established, streamlining his turns from here on out. Have to think that another Dreepy would be something he'd love to see join the party here pretty soon, so he can keep stringing together Dracloaks through the future of the game, and also have to imagine he'd love to find Dusclops at some point this turn.
Yeah, just
Duskull, excuse me.
Right. If you find a little more help here, it's just Buddy Poffins have been hard to find for whatever reason. One of those would be extremely useful, and looks like the hand will definitely load up for the Dracloaks, but this is an interesting card we don't always see featured.
Dawn is the supporter here for Robert. Not a card we see very often in Dragapult lists these days. Searching out a basic Pokemon of Stage 1 and Stage 2, adding them to the hand. It works really nicely in decks that do play multiple Stage 2 Pokemon, such as this one with Dusknoir being in the mix. He will Start off, though, with I believe it was a Pokepad, finding out another Dracloak. So just another Recon Directive, perhaps looking for something a little more powerful, like a Lily's Determination for turn.
Yeah, if you already have energy lined up, which we see the fire energy, then I would imagine that the Dawn plus Pokepad for something that wasn't Dracloak would be a little more helpful to setting up the wider board. This leads me to believe that maybe he was looking for a Crispin play that you could retreat and attack in with something, but this isn't the setup for that. You don't have rare candies to work for that, so just a bit curious. And maybe tunneled on that Lily's Determination that you mentioned, that could just be a way to reset and try again.
He does have a second Meowth EX in his deck, so if he wants to try to find out a Lily's here, he could do it off this Ultra Ball, but does look like he will go with the Badoo now, which feels a little curious.
I mean, your opponent has shown you Lucky Helmet, just an energy away from attacking in, and everything says you don't need to use Itchy Pollen here, but maybe that also works against your opponent. As Patrick, what if they held a Team Rocket's Transceiver in a spot like this, thinking, well, there's no way they play into this, and sure enough, you do present that threat.
Yeah, and I guess with no Dragapult potential here, there's not really much else better to attack with, and I think Robert definitely wants to get this Meowth out of the active spot. So he will do just that. Would force a Team Rocket's Giovanni from Patrick should he want to take 2 prize cards this turn, and will be a little more limited in finding that since Rocket's Transceiver is not available. There's an attachment to Team Rocket's Articuno, and the Team Rocket's Ariana will allow Robert to draw until he has 8 cards in his hand, since all of his Pokemon in play are Team Rockets.
Calculated. The one backfall of playing that Lily's Clefairy at some point is you will not get the full use of this card, so make sure that you can do that here, and here is the Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Now it's time.
Ready to roll. Lucky Helmet attached.
Raise your ball, 160 base damage, and then you can discard 2 energy from your benched Pokemon, allowing you to do 60 more for each of those cards you discarded, pushing you up to the potential of 280 damage being output, though not necessary to topple the mighty Badoo, as down it goes to just the base 160. Robert will kick off his sequence with Recon Directive, having access to 2 on this turn. Did miss out on any sort of Buddy Poffin on the last turn. Been a strange lack of that so far this set for Robert.
And I'm getting a little nervous about the way that the cards have been played at this point, with the amount of energies that have already hit the discard pile, the lack of them in the hand currently to set up for attacks, and the clear use of Night Stretchers to stay in this game down the road if the Dragapults are continued to be missed off of the prize cards. This could be a situation where you don't have energies to close out this game, especially if Lily's Clefairy is found soon.
Robert will use a Lily's Determination to send his hand in to get 8. He's loaded up a Dragapult in the active spot, though. Phantom Dive ready to roll. Will only be dealing 200 damage to the active, as that Articuno is protecting all of those benched basic Team Rockets Pokemon from the effects of attacks. Perhaps why we have not seen the Tarantula being evolved just yet, making sure that Spidops does not receive 60 damage for no reason at all. Robert here with the 8 cards found does have access to Recon Directive. Surely now he'll find a Buddy Poffin, right?
Well, it seems like it's there finally to go along with this, and
nope.
Plenty of Pokemon.
It's double Pokepad.
Oh, no. Well, we'll see if I think maybe it was in the middle of the hand there. Let's just search out some friends to go along with this, and
I mean, this is pretty safe as well for Robert. He's thinning before Recon Directive. He knows Patrick's only way to disrupt is going to be through the use of, well, no, Patrick actually not even playing the
Disruption.
The Disruption Team Rocket supporter. That's actually a bit of a surprise. That's one of the big draws to playing the Team Rocket stack. Doesn't even have the Archer in his list. So no worry from Robert about Disruption here. Happy to get those Pokemon into hand. Does find himself a Team Rocket's, or not Team Rocket's Meowth, just a regular Meowth. is going to use the flip the script here to draw 3 cards. Does finally have availability for Buddy Buddy Poffin and will choose to use it, but just failing. Not wanting to load too many Pokemon onto the bench. Not wanting to give Patrick targets for Phantom Dive, I suppose, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line at this point. You see with just access to that Mimikyu, as soon as this Terra Pokemon's in the active, things can get rolling, and there's a lot of pieces in the hand right now. Multiple Duskull to evolve into and really accelerate this game if you wanted to, but it's been very calculated about when to place these down, and will wait until the risky Ruins is in play to do that.
Down come the couple Duskull, and there is the Phantom Dive. 200 damage onto the active. Now a draw on Patrick's side, pushing his hand size up to 10. Something we see much more commonly in the current format. Did he draw with the Lucky Helmet?
I think that's what we saw initially. I'm not sure if we saw the draw for the turn.
No, I think he did not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got to draw 2 for the Lucky Helmet and then the 1 for turn. So, got it all sorted out there. So 12 cards now in Patrick's hand. Surely many options.
All the options, as the pink card has also been found off of this spot. Secret Box, which that opens up plenty of avenues. Lily's Clefairy to go along with it. No need to worry about some discards with the Team Rocket's Mewtwo, or if you want to incorporate some other Pokemon like that Mimikyu at some point, there's a lot of damage to be thrown around.
Yeah, Clefairy does need to take 20 damage, by the way, with the Risky Ruins that is currently in place. We'll make sure that gets addressed. But Secret Box is being used as the ace-spec of choice here for Patrick, searching his deck for one of each of the different 4 trainer cards, 1 item card, 1 stadium, 1 tool, and 1 supporter, adding them to his hand.
Yeah, we'll see if that was a bit of an accident to play down the Lily's Clefairy at that point, as you're searching out the stadium, taking that at 20 damage for no reason.
Yeah, I don't think the math, I mean, I guess it could matter, honestly.
It could be a problem with Duskull. Duskull plus Dusknoir could double clear and take that Pokemon off the board without having to use an attack.
It's very true. It's very true, though Patrick here may have other plans should he work in the Mimikyu, may clear some of those Duskulls out of play on this turn. Mewtwo does have a pretty hefty 3 retreat cost.
This has been one of the more interesting tech inclusions of the handheld fan, which we see now featured on the 2 more prominent Pokemon. Energy switch of the Psychic Energy over to this Mimikyu. Now both of these Pokemon ready to either move energies away and start to lean into that problem we talked about with the basic energies of Robert's side, and definitely clearing off a major threat in that Dragapult and potentially some Duskull.
Here comes the Lily's Determination for Patrick. We'll only get 6 cards now. Will not be able to use Team Rocket's Factory as well, as Lily is not a member of Team Rocket.
Maybe one day. Can convert the Clefairy too to help out with Ariana later.
Yeah, honestly, maybe that's what this deck would need. Here we go with 6 cards being found. Sure, Patrick happy to it. Minimum, just get rid of that Risky Ruins. And we'll just attack with this Mewtwo, hitting for weakness thanks to Lily's Clefairy, that Fairy Zone. 2 more prize cards added now for Patrick, down to just 3. How will Robert respond?
Not sure Robert thought he'd be at a spot like this. There's a few Duskull to work with and plenty of damage on this side of the board with 80 hit points remaining on the Team Rocket's Mewtwo. Even some help from Rare Candies could get the job done, and that's also a really interesting card to see now. It's Unfair Stamp is top decked.
Yeah, found from his draw for turn. Perfect time to play it is in a situation like this, right after your opponent has taken a KO, though that Lucky Helmet is probably not a bad card to see attached to the Rocket's Mewtwo at this juncture.
Look at the discard pile from Robert. There's no other way to search out Pokemon, and then the prize cards have the rest of your Dragapult. This is just, there's no way to search anything from this point of the game.
Does he
unless
have
you crawl into it.
1 Night Stretcher left. That's his way to get back a Dragapult here.
Just needs to find that card to get the job done. I think it's in hand, so it's guaranteed to go that direction, but it severely limits your output from the Dusclops and Dusknors down the road. And there's a rare candy, so all of it's here. There's so much. But how many prize cards are you willing to give in this spot? Would you actually go all the way down to one prize remaining for Patrick's side before the unfair stamp?
It's a question that we'll find the answer to here soon. As Robert has evolved all these Pokemon up, burning the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. Not going to choose to grab anything. Going to be going all in on this Dracloak. The threat of that Lily's Clefairy is looming here, Kyle. Rocket's Mewtwo powered up on the bench. So some combination of KOing the Clefairy plus the unfair stamp down to 2. I mean, that's going to be what Robert's hoping is going to stick here.
I mean, with the Articuno that's protecting some of these other Pokemon, you're protected from a little bit of what the Dragapult can do, but with the Dusknor and the Dusclops, there's clear knockouts on the active and the Lily's Clefairy, and you're just left with the Mimikyu, which doesn't do nearly as much as you need if you don't have that Lily's Clefairy in play.
We could see Robert actually use the Dusknor to clear out the Mimikyu itself as opposed to the Clefairy.
Right.
That's an option here.
There's already one Psychic Energy played down too, so for Robert to find this energy could be a little tricky now.
Yeah, I don't think he's often attacking with the Lily's Clefairy. With the Psychic Energy, Mimikyu, of course, can just get the Team Rocket's energy.
I'm talking about for Robert to attack this turn.
Oh, this turn,
Dragapult.
sure. Yeah.
That's one down. The Night Stretcher route is not there. Pheasantipity already used. No recon directives available. Just has to find the Psychic Energy itself. There's 2 copies.
Yeah.
1 in the prize cards, however. So it's just one.
One Psychic Energy needed. It is a pretty thin deck, I will say. So Robert's got a shot here off of these 8 cards still from Lily. How is he still drawing 8?
Right?
4 cards and 4 more, and there is no Psychic Energy. And now what for Robert? He can Jet Headbutt, but that's not even enough to KO the active Mewtwo.
It's 10 short.
He'd have to pop a Dusknor, Dusclops. He could also pop one of these Pokemon and try to take a KO and have just the 1 in 6 chance to snag out a Psychic Energy as it is prized.
Could go the 2 and 6 if you go into the Lily's Clefairy with both of them.
And he is going to pop both, and he is going to target that Lily's Clefairy, sending Patrick down to just 1 prize card. Robert will get 2 here. It's going to be Dragapult and a Lily's Determination added to his hand. Patrick 1 prize card away from just winning this game.
And it's never the top, is it? No.
He did take from the bottom.
Missing out on the 1 and 3 to find the energy. 10 short of a KO. Attacking in leads to more cards to find a way to recover this Lily's Clefairy.
There's many paths really for Robert to close out, or Patrick, excuse me, on this next turn to close out. If he finds even a Team Rocket's Giovanni, that would be game here as well. I will say though, Kyle, I don't see anything here, and Robert wisely chose not to attack this Mewtwo, did not want to give Patrick a couple extra cards with the Lucky Helmet.
And this is the problem you run into with this deck is you have Ultra Ball, and look at all these friends. Everyone's searching out with their Meowths and finding help, but ironically, the Team Rockets deck is the only one not taking full effect of this card and what it can do for you.
This could be an interesting find here with the Team Rockets Wobbuffet. Does Patrick have a Team Rockets energy in his hand? He could retreat this Mewtwo and then move 200 damage from it onto this active Dragapult, healing this Pokemon. Removing those damage counters, it doesn't look like that is the case. All he can do is erase your ball, just dealing 160 damage, trying to set up to win on the next turn. Robert with so few cards left in the deck, and still somehow Psychic Energy eludes him.
Where do you go from here? Even if you find the Psychic Energy, you can attack in and put pressure, knock out the Mewtwo, but you're not handling this Mimikyu. which is going to clear you out, and that's it. Look at the last 2 cards, is Boss and Psychic. Maybe in another game, those cards could have lined up, but not this time around, and Patrick hangs on to take this game too.
Yeah, and hanging on is the best way to describe it. Very, very close margins in this one. As it is Patrick able to close things out down to just that one final prize card. Robert, prizing the double Dragapult put a lot of strain on his recovery resources. As we recap that game number 2 to see how we got into game number 3. Aggression from Patrick, something we were unable to see in game number 1. An attack of Erasure Ball, deals with the early Badoo, deals with the Dragapult EX, thanks to Lily's Clefairy providing that weakness. And though the double Cursed Blast play happened for Robert, clearing out the threat of Lily's Clefairy, awarding Patrick 2 prize cards, it just was not enough, as Psychic Energy was not found as one of the 2 taken.
That play isn't available if the Risky Ruins mishap doesn't happen on Patrick's side of the board. There's a few other avenues where if Patrick finds the perfect energy, that Team Rocket's energy, he can just completely flip the board. And Robert, we're just seeing a little bit of inconsistency with the deck list. Only 8 energies to work with, does not have that Neo upper energy to incorporate into the strategy. And with only 2 Night Stretcher, prize cards really start to speak to you. If you see any of those waiting in the prize cards, if you see any of those crucial Pokemon again, like the Dragapult, maybe we'll see another issue here in game 3.
Just under 17 minutes will remain here for this 3rd game. Should be enough time for us to see a natural conclusion. Robert did mulligan at least once, so Patrick will get himself 1 extra card to work with. I'm sure something he is not too upset to see. As we do see prize cards going out for our players. And it looks like Robert has chosen to go first. Move we see be so popular in this current format. Let's get into game 3.
And not only is it great for you to see immediately with some of those item cards a little bit of a setup, get that first energy in play, but you're playing against Team Rocket. You need to slow things down. Do not offer that turn 1 supporter. And that's double Duskull in the prize cards this time around.
The double Duskull.
It is just 2.
And one of those 2 stadiums as well in the Area 0 Underdepths. He plays 1 Area 0, 1 Risky Ruins. So less bumps for a Team Rocket's factory. Speaking of which, prize for Patrick is that card. And one of his 2 Team Rocket's Mewtwo as well.
And think about this. If this hand is not recycled, there's a few Night Stretcher. If you lose some of these resources, well, maybe that Psychic Energy could be a problem down the road too. And this is a pass of the turn. No energy to take advantage of this opening.
Very weak opening there for Robert. No energy, as mentioned. No Buddy Buddy Poffin either. Just a Pokepad was the play. And right away, Patrick once again finds the opening Team Rocket's Proton. This time, no Transceiver necessary. Just having it in his hand, ready to roll.
And if there were ever a game where you didn't need the second Articuno, that's when your opponent has double Duskull in the prizes. But it's not going to stop Patrick. Not that he knew anyways, but it will be the tried and true approach. Setting up nice consistent board, and hopefully for Patrick, finding that lucky helmet for the Mewtwo and can avoid some of those troubles that we saw with the Itchy Pollen.
A very clear game plan here from Robert into this matchup. Knows exactly how he wants to approach it. Down comes the Mewtwo, the Rocket's Mimikyu, the Team Rocket's Articuno, and also a Team Rocket's Energy now being attached to the Team Rocket's Mewtwo, and a pass of the turn back over now to Robert. Does find himself a pretty nice top deck in the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
If only there were basic Pokemon that weren't just named Dreepy. But this does open avenues for the Itchy Pollen, if you want to go down that route. The problem is you missed out on energy last turn. You still don't have one this turn. But maybe Dracloak has something to say about that.
And perhaps a supporter waiting in the hand, as Robert was unable to play one on his first turn. Maybe a Dracloak as well, aiming to provide a little bit of additional help with some draw power.
Under 14 minutes remaining to find a conclusion here in this set, and what an interesting back and forth we've had so far. It's just
and Robert's, I think, not happy with something. Maybe just not happy with the fact that he knew he was going back into the deck. He does have actually Team Rocket's, I keep saying Team Rocket's Meowth. He does have Meowth EX in his hand. It just feels like it
I'm
should
going to
be.
get you to say that's right at some point. This is when we've seen the Crispin be so impactful, is the retreating these Pokemon and missing out on the energies. It's been a real problem. And if there were ever a matchup where you will not take advantage of Monkey Dory Dark Energy, it's right here. So very limited will you see those the damage counters left on the board. It's always a knockout on the Dragapult.
Here comes a Dracloak here, Recon Directive. Looking at the top couple of cards. Psychic Energy being found is not too bad for the next turn. He does have Ultra Ball for maybe another Dracloak if he wants it, but it would be pretty costly to play. So he will hold off and just go with that Itchy Pollen.
This would do a lot if it weren't for the fact that Patrick's holding on to the goods. He's got Giovanni, Team Rocket's Mewtwo, and the energy. That's a KO on the Dracloak. But nice Stretcher's waiting in the hand.
Can get that Pokemon back right away. And he will go with a Meowth EX to search out any supporter card added to the hand. It will be Lily's Determination being grabbed. What a find from Patrick on the last turn. Having ya boy, Team Rocket's Giovanni, swapping one of his benched Pokemon and one of his opponent's benched Pokemon in order to snag that KO onto the Pokemon Robert had invested quite a bit into with his attachment last turn.
Yeah, just did not see that coming for Robert, and sure enough, it's going to punish us. Now, using one of those very costly Night Stretchers to find the Dracloak, still missing the energy to attach, has it in hand, but committing it here once more. If you see another Giovanni and an energy, well, even just retreating off of, or free retreating, swapping with the Mimikyu, this could be devastating.
There is that Recon Directive used. Finding Pheasantipity EX. Can give a little bit of extra draw power thanks to Flip the Script, thanks to Patrick's KO on the previous turn, and 3 cards that aren't going to help too much right here. The Ultra Ball is actually going to just get rid of those other Psychic Pokemon. Monkey Dory not very useful in this matchup, and then also Dusknoir. Robert kind of showing the hand a little bit here. It's not going to be useful with a couple Duskull being prized. He does use that Lily's Determination here, though, and will get himself 8 cards and finds another Dracloak as well. So still more cards to be accessed here, just trying to get set up, trying to get established here and slow Robert down with Badoo, Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, was able to preserve some resources, and shuffle those back in for later down the road. Finding that fire energy would be great for the following turn, and really just would love to avoid seeing this energy targeted this turn, as Itchy Pollen is your best chance at avoiding that, avoiding Transceiver running you into some trouble. Sure enough, we'll just continue to play out these cards, thin out the deck, and if all you have left are hits, you'll be able to stay in contention against a board that's not that strong. It's just Team Rocket's Mewtwo on the other side.
Dreepy joins the party here as the 5th and final Pokemon to hit the bench. And now Badoo's Itchy Pollen scratches over to the Mewtwo, 10 damage. Patrick right away, not much of a choice but to play Lily's Determination from the hand. Send that into the deck to draw himself 6 cards now, as he did take a prize card. And he will take one more lined up with Erasure Ball here.
Seeing these cards after a prize card, not exactly what you want, but of course finding something to keep this moving. The problem is, if you find the energies, do you even want to attach them at this point? You can start to charge up for your Mimikyu at some point, but it's such a vulnerable Pokemon.
The Wobbuffet does hit the board early in this one. No Tarantula being found to put down to get into a Spidops on the next turn. So just that bench of the Pokemon and an attack. Scores one more KO for Patrick, down to 4 prizes now remaining. Robert having everything in hand that he needs to get off his attack this turn with the Dragapult and a basic Fire Energy. And is going to feel probably a little bit better about it in this game than he did in the previous one, as there are no energy prepped on the Mimikyu. Not seen any signs of that Clefairy just yet. I think if Robert could have his way perfectly, it would involve unfair stamp comboed on this turn.
I have trouble with this Ultra Ball and throwing away the Dark Energy. Yes, Dark Energy is not going to play onto Monkey Dory, but there will be a retreat at some point, surely, or a Pokemon that gets targeted with Giovanni to pause the game and instead held on to Buddy Poffin that's just shuffled back in at this point. You have to think that when you only play 8 energies, that will come into play at some point.
And you do need multiple different types of energy in the deck to play Crispin as well. Even if you aren't going to attach the Dark Energy, it can just get you that guaranteed extra attachment of a Fire or Psychic and adding the Dark to your hand in the future. So perhaps a resource Robert will want back later on. So he does draw a full 8 here off of that Lily's Determination. Gets himself an Ultra Ball to thin the deck, and think that we're going to see him really dig for the use of an unfair stamp here. Still has Flip the Script available as well, so potential of a bunch of cards still to be seen. 7 from the 2 Recon Directives and that Pheasantipity.
You can see the problem with this current setup as is. This is why the straight Dragapult decks have had an issue with some of these tanky decks that can hold on, withstand the 200 hit attack of the Phantom Dive. It's because there are ways to combat this. When you have Team Rocket's Wobbuffet, when you have the Mimikyu alongside the Lily's Clefairy, you can just clear these Pokemon or just send the damage right back over.
Last shot.
Pokemon.
And there it is, the unfair. He didn't even look at what the other card was.
You don't need to.
It knows that unfair stamp is going to be the grab, as Patrick did take a KO last turn. This will be very nice to send him down to just 2 cards in hand, and there is no Lucky Helmet on Patrick's side this game to help add to the hand size after this disruption.
I was ready to just go down the avenue of missing it, but does find that piece, and you can put the pressure on, maybe clear this Pokemon on the following turn, but he's going to check the threat. There's a problem. Wobbuffet could shift this damage right back over and negate this turn.
Robert gonna just read that Wobbuffet, make sure he knows exactly what his opponent could do here.
There was a devastating turn. If that wasn't found off the unfair stamp off that last recon, Patrick had the Giovanni along with Rocket's Energy to KO the Pheasantipity with the Wobbuffet and clear the damage off the board.
Wow, yeah, that would have been very powerful. And now instead, Patrick will be left with just a 3-card hand, and he does get a Lily's Determination. Not going to be the perfect combination of cards to set himself up. Oh, and actually, Robert even, look at this, Kyle. Yeah. Robert played around the potential of the Wobbuffet. He used Jet Headbutt. What a heads-up move.
Yeah, when you have that 10 damage that's placed earlier on, it just lines up so nicely. Now this Pokemon's 200 HP away from a KO. There's not a clear answer. It's basically on the back of Lily's Determination, finding its friend Lily's Clefairy to help out in this spot. Can that be found?
There's a handheld fan available now for Patrick. He's going to put that on the Mewtwo. He can mess with those energy attachments from the Dragapult player.
This card can be devastating. If there was 10 less damage, I would be really worried about this fan. However, the fact that it only has 1 use right now could be a lifesaver for Robert.
160 damage from the Erasure Balls, setting up for a 2-hit knockout with the Dragapults. Pokepad being used from Robert. Maybe this is where we could see a Monkey Dory get in the mix, Kyle?
It's very rare that this Pokemon has a chance, but do we need to mention the Dark Energies that were tossed away? 2 sitting in the discard pile. There's just a Psychic and a Fire remaining, along with 1 Night Stretcher in deck. Can you really afford to use those resources? It would be nice to preserve some hit points.
How worth it will it be? Especially since Mewtwo could still very easily get the knockout next turn with just the discard of a single energy from the bench, though this active will likely be going down here. 2 cards from the top with Recon Directive. Crispin sent to the bottom. 1 more Recon Directive now to use. See what he is able to work with. Neither of those cards adding much help. Rare Candy's all but useless at this point with those Duskulls being prized. With Patrick having taken so many prize cards already, I think we are very unlikely to see a Curse Blast happen this game.
Yeah, wise to see you move back the Dracloak as you just want a target for the Ultra Ball if you want to continue to thin out this deck, but having that bench space for the last Meowth to potentially close out on the last major threat that Patrick could present in this game could be pretty impactful. And these are the last energies. The cards are being all but presented. If Patrick wants to set something up with the Fan and Giovanni's, maybe Robert doesn't find a way to take the last prize cards here.
There is the KO, 200 damage, perfect math after the Itchy Pollen, plus Jed Headbutt, plus the Phantom Dive. We don't normally think about 3-hit KOs being very strong in this current metagame, though it is going to be nice here for Robert to get on the board, tying the game up 4-4 prize cards. And what does Patrick have available? I don't feel like there's much in his hand, Kyle.
No.
Does he have a draw supporter? Oh, he has a Lily, but he's going to use Proton.
Hey, we've seen this from Patrick. Just cool, calm, and collective under pressure, and use the Team Rocket Spite Ups and charge up a little and see some energies.
Yeah, and can actually even get a KO here with this Pokemon. Yeah, with the attachment of turn, Rocket Rush, 30 damage for each of your Team Rocket's Pokemon in play.
Just, it had to be this mark at 160 remaining. You have to guarantee that Pokemon right now, and can pressure this Pokemon take the knockout. There's just the one fire, the one Night Stretcher to continue to find Dragapults at this stage.
There it is, Rocket Rush. Down goes the Dragapult. 2 prizes now remaining for Patrick. Pretty simple path to close it out for him as well, should another Dragapult EX come into play. Robert kicks off his sequence with a Flip the Script to draw 3 cards. Lots of available resources in the hand. Still has a couple Recon Directives. Needs to find himself a Fire Energy and a Dragapult to get off an attack here. Or is there some better line?
I mean, if you want to find that line for a win, you have to move pretty quickly. There's 40 seconds remaining. The resources are dwindling.
Could he Dragon Headbutt the Mimikyu here for a prize card? That's probably too slow at this point.
Yeah, if you do that play, it needs to be in the next 10 seconds because you need Patrick to promote again, draw for the turn, and allow yourself 2 turns to get this done.
There's like 3 cards in Robert's deck right now. He needs to have some urgency here to close out this game.
This is the problem when you don't have access to the Duskulls. There's no other way to accelerate this clock. You have to continue to punch through, and Team Rocket's Articuno may just be the MVP of this set.
We're going to get word on exactly when time is called here in this sequence at the table, as currently Patrick has not promoted and drawn, which would make him turn 1. Robert completing turn 0 there, and I believe that is going to be the case here. Patrick on to turn 1. Going to start his sequence with bug catching sets. He needs to find Lily's Clefairy and Team Rocket's Energy. If he finds those 2 cards, the game is over. Gemstone Mimicry copying the Phantom Dive to take the last knockout. Team Rocket's Giovanni as well could work as a way to target down the Team Rocket's Meowth if he has enough basic Rockets Pokemon. And he could do that right now. Does he have one more Pokemon to bench? Yes, there is that Kangaskhan and the Team Rocket's Giovanni. 180 damage, takes out Meowth, and Patrick punches his ticket into Top Cut.
Wow, I mean, that's just something else to spot the line, take that last KO. So often, we thought that in this format it would be the Meowth that is using boss's orders and closes out. Maybe it's time we turn the table and to use Giovanni against that Meowth.
Giovanni showing us who the real boss is. Taking down the Meowth to close out the game. Well played by Roberts to get to this point. Congratulations on the run, but he will come up just short of a top cut burn.
Yeah, what a match we had here. Let's take a look once more as it started. All too familiar for Team Rockets. A peculiar start. Of course, find all your friends, and then where do you go from here? To game 2.
Yeah, very quick decision there. I do like Patrick's decision to concede and move on to future games, and it pays off massively as he is able to win in turns of game number 3. If he had stuck out that game 1 much longer, he might not be finding himself in top cut.
And look at this. For Patrick, it just leads to these spots where he has more time to be patient in the game. He slows down, he uses the full hit points of his Pokemon, and it doesn't overextend into KOing those Duskulls, and ends up coming up with a game win there, which led to him having about 14 minutes in this last game, and he needed every second of it to beat turn 1.
Ends up being just enough for him as Robert was able to swing back and took down the mighty Mewtwo. Just a little too far behind. Patrick able to have a 1 prize board. Robert not able to extend due to the Duskulls being in the prize cards. Definitely feels a little bad for that to have been the way things ended up. And speaking of the way things end up, Team Rocket's Giovanni brings up the Meowth, closing out the game. Congratulations to Patrick on making it into cuts.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that's going to ruffle some feathers as we move into the top cut. There's plenty of Dragapults that are waiting to see what will be in the top cut alongside them, and Team Rocket has broken through. Is that something that these players are worried about, or can they give them a good show?
Yeah, he is going to be the only Team Rocket's Mewtwo player in cuts. We're going to get an interview with Patrick here shortly. It does look like there are 11 players in our top cut, so 3 in addition to the top 8, which we will eventually cut all the way down to. But a great showing and a lot of unique decks here, I will say. There is plenty of Dragapult, of course, but looks like we've got a Mega Lucario in cut. We've got Hail Obernolte with his Mega Lopunny deck in cut. Love to see that. Very cool. We've got Jose Marzan's Raging Bolt in cut.
Tealmass Ogerpon, Lily's Clefairy.
That did defeat Ian Robb in the final round, so Ian gonna miss out on cut with his Raging Bolt. It's DeLong who took him down with his Tealmass Ogerpon, Lily's Clefairy, Mega Kangaskhan EX, lots of basic EX Pokemon deck. You know what it is?
Yep. Big basics, we'll call it. But yeah, it's earned its goofy name, and sure, plenty of Dragapult as well to go along with it. A few different variants. I think we actually will see the full medley as Hedrick is playing with the hammers. We have a few that are playing with the Dusknoir, and some that are playing the straight version. I don't know if we've seen the any Blaziken that are going to make it through, but still plenty of different ways to play this deck, and my goodness, are there a lot of them that made 31 points.
We'll break it all down here very, very soon. But first, we do have to get caught up with our winner from the last round, Patrick, our final member of Top Cut. Wancho, how's he feeling?
Thanks, Chip. Wancho here, and joining me in the lounge, our last round winner, Patrick. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very relieved. I think there was a lot of pressure after game 1, especially on stream. First time on stream and first recorded match that I won. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, all the lights and being on stage, there's definitely a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But, okay, let's talk about your deck. Because you chose to bring this very spicy Mewtwo deck list. First, let's go with why we chose Mewtwo in the first place.
I think this is an opinion that's echoed by a lot of people, is that Rocket's Mewtwo and Spidops has good matchups across the board, in theory, on paper. If it's an inconsistent list, which the deck is inherently a bit bricky, that's bad, and it doesn't work. But if you can make it as consistent as possible, you can take advantage of those good matchups. That's what I've tried to do with my build.
And let's talk about your build. What cards did you add to fix this consistency? We did get to see the Lucky Helmet
Yes.
come in and play. Very, very cool card. Let's talk about that.
The Lucky Helmet is there for onboard stamp proofing because the deck doesn't play Pheasantipity, it doesn't play Dracloak, it doesn't play the Dunsparce. You have no onboard draw. So your stamp to 5 is a lot better than a stamp to 3. A lot of the consistency is also in the omissions, not what was included.
Oh, okay.
Archer is a great disruption card. It's like Stamp, but if you draw a turn 1, it's a dead card. You draw Archer, you think it could be a Proton or a Lily or something. So you omit the Archers. You have no Bangles, no Black Belts, so you have no damage mods. But you can put consistency cards in there instead. The recovery used to be 3 Night Stretcher. Now it's a Night Stretcher and a Sacred Ash.
Yeah.
Saves you 1 extra card slot, can be a consistency card. Stuff like this. So just try to shove as much consistency in there because the deck is inherently good if it gets to play.
And we got to see that. You did get to play those. Well, you got to play two of those games.
And two was enough. 2 was enough.
Yes, and yeah, let's talk about that then. You did take an early concession in that game 1. What was going through your mind, and what was the trigger for you? What was the point where you were just like, yeah, let's go to the game?
I think he had such a dominant board state that even if I drew everything, there was no way in back for me to win the game if the opponent plays well. And at that point, I want to be able to win 2 games to make into cut. So you want to give yourself the opportunity. So an early concession, I've been playing this game long enough that I try to understand how time works. So I tried to give myself the best odds of making cut and winning the tournament.
Well, you did it perfectly because you won that game just in time. You were literally in turns.
Yes, I was turn 1.
Yeah, so the early concession, 100%.
I was thinking of doing it the previous turn already, but I thought maybe the board state on his side maybe there's still a chance.
Very cool. Oh, you know what? There's another card I wanted to ask you about is the Handheld Fan. Why the inclusion of that card?
If you look at what happened in Prague, one of the 2 decks that stood out above the rest was Festival Lead.
Yes.
Festival Lead, if you go first, you can prize trade them. It's a single prize matchup. If they go first, they can prize trade you, and they do it very well.
Yeah.
They're very consistent. They can gust early on. They might even get 2 prizes depending on your board states. The Handheld Fan, particularly because you play 2 of them, which means they adapted to play 1 Twirl Scrapper. You don't play 2 into play ever. They've only played 2 2 Boss. So they eventually can't get around it anymore. That buys you a turn unless they're able to double attach onto the Diplin, which they often can't because they only play 5 energy. So it's for the Festival League matchup. However, it's also good into Straight Pult, where you can target the energy they have the least of, and maybe you can prevent them from Phantom Diving. Situationally useful. Yes. And it won me a game against Poltenor earlier because they had to go search for the energy because they didn't have it and they couldn't boss for game later.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's very, very cool to just move an energy off a Festival Lead attacker, and then they don't get that second attack. It's just like, oh, I can't attack that second time. Very, very cool. I like that inclusion. And okay, well now, congratulations. You're in top cut.
Thank you.
What's going through your mind?
I think I got very fortunate to get through game 2 there. I think there's some level of gratefulness of just being here because I don't think I should have won game 2 just on the board states. So I think I should have lost. So I think I didn't play so well and I got through it and somehow I'm not gonna try to play better going forward. That's what's in my mind.
I like it. Yes, even if you just won a game, it's still about that self-improvement. And, let's try and do better the next games. Let's try and get that win, right?
That's the goal. That's the goal.
All right. Can I ask, how did you prep going into this event?
I think it's a minority opinion, but I really did not like the pre-rotation format. My last major was about a year ago.
Oh, wow.
I did not like the pre-rotation format, so I took like half a year off the game. I didn't like the fact that Zard, Dengo, Guardy, Pult were all so good, so consistent, it inhibits deck building. My Rockets list is not standard. The stuff I've played, if you look at the Limitless, is not standard.
Yes, yeah.
And you can't do that. You can't try to counter the meta when you got 4 dominant, super consistent decks that are very different, and you got the hand disruption and everything. So I started preparing post-rotation, I think, in Jan.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't playing any of the standard, and I was on Rockets by Feb. So I've been playing this 2 months before rotation. On ladder, on TCG Master, just on myself, with friends, sending ideas to my testing group, and just trying to get something to work.
Yeah. It really, really does show you we're in such a new format, but it feels like you've already mastered the format with all these very cool tech inclusions into your deck, and just the way you've built the Mewtwo list. It seems it's very, very cool.
Yeah. You can see that in the list. I'm not sure you can see that in the play in this round. I'm not sure, but hopefully it's better going forward.
We'll get there.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, and now, just a couple more questions for you. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
I want to shout out the Finnish testing group. This includes Herman, Öivind, Juho, Konsta, Julius, all these people. There's many more. I'm not just going to rattle off names. Also want to shout out the Bay Area testing group. That's like Richard, Riley, and so forth. Again, omissions. If you know, you know. Yeah, I think tournament-wise, that's who I want to shout out. Yeah.
Amazing stuff. And, well, Patrick, I'm going to make sure you get some rest before Top Cut. We're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho. Great to hear from Patrick. Congratulations to him on making it into our Top Cut, the lone Rockets Mewtwo box player making it in. We do have Pablo standing by ready to join us and break down that last game. Pablo, what do you think of the Rockets box deck?
I mean, it definitely performed better than I expected it to after that first game where Patrick, honestly, I mean, I think he said a phrase just now, like he's trying to understand how time works. I feel like that was very philosophical. I felt it like in my soul. Like
he's been playing for so long that now he understands the theory of time.
Yes, exactly. And so great time management for sure. That's like the first clip that I have for you guys is exactly that. That to me is like the match defining moment in which he gave himself the chance to win this match, right? It's like he had the game was still at 6 prizes each. Robert was only dealing 10 damage at a time. Like Patrick would eventually top deck and make something happen out of this, perhaps, right? But based on the board that his opponent had already set up, he was like, nope, you know what? I'm not winning this game. I need to be in a better position. And I don't know many players that would make this call. Like you can see, he checks his time, goes for it. I was very impressed by that decision.
Yeah, I think if you show this board state to 100 players, probably none of them would say, "Oh, we should concede from here and move on."
I like to concede.
Yeah. But I think once you look at the hand and get more of the context of how long things.
I think the problem that so many players would have is you finally see the lucky helmet and you're up against the Badoo and you're worried about like, oh, well, will I get some use out of it? Your deck says, well, I'll let you see a few more cards if you want to do that. And you go, nope, not even that's going to make this happen. I need to move on. And that's exactly what you need to do in that spot.
Yeah, that was such a high-level decision. I was very impressed by that. And then we had another pivotal moment, I think, here in Game 2, where we preemptively benched this Clefairy before playing the secret box, before countering the stadium. And those 2 damage counters actually ended up mattering towards the end of the game. Patrick, of course, was still able to win this match, but it gave Robert an opening, right? So you can see how these like small margins can really make or break the potential of a top cut in a huge situation.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what he was speaking to with how he didn't like his play in the second game. It's just a small thing, but the 2 damage counters really add up. It's lined up so well for Robert, and
if he hadn't done that, he basically could never lose this game, right?
Exactly.
He gave himself a lose condition by forgetting to bump the stadium first.
Potentially, like if those 2 damage counters were not there, maybe Robert realizes this, concedes a bit quicker, and then we have a bit more time, right? Because we did win on that almost last turn of turn 3. So yeah, those 2 damage counters, and like I wouldn't say it was a misplay, right? It was just like a careless thing to do just because you're pressed for time and you're really trying to make sure that you give yourself enough time to win that other game to get yourself to top cut.
Yep, just unfortunate, but it did lead to us having a pretty great Game 3 where both players set up. And I had a few questions with the way that Robert was working through some of his resources in this time, but it still led to a really strong game where he presented threat after threat. But Patrick just checked these in the most peculiar ways. The Spite-Offs just MVP.
That's exactly what I wanted to showcase here. Spite-Offs, like you hear all about Rocket's Mewtwo and Mimikyu and Clefairy and all these psychic type Pokemon in order to counter the big bad that is Dragapult. But honestly, Spidops just hits like a truck. It does very well and does just enough damage to KO that final Meowth with the Team Rocket's Giovanni. Like the versatility that this deck has with all these different attackers, now with the Wolfette, now with Mimikyu, with the Spidops, with Mewtwo, it's just like everything is a threat. And then you have the layer of protection with Articuno. I agree with Patrick, this deck on paper, when it plays, it feels very strong. The issue can sometimes be making it play, getting it to actually work.
Well, thank you so much, Pablo, for your insight and breakdown. As always, my friend, happy to have you join us, and looking forward to breaking down our top cut very, very soon. We're going to get into those matches, but first we'll have our top cut pre-show. Take a short break in the meantime. Don't go anywhere. We'll return shortly.
Hello, Pokemon fans! I have Josh Frink here with me, and we're about to do a really fun segment. I have some zoomed-in cards, and Josh, you're just gonna have to guess what card that is. You ready?
No.
Well, too bad. Let's go. Here we go. First card. Clue. These are all from Ascended Heroes. Also, take your time so that folks at home have a chance to guess as well.
Okay. So I'm looking at this blue thing, and it kind of looks like a lightning bolt kind of deal. I know Ascended Heroes had a bunch of the megas from ZA, so I'm thinking maybe like a Mega Electros.
You think this is Mega Electros?
Yeah.
Okay, we're locking that in, and it is Canary.
No, that was my second guess.
Yes, the trainer. Well, the Canary.
You play this in the Mega Electros deck. And I think, doesn't she have Mega Electros?
I think so.
I'm counting that as a moral win for me.
You get points. No, you don't get any points, Josh. This isn't even a Pokemon. It's a trainer.
All right, whatever. It's fine.
All right, next one. It's what Ascended Heroes.
Rockets. Oh, it's Giovanni's Mewtwo, the SIR, right?
It is Giovanni's Mewtwo. It was zoomed in though into Giovanni. I was hoping you'd think it was Giovanni.
It was that was my first guess, but I think that like I own this card in Japanese, so like I've looked at it at least twice.
All right. Well, good job. All right, here we go. Next one. Last two. Who is this Pokemon, Josh? This is a Pokemon.
Okay. My first instinct was Slurpuff, but I think that's wrong. Is it Mega Meganium?
Yo, you got it right. That is Mega Meganium. It does look a lot like Slurpuff though, right?
The pink, it kind of looked like its head.
Yeah. All right, last one for you, Josh. Who's that Pokemon?
Togekiss. I don't even have to think about this one. Sorry, people at home. I was supposed to give you time. It's not Togekiss. Let me think. Is it Togekiss?
Oh my, you're right. It is Togekiss. Okay, Josh, you got 3 out of 4. That's not too bad. It's just Canary you missed.
It's better than I thought I was going to do, so we'll take it.
Cool. Thank you so much, Josh. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read, try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use. But for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
My name is Truan Tran, and I am from Utah. I do like a lot of the black and white starters because that's when I started. So like Snivy. It was my mom. She bought cards from Japan. This was like back in black and white. And then I started playing probably in like 2018 or something during like Sun and Moon. When Zoroark GX was super good. My brother was playing that. It was like a locals. And I was playing this like rogue Alolan Executor deck. But it perfectly countered basically the Zoroark. And then I beat Makani. It was so funny. During Prismatic, Makani's like, why don't you come to an event? And I said, I want to play Cloth because I saw a video about it and it looked very fun and annoying. So I played it. I've been playing since then, so a bit over a year. I used to play sports as a kid, and this is kind of the replacement for that. And I've met a lot of friends doing Pokemon, like a lot. And it's like super cool to have this community that you meet with like every Monday and Friday that you're like super excited about.
Julius versus Truan playing the Charizard mirror. We're guaranteed a Charizard player in the finals.
Julius, I hit him in Swiss. He had Mezagoza, and I flipped 5 for 6 heads. And then we took a picture with the Mezagoza together. And then he said, see you next time. And we shook hands. And then we hit in top 4. Like, it was super cool. In game 2, he was in a really bad spot. He needed Mezagoza to hit, and he went like this, started shaking the dice, hit tails, and then, yeah.
Truan versus Grant in our finals. Ready to get this thing rolling.
Like, I destroyed him game 1. He just got unlucky. He didn't find his watchtower. But then in game 2, I think it was when I killed the Absol, because killing the Absol is very important in that matchup. People say I whiffed the game earlier, but I didn't. It wasn't guaranteed. I just knew I won when he just left Kangaskhan inactive. Yeah, it's like that feeling. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. Just stay calm and don't like screw it up somehow.
Charizard, Burning Darkness takes down the Mega Kangaskhan, and Truan Tran is a regional champion.
I think I was more in disbelief. That's why I didn't pop off. Like, oh wow, I actually won this event. Winning my second regional ever in Seattle is insane, and I'm super excited to compete in Worlds. I've never been to Worlds, and just seeing the environment for the first time would be super cool. Making day 2 in Worlds would feel like crazy, because knowing how hard it is, because your first opponent is good, your second opponent is good, and then you get to like round 5 and your opponent's like definitely very good if you're 5-0. And like there's 2 of us competing at Worlds now. I'm just waiting until Makani and I hit. For us to hit in finals would be just like crazy. It would feel like an actual dream.
Would you win?
Yeah. I'll probably cheese a game or 2. Winning Worlds is like actually crazy. Like you're the best in the world. Like that's actually insane. That would probably like be the peak of my life.
Pokemon fans, to the beautiful city of Los Angeles, California. We're just a couple moments away until we begin Top Cut. So much Pokemon action to be played here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Wancho Saldana, and I'm joined in the lounge with Kyle and Chip. And as we, we're just going to chat a bit before we get into our Top Cut. How are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Exciting last couple of games we had in our final 2 Swiss rounds there. Very cool to see the Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck get in. I think a deck that it's not a huge surprise to see it make it through, but it's nice to see it happen. Like Patrick pointed out, there's a lot of talks about just the general inconsistencies and issues with the deck, so glad he was able to make it happen.
Yeah, I'd say those were 2 of the most fun matches that we had and got them back to back right before we get to the main show here, the Top Cut, where we'll feature some of our best players. And it was great to see something that wasn't Dragapult finally get the job done. And now we'll see what Team Rocket has for us.
Perfect. But you know what? Before we get into our Top Cut, let's take a look back about what our Phase 1 meta looked like. This was our day 1. Did you guys expect this? Just the 30% Dragapult? Did you expect it to be a little bit bigger?
Yeah, I was surprised whenever we made the decision to fully combine all the Dragapult variants. It makes the graphic look a bit more daunting, I'm not going to lie, but it's honestly deserved just because of how strong this card is. But as we've seen, there are ways to counter it. People are finding those things out throughout the course of this tournament.
Allow me to have fun with my propaganda, okay? This is what I wanted to see. As it speaks to what the storyline is of this set and trying to solve this new format. Dragapult seemingly is the best answer. It has the best stage 1 understage to find all of its resources, one of the best attacks in the game in Phantom Dive, and such a collective of other friends that can help out either with the Dusknoir package or Blaziken, whatever it ends up being. It speaks to the volume of what it can do with how many players played it here and then eventually in Phase 2.
That's for sure, but how about we take a look at the best of the rest? What else showed up in Phase 1 of this Regional Championships? We got to see a lot of Teal Mask, but with the Raging Bolt, I was expecting to see some of this Meganium show up at some point.
Yeah, we never saw it this weekend on the broadcast. There was a couple that were doing decently. I think when we see those final standings, there'll be a handful of them in the top 64, maybe 1 or 2 sneaking into the top 32, but definitely a deck that feels like it has underperformed compared to the hype that it had coming into the post-rotation meta.
Yeah, just didn't line up as well for some of these players. The matchups can be a bit skewed as well. We've seen that for some of the fighting type decks as well. You just run into that one bad matchup that finds your weakness, and it can be a problem, especially in a tournament where you don't have as much leeway. We lost that 1 round. We typically see just going to 13 rounds in this spot. It can be all the difference, as we saw 32 being the cut.
Exactly. I like to point out Mega Lopunny there, just sitting at the very, very bottom, but it's very cool to see a version of a Mega Lopunny deck make it into the cut. So very, very cool there. But yeah, no, I, again, really did expect a lot more grass-type Pokemon. I was an R believer, you would say. and Zoroark as well. That's something that probably just lost a little bit too much power after rotation, right?
Yeah, not having access to Counter Catcher and Iono, I mean, those are 2 pretty massive tools for the deck. Another piece as well that I think is a little less talked about is Professor Turo's Scenario. It allowed you to do so much board fixing within Zoroark in the previous format, just not something that you have available currently anymore. I mean, we even saw Piper Lapine in Prague. She was playing in Zoroark, and she played Scoop Up Cyclone just so she had a way to clean up that board a little bit.
Yeah, the Zoroark is a deck that when it has a little more cards to work with in the pool, then maybe you find some answers. But right now, the pool's just a little shallow. There's not as much that you can surprise your opponents with.
Let's see how these decks converted, though, into our Phase 2. We've seen this already before, but the strongs get even stronger.
Yeah, Dragapult really just showing what a force it is, not only being the most played in day 1, but converting very strongly into day 2, being the most played in day 2. Raging Bolt showing that it's one of those decks that can stand up to Dragapult as it converted very nicely as well from day one numbers. But yeah, I mean, the story, we've said it time and time again, it's all about Dragapult this event.
Yeah, there's a few other contenders that didn't make this portion of it, and they're the ones that are really starting to challenge the Dragapult, and that's going to be quite the story for our top cut, is what can actually challenge this deck, and also when these players have the chance between first and second, is that really going to make a big impact here? There's so much to look forward to, even though the storyline's a bit skewed with the percentages here.
That's going to be fun to see, that's for sure. But let's take a look at the best of the rest, though. You know, the other decks that made it into Phase 2. The Starmie just falling, you know, it was second place in Phase 1, but falling all the way here to the best of the rest. Only 13 players made it to the Phase 2.
Yeah, and I think the deck is just probably a little too inconsistent right now. There's no real strong draw support option for it. You're left to the devices of whatever supporter you play on the given turn. There is a lot of potential, I think, with Mega Starmie in the future. You talked about this earlier, Kyle. I mean, it just does so much so efficiently in one card, but just not quite there for that deck right now.
Yeah, just like some consistent draw that remains on board. Like, we've seen Mega Starmie players that use the Dunsparce and try to draw through, but you need that consistent refill, especially with a deck that can take advantage of cards like Larry's Skill, where you just throw away an entire hand. If you had Refresh on board, that would be so impactful. Or those turns where your supporter doesn't actually draw you anything, you're using that Wallies to help heal and continue to use those hit points as your main resource.
Yeah, big HP Mega Pokemon with low energy cost. There has to be something there, right? But now we have one more graphic, actually, one more deck breakdown, and it's just the Dragapult deck breakdown. What do you guys think about this one?
Yeah, I said this earlier when we first looked at this. I was a little surprised that Dragapult Dusknoir was more popular than Dragapult EX, just straight Pult. But thinking about it a little bit more, I mean, I think so many of those straight Pult players kind of pivoted after the results of Prague onto Pult the Dunsparce builds, even versions that just had 1/1 the Dunsparce line included in them sometimes we saw from players. So congratulations to Mateusz, of course, winning over in Prague with that deck, and it had a massive impact on our metagame as 31 of the Day 2 Dragapult players chose to pilot it.
Yeah, this graphic just speaks to what the players thought was the main issue of what they'd run into in this tournament. If you want the Dunsparce, you're scared of Unfair Stamp. If you're worried about the mirror match, you throw in the Crushing Hammers. If you're worried about the big Mega Pokemon on the other side, or some of these fringe matchups, you include the Dusknoir package and you find success that route, or you just have the sheer consistency and energy acceleration of Blaziken. There's just so many different ways to go about this, and we've seen that basically all of these versions had success over the last 2 days.
No, yeah, I mean, again, Dragapult just being so powerful, and yeah, I like what you guys said about the reaction to Prague. Even just the whole, I felt like there was a lot of single prize in that metagame, and Dusknoir just helps out so much in those matchups. And I feel like I haven't seen Psyduck really in a minute, so maybe it felt safer to go back to the Ghosts.
Yeah, it does feel like we're at kind of a bit of a low in the format for Psyduck usage. I feel like that may change as we get into the Indianapolis Regional Championships in a couple of weeks. We'll have to see kind of what the final results are this weekend when we get a look at our top cut. 11 players in top cut, and Wancho 6 of them are playing Dragapult.
6, that is quite a bit. Luckily, it is an asymmetrical top cut. This isn't just top 8. Imagine 6 out of the 8. No, but, speaking about the players, actually, I believe we do have player profiles for some of the players that are playing in the cuts. I'm sure it's going to be like a couple more Dragapults, but one of them is Jose Marzan. I'm very, very excited
He's right behind you.
Yeah, Jose Marzan playing the Raging Bull deck. He did beat, I believe, Ian Roth to get into the cut.
No, Ian lost to a different, like a Teal Mask Lily's Clefairy box deck, but Jose did make it in. He is the lone Raging Bolt player in our top cut. Player who's had plenty of success. We see these regional finishes. Raging Bolt in this format feels very much like a Jose Marzan deck.
Yes.
He's very much the player who he's got the type of decks he's known for. He likes these low to the ground, aggressive, consistent, force the advantage, force the pressure type of decks. I remember one of the first decks I saw him build after the pandemic was this Raikou V deck with Mew that just like turboed through the deck.
Oh. Yeah.
Did a bunch of damage, was really efficient. That was a super unique one. He had a deep run at the Charlotte Regional Championships a few years ago with Eternatus VMAX in a time where not a lot of people really thought Eternatus was very good. He has had played his share of Roaring Moon EX as well, so Raging Bolt I think fits very nicely into the style of deck he likes to bring.
Yeah, the like Vikavolt inclusion stuff too, just like all the acceleration and different attacks to include, and this is exactly where he wants to be. It's a perfect fit for him. You have that aggression that you can show off, but also he just continues to build on the different attacks that you can use with this deck, and that's something that I think Ian Robb was really trying to highlight with what the deck is capable of and what you can do in different matchups, and we've seen that Jose performs consistently well at events like this. Now he has a chance to build on that. A few top 16s, top 8s, top 4. What's next?
A top player playing a deck they're comfortable with, playing their style. It's just a recipe for success. But we also have Hale Obernolte, who found their deck, just the day before, like 36 hours before the tournament, and has played it perfectly.
Yeah, always excited to see Hale in another top cut. We've talked about it many times. A player who doesn't go to nearly as many events as we're used to seeing from the top end of players. He doesn't really travel out of the country, doesn't really go to very many international championships, save for NAIC every single year. He's won himself a couple of regional championships, most recently Salt Lake City, where he used Arceus Gudra, a deck at a time that a lot of people did not think was super, super strong. He always loves to bring something new and unique, and he's done that this weekend with the Mega Lopunny deck, a deck that I think was on players' radars, but certainly not super respected as a top pick.
Yeah, he said it himself with the Absol Toolbox. He picked that up, just gave it a shot, and that's something that he can afford to do that not many other players can. Is if when you played this game as long as he has, yes, he doesn't play as consistently as some of the current top players do right now, but he's got those inherent skills about him where he can pick this up and identify that there is a current weakness in the meta. They're 40%, 47% of the decks he's running into right now have a really hard time taking down a Lopunny.
No, I mean, yeah, the decks he was trying, I believe, it was the Absol box and then the Festival Lead and then running in, then finally deciding on this. Those are three completely different play styles, three completely different decks to test 36 hours before a tournament. But yeah, just a seasoned player putting in their stuff, just really knows his game.
Yeah, I think Hale's in-game decisions and gameplay overall is just about as good as anyone gets in the Pokemon TCG. So he has that flexibility to be able to make that last-second pivot, changing strategies completely, just because he's got those years of experience to draw back from.
Yeah, the pride of all the old heads who watch backstage and think, you know what, maybe the Pokedads still have it in them. He really is one of the better pilots out there right now, and he continues to show that. And now the storyline will be, can he avoid some of the real issues for this deck? The fighting decks were the real problem that he wanted to avoid, and if he can do that, then this might be another big run.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many. I think in the cut, I did see one, at the very least, one big one. And oh boy, do fighting decks hit hard.
Yeah, there's one Mega Lucario player in top cut. I do believe he and Hale are on opposite sides of the bracket. So if you're rooting for Hale, that's good news. And if you're rooting for the Mega Lucario player, it's good news, honestly, as well. If he can make it all the way, if those players were to collide, finals maybe wouldn't be the most exciting one we've had.
Yeah, maybe, not sure if Jose features the Passimian. That could be a problem that we run into every once in a while. So there's a few different hiccups for Lopunny, but ultimately the deck is strong.
We're talking about the bracket, and I have a treat for everyone here at home. We have a big reveal. We have that ready to show, actually. And these are the players playing right now. You can see a couple of people making it to the top 8 already. Jack Pitcher, Xavier, Nicholas Moffitt, Hale Obernolte, and Andrew Hedrick just leading the pack.
Yeah, Hedrick looking for his 5th regional win, I believe. Someone who has just been so consistent the last 4 or 5 seasons. Would not be surprised to see him make it deep into this event. The lone top 8 match that's ready to go, though, we got Xavier versus Nicholas. Xavier is our player on that Mega Lucario. Of course, Nicholas, we did see in our very first stream match of the weekend, he is playing Dragapult Dusknoir, one of the many players who chose to pilot that this weekend. So that is certainly going to be an interesting game, I will say. And Hale Obernolte, Andrew Hedrick, and Jack Pritchard, the other players, just waiting who their opponent will be in top 8.
Oh yeah, a lot of people we have featured during the event. It's great to follow those storylines. I mean, we just saw Patrick just win the last round with the Mewtwo. Could be running into Hale Obernolte if he wins his last round. That could be quite the interesting matchup.
And we saw some really impressive play from Preston earlier on in the tournament too. So to see that match of Preston versus Patrick would be an absolute treat. See if there's a chance for Preston to show off a little more of that skill that he's shown already. If you can take down a deck like that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, it's definitely a tricky one to handle as a Dragapult player, but always a chance.
I'm going to be really interested to watch what happens in that bottom game there. Victor versus DeLong. Victor playing Dragapult EX. He's actually got a pretty interesting tech in his list. He's playing Mega Lopunny in his Dragapult build, which is not something you expect to see too often. And DeLong playing a deck that we haven't really seen too much of, that EX toolbox deck. Teal Mask Ogerpon, Lily's Clefairy, Mega Kangaskhan EX, and all of the various friends that go along with it.
Well, it's very cool to see, despite, how I know it was very daunting to see the original graphics of Dragapult with a 30% into 40%, 50% conversion, that there is still a lot of, variance. There's a lot of different decks in our top cut right now.
Yep, a lot of different ways to go about taking down the beast and trying to move forward and get through this top 8, and these players have a chance to do just that. And I'm interested to see how the tech inclusions for DeLong's deck work against Victor in those spots, because I'm sure that when you play against Dragapult, you're not expecting to see the Mega Lopunny, and so that might throw your strategy for a loop and lead to a really interesting board state once that Lopunny is solved, or at least the Baneri is cleared.
Another piece here, of course, is going to be the fact that the player who is the higher seed will have the opportunity to choose whether or not they would like to go first or second in each of their games in Top Cut. So Jack Pritchard leading the charge right now, coming in as the 1 seed. Should he continue to win every single one of his games, he'll have that really solid advantage.
Massive benefit to have, especially when you think about the mirror match and Dragapult. Just have that energy ready to go and evolve first. Maybe take advantage of those rare candies. That can be all the difference in this game.
Oh, yes, especially in this metagame. Like, just being able to just comfortably go first in every single matchup, that feels really, really good. Just getting that first energy attachments doesn't beat that. And, oh, what's that right behind me? Looks like the game is ready. So, we're not going to make you guys wait. We're going to throw it to the casters for some Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, guys. In the lounge, well, it's Dragapult's world, and we are just simply living in it as we head into our top 8 match. My name's Emily Foreman, joined here by Michaela Gassert. How you feeling?
Super excited because it may be Dragapult's world right now, but there is a chance to turn that over. We have a lot of decks in this top 8 and in this asymmetrical cut that are doing their best to dethrone the king off the podium. And I think the match we're about to see may just be one of those opportunities.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this is going to kind of play out, just because the story has already technically been written for us, right? Can Dragapult win, or is Dragapult going to fall to one of the decks that we may be seeing in a quick moment? But you see our 2 competitors here. One you should be familiar with from the stream, like Chip had said. Nicholas Moffitt here, his first big finish of the season was 6th place in Las Vegas with Golden Go. Then he top 16 Houston Regionals with Dragapult Dusknoir, which he's on and since March, and now he is here to try and make his way to a first place. No stranger to a top 8.
Absolutely, and he's got his reps in with this deck. Across the field, however, I think this is going to be a fan favorite. That's Mega Lucario. You heard me right, Mega Lucario with all the fixins. This deck has been well out of the spotlight thanks to the dominance of Gardevoir for the past several formats, but with Gardevoir taking a bit of a break, it's Mega Lucario's time to shine, and Xavier's showing here today could be a big one. His best result is a top 128 at Los Angeles Regionals in 2024, so back in the home field again. He's currently 5-1 against Dragapult decks this tournament, particularly 3-0 against Dragapult Dusknoir varieties, so looks like this may be a matchup he knows super well. And with his back to the wall, he managed so far to beat Henry Chow and Noah Sakajin. So that's a lot of well-known names have been taken down to get here so far. Nicholas may be the next on that totem pole.
The thing is with Mega Lucario is that I think a lot of people agree that this deck can hit very hard. I mean, you're not even playing a stage 2 in this deck. It's really just evolving up into your stage 1s. And a lot of times now in this format, a lot of players are kind of vying to go first. So we'll see how Xavier is going to handle Nicholas' list here, but as you can see on what's going on here, both players actually get to look at each other's list, which means that we can also talk about some of the cool things that Xavier has in his list. The one copy of Mega Signal here, where you're just able to go and grab your Mega Pokemon. Also great supporters in there like Black Belt's training to be able to hit those high numbers like Dragapult. But the one copy of Tarragon for the recovery, that one's got to be interesting.
Haven't seen that very frequently. You're able to put up to 4 in any combination of fighting Pokemon and basic fighting energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. And combined with Mega Lucario EX's Aura Jab attack, it also pulls basic fighting energy from your discard into your benched Pokemon. Lots of ways to make sure that any energy disruption or any knockouts discarding your energy will not affect you in the long run. Xavier's got plenty of resources and recovery to keep those energy in play and use them on attackers such as this Mega Lucario, but also perhaps Hariyama, which deals great damage as a single prizer, enough to knock out a Pheasantipity even without the weakness being factored in. And maybe occasionally a Solrock or a Lunatone. Solrock was able to deal enough damage to knock out a Dreepy, and that could make the difference. And it's also able to knock out Duskull even with the resistance because of Solrock's attack effect. So whichever strategy Xavier's going to go for, there are plenty of tools in that deck to do it. And also, we haven't seen the A-Spec Secret Box in many decks this format, despite it being a former favorite. Now it's sort of fallen off for Unfair Stamp, but it's a battle of the A-Specs as well.
Sure, Xavier's deck is going to give us plenty of treats along the way, including the 2 copies of Carmine as well. There's just plenty of treats to go around, but of course, like you had mentioned, still playing this Solrock Lunatone package, which is so strong. Solrock, a great early game attacker to take down Dreepies and Duskulls, and then Lunatone providing that lunar cycle to be able to continuously keep drawing cards. But we know Nicholas Moffis. Let's just take a look at the prize cards. Nothing too worrying here. That one copy, or one of the 2 copies of Gravity Mountain I'm kind of looking at, that does help you hit your high Dragapult numbers. 1 copy of Riolu, a couple of consistency cards here, but I'm not too worried for either player.
Not at all. And anytime you need to get a one-hit KO going, you've also got access to 4 Premium Power Pro, an incredibly strong item card that lets you deal an extra 30 damage. You can stack those up and get an extra 120 damage on a turn if need be. Kind of like a Dusknoir, but you keep it at home and it's a 4-card combo.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to get into this top 8. Mega Lucario in top 8. Love the handshake there. And we are heading in. And Nicholas Moffat going to be drawing first here. Let's see what setup he's got. I do see a Dreepy. I do see a Duskull and a Monkey Dory. Can't use that Lily's Determination on first turn. But at least he's got a Dreepy and energy and something to go along with it.
Certainly doesn't hurt to have so many Psychic Pokemon in hand, but most of them are not attackers. Now, the cool thing here is that Monkey Dory's actual attack, Mind Bend, is able to deal weakness damage plus the confusion. So that may be relevant for some, maybe knocking out Makuhita or knocking out a Riolu in play. But so far, it looks like the strategy for the first turn is going to be the same as usual. Get those Dreepies going. Once the Dreepies are out on the field, you'll be able to get ready with Dracloak next turn. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Some sequencing there with the Risky Ruins. The choice was to put down the basics before the stadium and then put just 1 Pokemon down after the Risky Ruins to put just a little bit of energy on the board for the Monkey Dory.
It's also risky ruins there because Nicholas knows that Xavier is going to fill up this board right now with multiple Riolus, a Makuhita, and the Soul Rock and Lunatone. So that's a lot of damage already going on to the board as well. But thankfully, starting Budu as well, able to go straight into the Monkey Dory. So Monkey Dory is going to be able to essentially tank a hit from a Soul Rock if Xavier is going to be able to get this Riolu out of the active here. So let's check out this Pokepad. Didn't get to see the rest of his hand though, but usually on these first couple searches, players are going to be looking for that Soul Rock and Lunatone combo so they can start using that Lunar Cycle.
There it is, the first damage on that Lunatone. That's part 1 of the draw 3 card combo special we're looking for, but instead going to fill up that hand with resources. The plan here for Xavier seems to be get those attackers ready just in case by putting down their basics. So we're going to need to see some Riolu, we're going to need to see that Soul Rock if we want to draw extra cards. And I wouldn't sneeze at getting a Makuhita in play because that Hariyama Heave-Ho Catcher ability is going to allow you to do what a boss's orders does without using your supporter. The Hariyama is able to choose a Pokemon on your opponent's bench, drag it straight up to the active as an ability. It only happens once you evolve it. So putting a Makuhita in play this turn and leaving it around for a little while will create a opportunity to deal extra damage to a target of choice. For example, the Meowth EX, which is weak to fighting types, that rarely comes up. This is the time where it comes up. A single use of Aura Jab from Mega Lucario EX is enough to take 2 prizes in that scenario by attaching a single energy. That's incredible efficiency. Bang for your buck.
Absolutely. Thankfully for Xavier is going to be able to find 2 fighting gongs here, so not only able to grab the Soul Rock, and even though a couple of damage counters will be going down onto it, but will be able to find a backup Riolu or that Makuhita as well here. Let's see what the Lunar Cycle is going to bring though. Might want to thin and use the second fighting gong first though, but here we go. 3 big cards here. Needs a little bit more before we're comfortable. Premium Power Pro and the Tarragon and Meowth for next turn. Might have to be an Ultra Ball to find the Makuhita and then using the Fighting Gong for second Riolu.
Could also use the Fighting Gong for the Fighting Energy. It's an extremely useful item card that searches for either a Pokemon of the Fighting type or a Fighting type energy that's specifically a basic Pokemon of the Fighting type. So you could use it to fill up your bench, or you could use it to protect your only Riolu in play. Really just depends on what Xavier thinks is the correct move. Leaving your bench open doesn't have a ton of advantages in this matchup. Normally when you're versus Dragapult, you do have to manage your bench somewhat to prevent the Phantom Dive 6 damage counters from taking a lot of prizes all at once. In this scenario, most of Xavier's Pokemon should be able to handle at least 1 or 2 Phantom Dives, even with Monkey Dory factored in. So filling up the bench is not a crazy concern. It's also going to create some opportunities for Xavier to leave the bench open for a Meowth EX later in case the hand somehow gets hit with an unfair stamp or a judge or other hand disruption. Right now, it looks like the strategy is just to fill up that bench, make sure you're going to have access to an attacker next turn. Very strong move, and for the same reason the energy has been placed on the benched Riolu. By putting the energy onto the benched Riolu instead of the active one, you don't get to use its accelerating stab attack for an extra 30 damage, but since Monkey Dory resists fighting types anyway, that would be subtracted by 30, that would be 0 damage. Makes tons of sense to put it where it's a lot safer, where it cannot get knocked out by a Mind Bend or perhaps damaged by a Itchy Pollen.
Absolutely. Using the Mega Signal as well. I feel like we never really see this card when trying to find Mega Evolution Pokemon, but you can just go in your deck and find one. So bringing Mega Lucario up into the hand for next turn. Pass back on over to Xavier here, or to Nicholas, excuse me. And honestly, looking at Nicholas's board, there's got to be a couple more Dreepies that come into play because that Makuhita is ready to evolve next turn for Heave-Ho Catcher.
You definitely want to get more Dreepy in play as soon as possible. Dreepy is the gatekeeper to all of your strategies. No matter how many Dusclops or Dusknoir you have in play, you still need a Dragapult to do your attacking with, and you still need a Dracloak to search for those cards that you need. Instead, going to go for the Lily's Shuffle, fill up the hand. There's the Buddy Puff, and that should be enough to fill out the bench with all the key resources to stick to this game. The plan this turn, very simple. Don't lose any of your Pokemon, and ideally, since there's not going to be a Dragapult Rare Candy, I don't think, then maybe a Itchy Pollen. But if you're able to get that Rare Candy off, that'd be pretty great.
The thing is, with the attachment on it to Duskull, because Mega Lucario is weak to Psychic, that Shadow Bind can do a ton of damage. We'll be doing 300 damage there, so that is technically an option if Nicholas chooses to go for it as well here.
Excuse me? attacking with Dust Noir?
And it is weak to Psychic. I mean, Nicholas is playing the right energy count to get up to that, is playing 3 Psychic energy. So if push comes to shove, absolutely can. Most of the time, this Dusknoir is really used to kind of soften some of the hit points. And thanks to Risky Ruins, already 2 damage counters on the Riolu with the energy onto the bench as well here. So damage counters coming down. I'm interested to see if Nicholas is going to get that Dreepy up into a Dracloak, or is he anticipating seeing the Hariyama evolve for Heave-Ho Catcher onto that Dreepy?
Yeah, Heave-Ho Catcher could come in at any time. Okay, looks like going for the Dracloak. Pretty standard move here to make sure that there's lots of cards in the hand, but there was definitely a chance of a Rare Candy immediate attacker, and we never want to discount that. But because
nuts,
right? But because the energy was attached to the Duskull, which I didn't even see that as an option. You never see Dust Noir attack. I mean, that would be absolute cinema if that happened. But in the meantime, we're going to be checking through with that Poképad. Ideally, since you can't evolve your 2 bench Dreepies this turn off the Buddy Buddy Poffin, ideally the move here is to just keep that hand full of resources for the next couple turns. This isn't like Mega Frostlass where you're concerned about your hand size. Nicholas can do whatever he likes with his hand at the moment. And the same way that Xavier used the Mega Signal to put the Lucario in hand, Nicholas is making sure all those resources are in hand and available. There's a second mind game in play too, where, yeah, I see that you have a Lucario that's about to come up. I'm going to respond with showing you that there's a Dusclops. You know, he didn't jump straight to the Dust Noir either and say, I have a Rare Candy, I'm going to Dusclops into Dust Noir. Just holding that card for a little bit.
Unfortunately, no Rare Candy in the list. Believe it or not, at one point there was a time where it was this was considered slow pull, and now we have 100 different ways of playing Dragapult here. But there's the evolution into the Mega Lucario EX here, and a couple more draws off of the Lunar Cycle, but that's the attachment for turn. This list does also play 1 or 2 copies of this Rocky Fighting energy as well, and it does prevent all effects of attacks used by the opponent's Pokemon, which can very much help here. So, but a Premium Power Pro and the energy attachment is going to allow for Xavier to take the first knockout here and either power up this Riolu on the bench or even start to get this Makuhita ready to go, because the Hariyama actually does 210 damage on its own.
And that Rocky energy being able to prevent the Phantom Dive is extremely relevant. So depending on how the rest of this match shakes out, that could prevent a last-minute prize claim. Because even if you attack with Dust Noir, with the weakness, that's only doing 300 damage. Lucario has 340 hit points. That's not going to be enough for a one-hit KO, even if you factor in Monkey Dory's extra 30 from Adrenabrain. So making sure that you cannot be hit by a Phantom Dive is a real strategy. But of course, Xavier is packing that one of Wally's Compassion. We've seen that used to great effect in many matchups. That is one of the best ways to prevent a one-hit knockout turn from Dust Noir, as long as they don't use the Dragapult in the same turn.
I love what Xavier just did as well, immediately using the Poképad to set up another Makuhita, and there it is, Hariyama's ability, Heave-Ho Catcher, which acts as a gust, and then using Mega Lucario's Aura Jab to get some more Pokemon set up, can just attach fighting energy to your fighting Pokemon any which way you want, and of course, it's going straight to that Hariyama. Great use of bench space and resources by Xavier. Let's see how Nicholas is going to respond.
That was a rough turn for Nicholas, especially because Buddy was not able to use Itchy Pollen that turn, meaning that Premium Power Pro was available, meaning that Fighting Gong was available. A lot of the cards in Xavier's decks are items, so being able to turn those off could be relevant for these next couple turns. Fortunately for Xavier, this board is very scary already. You've got a Riolu in case you need to charge up a second Lucario. You've got the Lucario in the active that's completely undamaged. You have another Makuhita ready to go, and you have a Hariyama that's one attachment away, just one turn away from taking a big knockout on almost anything on the board, except for a Dragapult EX, none of which are in play yet. So no matter what Nicholas comes out with this turn, Xavier has plans on board ready to deal with it. This is definitely putting Dragapult in a precarious position. Nicholas has to take this turn to find not just resources on his bench with this Buddy Buddy Poffin, but ideally he needs to get Dust Noir going as soon as possible.
Yeah, there's a very real world here where Nicholas is about to pivot his plan to be attacking with Shadowbind from Dusk Noir. See how exactly he wants to go about it, but there's the evolution into the Dracloak. See a couple of searches here, but there's the Meowth as well coming onto the bench here. Has to watch out. That is a prime target for another heave-ho catcher here. Crispin is going to be the supporter, so potentially it is going to be a Shadow Bind here. And then I do believe Nicholas may already have the unfair stamp in the hand as well. So we'll see if Xavier is going to be able to get out of his plans.
Look at that Dusknoir right on the bottom. He's hoping to search for it using perhaps a Poképad, or can't really use Lily's Determination, just use the Crispin. It's going to have to be off that unfair stamp. If there's no Dusknoir in play, that's going to be really awkward. You could just attack with the Dusclops, but what is that, 50 damage? Who is attacking with Dusclops? This is a crazy regional.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find it here. Fortunately for Nicholas, that Poképad card, so good. Well, yes, it can absolutely find your Cloaks, which is what it's meant for. Can also find your Dusknoirs as well, though. Nicholas, fresh 8 cards because he hasn't taken a prize card nope, that's unfair stamp. I'm thinking Lilies. 5 cards here off of the unfair stamp. Let's see if he's going to be able to get something done, because if he's not able to find this Dusknoir, I know a pretty good heave-ho catcher target for next turn.
Oh, yeah, that is looking very juicy. Fortunately, there's going to be access to a little bit more card draw.
Oh no, it's the wrong one. Is there any search in the hand?
I mean, we did just use the Meowth EX this turn. This was a very high commitment play from Nicholas. Took a bit of a risk. I don't think it's paid off.
I mean, Nicholas just has to hope that the unfair stamp doesn't give Xavier any sort of gust here. So it is going to be the Itchy Pollen. The Mega Lucario seems to be okay here. And you got to think about it too. I mean, this is a lot of energy already committed on the board for Nicholas. If there was Heave-Ho Catcher, Boss's Orders as well, because Xavier does play that, this is pretty harsh for Nicholas's next turn.
I want to note that the Budew Itchy Pollen was relevant here because this Dusknoir deals 300 damage, which that plus a Monkey Dory would be enough to deal the 330, plus the 10 from Budew is enough for a knockout on this Lucario. Unfortunately, there's just not enough damage on Nicholas' side of the board for that to happen. There needs to be another damage counter before that one-hit KO turn is possible. Now, there's the Duskull coming down. It can evolve into Dusclops this turn, but if it were able to, that could cover the last, couple HP points.
Well, there's that Lily's Determination I was talking about last turn instead of an unfair stamp. So now Nicholas will be able to draw 8 cards here. Still looking for that Dusknoir and even a Dark Energy to move that those damage counters over to the Mega Lucario here. 8 big cards. Still also does have 2 Recon Directives as well. There's the Ultra Ball that can guarantee it. See what else he wants to do this turn, because I'm pretty sure that this Lucario can go down.
I like the Dragapult in hand as well, because there's a fully charged up Dracloak ready to go. It's just a matter of when do you want to lose that Recon Directive access, because once you evolve, you cannot continue to use the abilities of the lower stage Pokemon. So far, just going to take the time, figure out the moves. Plenty of time in top 8 to figure out. It's a little bit more than the rounds.
There it is. There it is. Right off the Recon Directive, and you can see the evolution right there. But what Nicholas is now looking for is this weird final piece of the puzzle, and that is going to be this Dark Energy. I don't see a way of getting it. So this Mega Lucario might just end up being okay. It can't retreat next turn because that's the effect of Shadow Bind, and there's no Rocky Energy on this Mega Lucario here. But still, 300 damage. That's looking pretty good for a great multi-prize turn for Dragapult to take.
Right, but you can't consider yourself safe at this point in the game. That Lucario is extremely likely to get knocked out either by the Dusclops next turn or by a Phantom Dive, although it does have the Rocky Energy, so that would prevent it from Phantom Dive damage, except it would need to be pulled out of the active in order for that to happen. Ooh, Gravity Mountain's relevant here. That's going to decrease Dusknoir's HP enough to take the knockout with resistance.
Still, though, that's a lot of energy committed. Nicholas is playing a good amount of recovery inside of his deck as well, is also playing 1 copy of the Rose's Encouragement that we've seen kind of pop up here and there in some lists. I don't think we've seen it gone all the way through to show the true power of the card, but does still have Night Stretchers left as well. I think there may be one in the hand.
Hopefully so. Anything to get some attackers on board, although we do know the Dragapult is ready to go. Took its time, finally ready. We're going to get a couple more Recon Directives first and then start dealing damage. Now, the ideal scenario here, if the Rocky Energy weren't in play, would be to use your own boss's orders, perhaps even boss up the Hariyama that's been giving you so much trouble, maybe the Makuhita, or maybe even the other benched Mega Lucario, put some damage there. Unfortunately, that is not going to be available at this time, because if you were to do that, your goal is to take the knockout on this Mega Lucario in the active once it's been pushed back using Phantom Dive. Rocky Energy is going to prevent that from happening. So instead, you're going to need to use perhaps the Dusclops, perhaps the Monkey Dory to take those last damage counters, get that Lucario way out of the way, and then start cleaning up with a 200 HP damage Phantom Dive. That's just not going to be available with that special energy. Very impactful card. Over on the other side, Xavier just does not have a ton of cards in hand to respond to whatever play comes out next. That's the problem. You only have your Lunar Cycle to work with. If you do not fill your hand with cards, particularly after an unfair stamp, you may have a lot of slow turns in a row. That's going to give Nicholas time to get back in the game.
The thing is, though, this is going to be a massive turn from Nicholas in terms of prize cards being taken. We'll be able to take the active 4-3. And then I think the biggest target on the bench to send those damage counters to is actually the Makuhita here. And that's just because you want to avoid a little bit of gust onto that Meowth. Now, granted, Gravity Mountain is in play for Xavier here, so that Dragapult is going to have at least a little bit less HP. But I'm interested to see how Nicholas is going to be able to guarantee that energy to come down on that third Dragapult, because this one may be going down without a stadium bump very soon.
A single attachment in Aura Rave will be enough to knock out this damaged Dragapult, thanks to the risky Ruins damage from earlier. And there's also an interesting scenario where if you choose to knock out that Makuhita, you've created a 7-prize game scenario. We mentioned this a little bit across the stream. There's 6 prizes to claim in the course of the game, and a Mega Evolution Pokemon gives up 3 of those prize cards. So knocking out 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon, both Mega Lucario, would be enough to close out the game. Makuhita isn't necessary to hit all 6 prizes because 3 of them come off the Mega Lucario. But just like you said, having the Makuhita on board is so oppressive, could lead to a knockout on Meowth, could create easy prizes for Xavier. Nicholas doesn't want to do that. Nicholas wants to, 1, take prizes as fast as possible, 2, prevent Xavier's prizes from being taken as fast as possible. Overall, just trying to manage this board state. Knocking out the Makuhita may not get you closer to a victory, but it does get you a little bit farther from losing. That may be worth it in the trade-off scheme.
Absolutely. See how exactly he wants to play this turn. It will just be choosing to damage the second Mega Lucario here, too, taking his time. Nicholas knows what he's doing. His accomplishments speak for themselves, but the big bump of the Gravity Mountain is also huge here as well. Nicholas could line himself up, honestly, for a 6-prize turn if he so chooses, if he finds the Gus. I know he is holding a Meowth in hand as well. Still has plenty of resources here, so could very well get the job done either, I mean, could be as fast as next turn, really. But we'll see how Xavier's going to be able to respond. It's going to take a lot of premium power pros to get it done.
And we do know that the other Gravity Mountain is all the way at the top of Xavier's prizes, so we're not going to see another Gravity Mountain or a Brave. That's just not going to be available, but Nicholas doesn't know that. I really love the way that the damage has been spread around to both Mega Lucario here. Dragapult is all about putting damage down at the right time. So you're not super concerned about getting all those knockouts once in a way and everything getting knocked away by Wally's Compassion. You're okay with leaving damage counters on the board and creating a multiple prize end game. Really, that's what people have been doing with Dragapult all season. That's one of the reasons it's so strong. So choosing to boss up the Lucario here and create 2 easy knockouts, one with perhaps a Dusclops that's available next turn, and the other with more Phantom Dives, could be enough to take a 6-prize turn. So I'm going to be on the lookout for that, personally.
Looking for the secret box to also come into play here as well. But there's that Wally's Compassion off of the Lunar Cycle. It might just have to be that. But the problem is, if you heal one of your Mega Lucarios, you got to be mindful that the energy goes back to hand. So is there a way for Xavier to heal this Mega Lucario with Wally's Compassion and then recycle the energy back to the other one? I don't think so. Might just have to take another Aura Jab here and keep powering up the other fighting type Pokemon on the bench.
There's an interesting dichotomy of which Mega Lucario are you going to heal. They're both damaged. One of them has more than the other, but one's in the active. Mega Lucario has a retreat cost of 2. That means you need 2 energy attached to it in order to retreat. So, and you also need 2 energy attached to it to use Mega Brave anyway. Whichever one you heal cannot get a second energy attached to it in the same turn. There's no Crispin for the same type of energy. Crispin will only search out energy of 2 different types. It's not like Xavier's even playing Crispin. So there's no path to get multiple fighting energy down on the same Pokemon per turn, except through that Aura Jab, which is an attack, which means that energy will only be usable on the next turn rather than at the end of your turn once your attack ends your turn.
I'm wondering if there's any room for Xavier to use this Hariyama that currently has 2 energy on it to try and do some sort of different prize trade rather than just going head first into a Mega Lucario here so we can avoid some damage. But I'm not quite sure if I'm seeing it here, but still, I mean, look at Nicholas's side here. 5 prize cards still left to take, but in a great position as well. Didn't lose the Dragapult, will be able to spend this turn starting to get the Dracloak ready and even potentially reestablishing a Dreepy if he so chooses, or maybe even start to get another Dusknoir ready. I mean, the concept of a 6 prize turn is very possible, or even a 5 prize turn with this deck. Nicholas going to check the resources that he has. And I think that's the name of the game now with Dragapult. Look at all the energy already not available to him. You have to be very careful of how you're using these Night Stretchers.
Nicholas also knows that there was only one Wally's Compassion in the deck from that open deck list search. That's not something Nicholas could have known earlier in the tournament versus other decks, but knows right now versus Xavier. So assuming that was noticed during the initial search, Nicholas knows that whatever damage counters get put down are going to stay put down. There's nothing that can pick up supporters.
Could also just be using the Night Stretcher to find a Dark Energy for Monkey Dory and then moving the 30 damage that he has over on his side back over to the Mega Lucario on the other side. This very well could be him sealing this game right here if he's able to get up into a Dusknoir as well and then using Phantom Dive for the Lucario in the active. Can he fit the pieces together?
I don't think he's going to be able to get to a Dusknoir this game, but a Dusclops could do some damage. Really just depends on where the objectives are here. And, you know, there's another interesting play possible next turn by Xavier where he retreats this damaged active Mega Lucario because it's about to get hit by Phantom Dive, no questions. And by putting the Hariyama in the active, that requires Nicholas to search for a Boss's Orders. We're seeing one right now. What is this going to be about? Is the plan here to preemptively boss up the Hariyama?
Could just be
he's just going to discard it.
Should just be an Ultra Ball here to try and protect the Dragapult as well.
Oh, wait. Okay, game could be on board right now. What Nicholas could do is use the Dusclops to knock out one of the Solrock or Lunatone, and then you'd set it up for the knockout, and then you would use Phantom Dive to get the remainder. And then with the 3 prizes off of the other one, I think you would have to gust something up for that.
Ooh, there's the Rose's Encouragement, though, but I think Boss's Orders might have been the more correct play. I think you're right here. I mean, the 3 damage counters from Monkey Dory can be absolutely moved over to the Mega Lucario on the bench here, but I feel like Nicholas is just prioritizing getting another Dragapult set up here to get things going.
Trying to figure out if they've got the math right, but I think he just got locked in on that prize map path where if you take out 2 Lucario, you're all set for the game. Did not notice that you could take those 2 prizes remaining, because you already got one, off of the benched Solrock Lunatone combo. That's very easy to miss if you get locked into a certain game plan, especially if you're worried about playing a 7 or 8 prize card game. Looks like Nicholas trying to be more resource, conservative, instead choosing to take the knockout on both Megas is going to close away that option. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's also, you don't even need to take both Megas. You can just take one of the Solrock or the Lunatone on the bench as well here. So unfortunately for Nicholas, not seeing the line directly, but still very much in a okay spot, especially because Xavier still needs to take 3 prizes and Nicholas only needs to take 2, and will have some prize card room with the Dusclops for next turn as well. So it is going to be Phantom Dive, putting all of the energy onto the Lunatone, and that Mega Lucario definitely needs some help, but Wally is gone.
Okay, there's a Judge in hand. That could be really, really helpful here to get rid of some of those cards in Nicholas's hand. Unfortunately, Nicholas's board state is so well set up that unless he recognizes it, he doesn't see a way to get 3 prizes before everything closes down. Going to a game 2, Nicholas Moffat clearing that Mega Lucario. Those were rough games for Xavier, especially that turn where he needed to take a knockout and instead was only able to deal with the Wally's Compassion, only able to deal enough with the Aura Jab to just get set up for a 2-hit KO. Needed that 1-hit KO, needed the Stadium in play. It just wasn't able to stick around.
also had a game anyway with if he had just boss's orders instead. One of the single prizers moved the energy from Monkey Dory over to the Mega Lucario, and then just, you know, winning from there. But can always go the long way around the scenic route. But let's take a look at the replay for this game one between Nicholas Moffitt and Xavier Phelan. I mean, it started out great for Xavier. Look, both boards are also set up as well, but it was really coming down to hitting weakness with Dusknoir with that Shadow Bind and committing so much energy to it. But Nicholas Moffitt able to move and maneuver these damage counters around, and especially this Makuhita going down was so important to make sure there was no gust in play for Xavier here. And here it is, those damage counters, sometimes they get hard to keep track of, but that, once again, is the sign that Nicholas knows what he's doing with this deck.
I mean, when's the last time you saw a Dusknoir use its attack instead of Curse Blast? Attaching 3 energy to a Dusknoir, when does that ever happen?
Well, it is going to be double Pokepad starting for Xavier in this game number 2 here. And no Risky Ruins in play either, so Xavier is free from damage counters for now, can definitely get this board set up and going. The only part about Xavier here is that you can't use Buddy Poffin for anything in this deck, really. Everything has 80 HP and above, so you're actually really reliant on these Pokepads. I see one big problem with these prize cards, and it's going to be Nicholas's Unfair Stamp, unfortunately, not able for use, which seemed to have done him a lot of good. I will say, though, 2 copies of Fighting Energy being in the prize is not too much of a sweat, because there is 9 copies of basic Fighting Energy, but also that copy of Petrol that is a one-of, like we had talked about a little bit earlier. There's a lot of one-of supporters, but no Unfair Stamp, no Pheasantipity, not exactly what you want to see.
And no Judge as well. There's not going to be any hand disruption coming up from Nicholas this game, so if, well, until he starts taking surprises. So if Xavier can capitalize on that, maybe he could build a pretty big hand full of resources he can use for the rest of the game, prevent that sort of slow gameplay he had to have after Nicholas's Unfair Stamp set him down to 2. Ooh.
Whoa, all right, Secret Box turn 1. You love to see it if you have it, but the thing is, what I'm looking at is a discarding of the one of Wally's Compassion here, which seemed to have give Xavier at least a turn in, plus also a Hariyama and a Gravity Mountain. But this Ace Spec, if you don't know it, you gotta love it. It's an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium as well. So it will be Xavier at least setting himself up for next turn, because all of that hand disruption from Nicholas is gone.
And that was risky, because that was actually it wasn't the first deck search. There were some Pokepad played, but there were, you know, a lot of cards going into that discard pile that turn that could be pivotal later on. So choosing to commit early game to getting your setup over that late game could have some unintended side effects later, depending on how the rest of Xavier's turns play out. Going to immediately pass over Nicholas's strategy here. It worked the last time. I think we're going to see another Dusknoir attack. Having both Crispin and Rose's encouragement to set that up, too. I mean, there's plenty of outs to get to it. Monkey Dory is certainly nothing to sneeze at either. Monkey Dory will be able to do weakness damage to multiple of the Pokemon on Xavier's side of the field. At the moment, though, just going to strengthen his hand, make sure he has everything he needs to get maybe 4 Dreepy set up.
I was about to say, I think we're missing a very key part of this deck, and that is Dreepy and or your Duskull. But my goodness, why not just draw into both of them and a Buddy Buddy Poffin to go alongside as well as your Risky Ruins. So Nicholas can also start setting up the damage on his side as well here. Buddy Buddy Poffin being played does have 2 Dreepy in hand, so this very well could be just for going automatically for 2 Duskulls. I love how Nicholas immediately looked to see if he had Dusknoir available to him, because that is one of the key pieces and a key attacker in this matchup, weird as it sounds.
Ooh, if that's your best attacker, you want to make sure you have access to it. Good thing that was the first thing you looked for. Okay, going through this, I mean, look at the speed at which he's shuffling through his hands. I mean, that takes so much skill to just do it so quickly. These top players can really show how long that they've practiced and played this game just in the way they handle their cards. I mean, I can't shuffle that fast.
See, though, looking through the deck once again, back to Nicholas's prizes. It's Pheasantipity and a Unfair Stamp, 1 Dracloak, 1 Dragapult, and a Duskull, unfortunately. So we'll not be able to get 2 lines set up here, but at least 1 is threatening enough where Xavier knows that that Shadow Bind attack could very well be coming.
Xavier saw it last game, has to be preparing for it this time. So far, just choosing to set up with the 1 Makuhita, 2 Riolu setup. Very strong to make sure you have access to both Mega Lucario. We don't also know if Xavier caught last game that the 2 Mega Lucario made Nicholas not really pay attention to the game on board. We don't know what Xavier's thinking about that, so it could be part of the plan to get 2 Lucario in play and sort of, you know, bling out your deck in such a way your opponent's not thinking about those alternative win conditions.
Finding the Duskull here and the Dreepy. Also, I do believe that Budu is already in hand thanks to the attachment for turn onto this Monkey Dory, or unless no Budu, unfortunately. So items may well be on for Nicholas here, choosing to go with the Duskull because 1 is in the prizes, and that's more key to get set up here than going with Budu and Itchy Pollen here. So it's just the pass on over to Xavier. Items are good to go, and what a way to just top deck your Mega Lucario. Don't have to use Mega Signal for it.
Not this time.
But we all know in the crowd what is coming up here. Chooses to air balloon the Makuhita, so is just going to have to attach for turn onto the Lunatone, unfortunately. And thanks to Monkey Dory's resistance, that's not exactly what you want to see.
No, but you're going to be able to fix that problem with a Premium Power Pro, which is not disabled because of Itchy Pollen, because we did not see any Itchy Pollen. So it's very possible to take this KO, but it's going to be dependent on this hand of 8 cards off the Lily's Determination. So Xavier's crossing his fingers. He's smiling a little bit, going, I've got this good setup right here. I'm going to take a knockout. Always feels good to get some knockouts against Dragapult when they spend their late game just completely bullying your side of the board. Xavier, do you have it?
You have has the Premium Power Pro, which is good. I would love to see a Hariyama as well here, going for one of the Dreepies, or even just the Duskull right then and there too. So we'll see how he wants to maneuver. It does have the Ultra Ball if he wants to commit all the way here and then start to power up the Makuhita on the bench when it goes into that Hariyama, or even just get the second Riolu ready to go here. But I think the biggest threat on Nicholas's board is going... Oh, okay, just double Mega Lucario here, just ready to go.
A lot of strategy to go with the double Mega Lucario, not just for the mind game, but if you have 2 of them set up, you can, you know, go back and forth between them. They're not going to get easily knocked out at the same time using the Phantom Dive. It's one way to keep your board from being board wiped, which has been a major concern versus these Dragapult decks all day and all of yesterday. Dragapult will assemble a board wipe out of nowhere. You have no attackers. You have nothing to do. That is not a problem when you have 2 340 HP massive monsters just sitting ready to go. And also, every time you play the Hariyama, it becomes something that sits on your bench and could get locked in if it doesn't have enough energy attached to it. So part of the strategy, too, is to make sure you don't get something trapped in the active that you'd like to preserve, because Air Balloon will only subtract 2 from the retreat cost. Hariyama's retreat cost is not 2, it's much higher. That means Evolving right now could get it locked in the active, unable to attack, unable to do anything, and could give Nicholas all the opportunity to set up the board state. So making sure that you don't accidentally stumble into a position that could pay some dividends for your opponent's favor in the other couple turns is a legitimate reason not to go for the Hariyama here. But I would have loved to see a Dreepy knockout, frankly.
Well, the Risky Ruins, 1 of 2 is going down here. We know that Nicholas does have the Lily's Determination in hand, does get the attach for turn as well onto the Dracloak. So still has to be working a little bit more up here. What was really funny while Nicholas shuffles up is that he started to grab the dice to signify damage counters, and then Xavier played down the Premium Power Pro because of Monkey Dory's resistance here as well, but draws into 2 Dragapults and also draws into another Dracloak as well here, and a bunch of energy as well. This is actually a great Lily's Determination, plus also does have the Dusclops in hand as well, so that Duskull can be evolved up too. This was a great Lily's Determination. Fantastic stuff.
And that last Recon Directive, choosing between Buddy Poffin and Dreepy, either both going to get you a Dreepy the same way. So holding onto the Buddy Poffin creates a scenario where you can get another Duskull if you need to, or another Dreepy in another turn or two. Creates a lot of options. You lose nothing on the card that gets placed back in the bottom. And having 3 Recon Directives is always a great time because you get to see a total of 6 cards. 3 of them you get to take because each Recon Directive looks at the top 2, puts 1 in the bottom, puts 1 in your hand. So it's almost like using a supporter for free.
Unfortunately, no other Duskull in the deck because there's one at the top right of the prizes. So could very well just be using this Buddy Buddy Poffin just as a search here, but couldn't have asked for anything more off of that Lily's Determination as well, right? You got all of your Dracloaks up and running, have the energy for next turn as well, and the Pokepad, I believe, still in the hand for that Dusk Noir if he so chooses to use it. I want to see if there's going to be a Crispin pivot. I think at this point, for next turn at least, this Monkey Dory is going to try and soak some of the damage at least with that Aura Jab here, but there's that Pokepad being mentioned here. What's he gonna grab?
I mean, every time you're able to force your opponent to waste a Premium Power Pro on the Monkey Dory is another Premium Power Pro they can't use for the rest of the turn. There's that Budu you were talking about earlier. Okay, maybe we're gonna see a Itchy Pollen, which is going to prevent any number of ways to search out for a Hariyama that could protect the bench Dracloak with the energy on it, and it's going to protect the Dusclops at the same time, allowing another turn to build up for the attachment off of either Rose's Encouragement or Crispin to get that 300 damage with weakness. Incredible, incredible effect that Dragapult never has to worry about because Dragapult's not weak to anything.
It's unfortunate, though. The attachment for turn was committed to the Dracloak, so Monkey Dory is going to be sitting there as the sponge here. Does draw into the Hariyama and a Fighting Gong as well, so do see a couple of ways to not only evolve up into Hariyama from Makuhita, but also re-establish another Makuhita as well to get that double gust going. And then here's kind of the conundrum that Xavier is in. Sees the Dracloak with the energy on it. That's a great target. But also, I mean, Dusk Noir is technically a threat. So would you rather get rid of the Dusclops and, you know, be free of Shadowbind, or just be willing to take control of the energy play kind of going on here? The problem is that Wally's Compassion was gone off the discard from Secret Box.
No, Wally's Compassion means every single damage counter is going to stay on Xavier's side of the field. Xavier's going to have to play very quickly, take these knockouts, avoid setting up more and more turns for Nicholas to do Dragapult's thing and stack damage all across the board. Now, with the attachment of the Rocky Energy this turn, that's going to make it very easy to retreat this active Mega Lucario and prevent it from being knocked out in later turns, with the Phantom Dive's secondary effect, dealing 6 damage counters to the bench. That is a great attachment. The problem is, if Lucario has to retreat, that energy goes in the discard, the effect is no longer active, so making sure it stays on your Lucario is important. Fortunately, no one is playing an Enhanced Hammer to discard special energy. Rocky Energy is a special energy, so it's going to remain on the board unless Xavier decides to change that.
What's so unfortunate, too, for Nicholas is that this is prime time now for an unfair stamp or a judge, but they are both not available. They are both in the prizes here. So not even a Pheasantipity can draw himself out of this. Might just have to accept the turn of Itchy Pollen coming, and that's going to be one way that he has to kind of slow down the match to give himself time. There's the Crispin, though. Could very well be sending some of the damage counters at least back to Mega Lucario to try and soften it up just a little bit, or just trying to get straight into Dragapult EX and start launching these damage counters because he's kind of behind now.
I'm glad he got the Budu out last turn, because without the Budu being in play, it has a free retreat cost. That means it's easy to pull it back out of the active and get Dragapult there. Without that Budu, Crispin would not have been able to charge up this Dragapult with both energy at the same time, because Crispin will only accelerate one. The other one has to count as your manual attachment. That means no retreating without a tool. And we just saw the Risky Ruins come down, so it's not like Jamming Tower or something. But there is a scenario where you could have gotten locked in had Budu not come down, even though it seems like an easy prize liability. Not quite so versus this Lucario deck that doesn't have a lot of bench damage capability.
I think Nicholas is picking up Xavier's discard pile because he wants to count how many Premium Power Pros have been used. The thing is, only one has been used, but I'm trying to remember. I think one Gravity Mountain went down, so there is one left in the deck. Wants to be able to hit those high numbers too here. But look at that. Look at all the cards in hand. Might just want to stay a little bit safer. Maybe even attack with the second Mega Lucario. He does have a switch in hand at least here. But there's the attach for turn. The Rocky Energy onto the Makuhita. Wants to protect it from Phantom Dive as much as possible here. But I'm just not seeing the Premium Power Pro, the Gravity Mountain he would need. Maybe it's this Lily's Determination that'll give him both.
This strategy is really difficult because once you've got one damaged Lucario, The second damage Lucario, now you start looking at board wipe situations thanks to that Dust Noir. Whether or not it uses its Shadowbind attack, Cursed Blast could be enough to deal some major damage. Now, the current active Mega Lucario is at 140, not too bad. But Monkey Dory can creep in when you least expect it, and because of that risky Ruins play, Meowth having the 2 damage counters on it, it is entirely possible that Nicholas could take 3 prizes off of the active Mega Lucario, even with the Rocky Energy, no matter where it is on the board. So all those attempts to protect Lucario were not quite going to cut it with that Wally's Compassion available. Instead, Xavier is just going to look at that hand, try to figure out what are my routes to taking any prizes whatsoever. Is there any way to knock out this Dragapult?
No damage modifiers in the hand other than that Black Belt's training, but unfortunately it's a supporter here. So unfortunately, Xavier's going to have to come to terms with either losing this Mega Lucario in the active or pay the retreat cost to get it out of there as well here. And still looking at everything that's going on, has to be very, very careful.
There's a strategy here where you choose to Hariyama and get rid of the Dust Noir by taking a knockout there using Mega Brave, and because you can't do it with Aura Jab thanks to resistance and also Dust Noir HP being very high. I don't know if that's quite the move though, because searching out that Soul Rock with the Ultra Ball, maybe you're protecting yourself from losing your draw engine or thinning your deck.
Unfortunately, the other Hariyama is unfortunately in the discard and unable to be used. So it is just going to have to be the Mega Brave attack for 270, hanging on by a thread here for Nicholas, but definitely a lot happier with his board state through here now. Back on over to his side. He's definitely much more comfortable here. Does have the turn now to get Monkey Dory set up and ready to go. I see a very big prime target in that Makuhita with 2 energy already attached onto it. Will Xavier be able to respond from what will definitely be a 4 prize turn?
I mean, Xavier is probably worried about an unfair stamp at any point. So not taking a knockout this turn, he's thinking, yeah, I've prevented from, maybe a Pheasantipity from coming into play. There's not going to be any unfair stamp. Doesn't know that both of those cards are unavailable to Nicholas. So instead, just kind of looking at a board state where you're ahead on prizes for now, but I wouldn't count on that for much longer, especially with this Dragapult not being the only dragon type with energy on it. It only takes a Crispin, it only takes a Rose's Encouragement, and all of a sudden Nicholas has another big attacker with too much HP to get rid of without all those Premium Power Pro or your Black Belt's training. But anytime you use Black Belt's training, you can't go search for more cards. There's just so many pieces that combine together to create a game state where Xavier is looking for too many things at once.
Still 8 cards off of the Lily's determination because Nicholas hasn't taken any prizes yet. Still, though, Dust Noir waiting in the wings to be used. I think at this point we'll be seeing more Curse Blast rather than Shadowbind. It is a little bit starting to kind of get a little bit later into the game. But choosing to set up the Drakcloak instead of going for Monkey Dory here does still have access to that copy of Rosa's Encouragement inside of his deck list as well. So choosing to be a little bit more safe here. Once again, no hand disrupt at all available for Nicholas as of right now. But still, I mean, this is going to be a massive 4 prize turn.
There's a lot of things that Xavier could do to come out of this situation, but just needs to have the cards in hand for them. Nicholas is doing everything possible to take those prizes, and at least this turn, and finally get those tools. There it is. Goodbye, Lucario.
Well, I might think that's actually a Rocky Energy onto the Makuhita, so that will be able to avoid the damage counters thanks to the effect.
Ooh, that's kind of a misplay there.
Fortunate, but that's okay.
Oh, no, they figured it out. They figured it out.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. Yep, and that is the Rocky Energy preventing the damage counters from coming down there. But here we go. Back on over to Xavier's side, starting always with a Lunar Cycle. Get 3 cards. Think about what exactly and how you want to play this. Does have the Black Belt's training, but the Dragapult's damaged enough here. I mean, there's only 50 left. Maybe trying to find a pivot into attacking with Cosmic Beam this turn and getting your Mega Lucario out of harm's way, but choosing also to potentially just keep going with this Mega Lucario. It's a great attacker. That Aura Jab, as we've been praising this entire time, does allow for a lot of energy to be attached to the Pokemon on your bench here, but 4 cards for each player. Hopefully that's enough. And honestly, for Nicholas, who just got his unfair stamp off the prizes, it's going back in the deck.
Interesting choice to choose Judge over the unfair stamp here. I really like the thought here because the plan is simple. If you use the Judge right now, you can have the unfair stamp later at almost any time. You're not going to be playing Meowth to search for a Judge, quite frankly. If you're playing Meowth, you're looking for a boss. So keeping that unfair stamp around could let you dig a little bit deeper in those later turns where you don't have Recon Directive available. Whereas if you use Judge right now, you are able, or if you use unfair stamp right now and save the Judge for later, you won't be able to dig as deep. You won't have quite as many options, and there's more time for Xavier to use Lunar Cycle to get out of the problem.
Well, look at this. What a kind judge Nicholas has been brought into here. Does have the Psychic Energy to attach onto the Dracloak, and does have the Ultra Ball if all things go wrong here as well to get back into a Dragapult. But this is the only attacker technically on board. This Dusk Noir can very still well do it, but at this point, right, you might want to, oh my goodness, double
Rosa!
Oh no, it's not even going to be the, oh my god, it just the handshake. It is going to be enough there. Mega Lucario with 4 damage counters already onto its Shadowbind thanks to Mega Lucario's weakness, and that's just straight up and away here. Nicholas Moffat using Dusk Noir out of all things. It's not a Dragapult deck, I guess, anymore.
No, that Dragapult Dusk Noir combination clearly is what did it for Nicholas today. We saw it the first time in day 1. We're seeing it again in day 2. Nicholas is going to be advancing directly to our top 4 while we wait for the other asymmetric cut games to complete. This was a top 8 match. Wow. The Rose's encouragement was so out of left field. I'm sitting here going, I wonder what he's going to do this next turn. Not even realizing the game was right there. He's Meowthing. He's going to go get his supporter. The supporter's going to attach the energy. Everything came out all at once. Even Xavier was surprised.
I mean, I think our judges were surprised as well. All smiles on the stage, but let's take a look at our first top 8 match here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Both players had great board states, but it is Big Bad Dragapult that is able to use Budew and just stack up those small damage counters over time. And while, yes, Xavier goes up in the prize card so easily, these Mega Pokemon are huge liabilities, and they give you a ton of prize cards as well.
I mean, just looking at the turns where multiple damage counters were placed on both Mega Lucario at the same time created a circumstance where Xavier's a little bit worried about any of his attackers getting knocked out. That makes it less likely to keep chaining Mega Brave attacks together, which is enough to start taking one-hit KOs on some of these resistant Pokemon. Being unable to use those options, and also knowing that 6 prizes are going to be cleared out with just 2 big knockouts, does put Xavier in a position where he needs to make the most of his trades. Nicholas, on the other hand, just creating unorthodox combos, making sure every single piece on his board is pointed in the right direction to take those prizes super quickly. So quickly, in fact, that if you blink, you'll miss it.
Yeah, and speaking of if you blink, you'll miss it, the Rosa's encouragement, not to Dragapult, but to Dusk Noir to finish it off here. And it was just Shadowbind to take game here. Nicholas Moffat getting very creative with how he decides to go forward in to top 4 now with Dragapult, Dusk Noir, and as we said at the beginning of the match, this is what Nicholas has been on since Houston, so practice makes perfect.
Sticking with a single deck for a while will allow you to learn new plays, new strategies. Now that we've rotated this format, a lot of players have looked towards those older archetypes to sort of build up their skill set compared to some of these newer archetypes like Mega Lucario. It may have been out for a while, but this is one of Mega Lucario's first big showings, and certainly nothing to be ashamed of with a top 8 performance in Los Angeles.
Well, enjoy that mat and the booster packs that you get and a little bit of cash money. But yeah, the Dusk Noir, I mean, come on, who's expecting that, right? But it's such a good idea. This Rose's encouragement card went from, yeah, that's pretty good, we'll use it eventually, to, you know what, it makes a ton of sense with Dragapult getting rid of a lot of recovery options, only having something like 2 Night Stretcher available. Why not Rose's encouragement? It's a great supporter, you get all that energy back. So we'll see how exactly Nicholas is going to play in top 4 with, you know, a bunch of Dragapults.
These perfect order cards are really starting to shake up this meta, because that's not something we should have seen in Houston. That's something you have to learn and evolve with as this deck grows over time. So it's not the same Dragapult Dusk Noir that we've been used to for so long. And frankly, if you had sat me down at the beginning of this weekend and said, you're going to watch a Dusk Noir attack on stream, I would have said, no way, absolutely not. You're you're just lying to me for misinformation.
Absolutely.
Nope. And Nicholas refuses to let the record stand that way, instead choosing to win that game in an unorthodox way. It was amazing. I love to see these top players at their absolute best, showing us plays that maybe are not super intuitive or not the way you're used to playing the deck, but you can learn after this regional, and so you can pick up from the stream different ways to play your own League Cups and challenges or at your own regionals coming up in the circuit.
I think it's also just the fact that Mega Lucario is finally at least getting some results. I think the deck, while it plays very, I wouldn't say simple, it is a only stage 1 evolving deck, and I think it teaches you how to pivot around things like, hey, you can use this Aura Jab attack to power up either your other Mega Lucario or something like the Hariyama. I think a Hariyama is a great attacker. 210 damage is nothing to sneeze at, especially when a lot of our favorite EX Pokemon like Pheasantipity and Meowth are both weak to fighting as well. I like to tell newer players if they're playing, if you don't want to play Dragapult, Mega Lucario is a great deck because it teaches you a little bit about resource management. It has a little bit of draw with Soul Rock and Lunatone as well. And you can also, of course, attack with the Soul Rock. We didn't even get to see Soul Rock and Lunatone really do anything but draw cards, but Soul Rock is a great early game attacker.
I was really impressed by how the games were very well done. Everyone had enough resources in their hand and on their board to keep the game going. No one was sitting there with unusable hands or undrawable cards. They had plenty to do at all their turns. So if you're worried about maybe playing a deck that bricks, as we call it, or doesn't have enough cards in hand to execute its vision, you can play Mega Lucario. Clearly no problem getting the cards in hand that it needs, just didn't quite have what Dragapult had in terms of doing extra damage to the bench or to different targets.
Absolutely. Well, I want to hear from the man himself. Wancho standing by with Nick. Let's hear how he did.
Thanks, Emily. Wancho here and joined with Nick Moffitt. Nick, after winning that game, I like your Dusknoir deck, buddy.
Thank you, Wancho. Yeah, people forget that Dusknoir has an attack a lot of the time. I think it's a pretty decent one.
Is that okay? So have you used that attack before?
No, this was the first time. Yeah.
No, but again, that was very, very cool. Again, I was talking to you before this interview. I feel like that is just a hallmark of a good player. You're not following flowcharts. You're assessing what the good play is for this specific situation, and it's not every day you outpunch Mega Lucario. How does that feel? What was going through your mind when you were playing this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the first game, chose to go first because I think that's the correct thing to do. You'd have to get pretty unlucky for them to have like a turn 1 Soul Rock KO, then you'd be in trouble. But going first, only got down 1 Dreepy, and I had the Duskull, so I said, hey, let me attach this Psychic to the Duskull. He's probably going to go after my Cloak, so be able to slowly evolve that up and take an out. Excuse me, one second.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we got to see the early attachment onto the Duskull, and eventually, this one was not the surprise Dusknoir. This one was slowly built up and then just doing that 300 damage. Very, very big.
Definitely, yeah. Game 1, I think, was a pretty dominant for the most part. I think it could have gotten sketchy if he hit some more premium power pros at the right time to be able to knock out Dragapult, for example. I think he had to punch in for 130 at one point. And then we saw in the second game, it was the same deal where he had to just hit in for 270. And if you're able to survive, an attack where they're not taking a prize and you're being able to build up damage and take multi-prize turns, then you're going to be okay for the most part.
Yeah, no, I mean, we also got to see the power of your unfair stamp really slow the Lucario.
That definitely helped a lot in the first game, slowing him down for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit less draw than you. I mean, their draw is dependent on getting a fighting energy as opposed to just Dracolos just sitting there.
I'd say theirs is a little more powerful in the early game, and mine is better throughout the game, yeah.
And we got to see it. I mean, it came down to a couple of misses from the Lucario play. Because, Dragapult is a big guy. It's 320 HP. Lucario does hit hard, but not hard enough by itself.
Right, you need those modifiers, yeah.
All right, so going into this event, were you expecting to play a Mega Lucario deck? Were you prepared for this matchup?
Yeah, I did include the Rosa, obviously not specifically for this one, but I think it's good in this matchup because, they're going to be targeting your energy attachments early on. You're going to need your Crispins, you're going to need your Rosa to come in and be able to power up enough guys to close out the game. So I've been definitely glad that I had it. I didn't play the Rosa in Prague, I just played 2 Crispin, and here the Rosa's been very, very good for me.
No, again, I think everyone at home was shocked. I was shocked. The judges were shocked. just the out of nowhere, right? Literally 0 energy. Dusknoir takes 3 energy to attack. Rosa accelerates 2, unlike Crispin, which only accelerates 1. And the second one typically is your energy attachment for a turn. Yeah, just the 2 plus the attach. 300 damage out of nowhere and take the knockout.
I could have done it with Dragapult as well. Obviously, it just meant I needed, 1 fewer piece. I think I Ultra Balled for the Meowth, and I had a Psychic in hand, so I could have just gotten Dragapult and then used the Dusknoir's ability because he had 2 prizes left, so I was still allowed to use it.
That's true.
But I thought it was cooler to attack with Shadow Vine.
Well, we appreciate that you decided to go the fancy route.
Yeah.
It was very cool. Again, just both games being able to punch with that Pokemon, just doing 300 damage with a single prizer. Yeah. But yeah, okay. Now you're just won your first game in ASIM. How?
This was actually top 8.
Oh, sorry.
So we're on to the top 4.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you feel? Sorry. Yeah. You're into top 4 now. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's been a while since I've gotten to top 4. I think 2023 was the most recent. I've had plenty of top 8s and top 16s since then, but have had trouble breaking through. So happy to be back in the top 4 and have another chance at winning a regional. That would be really great. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. What are you hyping yourself up? What's your mindset?
No, I'm cool.
Yourself?
I'm cool as a cucumber. I mean, whatever happens at this point.
Love it, love it. Okay, so just a couple more wins before you can become.
Yeah, just 2 more matches.
Yeah, before you can potentially become another regional champion.
This would be a first for me, actually. Believe it or not. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It would.
Okay. So your first regional championship win potentially. What are you hoping to face?
I don't even know what's left in the field, to be honest with you. I'd love like an Alexander Festival lead if there are any of those left, but I think it's probably going to be Dragon Ball Mirrors from here on out, more likely than not.
And are you ready for those?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. When we were talking yesterday, I talked about how this list I've really built it to be strong into the Dragon Ball Mirror, less reliant on items, so you have a better setup under a cheap pollen. That's the main thing. Yeah.
Again, and it's very good that you're prepared. All right, before I throw it back to the casters, one more shout out. Anyone you want to shout out before you go?
Yeah, I'd love to shout out all the wonderful women in my life on this Mother's Day. My mother, my grandmother, and my girlfriend Nancy back home.
I'm just gonna take this time to say Happy Mother's Day to my mom too. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there and thank you for everything you do. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Nick. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. With that, we're gonna throw it back to the casters. Nick, Emily, take it away.
Thank you so much, Wancho. I know when my mom watches these streams, she goes, "You sound great. I just have no idea what a Pokemon is." So honestly, she's becoming more of a fan as I'm on these streams. But honestly, Wancho describing Nick as cool as a cucumber. I know somebody else who's cool as a cucumber. It's our friend Pablo here to break down more of this match and all the intricacies that Mega Lucario and Dragapult had for us.
Thank you so much, Emily. You two are also cool cucumbers here. Pretty cool match to see for sure. I think Dragapult just very dominant showcase. The double Lucario strategy didn't feel like that was the way to go in this particular match. It's just the 3 prize liabilities, the extra damage potential from Dusknoir, not only with its ability, but also as an attacker at the very end, as we saw. And now there were definitely a few key moments that I think really turned the tables towards really favoring Nick in this case. And this was the first one where Xavier got the secret box turn 1, got a lot of pieces for sure, but then we see him hesitate. This little mishap, right? Just forcing yourself to need to find that premium power pro in order to take a knockout on the Monkidori, which Nicholas purposely left in the active because it's the hardest Pokemon to take down. That's an extra resource that Nicholas wanted to force out of Xavier, and he got into that position himself, right? When those premium power pros are exactly that premium resource that you need in order to deal with the Dragapults later down the line.
How about that turn in game 1 where there looked to be a way to take game on board? It looks like it wasn't quite achieved at that point. I believe they needed to get damage on the bench Solrock or Lunatone. How could that turn have played out?
Sorry, I think it was a long run. I'm not exactly sure which of those turns it was, but there were definitely many turning points throughout the games. I do want to point out this other one towards the end of game 2 where Nick got the knockout, right? Xavier had a decent advantage, right? At this point, he was 2 prizes up. His Mega Lucario was, of course, previously damaged from a Phantom Dive, but he had the possibility at this stage to promote the Soul Rock in order to take this KO, right? And then what happens? Your opponent is at 3 prizes left at this point in time. Obviously, they want to go after this. So after you take out this Dragapult, you're forcing your opponent to have another Dragapult, a Psychic Energy, and a Boss's Order. So that's 3 different resources in order to force the win, right? But what ended up happening was the Lucario got promoted instead. And so this was another major turning point where, unfortunately, like, you're not asking as much out of your opponent, right? You're in this resource war, in this war of attrition where whoever ends up being able to boss's orders more consistently, or whoever is able to pressure their opponents more, you'll end up ahead, right? Your opponent's at 3 prizes, you hand them the 3 prize Pokemon. I think that really gave Nicholas just so many options in order to win, right? You're no longer asking them to have the boss, they just need the Dusknoir and the Dragapult set up. Or, as we saw, the Rosa's Encouragement, which was a pretty funny way, I think, to to finish this match. Pretty cool to see. Honestly, it had not occurred to me that he could have used that option right here.
Yeah, I think it caught every single person but Nicholas off guard. I can't say how many times in testing he probably went exactly for that versus Mega Lucario out of all things. Pablo, what do you think about Solrock not really kind of being the one to go in front in a lot of these kind of scenarios? I know you kind of alluded to it before, but I felt like Xavier was really pushing, just going in with Mega Lucario as quickly as possible to start powering up some of the other Pokemon, but we didn't even get to see Hariyama attack at all.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Emily, like Mega Lucario is, of course, a very powerful Mega Pokemon, right? It hits very, very hard, but Hariyama also can do the trick. Solrock can do that early pressure. I mean, Nick definitely played around that, pushing the Monkey Dory, not immediately going into the Bodyu to hand those knockouts easily to Xavier. But overall, one of the strengths of this Mega Lucario deck, in my opinion, is the versatility, right? You have all this wide array of potential attackers that you can utilize in order to be able to give yourself the biggest advantage, right? And potentially force your opponent to play to 8 prizes, right? If you keep that second Mega Lucario off the board for as long as possible, and you force your opponent to knock out the first one, and then 2 more other Pokemon, then you're asking them to like take more prizes than are actually necessary, because you are able to extend the prize race in that way, like artificially. But we never saw that Solrock attack, we never saw Hariyama attack, which are 2 very important assets, I think, not only in this match, but against everything in the metagame right now.
Thank you so much for all of your wisdom, Pablo. We'll see you around next time. But honestly, what a great way to break down how Mega Lucario could have also gone around and use some of its other attackers. But we have a treat for you all at home, and that is going to be the top 8 bracket. And we'll see what exactly has made it up into the Dragapult Den here, going to vie for that win. We already know 1 is in top 4 with Nicholas Moffat, but there's still plenty of Dragapult to go. And if not 1, there's 1 in every single one of our top 8 matches. We'll see which Dragapults get to keep going, or if Dragapult's going to be dethroned. I don't know about you, I'm excited to see if Hale is going to be able to make it to finals.
Absolutely, that Lopunny deck is the talk of the town in Los Angeles. I want to see if it can make it all the way to finals. This is going to be Hale's first game in top 8. He made it right past the asymmetrical cut, right into this match with Preston. So that's going to be a Pult Lopunny matchup. Very excited to see how that pans out. And then Jack and Jose, that's another, it's not a Dragapult mirror. There's a lot of interesting interactions between those 2 decks that we could be seeing very soon. And Victor and Andrew, we saw Andrew on stream earlier. This could be Victor's chance to make a big play for this regionals, to get to top 4, potentially to finals, potentially get that Worlds invite that everyone on this page is trying to achieve at this point. It's so late in the season. There's not many ways to go get that Worlds invite if you don't already have the championship points locked up for it.
Well, one of our semi-finalists have been decided, but we still got to stream another top match to give our other matches time to figure out who else is going to be in that top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start to know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, up unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again,
knowing just where the path would go.
all the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made,
No regrets, so I live for the game.
traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble stars to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
Now take a look at us.
Finally, it's our time.
And we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us.
Finally, it's our time.
Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, a household name of the Pokemon TCG.
Coming over from Japan, it is just crazy to see the amount of success that he has had.
I play Pokemon TCG in my house, but I don't know any rules. My father and mother take me to play Pokemon. My first time to go compete. My first was in 2008 on Orange, Korea. The score is not so good. I'm so sad. Last season's JCS Japan Championships. This is last big tournament in Japan. Japan is BO1 and 25 minutes. I have never played this year. I'm not good at best of 3 formats, so this is my hardest thing, I think. I like this this format. I will be more strong, so I go everywhere in the world. First time regional is Portland, 1 year before. This is my first regional of North America. I hit Henry Chao twice this tournament. So first one is day 2 rounds, around 10, 11. So yeah, much more confidence to play more, yeah.
Imagine Yoshi Yuki having to take out the best Gardevoir player in the world.
Play clearly and making many friends. Yeah, this is interesting, I think.
He's on absolute fire, and he's 1 game away.
I have never feel like this feeling. Yeah, I've never.
Yoshi Yuki, the ultimate boss here at the Houston Regional Championship.
First time I arrived any world tournament, I think this is a good player. I don't want to play in tournament. But recently, I've never feel this feeling. So I compete much more with them in free time. I play much more strong people in San Francisco. Making stronger is the best and worthy for me. Told record. He's the best player, I think. I entered 5 tournaments out of the world this season, so all of them use Alpha Box. He made it my favorite player, and I will beat it in the best stage. I will be world champion. いつも一緒にいてくれてるみんな、ありがとう。
And here are the final 8 competitors and the decks they have chosen to pilot this weekend. 5 Dragapult EX variants in the mix at this point. A lot of interesting other decks out there, one of which we will be seeing here very soon. Jose Marzan there with the Raging Bolts. We'll be having him up against Jack Pritchard, who entered our top cut as the 1 seed with his Dragapult EX to Dunsparce stack.
Yeah, this is a matchup we've been pretty excited to see. It's been a question of what will happen when you face up against a Raging Bolt player. There's so many fireworks. You can see the 1-hit KO potential, but we know the consistency of Dragapult, and I've seen it a few times on stream. It's really gone back and forth. It can be a really exciting game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait to see how things will shape up in this one. Second top 8 match of the day. Let's go ahead and get to the table where our players are getting set up. My name is Chip Ritchie here with Kyle Sablehouse. We will be taking you through this top 8 game. Jack Pritchard on the left, Jose Marzan on the right. Jack, of course, like we mentioned, the #1 seed entering our top cut. Gonna get that nice little benefit of getting to choose first or second here in this game. Jose on the right with his Raging Bolt. Been on an absolute tear through this event and has only had one real hiccup in his record. He lost to Jack in Swiss. These players already facing off in this tournament, and it was the Dragapult player who came out ahead.
Yeah, there's one loss in the records of these players, and it is that matchup alone. So if you play against anyone else, they would come out on top or at least have that tie. Instead now, facing off once more, Jose looking to build on those accomplishments already. The top 16s, the top 8, the top 4, and now another chance at a top 4 here. We'll have to go through the player that took him down earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, Jose's been close many times, but has not quite gotten into the finals. We'll see if Raging Bolt will be the deck that can take him there, or will Jack have other plans, as Jack is himself looking to continue forward with his dominance of this event thus far, and there's no better way to say it, as he is entering this cut as the 1 seed, 11-0-2. Now, seeing what his opponent is playing, the Raging Bolts, what do you expect from Jack as far as going first or second?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen that going first can be so impactful for these players to set up the energies. And there is a little bit of double-edged sword when it comes to playing against Raging Bolt. You know that they can get off to those aggressive starts, but it's not as consistent as it used to be. So still would like to see Jack take that turn for himself.
Prize cards going out now for each of these players, and honestly a couple of kind of awkward things for Jose here. Mainly that Chen Pao. That can be a really nice way to fix the board, get rid of some damaged liabilities by using Area 0 under depths, going wide, and then using that Snow Sink ability to discard that stadium and get rid of some potential easy prizes for Jack to pick off.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. The little damage counters that can come into play, whether it's the Bidoof using Itchy Pollen to place just 10 damage on some of these 210 HP Pokemon, or the additional damage of a Dragapult, but we'll get into the nitty-gritty here soon. We are underway in our second top 8 match on stream.
And it will be Jack going first, getting that advantage, getting that option, choosing it himself with the Monkey Door in the active, a bench of a Dreepy and detach, but nothing else, Kyle. Nobody but Poffin, and now it is on to Jose. He's going to start off his sequence with a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
We talked a little bit about what you can do on these opening turns. Going second, it opens up avenues, and this is a real way to do that. When the supporter return is Crispin, then these energies really start flowing. Already has an energy by way of the ability of the Teal Mask, still an attachment, and then Crispin can cheat that extra energy on play.
Yeah, I would say Teal Mask Ogerpon does feel like probably of all the attacking options on turn 1 going first, probably the weakest one. But, I mean, a prize card's a prize card in the opening turn, and that may be exactly what Jose is going for here. He does need to find one more grass energy somewhere along the way to make this work. He gets the 1 attachment from Teal Dance, 1 attachment from Crispin, now needs to find 1 more grass energy, and he can use Myriad Leaf Shower on his opening turn.
Yeah, Crispin can easily search that out for you, and with 2 grass in the opening hand, it looks like Jose has all those pieces.
But what else does he have is going to be the question. Using Crispin here, definitely not bad, but not an opening Cyrano in order to fill the board with a bunch of EX Pokemon. No Kangaskhan in the active spot to draw some cards, which I'm sure Jose would love to see. It's going to put on some pressure here, but what else will he have to follow it up?
Right, and that's where the importance of which energy you select at this spot really comes into play. And you can either go with something where you expect for it to have some impact, or follow up with an energy that's less helpful as a way to retreat or move on later on. But I guess the question now for Jose is, are you really worried about this Teal Mask ever being KO'd? You could play down Meowth, but I don't know if you need to take a risk like that just yet.
Yeah, Jose did have an opportunity, of course, to view his opponent's deck list as they were shuffling up. Opportunity provided to all players in Top Cut to review their opponent's deck list. So he knows Jack doesn't have anything like a Moltres that could just one-hit KO a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on the opening turn.
You have to technically play around Risky Ruin, Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, Crispin.
Do you?
With Rare Candy, Dragon. Like these are things you think of when you have 210 hit points in the active and don't feel like playing down the Meowth. You don't want to be caught slipping.
There is that attachment, Myriad Leaf Shower, going to put on the aggression, 120 damage, down goes the mighty Monkey Dory. Jose will take a prize card here, and Jack having a nice response right away. And look at that, ripping from the top of the prize cards is Jose. He found his Chen Pao.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe in Puerto Rico, you just grab from the top. Why not? It's working out well, as that finds a pretty interesting card. We did not expect to see that.
Jack on his opening search with this Pokepad he found from the top of his deck will get some news about what he has available and does not. Nothing really too bad in his prize cards. There's a couple Ultra Ball, which could make finding his Dragapult EX a little awkward, as one of those is also in his prizes.
And that is one of the items that typically is not looked at when you're searching through and counting out to see what your prize cards are. You just chalk those up as missing pieces that at least aren't some of the more crucial cards. But later on in a game, when you're looking for those pieces, those impactful Pokemon EX that you might have trouble searching out, you could find that that's a little more difficult. And thankfully for Jack, already has access to the Pheasantipity. We'll see some additional cards now too, and this could lead to a pretty big board.
For the use of Pheasantipity, it does look like Jack was holding on to Lily's Determination in his opening hand. We'll send his hand into the deck now to draw 8 cards, not before finding Dunsparce, prepping that to be able to draw some cards through the Dunsparce runaway draw ability, or perhaps getting ready for the use of the potential Dunsparce, EX with its Tenacious Tail attack. Something I think we will certainly see in this matchup. So efficient, 1 energy card, and will likely one-hit KO whatever Jose is attacking with.
Yeah, it's a nasty little surprise that every once in a while can sneak out and take those knockouts for you. If you can clear off some of these energies, then you're not nearly as worried about a Dragapult later on in the game being challenged. One tricky part with that Dunsparce is when you do use it, you have to be wary of that retreat cost. This Pokemon's probably going to be sticking around for a bit, and if you attack in on a turn where you clear a Pokemon that's just at that 240 mark, then the 180 mark is going to be pretty awkward for you to work with later on.
Buddy Poffin brings out a couple more Dreepy, foregoing the use of a Badoo Itchy Pollen here. There's another Dunsparce here in hand for Jack. I don't think he found a Dracloak here.
I mean, look at the hand size. You would have to expect that there'd be something at this point, but no, not yet. A calculated play to get the damage in on the board with the Risky Ruins.
Oh, there is something though, Kyle, as Rare Candy Dragapult is found. No Dracloak, no problem, and an energy card attached as well. 200 damage from a Phantom Dive onto this active Teal Mask Ogerpon. 60 laid onto Meowth EX on the bench. Both easy prize cards now for Jack in future turns. Jose is going to need to get a little more set up here. We did see on the last turn, that last ditch catch did fetch out the Cyrano. A little awkward, though, to see how Jose is going to want to navigate from here and move forward.
Now you question with the Meowth in play. That 60 damage didn't need to be there. It would have been a lot to ask of your opponent to actually take the game against that Teal Mask. Instead, you'll see that damage accumulate, and you don't really want to invest anything else into that Meowth.
Cyrano being played, searching out 3 Pokemon EX for Jose, adding them to the hand. Getting himself set up and ready to go for this board. Of course, Mega Kangaskhan EX is a huge part of this deck. It's consistent draw power with the runaway draw. The run errand ability, runaway draw being used by Jack on the Dunsparce. Jose also can find, of course, Raging Bolt EX. Should he find some combination of Glass Trumpets and Crispins, could maybe work something out there. That does feel unlikely at this juncture. I don't think he'll be able to deal with Dragapult EX this turn, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a pretty big piece missing here as well. When you look at this setup and think about the damage counters, Risky Ruins not being countered in a spot like this. Only 2 Pokemon in play. Every one of these Pokemon is accumulating that little bit of damage. It matters so much in a matchup like this. Look at the hit points for a Teal Mask Ogerpon or a Latios. Just letting that build up can really lead to some trouble.
And before playing the Cyrano, Jose was even debating using that Chiempao he just took off of his prize cards to bump Risky Ruins. He could still choose to go that route. We'll see if he does.
It seems underwhelming
at
a spot like this. You
definitely not what you want to be doing, Chiempao.
But honestly, you have to either play that resource inefficiently or walk into some of this awkward damage.
Looks like he'll be content to take the damage. Sets up very nicely for Jack to KO any of these 210 HP Pokemon, such as the Latias EX, which just hit the board. We will see Jose use that run errand ability, get a little bit of extra help here. Was that 2 Meowth EX found? I do believe so.
There are plenty in the deck, and It's just the way that Jose likes to operate and has access to plenty of supporters and likes to refill with the Chen Pao combo, but we're not seeing all the pieces just yet. Is there another energy switch to go along with this?
Kyle.
That would be nasty.
Could we see it? Rapid fire combo potentially being lined up here. Should another energy switch be played?
Oh, I mean.
Does not look like he has it, and will just now pass over to Jack. Of course, Pheasantipity not taking any damage from the Risky Ruins, as it is a Darkness-type Pokemon. Jack will immediately put a Paradricloak in play. A couple Recon Directives, not too bad to see.
This is getting close to really dangerous at this point. Look how many damage counters are loaded up on Jose's side. You think about what this Dragapult can do, and it's not being challenged whatsoever.
And potentially, Kyle, this turn we could see the Dunsparce EX.
You're very close at this point. What, 300 damage that we're talking about just for one single energy with the Tenacious Tail?
That would be enough to one-hit KO this Mega Kangaskhan EX. Removing 2 energy from play, removing Jose's draw engine from play as well. Jack, though he has a large hand and has seen a bunch of cards, I'm not sure he actually has it. Those 2 Ultra Ball in his prizes. No, there is an Ultra Ball actually in his hand. It does not look like, though, he will go for it at this point. Oh, it's still possible, though, with Crispin. Yeah,
right?
he could still go that route.
It just depends at this point if that's really the way you want to go about this. You already have such a devastating threat in the active that's just unchecked. If you're going to retreat this Pokemon to move into a different attacker, maybe it throws in some situations where you just don't have the resources later on.
Spreading out the energy, we do see a Psychic being attached and the Darkness added to hand, so it does not appear like the Dunsparce EX will be utilized on this turn.
And I don't mind this. You look at the board and how it's split up at this point. If you do target down and you clear out this Pokemon here and you start to work on the Meowth, you'll have those knockouts lined up to close this game out here very shortly. Just one more attack into the Kangaskhan and Meowth, and it's over.
200 damage into the active. 1 damage counter placed on Teal Mask Ogerpon. Meowth prepped to be KO'd as well here. Jose really going to be trying to lean into a Chien Pao play here, I have to imagine. Needs Area 0 Underdepths to work along with it. He does not have it just yet. He's got Meowth EX in his hand, so he could go get the Cypher Maniac's code breaking to line up whatever play he wants. But let's not forget, he invested a lot into this Kangaskhan, attached to it last turn, energy switched onto it as well. But now it's taking so much damage.
Yeah, I think he wants to see an Area 0 Underdepths before committing any more Pokemon to this board. As if you can make it work, you'd love to remove any Pokemon that's within that 200 or less range. And of course, that Meowth that is just waiting to be KO'd next turn.
The math working out too nicely here for Jack. 6 on the Meowth on the first attack, 5 on it on the second, 1 on that Teal Mask to KO it. And now it has exactly 60 HP remaining. So easy for it to go down to a Phantom Dive.
All of this doesn't happen if that Pokemon's not played on the initial turn, but Jose really valued having an additional Pokemon in play. There it is. That is pretty nasty to find. The 1 card there off of the Teal Mask did hold on to the Pheasantipity, flip the script for later on. We'll see how that comes into play here as well.
Yeah, where is that going to work into the equation is certainly a question. Still also has a supporter for turn available to be played here. Looks like he had a couple Glass Trumpets in his hand. I wonder if he could make a clean Mega Kangaskhan. I don't know if he'll have access to it or not. He does play 4 Mega Kangaskhan EX in his list.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to go. I was wondering if the Lily's Clefairy is in play with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but I mean, the combo, as he has just presented, is if you can disrupt the hand and present that threat all at once. Right now, because of the way that Jack played out the hand, didn't show the Dunsparce with an energy, doesn't have another follow-up Dragapult. If you KO this Pokemon and disrupt the hand, yeah, there's still 7 cards that can be seen from the Fez and the Dracloaks, but it's not guaranteed yet.
There's going to be a lot for Jose to find on this turn, and he can't do it all just with Cypher Maniac. It looks like he will land on Crispin for now as his supporter. Pull that out and then go for the flip the script. It seems like he's kind of pivoted what he wants to go for mid-search there.
Yeah, maybe all the pieces weren't there and wants to slow down. And the perfect world, I suppose, this Fez rips the Lily's Clefairy and the Unfair Stamp. Those 2 pieces would be very nice right now.
There's a Psychic Energy, an Energy Switch, but is there an Ultra Ball? No, there's no way to find the Clefairy. Could power up Raging Bolt. That is another Pokemon that can one-hit KO. But Dragapult EX. Get him straightened out with his board here. Looks like he is going to put down Raging Bolt EX. He's got Energy Switch. If he has a Fighting Energy, which he can find in way of the Crispin, he can still get this knockout and clear the Meowth out of play. I think he can still piece together this KO.
Yeah, it's a really nice find here at this spot. And unfortunately, you lose all the energies to do this, but you have to continue to fight through. Just check these threats, deny the prize cards in the Meowth, but without the hand disruption to go along with this, just feels a little underwhelming.
5 energy needed in play for the KO with Raging Bolt EX. 70 for each energy card discarded. So that means with a Chien-Pao play, he will not be able to KO this Kangaskhan. He needs those energies to stay in play. So that is still a live target for Jack. Though I don't think Jose can get rid of all the potential liabilities, right? With the Latios, with the Meowth, with the Ogerpon in play, but at least getting rid of that Meowth with the 60 HP remaining seems very crucial.
Right, and there is another energy, I suppose, that can be found here with the Night Stretcher. The Teal Mask can then bring another energy into play. If you're really worried about one of those Pokemon, you can remove that.
There's another Grass. Got Glass Trumpet as well, if there's any energy in the discard pile, though Glass Trumpet may want to be saved.
Ooh, I think he wants
to get rid of the
try to do this
Kangaskhan?
without Kangaskhan, and that is pretty interesting, too. I mean, with the way that the math works out here, the prize count won't matter as much, but that definitely feels good to lose that massive amount of dice that were waiting there.
Trying to limit Jack's plays as much as possible, and it's going to be an exact KO here, but this gassed Jose of so many resources, 5 energy having to be discarded. He will go down to no energy cards remaining in play.
Chip, what beats the Dunsparce EX here? This is a ridiculous card, and it's so easy to set up. Think about all the different cards in this deck that line up this strategy for you. It just fits so well into this. You want to have your answers to Unfair Stamp. Well, at this point, you've already threatened that. You don't care anymore. Just go find the big guy. And for 1 energy, it's clearing the biggest threat on the board.
And I think Jack will be able to combo this with a Judge, should he want to, as that is a piece waiting in the hand. And Ultra Ball found out this Pokemon before the use of any of his drawing abilities.
Is there a more comfortable spot at this point for Jack? You've handled this so well. You're seeing all these cards. Anytime that a Pokemon is KO'd, you just look at 7 more cards with the Pheasantipede, the double Dracloak. You have energies on board for them, and you're attacking through for 1-hit KOs against an opponent who only has 3 prize cards left. There's no real threat to wait for.
This is an incredibly comfortable position for Jack. Jose cannot win the game on the next turn. Jack just burning as many cards as he can here. 2 Pokepad going down in favor of finding a Dunsparce and a Dunsparce. The nice thing as well for Jack, by benching this Dunsparce, he has a pretty easy path to win the next turn as well if he can just find a Night Stretcher and an energy, right? Doesn't even need to necessarily boss one of those liabilities.
Right, and if it doesn't go that direction, if it's Unfair Stamp and stalling, that Pokemon turns into a regular Dunsparce and helps you draw through. There's just so many ways that the synergies here line up.
This card is so strong in this matchup, and I have to imagine when these players met one another in Swiss and Jack came out on top, this Dunsparce EX played a massive role in that game. Look at how many cards Jack has in hand. Jose does, of course, play Unfair Stamp as his A-Spec. That will be something he'll be hoping to find on this next turn, I think. But he's going to need to find so much more as well.
Yeah, everything went into finding an answer, and it is all judged away here. Nothing remains on the board. The Raging Bolt will be cleared, and one-hit KO is waiting for you in the active.
It's interesting to see the judge after that sequence played out from Jack. I wonder if he was looking for a different supporter as opposed to the judge, because he could have played judge and then used all of those drawing abilities. So
yeah,
perhaps he's looking for Crispin to just set his energies up a little bit nicer.
May have been boss's orders on Pheasantipity. That's one way that Jose could see those additional cards instead of giving Jose this new hand to work with. But I think either way, it's just adjusting those sub-1 percentages at this point, as Jose has a lot of work to do, but it typically does start in this fashion with that grass energy.
Also, Pheasantipity EX able to draw cards here with Flip the Script. Jose did not find a replacement Mega Kangaskhan, which I'm sure he would have loved to be able to promote. There is Teal Dance number 1. Here comes Teal Dance number 2. That is 2 energy cards into play. Energy Switch could unlock some potential. Glass Trumpet plays in order to get a Raging Bolt set up. Here is the Flip the Script. He definitely is going to need some help here.
I think Wellspring boss's orders lines up well. If you find somewhere where you can slow this game down, pull up that Pheasantipity EX and hang on for dear life.
Sob the Pheasantipity for a couple turns if he needs to try to buy time to get energy cards back into play. The number 1 threat has got to be this Dunsparce EX, though.
Yeah, it would all be about buying time at that point to try to set up a situation where maybe the Unfair Stamp could go unchecked, and then the energy wouldn't be there to retreat. You're asking a lot, but you have to consider every avenue here.
Here comes Area 0 Under Depths, drawing out the bench to 8 spots for Jose. His Ultra Ball will get rid of a Latios and a basic fighting energy. In favor of finding himself any Pokemon from the deck. Meowth EX could be found to get him any supporter that could help him right now. Maybe the Mega Kangaskhan is what is necessary. It will be that Wellspring Mask you called out. Perhaps just having to sob for a couple of turns to try to find a path back in.
Yeah, you need to cry, appeal to his empathetic side, and see if you can buy some turns. This is where it's at. There's nowhere else to go. It still leads to a boss's orders that needs to be found, and thankfully this deck does play so many ways to find that card by way of these Meowth, but not sure if we see it just yet. And no, it is in the hand, so
yes.
By the time, stall with the Pheasantipity, and you saw the counts when you took a look at Jack's list. There's 9 energies to work with. You see a few already in play. How much time can you buy?
He's got 1 energy in hand here. Pokepad could be used to find Dunsparce in order to draw a couple more cards. Looking for perhaps a Crispin. There are a couple energy left in the deck. Looks like 1 Psychic and 1 Darkness energy left in the deck. So that could line up for a potential Cruel Arrow in a couple turns. Not this turn, of course. Can't get 3 energies on this Pokemon at once.
We have seen the players that surprise with that Crispin and sneak in the Cruel Arrow to try to help out in some spots. Do need to be cognizant of some of those Pokemon that can't be targeted by the Cruel Arrow in the spot, but
yes.
Thankfully there is the Meowth target. That's a little easier to go after.
Yeah, the Latios as well, being already damaged, right? Sets up for a 2-hit KO, Cruel Arrow on that Pokemon. Looks like a runaway draw from Jack. Get himself a few more cards before sending the Dunsparce back into the deck.
And there also is just the real classy approach from Jack of if you just play down Monkey Dory into Dark Energy, it's basically checkmate against any sob potential of stalling out, and you know that you can close the game out. So if you don't see the energy to the Pheasantipity, it's not terribly surprising if it is meant to be that Dark Energy.
There's a bit of a debate here on the take off this second Recon Directive. Looks like it's a Darkness Energy and a Rare Candy. Perhaps Wondering if it's worth keeping that Darkness Energy in the deck, so Crispin is more of a live option. But no, we'll add it to hand and send Rare Candy down. Here comes that Monkey Dory, Kyle.
Yeah, and this is a really cute way to counteract this strategy. If you don't feel like overcommitting these energies to the Pheasantipity and playing into what your opponent wants, which is you just send all these resources up, you could just play that down, and it just completely negates any approach from the Sob.
Dunsparce as well, nice to ensure that should Jose find a combination that leads to a knockout of the Dunsparce, he would be able to respond, and Jose, after seeing Monkey Dory come down, says that is going to be too much to overcome. Let's go to game 2. Jack Pritchard with a game 1 win.
I mean, I just imagine Jack sipping a nice warm cup of tea, enjoying himself here in the top 8. That was the least sweaty game he's had in the tournament, because he just had the perfect response to everything that Jose put in front of him.
We got a replay of that first game. The opening for Jose seems strong, right? He took that opening KO, but Teal Mask Ogerpon, not the ideal Pokemon to get that initial attack off with.
Yeah, I mean, the math, just it's unfortunate. 210, you throw the damage on immediately, and you are easily checked throughout the rest of the game. This Pokemon doesn't check the Dragapult. It has to be a quick transition into the Lily's Clefairy, and we just did not see that from Jose. The cards didn't line up for that. It had to eventually swap into this Raging Ball strategy where all the energies were removed from play, and Jack felt very comfortable switching into the Dunsparce EX, which could not be checked from there. Jose found a really great line, trying to slow things down and buy some time, but that is why Jack has every 60 cards well thought out here. Monkey Dory checking every box.
And perhaps the play works out for Jose if the last 2 prizes for Jack were both Monkey Dory. It feels really rough whenever that's the win condition you're having to play towards, but finding those slim win percentages, that's, you know, there's plenty of players out there who win because of those slim chances ending up coming through.
Yeah, that's what you need to do when you have 75 minutes. So it's an additional resource to use, and if you have that chance, go ahead. Figure that out. Maybe you also learn something about your opponent too. When you see your opponent doesn't fumble under pressure, throw down all those energies, and try to go aggressive with the Fez. You have that information that you move on for the next game.
Having lost game 1, Jose does get the option to choose first or second here, and he has indeed chosen to go first. The premier option for players in this format and in this matchup specifically. Seems like both players agreeing going first is the general best path. Trying to get set up, trying to get energy cards into play, of course. This is maybe a situation where we could see that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX Torrential Pump, right, to clear off a bunch of Pokemon out of play for Jack.
Right? There's so many different avenues that you see this deck go down. It all starts with the Teal Mask Ogerpon accelerating the energies, but it can be rapid fire combos, start clearing off prize cards before you know it. It could be that setup with the Wellspring, trying to remove multiple threats at once, but as long as you can put Jack on the back foot at some point, you have a chance in this game.
Looks like Jack did take a mulligan, so that's +1 card for Jose in this game. You see prize cards laid out, and that Lily's Clefairy EX as the opener for Jose. Obviously a strong Pokemon in this matchup, though I feel like Jose does want to kind of control when that Pokemon comes into play, not given that option here.
Yeah, it's great to see, but maybe not in the active right now. It's an excellent liability to pivot off of after early Mega Kangaskhan, but these resources, okay.
That's awkward. 4 energy cards in the prizes for Jose. Now, he does play 16 basic energy, but having so many different types of energy prize, that could make things awkward for potential Crispins in the future. Energies are so important in this game, and bringing them back and moving them around important as well, which makes the discards from Jose's opening Ultra Ball feel a little questionable with that energy switch and Glass Trumpet going down. Very valuable resources that he had to lose.
Double fighting in those spots can be tricky, as you have just 1 more remaining if you want to use the Raging Bolt as the way to clear off a major threat, and finding that at the perfect time may be more difficult.
Yeah, a bit different from Ian Robb's list, which we've talked about throughout the weekend. We saw Ian on stream as well. He did finish in 34th place, I believe, this weekend with Raging Bolt losing his win and in. He does only play 2 and 2 of both Fighting Energy and Lightning Energy. Jose opting for 3 of each of those counts.
Once more, it's just a slower start. Only the one energy, thankfully, to have in play, but it's a Crispin to follow up on this board. And
wow, really interesting to see Jose not retreat the Clefairy here and draw some cards with the Mega Kangaskhan. I suppose just wanting to ensure that with a Crispin he can attack with the Lily's Clefairy, but again, that's not really the Pokemon he wants to lead off with as an attacker.
yeah, if Jack has one of the 2 rare candies to pivot into along with this board, if this is one of those stronger setups, I don't think Jose has the firepower to keep up with this. See the prize cards for Jack now. He'll be without the pink card this time around as well, and one of those Crispins.
One fair stamp available here for Jack. A Dragapult prized once again. Boss and Crispin both unavailable right now, playing 3 of each of them for the tournament this weekend. He is going to lead off with a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and we will see him go with a Itchy Pollen, I must imagine, with that being the opener. That powerful, mighty Badoo. Attachment for turn onto the Dreepy, and looks like Lily's Determination in the hand. He did also have a rare candy, one of those 2 copies, but not enough to hold on to the hand. Very, very worthwhile trade-off. Losing the rare candy in order to get 8 cards doesn't seem too bad.
And I'm not sure if we saw that, but maybe that was a Pheasantipity in the hand there too. I
think so.
That seemed like a reasonable bench at this point, with your opponent playing just an energy on a Lily's Clefairy and a pretty obvious KO onto the Badoo on the following turn. Just cashing in on those 3 cards may have been the difference of if we see Dragapult next turn or not.
Yeah, definitely could have been a good spot to put it down. Normally feels a little risky to commit to the Pheasantipity before a KO has happened, but in this spot where Jose's not done enough, not done very much, it feels like it could have been a solid option. But off of the Lilies, does seem that Jack will get himself a little something rolling here with a Pokepad. He's going to get news right here. Looks like he's checking his supporter card prizes, so he'll know that there's 1 Crispin and 1 Boss in the prize cards. There is a Dunsparce added to the bench. Here is another Dreepy as well. And starting the Badoo, so nice. Just able to use Itchy Pollen right away. Not even having to worry about losing an energy to retreat into it.
Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, well, does this damage really matter? And it almost doesn't, but there is the spot for Jack if it is a transition into the Dunsparce EX once more. Just
Should Jose
one more Pokemon, one Meowth, one problem there, and he would have a KO with just a single energy.
Perhaps forcing Jose not to bench another Pokemon EX where he maybe would have wanted to.
Right. These are all considerations for Jose, even though the hand is limited and you don't have much else to work with. If you do have a Pokemon, you have to think about these things.
Full Moon Rondo does mean Jose strikes first, taking the opening KO. Down will go Badoo. Up comes Dunsparce. Looks like 2 Dunsparce in the hand, so draw power lined up with the runaway draw. Was that a Dragapult already in Jack's hand as well? Is the only piece missing a rare candy?
You're right. He's right there, and it could be just the runaway draws along with Recon Directive. Potential for Pheasantipity to continue these draws. There are a lot of ways to reach for this rare candy. And I'm not sure if the energy is there to go along with it. I think there's a dark energy in hand. Oh, rare candy's found. Wow, he's
Are you
there.
kidding
He's
me?
so close.
Are you kidding me? 2 copies of rare candy in this list. Now the only piece missing is a Psychic Energy for him to get this knockout. Will be the Dunsparce runaway draw number 1. Both available, of course. Looking now just for a Psychic Energy.
Oh, sees the 3rd fire energy. That's unfortunate, but Pheasantipity was found.
That's not bad.
If you want to see more cards without the use of that Dunsparce, certainly could. Keep going.
Did also find the Dunsparce EX. That's not gonna be super useful right now because Jose did not bench a 3rd Pokemon EX, so it'd only be dealing 120. Probably not an attack you want to use. But here comes that Pheasantipity. Drawing 3 cards. There's a judge. There is the Psychic. Rare Candy into Dragapult, but not before. Runaway draw once more. Look at how many cards are in hand, and Jack is not done yet.
This just isn't fair when you build this deck and you find the tools like this. He's not finished as well when you have Rare Candy to follow this up and then the Pokepad to build onto this board. He can replay the Dunsparce and have even more access on the following turn. If the miracle turn were to happen for Jose of follow-up Lily's Clefairy KO, he could still answer this.
This is a dominant position here for Jack. Fortunate to find the Rare Candy, fortunate to find the Psychic Energy, but that's what happens when you pair all of these powerful draw abilities together. 1 Recon Directive, 2 Runaway draws, plus a Flip the Script. That is 11 additional cards seen, plus his draw for turn. That doesn't even count the use of a supporter. Rare Candy into Dragapult, attaching the Psychic Energy. Lily's Clefairy is going down.
And Jose's counting cards in hand too, as the worst has already happened, but there was a chance that this also would come with an unfair stamp. Thankfully, that's not happening this time around.
But Judge could be on the menu here for Jack.
And that's pretty good. It's just another way to limit your opponent. It would just be -1 card, and you've seen that this hand isn't going very far, but maybe you want to limit some options.
Yeah, that is the question. Having known that Jose's just not done much, how worthwhile is the Judge? And that is perhaps what Jack's internal debate is at the moment. I'm not sure if there is another supporter option in his hand right now, so it's either Judge or nothing this turn.
Right, and I think this is the better approach. This hand is already pretty great, and I think the only thing you really want at this point is another Dracloak for later on, which he can solidify with this next turn. There's energies, there's the Dunsparce CX. If there were to be a KO of this Dragapult, I guarantee there will be a 3 or 4 EXs in play.
There's that Phantom Dive, and down will go Clefairy. Up comes Mega Kangaskhan. Jose drawing for turn, having access to the Run Errand, but also having access to his A-Spec.
Yeah, this is not over just yet. This hand actually has some pretty great play to it. Not only does it have the Area 0 to build up and the pink card to go with it, but Energy Switch, if you find the right resources, maybe a Night Stretcher here.
Meowth
Lily's Clefairy could come right back into play.
Meowth can pick out any supporter from the deck, perhaps finding Cypher Maniac. Is there enough to piece together there? It would have to be double Night Stretcher, right? Plus, he needs to get Latios in play to move the Kangaskhan. He might be just a little short as of now. He's going to lead off with the Meowth in this sequence. Last ditch catch, searching for any supporter and adding it to the hand. There is, of course, always the bailout of just having to go for rapid fire combo. Probably not what Jose wants to do right now, but may he feel his hand forced in order to keep up in this game.
Crisp can accelerate the energies onto the board, and you'll have access to the Psychic Energy for the Lily's Clefairy. If you don't go that direction, at least you have.
Well, so there's only one Psychic, right? And it's in the discard pile.
Oh man, yeah.
One Psychic, one Clefairy.
Yep, that means that the
Kyle.
Yeah, get your coins ready, pal.
This is a desperation play from Jose. He's going to be able to pair it with a pretty powerful option in the Unfair Stamp. He'll limit Jack's hand, but it's really, I mean, this is like a last-ditch catch for the Crispin into a last-ditch effort from Jose here. His Mega Kangaskhan has to flip 3 heads on rapid fire combo to KO this Dragapult.
Well, that's 12% to get the job done, and
hey.
I think you'll take those odds.
12.5.
Okay, we'll give you the half.
The half could be the difference maker.
Yeah, enjoy it. Well, there's a little more to look after here, as the board doesn't have much else. The Unfair Stamp can get you a few more resources. Run Aaron can get you a few more cards, but you have to imagine if this Pokemon is not to fall right now, then Jose is in for a lot of trouble.
if it pays off, I mean, if this does happen for Jose, it would pay off nicely. There's no response from Jack, right? The Dunsparce EX would not be able to return KO. He is going to go for this here. 200 base damage, and then flip a coin till you get tails. 50 for each heads. That's 250. That's 300, and one more flip will be a tails. 20 damage short. Dragapult EX hangs on.
What a line. He was so close.
Wow. And that is the margins. Those are the differences in these top cut games. That final third coin flip could have decided this game too. If Jose flips heads there, Jack is left with little response, but now Jack can breathe a sigh of relief. He's going to get another hit into this Kangaskhan. He's going to load 60 damage onto this Meowth, and he is going to be very much in the driver's seat to close this game out with only 4 prize cards remaining.
Just another energy onto a Dracloak makes you feel that much more comfortable. You have the easy closeout of a Jet Headbutt into that Pokemon. Even the Dunsparce to follow up this attack would feel like a great win in this spot. And
let's also not gloss over the fact that off of the unfair stamp, Jack found Dracloak plus Lily's Determination.
Yeah.
To get out of it right away.
There was a lot that could have been had there, and those are some pretty good cards.
Fully refreshes the hand, a couple recon directives now, adding even more options to the arsenal. There is another Dunsparce.
And when you have perfect information about your opponent, and you see that you've already survived the unfair stamp, this hand remains. Double Night Stretcher held on to, guaranteed access to Dragapult Fire Energy for the following turn. It's all going to be right there.
This is a lot of damage now here. 200 to the active, 60 to the bench from this Phantom Dive. Jose drawing for turn. He's got a lot of options now. Something we don't see from Jose. We've seen in other lists. There's no like Passimian to try to offset things with a single prize Pokemon. You know, if you can Chim-Pao, discard this Kangaskhan, right? That would make things maybe a little more feasible, but seeming a little unlikely for him. Definitely wants to try to pivot out of Kangaskhan, I want to say, if he can.
Yeah, you would think, and there's just a little bit of awkwardness with the way that this is set up right now. Not a lot of Pokemon in play, so find a few more. With the Cyrano, you could maybe get a step closer to the clearing off this damage, but it would have to be a really great setup with energy switches, Area 0 under depth, Chien-Pao. You don't need a great attacker to close out here. Thankfully, just 20 away from a KO.
There's just not much in his deck that really is efficient, though. Basically, everything needs 2 to 3 energy to attack.
Let's cry.
You know, that is fair, honestly. Sob does get in there for a 1 energy option. I wonder if Jose is also trying to levy the amount of Pokemon he has in play at this point, right? Trying to avoid the Dunsparce EX one-hit KO.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that you have to allow at this point of the game. You're avoiding the clear and obvious answer of the Dragapult that could be waiting for you, but if you have to play to the odds of your opponent prizing that one-of card, maybe that's the best option.
Looks like an Ultra Ball being played here for Jose to piece together some other Pokemon. And then back to that opening discard of his Ultra Ball, right? He had to lose a Glass Trumpet. That would be a nice way to try to get some energy cards into play, maybe get a clean Kangaskhan attacking. He will grab out Latias EX, Skyliner, allowing any basic Pokemon to retreat freely around the board. And that is the threshold now where the Dunsparce EX will be dealing 240. It will be able to take a KO on any EX Pokemon, save for a clean Mega Kangaskhan here. And here's that Cyrano, and here is Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
That's been the silent MVP for Jose at this point. It's just buys a little bit of time. It gives you a chance to stay in this game, and giving up those 3 prize cards may have been unacceptable at this spot, but presenting this threat and buying a little more time could help. Just tough when Jack's at 4 prize cards remaining. Doesn't seem like there's going to be a great follow-up here.
Looks like it will be the Sob KO. Jose will take 2. Go down to 3, and he'll jump ahead on the prize race. Though I have to say the board position heavily favors Jack at this point, and Jack could, of course, win the game right now, Kyle. All he needs is a Dragapult, a Fire Energy, and a Boss's Orders. And I think he may just have it here in hand. Buddy Poffin will search the deck to make sure all the pieces are available. Boss brought to the front immediately. He does have a Meowth EX in his hand. He does have Night Stretcher. Has Ultra Ball as well. Here it comes, last ditch catch. Finding out Boss's Orders. Is he gonna piece together the 4 prize turn? Double Night Stretcher will make it happen. Evolve, attach, and Boss's Orders gets Jack the win and moves him into top 4.
Wow, I mean, what a game we had between these two players, and Jack really showing off what it takes to be the #1 seed, and it's finally in a tournament where it pays to be on top. He will go first and continue to push that advantage.
Congratulations, of course, to Jose. He'll add yet another top 8 run to his long and continually growing list, though I know he wants more. I'm sure that finals berth will come for him soon, but for now it will be Jack looking to push forward. What a game, Kyle. What a game.
Yep, maybe just one more punch in his rapid fire combo.
Oh, man.
Could have got the job done.
That would have been so interesting to see how game 2 goes if Jose gets all 3 heads. Let's recap that 2-game set here back into game number 1. And I think really the story here is just like things didn't go totally according to the script for Jose. He didn't get his ideal initial attacker. And then game 2, it was just really, really slow.
Yeah, this setup here, when we saw the Meowth, it took the extra damage unnecessarily. Yes, Jack did have a pretty great setup. He loaded up with the Dragapult, put all that pressure on, but this sped the clock up for Jose, where he had to have the answer to save the Meowth, and when you're playing that much defense with a deck that has this much offense, doesn't really line up. Had to try to buy time, and Jack just set up checkmate.
Jose gets that initial attack off, takes the first prize, but 2 games in a row, Jack is able to find the pieces to pull off a rare candy into Dragapult, into an attack. Doesn't feel right whenever you're only playing 2 rare candies, but Jack made it look easy.
Yeah, just lines it up over and over again, and this is where everything mattered. If you see that last heads, it could have taken out the Dragapult and really stirred up some trouble. Jose had a great board against what would have been, but it was for naught as Jack found the answer, held on to all those resources. There's no way to check this hand, and Boss Double Stretcher gets it done.
Congratulations to Jack. What a run and what a dream for him to be in this spot. It's going to continue forward here as he's locked up a spot into our top 4. The first player, I believe, to make that happen.
Yeah, congratulations. What a long time coming. We've seen him doing so well at so many of his events, but just waiting for that big breakout moment. And with the championship points the way they are, even if this doesn't turn into a championship for Jack, he's already gotten to a point that can really solidify his placement for the World Championships.
And we do have a bit of an update out on the floor. Preston Rutledge defeats Hale Obernolte in a 3-game set, 2-1. Down goes the Mega Lopunny. And Preston is going to move on to top 4 as well. We saw him, of course, earlier on in the day. Tied that game against Ian Robb on stream.
Yeah. He was so impressive. Like, afterwards, we were talking about the game, and it was one of those moments where you're just caught off guard by the fact that he was able to keep up with Ian and present so many threats, did such a great job. This matchup just doesn't seem like you can do that, but of course, he does have a little more play with the Dusknoir, and it works out in this spot. He takes down Hale, who we thought was destined for a finals run here.
And look at that live update as Andrew Hedrick has defeated Victor de Velasco 2-0. So it will be Andrew Hedrick and Preston Rutledge, both playing Dragapult, facing off on that side of the bracket. And on the other side, we've got Jack Pritchard and Nicholas Moffitt.
Man.
Both playing Dragapult. We've got 4 Dragapults in top 4, Kyle.
Oh, please, let's pretend like we're sad for a second. Though this play has been ridiculous. I can't wait to see what happens between Preston and Andrew, because that is a wild matchup with some star-studded young players.
I mean, Andrew, of course, has just been one of the absolute premier players the last couple of years. He's won 4 regional championships with various different decks, various different strategies, using a deck that he's become very accustomed to the last year or so, though it is a new format in that Dragapult, of course, featuring Crushing Hammers. And Preston, a bit of an unknown, but someone who's already made his mark, has impressed us quite heavily as he is moving on to top 4. So that'll be an interesting match to feature moving forward here. We're going to get to catch up with Jack here shortly and see how he's feeling heading into top 4. First time we've gotten to speak to our #1 seed through the event, so looking forward to getting that set up. But yeah, I don't think going, after we saw kind of the meta breakdown, it should be much of a surprise that it is for Dragapult remaining amongst everyone else.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different intricacies between these Dragapult players, and we do have one more who will give us a bit of insight, and what a better mind than Pablo to help break things down.
Thank you so much, Kyle and Chip. I'm here with Jack, our winner, who just advanced to top 4. How are you feeling, Jack?
So good. I couldn't imagine that I would be here when I signed up for this tournament.
I saw you had like your very serious game face on, but then once you won, once you realized like the bossasaurs and everything, I saw your smile crack a little bit right there. Sure. Is this your biggest accomplishment so far, Pokemon-wise?
In Masters, yeah. I top 4 Worlds and Seniors in 2012.
Okay.
But since coming back to the game a couple of years ago, this is the best I've done, yeah.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations. I wanted to talk a quick on the key moments of the game. I wanted to discuss your, I mean, those rare candies really came in handy in the clutch moments. I don't know if this is something that you have been able to make happen throughout the tournament. I mean, you're only playing 2 copies, but how often do you get the turn 2 rare candy attack?
I mean, it certainly happens. You get like all this draw with like the Dunsparces, the Dracloaks, and I even worked with the Fez this game as well, because my opponent got the turn 1 knockout pretty much every time. So you get like a ton of draw, so you see like, you know, a ton of your decks. But even though you only play 2 candies, you still have like pretty good odds to find it. I also played a Meowth to get, I didn't really come up to find the candies, but often you can use the Meowth to find a Crispin or whatever. So
yeah, the missing pieces. Yeah, I mean, we saw it twice, right, in Game 1 and Game 2. And then tell us a little bit about the Dunsparce CX. Of course, the Dunsparce Dragapult won in Prague a few weekends prior. I don't know if this is similar to that list or not, but obviously the Dunsparce CX, I'm sure, has come in very handy with all the Raging Bolts that we're doing well so far.
Yeah, so day 1, I didn't use it at all across 9 rounds. And then day 2, this is the 3rd Raging Bolt I've played against, so it's definitely come in handy in these Raging Bolt matchups. So I'm glad I included it.
Did you ever consider taking it out because you weren't finding too much use out of it before heading to this event?
No, it's there for specific matchups. It's there for the Raging Bolt, the Crustle, and I definitely wanted to respect Crustle. I did not want to lose to Crustle. I didn't end up hitting a Crustle, but I'm glad that I respected it.
You had the fail-safe against them. That's great. And then, of course, we saw, like, this is Game 2. You have the advantage right here. I mean, you found the rare candy off of that Recon Directive. How are you feeling in this moment? I'm sure, did you believe you were going to make it to top 4 when you saw that rare candy?
Yeah, it was definitely a very favorable spot. So I was very relieved to see it so early in the draw cycle. It's always scary if it goes down to like the last one, and then it's like, oh, am I going to hit it? So.
And now, speaking of scary moments, though, how about this scary moment when your opponent flipped 2 heads with that Mega Kangaskhan attack? What was going through your mind right here?
I was thinking, I was like, my hand was like, okay, I could maybe recover from this, but I definitely did not want to see the 3rd heads.
Yeah, it was definitely an exciting moment. I think that would have given Jose a real chance at winning this game, but once that failed, I think the curtains were closing, right? You had too much of an advantage on the field. Your hand size was huge, and even against an unfair stamp, your board was looking pretty good.
Yeah, the nice part about the Dunsparce is that it kind of forces him to play with this narrow board. Otherwise, my Dunsparce can just knock him out, but that means that he can't really establish a setup until at any point, so it's easy to kind of run through his Dragapult.
Yeah, well, once again, Jack, congratulations. We'll give you some minutes before you head on to your top 4 match. Really appreciate you joining me here, talking to us. And yeah, we'll be back with more Pokemon action, top 4 coming soon.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I have a family here, a Los Angeles local. I have Taylor, Nora, and Jace, a Pokemon family. How are we guys feeling?
Great. Good. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Yeah.
We're excited to be playing Pokemon in our hometown.
Yeah.
All right. Just a couple of questions for everyone here. So who here is competing tomorrow?
Me and Nora.
All right, are we in the junior, seniors, masters?
We're both in the junior division.
Wow, okay. And is this your first event ever?
No, we played in Las Vegas regionals.
You also played in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
How did everyone do?
I got top 100. I got top 150.
That's not too bad. Again, what decks did you guys play in Las Vegas, and is that what you're going to be bringing tomorrow in Los Angeles?
I played Garchomp, but I'm not going to play Garchomp this time.
Okay.
I played Gardevoir, but sadly that went out.
Oh, that's true. We did. Because of rotation.
Yes.
What about Dad? We don't play Pokemon yet?
I do play with the girls, but unfortunately I didn't get into this event. Hopefully in the future get a chance to play at a regional.
Oh, wow. Did you also get to compete in the Las Vegas regional?
No, not yet. So I'm still yet to get to a regional, but get to enjoy playing locals and make a lot of friends there and learn the game.
Love it. So when Dad starts playing in the regional, you guys can help him out. You know, you guys have the experience. Amazing stuff. Just a couple of questions. How'd you get into the Pokemon trading card game?
Me? Well, the girls collected, and we're getting a lot of cards as gifts. And they told me, hey, Dad, I don't want all these other cards. They just wanted the cute cards. So I said, hold on, these are gifted. Let me hold on to these rare candies, Iono, Arvins at the time that they were ready to throw away. So I held on to those and thought, hey, let's learn this as a family. And we could play together. It's like a board game. So we got the board game and we just kind of grew from there playing the game.
I love that. Thankfully, Dads did save those rare candies and Ionos. Those are pretty good cards.
Yeah.
And then, so your kids have been competing in the regionals. How's that like? Can you tell us the feeling of like supporting, how it feels to support your kids in a big competition?
Oh, it's great. As a parent, I think it's very encouraging to see my girls taking the leap and chance to see how they can compete with other kids their age. You know, I wanted them to play sports, but here we are doing Pokemon TCG and we're enjoying it. You know, it's been a great journey. In the game, I would, say like they get to learn to compete, strategize, interact with other kids, and build a community in this space. So it's been really great.
I love it. I mean, you know the saying, a family that plays together stays together.
Yeah.
With that, how did you guys prepare though for the LA regional?
We sort of just practice and we play a lot with our friends. We go to a lot of tournaments, and yeah, our friends are really helpful with playing and practicing.
Amazing stuff. And I'm just curious, who has the winning record between the sisters?
Currently, I think it's her. She keeps beating me with Festival lead.
Ooh, okay, that's a pretty good deck.
Amazing stuff. With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to my friends that play Pokemon with me and the locals.
I want to shout out the local shops and my friends. You all have been so helpful with practicing and everything. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just a shout out to all the competitors that we know locally and everyone else that's playing. And also just want to shout out to all the mothers. It is Mother's Day weekend, so happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Yep. Especially your mom, who's happily
my wife right
watching backstage. With that, thank you so much. Amazing interview. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame: the Pokemon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zolark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
And welcome back to the Dragon's Den here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are finally here in top 4, and as you can imagine, there have been no survivors of Dragapult EX here. I'm Emily Foreman. I'm joined here with Michaela Gassert. What do you think? All top 4 Dragapult. Did we know this would happen?
You saw this coming. You told us this is Dragapult's world and we're all living in it, and that has never been truer than it is right now. Is it so over or are we so back? Depends on if you're a Dragapult fan or not.
Well, I think Lucas Zing did an interview yesterday where he said, if I'm playing Dragapult like everyone else, and I know a lot of players at home do like to see visuals here. So here's a visual for you, and it is going to be, count them with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dragapult EX decks within our top 8, and all of the other decks that could have possibly stood a chance to dethrone the Dragapult King, Titan's all gone. So Raging Bolt, Mega Lopunny, and Mega Lucario all put up wonderful fights, I will say so myself, but it's all Dragapult. How do you feel about this one?
The good news is that not all these Dragapults are identical, so there is still some variation between the decks. No consensus on what will be the best Dragapult, so this is a good tournament to figure that out. That way, going forward, everyone knows this is the Dragapult to beat. This is what you can start countering for if you want to change the state of the meta. Otherwise, you have plenty of options to choose from. As long as all these Dragapults have a little bit of variation, there's still going to be some individuality and a lot of decision-making to pick your 60.
Well, I hope you got a good screenshot of this to hold in the mind for later, because our players are already on stage and ready to go to see who's going to win this Dragon Dance between them. Two players that we have seen on stream already, and look at them go. It is going to be Andrew Hedrick on the right and Preston Rutledge on the left here. Of course, both playing Dragapult. And as we know now, thanks to these these changes to asymmetrical cut, the higher seed will be able to choose whether they go first or second.
That's true. And they're also able to look with the open deck lists to see what their opponent has brought to the table. So no surprises there. They've had their time to read through. Now they're just going to shuffle up, get their game going. I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. We've seen both players earlier today on stream winning their matches. Preston is looking for that big finish. This is a top 4. This is a deep run for him compared to some of his past results. On the other hand, Andrew Hedrick, no stranger to the top.
I mean, 4-time regional champion says it all for himself, right? And then, of course, top 32 in Honolulu a couple years ago, but of course the NAIC champion from 2 years ago as well. And we are very quickly approaching that tournament once again, but Andrew in his own right is a very decorated player, playing Dragapult with the hammers. And I think a lot of players, and I think we saw on our Dragapult graphic in particular, that Dragapult with the hammers is actually the lowest represented Dragapult deck out of all of our variations that we've seen this weekend. But I was watching Andrew's top 8 match, and his opponent looked him right in the eye as Andrew flipped heads and said, yep, knew that was gonna happen.
Yep. One final note here. Preston has taken down some incredible opponents. His only loss this entire tournament has been to Andrew Hedrick. So this is a rematch for all the marbles. Preston is looking to change that record and dethrone another top player, earn his stripes, get to the finals, and see if he can take that Worlds invite. It's so close, you can almost taste it.
It's very, very true, right? And it's getting to that point in the season where players are really starting to stress out about what the cutoff is going to be for that top 135 Masters that get to punch their way to San Francisco, just a short 5-hour drive from here, believe it or not here. So here we go, getting the prize cards set out right now for both players. So we'll see what exactly has for store here. Now look at Preston's side. That's not too good. Both copies of Duskull currently sitting in the prizes, and a little bit more energy on Andrew's side. Granted, it is a dark energy, but both players prizing 1 fire energy. Nothing too crazy aside from that double Duskull. Not exactly what you want to see if you're Preston.
Absolutely not. Duskull is, and the Dusclops and Dusknoir that go with it, are 2 of your most important resources in the Dragapult mirror. Those cards are able to move you ahead on the prize race very quickly, turn a board that could be favored or even into a board that is strongly on your side. So definitely want to get those out of the prizes ASAP.
Here we go. Welcome to top 4 here of what feels like the Los Angeles Dragapult TCG regionals here. Pokepad, and it will be Preston starting off with the Monkey Dory in the active, as Pokepad is going to allow for that first search here. And Preston about to have this rude awakening that both Duskull, unfortunately, in his list are unable to be used in this game 1 against Andrew Hedrick here. So he's going to have to get a little bit more creative with the routes.
The rest of this deck search, I really like the strategy, choosing to put the energy towards the front to make sure you get that count correctly. Anytime you have a deck with very few energy of a specific type, you want to make sure you know exactly where all of them are. Otherwise, you could Crispin into a deck with no energy, and if you do that, you don't get both energy out of the Crispin, you only get the 1 to your hand. So gotta be very careful about it. Still also have to shuffle your deck afterwards.
Feels like Preston is kind of forced to play to kind of pedal to the metal here and getting everything set up right away, even Ultra Balling away Risky Ruins and Lily's Determination here to start to get things moving as well. Both players are playing Risky Ruins, so it's really just kind of this cat and mouse game on who's going to put that stadium down first.
Choosing to keep that stadium in the discard pile is going to mean that Preston can get more Dreepy in play without having to worry about damage counters. That could be relevant in case Preston is not able to attack first with his own Phantom Dive. Andrew on the other side is sizing up the options available. Depending on how many Dreepy are available, Andrew's probably going to be going for an Itchy Pollen, and all of a sudden Preston is out of items for this next turn.
And that's going to be a little bit rough, too, when you think about how often cards like Pokepad are used to get Dracloaks out and open and ready to go. So has to keep that in mind, but it will just be a pass over unless there is an energy attached, and it is unfortunately just going to have to be the pass. No energy to go with it. Let's see how Andrew's going to start. That's a lot of Dreepy and even the one copy of Dunsparce in the deck as well. This is a great starting hand for Andrew. I just wish there was an energy or even a supporter to go with. Lily's Determination in this hand would not only allow for Andrew to get set up, but be completely set up for next turn as well.
Looks like he's trying to figure out what the best Pokepad target is going to be. Plenty of choices available, and with that Ultra Ball, could go for a Meowth. Meowth would create that opportunity to get a supporter card, but it also puts a 2-prize liability on your bench. So you have to be very careful about when it goes down. Perhaps the later the better, less opportunities for it to get knocked out on a convenient boss's orders.
Going through the deck now, Andrew has a ton of options. Looking at his prize cards, though, now only one copy of that Dracloak is prized. And while, yes, that is pretty important, I'm looking at more so at one of the Night Stretchers on Andrew's side, just because he's playing a little bit more of that limited recovery. We've seen Dragapult list playing Rosa's Encouragement to kind of make up for some of the ways to get energy back into the deck, but Andrew is only playing these 2 Night Stretchers. He's not even going to have access to both of them this game.
Ooh, that's so rough, especially when every recovery card is going to be another step towards perhaps a Dust Noir, perhaps some other kind of energy recovery. Depending on what you have available, that's exactly how you need to plan out the rest of your endgame board state. So in these early turns, it may not seem as though these late game decisions are even remotely on the players' minds, but you need to be sure that your resources are preserved so that when you need them, you didn't get rid of them earlier.
See how exactly Andrew's going to set up board here. Once again, no energy in hand for the attachment. Does have Budu in the active, though, so it's safe to say that Itchy Pollen will be used this turn. Like you said, could also Ultra Ball for the Meowth if Andrew truly wants to go all the way and then find Lily's Determination off of a last-ditch catch. But really kind of thinking about, and will potentially be using it, discarding the one of Hammer in the hand. Honestly, seeing more cards here is probably more useful.
Yeah, especially if you're going to shuffle your hand into your deck. Crushing Hammer's not useful right now while there's no energy on Preston's side of the field. Missing that attachment definitely hurts, but against a Hammer's deck, it's not a terrible idea to hold those resources in your hand as well.
See how it goes here. 2 Dreepy, or 3 Dreepy, and a Dunsparce, and a Lily's Determination on top. Sequencing from Andrew is looking wonderful here. A fresh 8 cards for Andrew Hedrick now. And still, would love to see an energy attachment, but looking at Preston's side of the board with no Duskull at all, and Andrew's side of the board where his draw engine is now up and ready to use for next turn, and also 3 Dreepy, things are looking a lot better.
There's also a really interesting strategy here where even though the Dreepy were in the hand the entire time, Andrew waited until the last possible minute to put them down. Reason for that is your opponent doesn't know what you have on your first turn until you lay it down. By choosing to take your time, not put the Dreepy in play as soon as you have them in your hand, even if you know you for sure you want them down right now, keeping them towards the very back of your turn means your opponent has less time to think about how to respond to your current board state.
6 cards here, no energy just yet. Finds one right at the last possible second. So that Dreepy will be getting a Psychic Energy. Does have a Pokepad for next turn to find one of the many Dracloaks that Andrew has available to him. And may even begin to use it now, anticipating maybe an Itchy Pollen back onto Preston's side, coming back over to Andrew's. But look at this first turn from Andrew. He is definitely happy with this one.
Choosing to go with the item use of Pokepad for the Dracloak, even though you can't play down the Dracloak going second on your first turn, it requires a turn to wait before you can evolve. Doing so now means that an Itchy Pollen from Preston will not prevent searching out that Dracloak. Meanwhile, we know that Preston has his own Dracloak. Bam, there it is, going to start moving this game.
And thankfully, Lily's determination coming in and giving now Preston a fresh 8 cards to really work with. And what he has to keep in mind is that he is item locked, right? So now he just has to find more Dreepy, has to find the Dracloaks as well. Still does have a Recon Directive available, but the question is he going to let this Monkey Dory just keep soaking the damage in the active?
Monkey Dory is also going to be a little bit more difficult to retreat than, for example, Budu. You've got to attach your energy to your Monkey Dory, but if you discard it to retreat, then you can't keep using Adrenabrain. So it's a balancing act of what do you want to attach? Do you want to maybe pass? Do you put a Psychic energy down to retreat with that? It's really up to what resources you get off of this Lilies and this Recon Directive.
I do believe Preston just Recon Directived into a Buddy Puff and unfortunately has to throw it away because cannot use it because under item lock here, but it will be luckily finding another Dracloak off of the Lily's determination here. Does have the Budu if he so chooses to go forward with it. I don't believe there's an energy to retreat, so this Monkey Dory may just have to be stuck here, but that Hilda for next turn can easily allow for him to access his ace spec of Neo Upper Energy.
Neo Upper Energy will fix this attachment problem. And even though it could get hit by a Crushing Hammer, by the time you've got the Neo Upper down, you've already got an attack off with it. So you're able to use that for its maximum mileage by keeping it either in the deck to grab with Hilda or holding it in your hand in a situation like this.
You love to see it. A Recon Directive into another Dracloak to Recon Directive again. Does have an energy, but it is a Psychic one. It is not a fire one here. So choosing to keep that could potentially get a second Dracloak ready to go next turn. Or just keep using it for potential discard, but still looking for the fire more so than here.
Yeah, there's no reason to use Jet Headbutt and Evolve right away because there's nothing with 70 HP on Preston's side of the board to knock out with that attack. Instead, it looks like Andrew's probably going to spend this turn strategizing in such a way to set up the long-term game. Plenty of Dracloak, plenty of options for evolving using Dragapult later, as many attachments as can go down because if Preston's not playing hammers, why not?
Yeah, and the thing is with this Ultra Ball, not only can it grab another Dracloak, but it can also grab the Dunsparce just in case for next turn. This Dunsparce is getting so much mileage by even just looming on the board, knowing that Andrew Hedrick is going to be able to keep sifting through the deck, keep drawing cards here. But I know Andrew is technically looking for a fire energy, but still, finding a Psychic isn't necessarily that bad. Let's see what the 2 cards are. There it is, that to Dunsparce. And honestly, you just love to see it without any ball search or Pokepad search for it anyway, just being able to go back in to the deck and get everything going online. And honestly, just another Itchy Pollen from Andrew feels pretty good in this spot.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hold Preston back from getting that board set up the way that he would prefer it be set up. Having 3 empty bench spaces as a Dragapult player is definitely scary, particularly when you know there's no Duskull available for you to grab that way.
I know one fire energy is prized, but having 2 Psychic just doesn't feel too great. Andrew just wants to find that Psychic, or that fire, excuse me, can actually put the Psychic down on another Dracloak just in case for next turn if all things go awry here. So you're guaranteeing yourself another attacker here, but a miss of a fire doesn't feel too good.
No. The other thing too is that choosing to use the runaway draw onto Dunsparce right now means you're going to need to go get it back later. You're still a little bit vulnerable to Unfair Stamp, but that's only once you start taking prizes. For now, it's just going to be a possible issue. Then again, he probably knows by now about the Neo Upper Energy. It's not even an issue, so we don't even need to worry about it.
Didn't get to see the 2 cards off of the Recon Directive, but a Fire Energy was grabbed onto Preston's side. We know now from the previous turn that Preston does have a Hilda in hand, which does allow for Preston to go into the deck and grab one evolution Pokemon and an energy to go alongside of it. But the thing is, this Monkey Dory is still stuck in the active, so would need an energy attachment to get it out of the active spot. There's nothing like a Latias in this deck to move basics around. So it is going to be this Hilda for turn, where you can search a deck for an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. Doesn't have to be just a basic energy, it can be any energy. But look at this, instead of going for the Neo Upper, it's actually just going to be the dark energy, presumably to move that damage counters right back to Budu.
Another thing too is that you could just keep that Monkey Dory in the active another turn. That way the Dracloak on the bench are not extra vulnerable, and you're able to get the most, potentially 2 turns out of that energy attachment. You want to be able to maximize those energy attachments while you have them, while you still have the opportunity, because Andrew will not let them stay on that board.
See exactly where he wants to go here. Preston starting to get a little bit worried here. Even though Andrew doesn't technically have the Dragapult in just yet, this could be a prime time for Andrew to start sifting for boss's orders to take that 1 fire energy Dracloak out of play here. And it won't be the dark energy going onto the Monkey Dory here. It's just going to be the pass back to Andrew Hedrick here. Does have the Dragapult in hand, but look at that hand, right? Could use them very well, start using these crushing hammers now and just disrupting the board just a little bit, but still just needs this fire energy to really get a go going.
Yeah, that's the problem with making sure that you have your attachments down this way instead of putting them on the Monkey Dory. It's one thing to say, yeah, Monkey Dory is going to get all the damage dealt from the potential Dragapult that Andrew is trying to get in play. If that doesn't happen and the Monkey Dory is trapped in the active, then you've lost out a potential turn of moving damage. And you've risked another energy that you want on your field going into the discard, but you're not going to lose it if you get knocked out.
Nothing like using Recon Directive and then going into 2 energy, and neither are the one that you need here. Andrew, still no fire energy, and like we had said, 1 fire in the prizes, 1 Crispin as well for that energy acceleration. But still just not being able to, unfortunately, find anything, cannot launch a Phantom Dive this turn.
If Preston were a little bit more ahead, you could dig with the Unfair Stamp. That's not an option. No prizes have been taken by either player.
It's so rough. We know that Andrew does have a Lily's Determination in hand, but do you want to refresh your massive hand for the potential of getting 1 fire energy? It's not guaranteed. I mean, it's not a bad idea to just use Itchy Pollen over and over again, but it's not looking too crazy because we know that Preston has the dark energy in hand to take the knockout with Adrenabrain again. But look at this, another attachment. This is 3 Dracloaks with psychic energy on it. Where is any of our answers to fire?
Guess we're not going to see him. It's a little bit cold in the stadium today. Going to Recon Directive, hopefully get something going. Immediately drops, I'm not sure what that second card was. Looks like Preston knows exactly what the plan for this turn is, and it is get Monkey Dory out of the active by any means necessary. It is preventing attacks. It is not doing anything helpful other than maybe taking some Itchy Pollen damage, but that could be any card doing that.
It's a lot of it's a lot of cards in hand for Preston, and he's going to be using Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability to move some damage over to Budu and get on the board first with this knockout, and still can attach for turn and start to launch some of these damage counters on over to Andrew's side of the board. And it's so interesting, right? Andrew, look at his board, right? 3 Dracloaks ready to go and no fire energy, and Preston has no access to Duskull. Both of them are still in the prizes, and he's about to evolve into Dragapult first, potentially.
I think the plan there, by moving the damage onto the Budu, was to get that Duskull out of the prizes, hopefully, with 2 out of 6 of those cards being Duskull. Good odds. Unfortunately, that was not what happened right here. Here we are with that retreat. We're not going to see a Dragon Headbutt, but maybe a Jet Headbutt could be in our future.
Will also put down the Dreepy and the Pheasantipity. Risky Ruins, though, does protect Dark-type Pokemon from eating those 2 damage counters there. Can't use any of these items. Might have to be forced to use Hilda again to get a Psychic Energy, or it is just going to be the Jet Headbutt here from Preston, going up 2 prizes in this turn without using Phantom Dive.
It never feels good to attack with Jet Headbutt, even, I mean, unless it's to win the game, in which case you've just won the game. But to have a Dragapult in the active, knowing that you're not doing phantom damage counters onto the bench, knowing that your opponent has 3 Dracloak that are all charged up with just needing a single attachment to get going, if Andrew can make it happen. Ooh!
Wow. a crushing hammer here, and that is going to flip heads. And there goes that fire energy here too. I think Andrew has a massive turn on the way. The first recon directive did give him Crispin, which will allow for him to get the fire energy out of the deck. Does also already have Unfair Stamp as well here too. So Preston is going to be kind of in a pinch at this point now, not having a single energy on the board that he's been working so hard to get here. Let's see how exactly Andrew wants to sequence this.
Yeah, and the tough part about it is that without any energy on board, you need to use the Neo Upper. But if this Dragapult in the active gets damaged, you need to find a second Dragapult and evolve one on your bench. Otherwise, you're putting energy and committing a lot of good resources to a Pokemon that's about to get knocked out anyway. So making sure you put that Neo Upper in the right spot is more helpful to prevent a knockout, but you're going to lose another Dracloak. That's another Recon directive gone. You're going to need to keep evolving those bench Dreepies, and they're all going to have risky Ruins damage on them.
Still, the energy count for Andrew, even though he is still missing that one fire energy, excuse me, he still does have 2 at least in the deck. Just some very unlucky draws that he wasn't able to find everything. And now Andrew going to be sifting out some kind of cards that he doesn't necessarily need to kind of shuffle back into once he uses this Unfair Stamp. Just kind of looking around. Would love to probably reestablish the Dunsparce here, but maybe doesn't want to waste a Night Stretcher on something like a Dunsparce when the energy hasn't been cooperating with him.
Exactly. He's looking at the fire in the deck left, knows that one is in the prizes, and thinking, please don't repeat those last couple turns. When I need to see a fire energy, put it in my hand. That's another reason to thin that deck out. The more cards you use during these turns, the more you clear your deck of cards that you're not going to need for the late game, the higher your chances of drawing into them, especially that fire energy, right when you need it.
Well, we'll see where Andrew wants to put his damage counters as well, as he is finally going to be able to use Phantom Dive. The big question is, would you like for your Unfair Stamp to stick a little bit more, just because Pheasantipity is already on the bench for Preston. So if he were to take something like this Dreepy here, which looks like a great target to take, that's going to allow for Preston to draw a couple more cards out of the 2 he will be drawing, and then 1 for draw for turn. Let's see how exactly it's going to go down here. Andrew, 5 fresh cards, finds a Dragapult, also does find a Pokepad as well, could very well use that for the Monkey Dory, as he does see that he has a Dark Energy in hand, but unfortunately already used Crispin actually to automatically attach the fire to the Dragapult, can actually put the Dark into play this turn.
With the Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, that's going to put him in a very good position versus Preston, who, though he can get out of this Unfair Stamp, he needs to attach energy to the Dragapult to attack, which means that's energy that doesn't go on his Monkey Dory, which means that's more damage counter advantage that Andrew has, and a closer shot to winning this all-important top 4 first game.
We can assume we are going to be seeing Phantom Dive, and that is going to be 200 to the active, and then Andrew gets to pick where the 6 damage counters go. I have a feeling this board state is going to be something that we're going to be seeing a lot. So once again, it's going to be Preston, it's going to be Andrew mixing the damage counters around, so Pheasantipity's Flip the Script is not going to be able to be used. No knockouts have technically been taken.
Ooh, I can't believe I didn't see that coming. Andrew making sure that there are no outs to this Unfair Stamp, and making sure that next turn, whenever Phantom Dive comes out, is going to have plenty of options to take a knockout. Choosing to split the damage counters in this way does mean that an energy on Monkey Dory could move them around, but that's too bad because we're already going to need those energy to attack with Dragapult. There's not many good choices for Preston right now.
Preston, fortunately, did get Unfair Stamped into a Meowth. That's kind of how it works. You think that Unfair Stamp is, going to brick your opponent. Sometimes it does, or sometimes it just gives your opponent the out, and that is going to be Meowth EX hitting the bench with that last-ditch catch ability that everyone is seeming to love. And if you were worried about energy on Preston's Dragapult, no worries no longer, because we can assume that Preston wants to go for something like the Crispin, has to start sending the damage counters back, because look at Preston's board here, right? I mean, there's damage counters on the Dracloak, the Dreepy, and that's actually going to be a concession because Preston sees the writing on the wall. I mean, because Andrew has that Monkey Dory set up already, that's just going to be sending the damage counters to and fro here. Andrew Hedrick, after not being able to find fire energy for, what, 3 turns, is going to take that game 1.
Especially with that Crushing Hammer heads flip, that was extraordinarily relevant. Had that not happened, Preston might not have scooped the game so early, might have played it out, might have kept going, maybe found a way to get those prizes. He's not called Andrew Tailsrick, he's called Andrew Hedrick. That's why he flipped heads on the Crushing Hammer.
Oh, I'm going to have to boo you for that one.
That's your choice.
Small boo.
That's your choice.
Regardless, though, that was a really great showing from Andrew. It's so unfortunate from Preston, though, right? Because Preston has the right idea with getting the Duskulls ready to go. But the thing is, when they're both in the prizes, right, you don't see any, like, much more search than just a Pokepad here and there. You can't really get that full kind of gourmet buffet of the Dragapult board, and Andrew had it beautifully. I mean, unfortunately for Preston, wasn't able to get things going, but Andrew showing what the power of 3 Recon Directive in play with that Dracloak could do.
Ideally, the ghost types are going to come out of the shadows for Preston this game.
Hopefully.
We're going to find out what he gets off those first 7 cards. And I'm watching very carefully those 6 prizes because this could be make or break for Preston depending on how it all plays out.
Yeah, it is match point technically for Andrew. 1 more win would take him into the finals here at Los Angeles Regionals here. No mulligans to be resolved, so let's go on ahead and see the prize cards here as our players are going to be setting them out very shortly. But still, I mean, a great game 1. Let's see if game 2 is going to be giving us something to work with. And hey, there's that Duskull.
Yeah, finally got it in the active this time. Although you don't quite always want it in the active. You might prefer it on the bench, and then you can use it when the time is right. So at the moment, it's just going to be Andrew setting up first. That means Preston chose to go second.
See how exactly Andrew is going to be able to get his board set up. 2 Dreepy is a really great start. You want the energy attachment the most out of anything here, right? So Ultra Ball is going to be the option. I didn't get to see the hand too closely here, but Ultra Balling away a Dragapult and a Lily's Determination for your first deck search here. And as we are going to bring up the prize cam so we can show you at least Andrew's side, that 1 copy of the Dunsparce, 1 copy of Pheasantipity being in the prizes, not my favorite thing, especially when he was able to sift through the deck so much thanks to Runaway Draw. Didn't get to see flip the script. It feels like sometimes now Pheasantipity feels like more like a liability than a necessity in some decks. But 1 copy of the Psychic being prized, a Buddy Poffin, 1 Dracloak always to note, and a Boss's Orders, nothing too crazy.
Right. After that Buddy in the early game, it looks like he's choosing to play more carefully, cautiously around it so that first turn he gets the option of using a supporter, using as many items as he wants, and the supporter getting more items out. So when you talk about Pheasantipity being able to find items, that may not be this first turn, but later in the game, those 3 cards you draw can make the difference for setting up a combo or walking it back and going right back to the audience to watch the finals. Preston does not want that to happen and is instead going to do everything possible to maximize his chances of a good setup.
Andrew just noting down his prizes in his first deck search here. Plenty of time in your top 8 matches. You do get a good old 75 minutes to get a best of 3 done, which is more than enough time, it feels like, to really kind of find everything through. But regardless, though, Andrew is going to be Ultra Balling for Badu. It doesn't exactly feel great, so we could probably assume that there's no Buddy Poffin in hand. But at least having 2 Dreepy, that feels a lot better than just having 1.
Yeah, and those Ultra Ball discards could be relevant later, particularly with the way Night Stretcher works. Choosing to put the Dragapult down means you may need to use a Night Stretcher for it later. You could argue that's creating more outs to get your Dragapult at the key moment, or you could say, no, that's turning away your energy when you may need them. So Andrew's a pretty good player at figuring out how to sort these resources out, so I wouldn't be scared at all if I were Andrew in this position, especially with a Badu and 2 Dreepy in play. Going first, that's not a bad combo.
Well, that's a great top deck, but did also have it in hand. Lily's Determination, because there's nothing in that hand for Preston. And I mean nothing at all. I believe there was a Dracloak and a couple of supporters there, but gotta see Dreepy, so it's going to be up to these 8 cards that's going to allow for Preston to hopefully find a Buddy Poffin, or honestly just be finding these Dreepies as well here. Will be able to, if he's able to retreat this Duskull, get into Badu this turn and Itchy Pollen, and that could be a big trouble for Andrew here, but I believe the only search I'm seeing in the hand is an Ultra Ball. Oh, it does see one Dreepy at least.
I was going to say that's tragic, but having at least a Dreepy and an Ultra Ball means you're not behind Andrew in any circumstance. You just happen to have a Duskull in the active, whereas you might prefer a Budu. There's also the world where Ultra Ball doesn't search for the Dreepy that you may be, thinking you need, and instead goes for some kind of disruptive plan. Like there's the Budu right there. It's the beautiful full art one. Could choose to go for the Budu.
Might have to in this case, right? Needs time to re-establish the board. As we take a look at Preston's prizes, no Buddy Poffin in the hand, and that's because one of them is in the prizes, but also that Monkey Dory is in the prizes as well. There are 2 in Preston's list, so I'm not too worried about that. It just seems like these Dracloaks want to spend a little bit of time in the prizes. One Dreepy not being available is kind of hurting, but that copy of Judge also there, not great.
There's a very scary potential outcome where if you only have one Dreepy on the bench, all it takes is an immediate evolution and attachment to board wipe you from having no Dracloak, no Dragapult next turn, and now all of a sudden you're a turn behind your opponent, maybe even 2 turns behind. Preston already had to scoop up his cards for the first game, does not want to repeat that performance, and is choosing to put 2 Dreepy down. Very smart move to make sure that the bench is full of opportunities for the next turn when Dracloak come into play.
This is so interesting because we saw Preston use the Dark Energy attach and then use a whole Night Stretcher to retreat into Dreepy out of all things here. Does, fortunately, compared to Andrew's 2, does play a 3rd here, but that's a resource down. You really got to think about it. Andrew, though, back on his side, will have a Dracloak and a Lily's Determination as well, so a fresh 8 cards for Andrew as well. Hopefully wants to draw into those Buddy Poffins, Pokepads, because Andrew's not under item lock anymore at all.
Yeah, never has been. Looks like Andrew is going to get those 8 cards still. You gotta love when Lily's Determination gives you a full hand of cards. It's very rare that a supporter gives you 8 cards. Lily's does it.
No Dracloak here. Not even a way to get it in the hand, too. Let's see what the Recon Directive will give. We'll give a Dragapult at least for next turn for what's going on in the active here. But I'm still not seeing too much. The attach for turn might have to retreat into this Budu. Does at least guarantee with Crispin in hand that Andrew would be able to get back into a Dragapult, and the Monkey Dory as well here too, hitting the bench. But if I'm looking at Preston's board, maybe just sacrificing this energy, going back into Budu is the safest play.
This may be scary for Preston, but this time Duskull is available, so that could mean a Dusclops or a Dusknoir this turn. That could change the state of the game. A Dusknoir could knock out the Dracloak or any Dreepy, or even the Monkey Dory, whereas a Dusclops could get rid of the Budu, creating a pathway to use perhaps the Neo Upper Energy for an immediate attack. Just depends on what resources are able to be found off of this Lily's Determination. I think Preston wants to get those prizes going as soon as possible, considering this board state.
Looking also at the list, and just because the players were also able to see each other's list before this match began, I think it's really smart that Andrew went back fully into Budu here, because Preston does play 3 copies of Rare Candy as well here. So could very well see something like a Rare Candy Dragapult and then Meowth for last-ditch catch for a Crispin, and then things could easily go way out of rye for Andrew here. So smart to just use Budu to keep stacking up these options here. And now it's going to be another Dreepy down. But am I seeing a way to Dracloak? I don't think so.
Ooh, bumping the stadium first, making sure those damage counters don't get played. Made sure to check the state of the field before adding more Pokemon. Now trying to figure out where that energy is going to go, choosing to, ooh, pass. Wasn't there a Dracloak in hand? No evolution?
I believe it was a Dragapult, unfortunately, and this is exactly what Andrew wants to see with Crispin and Dragapult EX already in hand here. Probably would also like to solidify the board just a little bit more with some more Dracloaks here as well, but is able to find at least the Psychic Energy here. Is keeping track of the amount of Night Stretchers that he's seen too here. But still, once again, I mean, look at this. Recon Directive into Dracloak, into Recon Directive into Dracloak. Feels pretty good here if you're Andrew. I'm wondering if that Crushing Hammer is going to come into play. Let's see if he's able to flip heads. And
it's off the table, come on.
But I'm going to assume that it's heads because Preston going to remove that Fire Energy. This is a massive advantage for Andrew.
Having no energy in play again is a situation Preston is familiar with, but these are the semifinals. This is top 4. You can't have these situations if you want to make it to finals. Come on, Preston, show us that Neo upper energy, show us that Dragapult, show us that rare candy. Get back in this game. You could do it.
It might be the only way that Preston gets back into this game, as we see Crispin as the supporter for turn here, going to be able to attach the fire energy automatically to one of these Dracloaks and bring that darkness energy into hand. Won't be able to power up both a Dragapult EX and a Monkey Dory, like everybody's dream scenario will be. We know that Andrew does have the psychic energy in hand, so honestly, this is going to be a great turn for Andrew, going to be able to take out the threat of the Duskull as well here. Just has to decide if he wants to just start stacking the damage counters, but it's pretty easy to see, you know what, I'll take my 2 prizes. You find your Dracloaks, and then we'll talk.
Duskull is Dunskull. It is in that discard pile, and it could come back with a Night Stretcher, but we just used the Night Stretcher to retreat. So come on, Preston, show us something else. There's Pheasantipity. Pheasantipity will be able to draw more cards. We'll be able to maybe fix this board state. Ooh. That could be something.
Well, it is at least a Meowth EX for using that ability Last Ditch Catch here, where Preston's going to be able to pick a supporter of choice. And in these scenarios, sometimes players will kind of go back and forth on whether they want to disrupt their opponent more or get themselves back into the game a little bit more. If I'm Preston, it's going to be that Lily's Determination. Preston hasn't taken any prize cards yet. So my goodness, I actually think Preston is going to go for using Lily's Determination into trying to find rare candy. Has to find the rare candy and the Dragapult here to get himself back into the game. Doesn't have Direct Cloak readily available here, so it's going to be these 8 cards from Lily's Determination and then 3 more cards from Pheasantipity EX. Flip the script. Can he get it off of 11 cards?
Very high-risk play to attach that Neo upper energy before you have any certainty that there's even going to be a Dracloak, let alone a Dragapult going onto your side of the field. If this does not connect with this 11-card combo, Preston may not have the stamina to get through the rest of this game, but we're going to find out.
2 cards, Rare Candy and Dragapult here. Finds the Ultra Ball, so that's the Dragapult, and there's the Rare Candy, 2 of them there. So it will be Preston being rewarded, essentially, for using Lily's Determination here. Very scary, though. Does also have a Pokepad as well to start getting these Dracloaks online too, and still does have access to Pheasantipity's Flip the Script. So that feels a lot better for Preston, but look at all the things he had to do to get there as well. The thing is, though, you're going to be sending damage counters on over to Andrew's side, and Andrew's going to get that Monkey Dory up and running next turn.
There's another sequencing puzzle here, which is, do you use the Ultra Ball right now to go get the Dragapult you need, or do you start using Pheasantipity and the Dracloak to get those pieces? Looks like instead of having to discard resources using the Ultra Ball, going to preserve those for later turns. Look at this. We saw it coming.
We did see it coming. The only thing I'm a little worried about is Pheasantipity 1 being there, because that's another easy way for Andrew to kind of hold down this 2-2-2 prize race, especially because Monkey Dory is going to have that darkness energy next turn. Let's see where he's going to spread the damage, because no matter what, there's going to be a damage counter left somewhere here, and Preston kind of shaking his head too, saying, you know what, it's going to be sent back to me anyway, but choosing to leave Badu still on the bench, as now it's back on over to Andrew's side. Let's see what this Recon Directive gets him.
I really love this play because it creates a scenario where Preston is guaranteed some kind of option to knock out next turn using a Phantom Dive, because it's not like Andrew's going to evolve both of the Dracloak. That means there's no Recon Directive. Budu's not getting any more HP anytime soon, so choosing to put those damage counters split evenly means that next turn, whether or not it's on this Dragapult or on this Monkey Dory, Phantom Dive is going to have a bench target ready to go to take the rest of the damage. Also, choosing to split it 3 and 3 means that maybe a second Monkey Dory could unfortunately move both of those damage counter sets off, but that requires 2 energy attachments, so that means another Crispin, or it's not like E-Switch is a common sight in these decks.
You never know. I mean, if I'm Preston, I am horrified of the potential of something like a Crushing Hammer or an Enhanced Hammer. Unfortunately, Andrew's not playing Enhanced Hammer here, but that would be insane going into Preston's side. But the thing is, Andrew is playing for his A-Spec, not playing Neo Upper Energy, but actually playing Unfair Stamp as well. So, I mean, could potentially see that come down the line, and with not a lot of search here, only has the Dracloak to really kind of sift through the deck. we could very well see Andrew decide to use Monkey Dory and move one of the damage counters off the Dracloak onto Preston's Dracloak, and then anticipate some sort of unfair stamp for next turn when this damage Dragapult goes down.
Yeah, if a hammer comes up to follow that combo, I don't know what Preston's supposed to do in that scenario because the Neo Upper's been used. So we just got to hope that Andrew does not get a hammer, does not flip heads on a hammer. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. He flipped heads on all the hammers.
Yeah.
That's not, she's just going to get it. Come
That's
on, let's see
that's
it.
the Andrew Hedrick difference, honestly, feels like. I don't think I've seen him miss at all.
No, he had not on strike. The only one we didn't see was one he still flipped heads on.
Yeah, that's very true. See what the Ultra Ball does bring. He might want to also evolve one of these Dracloaks up into the Dragapult so that if Andrew decides to attach energy onto Monkey Dory and then use something like Boss's Orders next turn, can easily kind of slide into Crispin and then be able to use more damage counters to damage this Dragapult into the active here. So let's see how exactly he wants, which one he wants to evolve. No matter what, one of them is going to be cleared of all damage, and Andrew will be attacking with this damage pult in the active.
Right, and the other effect of doing it this way, by splitting the damage counters up, is no unfair stamp got triggered. There's not going to be any Pheasantipity coming down from Andrew. Those can all be done later when Badu is a very easy to knock out target using any Phantom Dive, just so long as there's one still available. Preston is going to have to make sure that more energy comes down, though, because this is a very vulnerable board for Preston.
Unfortunately for Andrew, not going to have access to that Pheasantipity because it's at the top of the prices. So still, though, maybe doesn't want to take away necessarily his search that he has with Recon Directive. But that one Dunsparce there is definitely another key to victory here for Andrew, who dominated game one so well and now is perfectly set up here in game number 2. Going to use the Night Stretcher now, probably for that psychic energy, going to guarantee a little bit more safety here and just going to say, you know what, maybe it's boss time, maybe it's just going to be attacking and stacking these damage counters all the way across.
Andrew is very close to taking 4 prizes here. That Boss's Orders onto perhaps the Meowth would be enough. Ooh, Pheasantipity.
Yeah, we can expect this because Andrew does have the unfair stamp in hand, right? So he could either move the damage counters with Monkey, or he can't even do it because he's already attached for a turn. So instead, Andrew's actually just going to potentially set up game right here, right? Pheasantipity is going to eat 200 damage here and then start stacking it on the Meowth as well. So no knockout has been taken, but look at all the damage on the board. And now Preston has to get this Pheasantipity out of the active with an energy.
Yeah, and that's another energy that can't be attached to the Dracloak. That's another way that's going to prevent Preston from building up a board state capable of handling what Andrew's dishing out. The other thing, too, is by putting the damage counters on the Meowth instead of maybe setting up an easier prize on a Dracloak or a Dreepy, is that with another Phantom Dive 6 damage counters, a Monkey Dory, and then I believe a second Monkey Dory, that would be enough for the KO.
Yeah, would only need to find Crispin at that point, essentially for game. But still, I mean, Andrew is starting to kind of close the walls in on Preston here. Preston, fortunately, is finally going to be able to get a second Dracloak here as well to be sifting through. And now it's really up to Preston to be finding one of these copies of Judge here to at least make Andrew work for it just a little bit more next turn.
But doing so is also going to make Preston's hand even smaller. There's no Pheasantipity to work with to draw 3 cards off flipping the script. Preston has to move very carefully these next couple turns to not get rid of even his own options. Choosing to do the Recon Directive before any Judge or shuffling is also going to mean those 4 cards are what he has to work with. So make the most of this big hand while you have it until you don't anymore.
I don't see a Judge in the hand. Is that a second Meowth in hand potentially to go grab the Judge? Could also... well, there's the energy attachment, but the question is, did kind of flash Boss's Orders as well at the top of the hand? Could be going for something like another damaged Dragapult, stacking more.
Okay, looks like the plan here is very simple. Don't get knocked out. Don't lose 4 prizes.
Yeah.
If that can happen, Preston has a way to wiggle back into this game because he's going to take that big knockout. This is why Andrew insulated his his strategy last turn by putting the Psychic Energy on the Dragapult instead of moving with the Monkey Dory.
Well, we are heading into potentially what could be the last turn of this set here. Boss's Orders, and a Fire Energy is what Andrew needs to take 4 prizes this turn. Has the Boss's Orders, does also have the Pokepad as well, so could find the Dunsparce, excuse me, or it's already in hand here. So Runaway Draw has to provide this energy here.
I think debating whether to thin the hand or not. There's an Ultra Ball. There's only 3 cards in hand. There's a Pokepad and an Ultra Ball. You could use the Ultra Ball to search for 1 card. If Meowth were available, that would be a good choice, but that may not be something that he sees right now. Okay,
3 cards. Is it Fire Energy? He couldn't find it last game, but he can find a Crushing Hammer, but unfortunately, that's not going to be it. Pheasantipity is in the prizes, at the top of the prizes. That's the only search that Andrew really kind of had available at this point here. Might actually be able to kind of survive with this. Could also, if he doesn't want to put forward his Dragapult, could Boss's Orders the Pheasantipity and take it out with Itchy Pollen, thus leaving the Budew in the active.
That's why when he was trying to figure out who to promote, Dragapult has free retreat, but so does Budew. Kind of had a shuffle for a moment to figure out which one to do it.
Crushing Hammer will be heads as well, and of course the only target is going to be that Neo Upper Energy as well here. Andrew, adding insult to injury as well, and now it is all up to if he wants to just stack this damage with Jet Headbutt, or if he's going to go back in and just use Itchy Pollen again.
I'm surprised he didn't thin the deck out with Pokepad before. Looks like he's going to go for something else, though. Maybe a second Monkey Dory?
At this point, I think Dunsparce is also a safe bet. Speaking of Monkey Dory, Preston doesn't have a Monkey Dory on his side, so he wouldn't be able to move damage counters over. So Dunsparce might be a safe option here at this point. But it's so unfortunate for Andrew. I feel like he's across both of these games, it's just all he needs is 1 Fire Energy to really get going. He could have had game right then and there. Unfortunately, not going to be the case that we're in. So just has to find a way to get on his stability, I guess is the best word, back to his board.
There's plenty of it in the deck, so I would love to see the Itchy Pollen play you were talking about with Budew.
Feels safe enough.
Problem is, once you do that, you've committed your Boss's Orders. You're going to need to draw another one, and unless that Ultra Ball grabs Dunsparce and you get it off the Dunsparce, that's 1 less boss you have available to close out your last 2 prizes. So that may not happen, but I'm hoping to see it. I think it would be a great play.
It would also keep Preston technically under item lock here as well here. So let's see how exactly he wants to handle this. Maybe he does just want to keep and hold the Boss's Orders until he knows for sure. But Boss's Orders is coming down here, and it's actually not going to be the Pheasantipity. It's actually going to be the Meowth here. You don't want Preston even drawing remotely close, but speaking of close, that Meowth is getting closer and closer, only 40 hit points left.
That's enough that a single Phantom Dive could knock out both Pheasantipity and Meowth, no matter where they are on the board. So instead of going for the flashy play, Andrew is looking to prioritize that long-term viability, going to make sure there's tons of ways to win the last 4 prizes, to complete the set, to make it to finals, to become a regional champion again, if at all possible. That's what Andrew's planning. Preston is not going to just let that happen lying down, though. There's a Budew that could prevent the Ultra Ball for the Dunsparce for some other kind of boss play, but is this checkmate on board?
It doesn't feel too good, I'll tell you that much. Andrew also has this really funny play that if he's unable to find a Fire Energy, could very well find a Darkness Energy and use Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain and move the damage counters from the damaged Dragapult into the active into Pheasantipity, and then Jet Headbutt Meowth if it's unable to move, which is definitely another route you want to go, but it'll be up to Andrew if he sees it. I think Preston has to get this Meowth out of the active here, and I know he did grab Budew here, but that Judge might be what saves him.
Problem is you have to give up the Psychic Energy to go get it. Ooh, couldn't do it. Had to keep the Psychic Energy, but what are you going to attack with?
Do you? Don't pass, man. Don't pass.
I mean, is there a boss available? I mean, you
second Meowth at this point makes the most amount of sense, but what do you boss?
I mean, is there anything you can even... I mean, this would be a completely different setup if Duskull were in play, and all of a sudden we're talking Dusk Noir could come in, change the math, get rid of the Monkey Dory. Now you've got a Night Stretcher for the Monkey Dory. there's just not enough resources to close this out with too many liabilities that are damaged and full of damage counters to really get anything on your board that can help you in the immediate short term.
You might just have to use the energy, retreat the Meowth, and then bring up the Dragapult with no energy on it at all. So, and that's actually going to be the play, and just saying, you know what, if you got boss's orders and either a fire energy or a dark energy, oh, but okay, moving the Monkey Dory forward.
Have to do it. That means there's no attachment to the fire without Crispin.
That's fair, but once again, it comes down to that play. If Andrew is going to find the dark energy, can use the dark energy to move the damage counters to KO Fezandipity, but there's the fire energy. The first time he's not looking for it here. Let's see what the Ultra Ball can bring for us here too.
Ultra Ball could grab that to Dunsparce. That's another way to get more cards. That's another way to maybe get a Crispin. And the other thing is that the Crispin doesn't actually need to get a fire energy to attach. It just needs to get 2 different colors of energy out of your deck. That way you can attach one using the Crispin to Monkey Dory, manually attach the fire energy, and then you're clean. So it's just going to come down to what you get off of these 3 cards to see if Andrew can win this set right now.
And unfortunately, you're seeing what could have been on your screen. Another colorless Pokemon that would have fulfilled that Crispin requirement is the Meowth. That's unfortunately in the discard for Andrew here. So has to rely off of finding it the good old-fashioned way with runaway draw here. And unfortunately for Andrew, it's just not the right, it's not the right color here too. Honestly, even if Andrew was able to attach the dark energy and move the damage counters on over to Fezandipity, that feels so much better here. But he did at least set up the Duskull, so could be seeing 3 big cards. Crushing Hammer, Crispin as well here too.
Wow.
Is that going to be the game right here and there? He's going to show the darkness energy to move the damage counters over. And that is the handshake. Andrew Hedrick going to go into our finals here, advancing 2-0.
Look at that big smile. That was a very difficult endgame to navigate, and Andrew showed you exactly how to play Dragapult. If you're bringing it to your own cups or challenges, don't go for those flashy plays. Take your time, assemble your final 4 prizes, sometimes even 6 prizes.
Yeah.
But as soon as that board state is set up in the way it was against Preston, it doesn't matter what Preston does. It doesn't matter what resources are available. You have so many different options to take those last 4 prizes, and that's exactly what happened with Crispin instead of a boss being the final essential supporter to get it all done.
It's so tough because we saw Preston on the back foot since the beginning that this set started. No Buddy Pop and having multiple Duskulls prize. Let's take a look at the replays so we can all kind of follow along together about how our first top 4 match, or our top 4 match went here. It was both players, and it was Preston using the Jet Headbutt here to get rid of the Dunsparce. But look at this, Andrew Hedrick, just flipping heads everywhere, getting rid of all of the energy on the board, and that led to a quick concession. But still, look at this, just over and over and over again. Even took out the Neo upper energy with it as well. But Andrew being able to go into this Dragapult so early, take out the threat of the Duskull as well. It just feels too bad. But then over in this game number 2, we saw the same scenario. Unfortunately for Preston, just couldn't get the Duskull going. Another heads on Crushing Hammer, and there went Neo upper energy.
It was great to see, though, that no matter what the situation, Preston kept finding outs, kept trying to find new Dragapult pieces to get back in the game as fast as possible. Unfortunately, you don't have 2 copies of Neo Upper Energy to do it. Wasn't going to be feasible by the end of that game, especially without Crispin or without access to Meowth.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Preston, but fortunate for Andrew, of course, and that is going to be Andrew Hedrick heading into finals here with the least represented version of Dragapult that is in this tournament, which is Crushing Hammer Dragapult with 1 to Dunsparce. So it's technically not the Dunsparce Dragapult because there's only 1 and there's more hammers. So that's what they're telling me.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking, especially with the luck he's having on these hammers.
It's
more
true.
heads flips, that may be enough to get Andrew the regional championship title, depending on how this last match goes.
You just never know, really. And honestly, Andrew just keeps flipping heads. Like it just feels so bad, right? And you can honestly, like, start to see the cogwheels of players turning, saying, hey, if Crushing Hammer's Dragapult is going to win this tournament, I'm going to flip to, I don't know, Dragapult Blaziken, where I don't have to worry about this issue, right? So you can already see the effects of Los Angeles actually kind of coming into play here, what will be for Indianapolis in a couple of weeks.
And especially with the effect of this Crushing Hammer's archetype being so small in the Dragapult deck stack, that may shift dramatically. We may see more Dragapult Hammers going forward, depending on how players feel about that new addition to the Dragapult archetype. It's been around, but it hasn't been around recently. I don't think we've seen Hammer Pult do big numbers like this in quite some time.
Very true. Well, if it's one person that I want to hear from, it's going to be Pablo and as he breaks down this last match.
Thank you so much, Emily and Mick. Great hearing you both with this last match. Definitely a very exciting one. And it's all about the Crushing Hammer head flip, right? Heads after heads after heads. I've always said that in order to do well at a tournament, to have a deep run, you need to have a very good deck, you need to make very good decisions, and you probably need that little bit of extra good luck heading into your way. And that's exactly what we've seen every time Andrew has been on screen, and I'm guessing that's been a common occurrence in his matches out on the field. Heads after heads with these Crushing Hammers, which generally make a huge difference. We saw there removing Preston's only energy at that point in time, then very proper planning for him. He knows that Preston doesn't have Unfair Stamp as his ace specs, both from seeing the Neo Opera energy in play, but also from the deck preview that both players have before the match starts. But he still opts not to take a KO here. He places the damage here, places the damage here as well, making sure that there is no draw available for Preston for Serendipity. He also knows Preston only plays a single copy of Crispin, and this, of course, is very crucial information that Andrew is able to utilize to make the best decisions possible, right? I think this is something that many players fall into, this sort of trap of like, in order to win the game, I need to take prizes. Well, yes, of course you need to take all 6 prizes to win the game, but you don't need to take them immediately as soon as they are available to you. Sometimes taking less prizes, sometimes not taking prizes can be the way in order to make sure that you can close out a game and give your opponent less opportunities to win the game themselves. And so we saw that very clearly here. And then huge props to Preston. His deck list is built to withstand the early pressure and the aggression that we have seen from other decks in the metagame, such as Raging Bolt. Those 3 copies of Rare Candy allowed for these huge swing turns, right? Preston was able to get back into this, found the Rare Candy, found the Dragapult and the Neo Opera, all in the same turn, which is not very easy to do, but they can allow you to get back into a game that might have otherwise been completely lost at that point. He definitely feels pressured under the body item lock. He is running less overall energy totals than Andrew. He is more item reliant, but as soon as the body item lock was off, he was able to get back onto the board and pretty much eliminate those body turns almost immediately. So really nicely done, and we can see the benefits of both lists. Andrew is able to slow down the game a little bit with those Crushing Hammer head flips, and Preston is able to go faster and pressure a lot more with the high Rare Candy and the Neo Opera energy availability. Now, afterwards we saw another very crucial turn as the game was dwindling down. Andrew does play this boss's orders in order to once again pressure the energy. This is not KOing an energy. He didn't flip heads on Crushing Hammer by any means, but by bringing up something that your opponent cannot easily retreat, that they have to dedicate an energy to, those are energies that are not going onto the Dracloaks, which are right here, right? Those are not available at that point in time. He has to invest in order to retreat the Serendipity, and he's essentially setting up game. Once you retreat this Serendipity, I can go for another boss in order to knock out Meowth and knock out Serendipity for game. Or if you choose to heal your Serendipity, try to protect it with like Crispin and Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, heal some of this damage off and send it over here. Sure, you can do that, but then you're not going to be able to power up any of your future Dracloak, get any more energy into play. And then if we get, which did happen, another head flip, right? I don't think Andrew expects to flip heads every single time he plays a Crushing Hammer. If it happens, great. But when you're playing 4 copies of the card, on average, you should expect 2 heads, right? And even sometimes getting 1 head flip out of 4 can be the difference between winning or losing a game. So a single head flip, you don't need to play all 4 Crushing Hammers. get heads on all four to have a huge advantage. I think this is something that happens commonly with a more common card that we are used to seeing, Pokemon Catcher. People will flip tails on the first two Pokemon Catchers and will feel very frustrated and question why they're playing this card instead of a boss's orders, right? But they're not seeing the true advantage of like the possibility of playing a supporter and a ghosting effect is very powerful, but you don't need it, like you cannot expect rather that every coin flip you flip is going to be heads. You need to account for that. On average, you're gonna get 2. If you get more than that, great, but you should never plan for more than 2 unless absolutely necessary. So very well played by Andrew. Things did go his way for sure. Setup wise, he managed to set up pretty nicely and pretty smoothly all games. The Crushing Hammer head flip basically put a nail in the coffin for Preston and allowed Andrew to advance to this final, where the boss's orders really sealed the deal here. Even though he didn't get the KO, he couldn't find that fire energy in time, putting that jet headbutt damage onto the Meowth, putting both Pokemon in range of the next Phantom Dive that finally sealed the deal for Andrew with the game-winning Crispin. So yeah, pretty cool game to see, really back and forth. The Crushing Hammer pressure was a little too much for Preston to really deal with, and that allowed Andrew, with his very unique variant of Dragapult, to advance to the finals. So coming up next, we have very soon Jack Pitcher versus Andrew Hedrick in the finals of the Los Angeles Regional Championship. We have Chip and Kyle ready to take us to the match. We'll see you there.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo. That's right, Chip here with Kyle in the booth for one more set in this event. The final match, Jack versus Andrew. An incredibly exciting story. Jack, of course, entering as the undefeated player, the #1 seed, just the one tie as a blemish on it, 2 ties, excuse me, as the blemish is on his record to get to this point. And Andrew Hedrick also yet to take a loss, 3 ties on his record. One of them will have to take that first full loss of the event here in this finals match.
Yeah, and we know that slight advantage is there for Jack as the #1 seed has to cash in on that money in the bank he's got, and to get that first turn going first against the mirror match would be pretty impactful sometimes here. And here's a little breakdown of how we got here in our top 8. It was an absolute doozy.
4 Dragapult players in top 4, 2 Dragapults in the finals. It's been a very interesting tournament to see this develop. And now we'll have to see which version will come out on top. Will it be the Crushing Hammers of Andrew Hedrick carrying him forward, or will the consistency of Jack Pitcher's build with the Dunsparce and that one, the Dunsparce EX, be enough to get him the title?
Yeah, what a pretty impactful run for Jack. A 2-0 against Jose, 2-0 against Nicholas. Now waiting in the finals is the final boss. Andrew Hedrick already has taken down plenty regionals, and 2-0, 2-0, very similar on the other side of the board, trying to take down the #1 seed. So for both of these players, it's going to be quite a match.
There's plenty of Dragapult here in the top 8, but a few other unique decks as well. Let's take a look at our 8 different players and 8 different decks that made it into Top Cut. Of course, 6 different, variants of Dragapult. And we, 5 different with the Raging Bolt there in the corner from Jose Marzan. We've got Hale Obernulty with the Mega Lopunny. I really expected a little bit deeper of a run from Hale with all these Dragapult. It felt like that Lopunny, he had it figured out as a solid answer to this metagame. And then Xavier there we saw on stream up against Nick Moffitt with his Mega Lucario build.
Yeah, there must have been something with the magic of Preston and that Dusknoir to handle the Mega Lopunny. We didn't get to see that match, but to take down Hale in that 3-game series, pretty impressive. And then we saw just maybe ran out of magic there, as Preston did not have the cards in order to take down Andrew Hedrick this time around.
It's going to be an interesting one to see which of those 2 remaining players comes out on top. They have played one another already this event, Jack and Andrew, but it was in round 13. They intentionally drew that final round to get into Top Cut, so they have not played a true game up to this point. The 1 seed, the 2 seed meeting in the finals, it feels almost meant to be.
Yeah, this is one of those stories you may have heard before with the mirror match that these players are meeting up in. They ID'd, so they really haven't played each other yet. And you may wonder, what are their records as they've played against the other Dragapults in the room? They both are 5-0-2. It's the truest mirror that they've had in tournament runs and in showings.
Let's take a look at the breakdown of differing Dragapult lists in Phase 2 of the event. It was Dragapult Dusknoir leading the way, and that was also the most popular build in our top cut, as both Preston and Nick Moffat were piloting it, but Straight Pult and Dragapult the Dunsparce remaining very popular, and I expect Dragapult the Dunsparce's popularity to just continue to soar after this event, as both players in our finals here do have the Dunsparce in their lists.
Right, and to speak to the power of the Dunsparce, to also have that inclusion of the Dunsparce EX that we see for Jack, it's not exactly the impactful card in this matchup, but we saw how big it can be in some of those other matches, and through his tournament run, he played against Dragapult 7 times, but there were still plenty of other matches that you have to have in order to get to this point, and we saw the weight that carries.
Sometimes that just one energy attack that can one-hit KO your opponent's active Pokemon gives you a little bit more damage output into a single Pokemon than what Dragapult can do. As powerful as Dragapult is, it is capped at that 200 when you're not pairing it with something like a Dusknoir, so your potential burst in one turn is a bit limited. The Dunsparce EX making up for a bit of that. Down there at just 5%, we do see Dragapult EX paired with Crushing Hammer. Of course, Andrew Hedrick, one of those 8 players in Phase 2 on this list. He is the one standing above the rest here as he finds himself in the finals, looking to claim his 5th regional championship title.
Yeah, what do I feel like he could name the other 7? it's very likely that all those players knew exactly what they were doing when they entered in the tournament with this card, and it's so impactful, and boy does it speak to the power of this when you do target down the players that had the Neo upper energy. If you can remove that card in the mirror match, or even just that dark energy every once in a while from Monkey Dory, those can be so impactful to flipping this game.
I feel like those darkness energies on the Monkey Dory really are the key so often. And also just forcing your opponent's attachments, forcing Crispin to be the supporter for turn, really limiting their access to boss's orders or judge, or even drawing more cards with a Lily's determination. Let's check in on our caster predictions for the weekend. Of course, every single regional championships, your casters will make their picks for what they believe to be successful on the weekend. Kyle did take the easy way out with Dragapult EX leading his pick.
Yeah, go ahead and just crown me now. It's so obvious, you fools.
Hey, Raging Bolt a good call out as well, though. Raging Bolt did, I would say, have a very successful tournament. It was the second most popular deck in day 2. So.
Yeah, and it's also just a lot of fun and very versatile. It's not the Raging Bolt of old that you expect, where you just find your energies, charge up, and giddy up. No, you have so many other attackers that you can incorporate into this mix, and with the intricacies of the Area 0 Underdepths and the Chien-Pao, there's just so much play around in these matchups now that I think you actually have to think a little more than the Raging Bolt of old.
Myself and Michaela definitely a little sad to see Alakazam not quite make its way into our top cut. That was a caster prediction for both of us. There was one player, Elijah Castillo-Esper, who was on the win and unfortunately not able to overcome Preston Rutledge, who made himself a deep run here all the way to the top 4. So Alakazam just on the outside, but hey, Mega Lopunny, I had a pretty decent call there with that one.
Yeah, we'll give you the Lopunny. I think a fair punishment for the Alakazam call out and not having it should be that you eat cereal with a fork for the rest of the week.
What is that punishment?
Well, you don't get to use spoons anymore, pal.
Oh, Kyle. Kyle.
Oh, let's see if an apple a day keeps the Dipplin away for Emily.
It definitely kept it away this event, as Dipplin Festival Lead did not have a great showing this weekend, despite its strong showing over in Prague. And another deck as well we didn't see too much from, Crustle. I actually don't know that there were very many Crustle at all towards the top 32 of this event.
Yeah, they did not make the trip over the ponds, and Zoroark had a similar story. It's just missing so many pieces this time around. It typically is the fashion that a lot of great players have a chance with this card because you draw so many resources and you can play to so many different outs. But as you mentioned before, just I think that Professor Churros scenario and a few other these big cards just leave this deck wanting more.
Let's get a look in at Wancho's pick. We'll swap it over and see how he fared on the weekend, going with the Dusknoir and the Rocket.
I mean, hey, he made the bracket with the asymmetric cut of that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, and
Dusknoir did have a pretty good weekend.
Dusknoir was surprising in the Dragapult. I feel like Dusknoir is probably a little better of a call out than the Dragapult itself, being that it showed up when it was counted out.
And another good one from Michaela as well, worth mentioning. I think she was kind of all in on the Alakazam pick with her Dunsparce, but both players in our finals do have Dunsparce in their list.
You're giving her credit?
I mean,
right.
It's such a strong call.
Yeah, I'm picking Fire Energy next time then. All right, thanks.
You could pull the Azul and just pick Pheasantipity and Boss's Orders, I think
yeah,
he did.
What a great call out.
Yeah, Lily's Determination a lock for the Indie Regional Championship casters predictions for sure.
I think Latios needs to be added to a lot of these builds after what we've seen in this tournament.
We've seen a lot of boss stalling plays, players just trying to buy one turn.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're at a point like that, but that's truly what is the best play so many times. It's buy yourself a turn by any means necessary. You don't even need to sob block, just make them retreat. That energy for the turn is very impactful.
Our players are still making their way down to the stage, but let's remind everyone at home what the players are competing for this weekend. $10,000 up top for first place. Just by getting to this point, they've both locked up $7K, which feels pretty nice, but that title of regional champion is what it is all about.
Yeah, $3,000 crushing hammer coin flips. Maybe not as great as his NAIC coin flips with the Monkey Dory, but we'll see if that has anything to say for it, as it's probably going to be pretty big as these two players face off.
Yeah, we've got our juniors and seniors division tournaments still wrapping up out on the floor as well, where those players are competing for quite a nice chunk of change, $2,500 to first place in that division, and of course, plenty of Pokemon TCG booster packs. We can't forget them. 3 booster boxes worth to these competitors, and of course, the championship points, ever important. If you get that win on a regional weekend, you do earn a direct invitation to the World Championships, but even with the win, those points can make a big difference towards getting stipends, to getting into the top 16 and locking up a travel award to the World Championships.
Yeah, a lot of players even excited for a chance to register for some of these events without having to worry about trying to line up that time slot and find everything. It's already locked in for you if you make it into that segment there with your travel rep. Priority registration can be such a nice touch.
This is the qualification time period for each of these tournaments. Of course, there will be the Indianapolis Regional Championships as well as the North American International Championships still to come towards future international events. And that priority registration, as you called out, is a nice little bonus as well for players in that 17th to 32nd rating.
Yeah, just a lot to think about for these players as they continue on. I mean, we know for Andrew, it's already been a pretty great season so far. But these are the things that continue to motivate you. Not only is this a chance for a 5th regional championship win, but he can continue to push through and find more travel rewards and just make it that much easier to play more Pokemon.
If you want to get in on the action, be sure to find a Pokemon event near you. Scan this QR code. Find out where there is something happening around you. Chaos Rising pre-release events happening starting this weekend. Lots of League Cups, League Challenges still before the end of the season, of course. Never a better time to get into the game than right now. Scan this code and find a Pokemon event happening in your city.
Yeah. Don't bring Gardevoir. That's not going to work anymore.
No. We need to just replace that with a Dragapult. Honestly, we should replace it with a Badoo. Maybe after this weekend, we replace it with a Crushing Hammer.
I think that's what I want. I just want a giant hammer just taking over half the graphic.
Maybe what the final result is. We'll have to see how this one shapes up. One thing's for certain, though, it could be the Dunsparce featured there. Give that guy a shine. I'm not opposed.
Yeah, I mean, the intricacies of this matchup can be so fun. The risky ruins, so many Pokemon with 70 HP that gets dropped down, and then you're looking to see what can remain. The back and forth can be a blast. I don't want the hammers to completely determine this thing, but you have to expect that they'll have an impact.
Monkey Dory sure to be a factor as well. Also a Pokemon that would be worthy of being represented here on this graphic.
There you go.
Monkey Dory just been an absolute force in the metagame ever since its release in Twilight Masquerade at the NAIC a couple of years ago, where Andrew Hedrick was the champion.
Yeah, he just continues to build on that legacy. We've been talking about him for the last few years now, and rightfully so. He just continues to find these results, and he's done it with a bunch of different decks, but this seemingly has been one of his favorites. The consistency that comes along with the Recon Directive, and then just having a little bit of room to mess with that skeleton, and sure enough, this was the perfect answer for him this time around.
Speaking of the North American International Championships, that is going to be the next international event on the docket. We do have Indianapolis in just a few weeks, of course, happening. Not going to want to miss that one either, but NAIC is going to be one of the biggest events of the year. Always one of my favorites to be a part of, and I cannot wait to see, with a brand new format, what the best from around the globe decide to bring.
Yeah, this is always such a fun event for us, and I mean, I can already hear the roar of the crowd, and us getting excited to cast some amazing Pokemon. It's time and time again, it does not disappoint, and it's been a very welcoming city. A lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun to visit New Orleans these last couple of years. That is for certain. Definitely an enjoyable stop. And you called it out as well with Indianapolis as our final regionals. A place of great history in the Pokemon TCG. So many international championships taking place in Indy. So many great regionals. Your hometown as well, Kyle. I'm sure excited to be able to have that event in your backyard.
Yeah, makes it a lot easier to travel out to these events. I will take a break from casting this one. I'll be playing.
All right, baby.
You'll get to see me over at table 4,000 having a blast.
It does feel like we're getting close to that number of tables these days. Got my pairing for round one at Houston. It was like table 1489, and I'm like, I have to go to the back left corner of this convention hall. What is happening?
I can't count that high, guys. Help me. At least make it increments of 10. That's
You can at least do that math. Right?
Sometimes.
It's been an incredible season as well. We've had so many excellent stops. It was like not too long ago we were there in Pittsburgh to kick our season off after the World Championships. There's been so many memorable moments, so many incredible games. Do you have a favorite stop this year on the schedule, Kyle? A favorite tournament that, looking back on, you just enjoyed?
I really enjoyed Las Vegas. That was a fun time, and it was the first time we've been to that city as well, so just a lot of cool memories, and something about the Absol toolboxes of that tournament really stood by me. I had a lot of fun watching Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi playing, and of course some great plays from all of our other players too.
Yeah, Ryuki taking it down, and then Milwaukee, I think that was one that I had a lot of fun. That was where the Mega Absol box kind of had its coming out party, right, with Tord Reklev unleashing it to the world. That deck absolutely dominated that event. Not able to quite take it down, but an incredible series of events it was. What a season, what a time to look back on, and you know what? We're really not that far away from having a new schedule to look at.
Yeah.
We got a new season on the horizon as well. It doesn't take long after the World Championships in 2026 for that 2027 season to get underway.
Yeah, it's a lot to look forward to, and don't think that you have to wait around for the next season to start playing Pokemon. If you see some of these decks, you get excited, you want to try out any of these at your local scene, and give it a shot. You don't have to play in these massive events just yet, and if you want to have fun with some of these decks that you're seeing. And I think that's really been the story, is even though there's a lot of Dragapult, there's plenty of other decks that are fun to play with right now and still have a good chance.
The road here, of course, all leads to San Francisco, the World Championships, just 10 years removed from the last time we visited this city for the World Championships in 2016. What a memorable event that was. I was watching that one from home as Shintaro Ito surprised the world with his Mega Audino deck coming out of nowhere. Looking back on that format, there was so much silliness going on with turn 1 item lock from so many different things. Hex Maniacs as well. I mean, one of the strongest supporter options in the game. So can't wait to see how different things are going to look 10 years later down the road.
Yeah, that was my first year commentating at the World Championships as well, not playing the event. It was a completely different world, but an absolute blast. So excited to see what that looks like this time. And we're definitely esports now. It's gonna look big.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see that arena, what things will look like for that championship Sunday. I mean, compared to what it was last year, I'm sure there's gonna be something incredible in store. But here are our 2 finalists, Kyle Jack, pitcher on the left, Andrew Hedrick on the right. Either player taking a true loss, got a couple ties on their record up to this point. That will not be true after this game. One player will take that first L, one player will emerge victorious, become the champion. Who's it gonna be, Jack or Andrew?
Yep, both players still yet to don the headsets, but once we have that, we'll get a little more into this. Of course, still get to check out the deck lists.
That's right.
Get that information.
It doesn't matter anymore, honestly. We can talk about these lists. Like, they can hear us. It's okay. They get a chance to review each other's list before the game gets going.
Well, do you want to tell them like what your strategy is?
I promise you, their strategy is better.
Yeah, maybe we should let them put the earplugs in so they don't have to listen to what you want to do.
I won't distract them. I won't distract them.
Yeah, this is a pretty great spot that we have. There's been a lot of thought and organized play to get to this point where now at these tables, these players have a chance to get all that information and prepare for this. And Jack has that information that he gets also take going first.
He will have that opportunity to choose. Have to imagine first will be the call. Jack, a long-time player, just kind of recently coming back into the game the last couple of years. You see that top 4 finish at the World Championships in 2012. That was in the seniors division. Playing Mewtwo Eels back then.
Oh boy.
That year. And then Andrew Hedrick on the right. I mean, just such a phenomenal pedigree at this point. All of his accomplishments really coming within the last 5 years, and so many of them are so strong. He has won 4 regional championships. He won the North American International Championships a couple of years ago. He also got 2nd place at the very first event after rotation last season, losing to Henry Chow in the finals of Atlanta Regionals. Is he going to right that wrong this weekend? Improve his finals record from 4-1 to greater, or will Jack Pritchard become our champion?
Yeah, does this just speak to the history for Andrew? It's the first tournament past that rotation, so he has that going for him. It feels very reminiscent of the Lugia Archeops when you see these numbers of the Dragon Ball percentages. That's where he has 2 of his regional championships. So you give him all of this power and all of this plot armor,
and then you
what
add
can he do with
Crushing
it?
Hammer into the mix.
Right? I mean, come on, just give him a coin flip while you're at it. It's a little unfair, but I think Jack is up for the challenge.
I do think that those Crushing Hammers are going to play a pretty big role in this match.
I get it.
A heads flip or a tails flip really could be the difference between Andrew keeping Jack off of an attack, Andrew keeping Jack off of a double Monkey Dory turn, and a tails could be the difference between Jack being able to just overwhelm Andrew and get too far ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot about where Jack decides to take this. If he has the aggression and can pressure Andrew, then you don't have to worry about those Crushing Hammers being found, because maybe you put enough pressure on the Dracloaks to where you can't start to burn through the deck. But if you give Andrew all the time of Itchy Pollen and drawing up those resources and seeing all those cards, then Jack may just lose all his energies in one turn and have nowhere to go.
Wave to the crowd as we get ready for this game. Players shuffling up. All serious looks here, so much on the line. The title coveted by both. Andrew's experienced this moment before. Jack, it would be a first. See which one is able to come out on top here. Cannot wait to get into this game, Kyle.
Yep, so much goes into this. The prize cards, the opening hands, just what could they have? As we wait to see. I'm not even sure if they've seen the deck list just yet, but gives you a little more time here as they start to sort out what the plan is.
It does seem like Jack has chosen to go first. Don't think that should be much of a surprise here. Feels like it has been the choice amongst these Dragapult players, and here it is. 2 minutes for both of these players to review the opponent's deck list. There's the exchange, and now that timer begins. Opportunity to check what the other player has, evening the playing field out. What do you think the big things are that these players are taking note of in each other's list?
I certainly would think it would be finding ways to disrupt the hand, as that is pretty impactful in this spot. And then energies and bosses orders, as we've seen that trying to buy yourself that additional time, especially for Andrew with the Crushing Hammers, can be very impactful. Looks like what we see from Andrew is just that 1 copy of Judge along with the Unfair stamp as ways to disrupt, and similarly, it's going to be the same story for Jack.
Very, very similar lists, honestly, besides the 4 Crushing Hammers that Andrew has crammed into his list. Both players playing 3 Crispin, both playing 3 Bosses Orders, both playing just the 2 Disruption cards and the 1 Unfair stamp, the 1 Judge. There is, of course, the Risky Ruins that each player is playing 2 copies of. I think a card that definitely could separate Jack, though, and allow him to be a little more aggressive could be Rare Candy, a card he plays 2 of. Andrew has none. So should Andrew miss out on a quick Itchy Pollen from a Badoo, Jack could overwhelm Andrew with aggression.
And we've seen Andrew play it slower in these spots too, where you don't have as heavy a line of the Dunsparce to fall back on. If you don't already have that established before you attack in and could be vulnerable to the Unfair stamp, you don't feel nearly as comfortable. So Jack, he has that heavier line. We see the 2-2-1 with the EX featured. Maybe it's a chance for him to build that up and start to put some pressure on.
Another big note is just going to be the energy. Very similar. Both playing 3 Psychic, or 3 Fire and 3 Dark, but Andrew playing 4 Psychic to Jack's 3, so 1 extra basic energy for Andrew. Yeah, factor the Crushing Hammers into the mix. Andrew's really got an advantage in the energy department.
Yeah, just a lot of things to consider as Jack has to play some of these Ultra Ball and thin through his deck. If anytime you lose an energy, retreating or going to the discard pile, that is a big tally mark for Andrew in his mind.
Looks like that review is done. The notes have been made mentally. Now Jack is going to be choosing to go first as these opening hands are found. Each player gets 7 cards, must find a basic Pokemon to lay down in the active spot, face down. It looks like both have done that. So we'll see prize cards now going out for both of these players. Or no, has Andrew not found himself a basic? No, he is. It would have been really funny if he was thinking for that long with no basic in his hand.
Just embracing the moment. You know, he's been to a finals table 5 times now, 4 times the victor. So he's pretty comfortable in these spots, and maybe he'll get some information throughout this game.
Okay.
Jack -2 energy, -2 Dreepy.
Yeah, that's pretty bad for Jack, to be honest, especially when considering Crushing Hammer on Andrew's side. But over on the right side of the table, we do see 2 Bosses Orders heading away in those prizes. That could be a big deal.
Especially with the placement of those. 1 at the tippy top, 1 in the middle. So you want to target down any of these ways of drawing, like the Dracloak or an energy on board. Got to go for it with that 1.
Here we go, Kyle. Final match underway. Jack Pitcher on the left, Andrew Hedrick on the right. It will be a Dunsparce start up against the Monkey Dory of Andrew, and an opening Ultra Ball for Jack. Not the Buddy Poffin he would hope to find.
Yeah, the discard of the Lily's Determination gives a lot of information to Andrew. There's no way you just leave yourself that vulnerable without a supporter. So even though not much has been shown, definitely has something to work with in that hand, although it's not great because you would have started Buddy if you did.
Will only be left with perhaps a singular Dreepy, especially considering 2 in the prize cards here. Jack taking a moment to check, being very thorough as he should be. We do have extended 75 minutes for these final games here. And Dreepy will hit the field Does he put an energy on it? He surely does. And now a pass to Andrew Hedrick with his Monkey Dory in the active spot.
I was close to bad.
Okay.
Woo, there's a buddy, but wow. Yep.
No supporter, no good supporter, should I say. There's
Right.
Boss's orders in Crispin, but no Lily's Determination, which would be the big one for Andrew to find.
I mean, there's weird avenues you can go down when you just have Crispin and you're set up in this spot. Mind Bend has been a play for him before. It wouldn't take a knockout, but where do you really go with a hand that's just waiting with a Dracloak? You could just retreat to Badoo and get rolling, lock out some items, but maybe pressure's the way to go.
I'm thinking that we're probably going to see the Badoo here because he knows Jack didn't do much. Jack obviously has a Lily's Determination in his hand based on how he played his opening, would not just freely discard one without having another available. So I think locking out the potential of Buddy Buddy Poffin off of a Lily seems pretty worth it from Andrew's perspective here. And with the placement of the Risky Ruins before the Buddy Buddy Poffin, I think that also could be telling of Andrew's opening strategy here. Crispin putting a Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory perhaps and bouncing some damage over right away.
Yeah, it'd be nice to take advantage of that. The problem you have with the Badoo is, yes, you lock out items, but your opponent already threw away an Ultra Ball, and you know that that's going to come. So maybe you just take this approach with the double Dreepy instead. You already have a Dracloak for the following turn, and if you can chain those together,
I mean,
you can just accelerate energy to get rolling.
He can just Mind Bend for the KO here even.
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
So that's probably going to be the lineup. And just start to get aggressive. You don't see it too often, but having the opening Risky Ruins makes this play viable.
Yeah, it's wild, but sometimes you just have to go for these plays. It didn't make as much sense to try to lock out those items, and you don't see Andrew Hedrick go aggressive that often, but sure enough, the hand was conducive with it this time.
And this is going to KO that Dunsparce. It'll get Andrew ahead in the prize trade. There's a couple things about this that do feel a little rough from Andrew's perspective. One, extremely susceptible to Rare Candy Dragapult on the next turn, which he knows Jack has. But it does get rid of the Dunsparce draw power that Jack is threatening.
Right, and with the Risky Ruins established early, if your opponent does have to go for that slower setup, missing out on the Rare Candy, all this damage will compile. There's already an energy with the Dark, the energy for the Monkey Dory, and you could continue to put on some pretty fair pressure here.
That's a pretty nice find there for Jack. Well, normally it would be, I guess, but there are two Dreepy prized. He can still get one more out and get the second Dunsparce down as well.
I mean, if there were ever a game to go aggressive with Monkey Dory, the double Dreepy prize is pretty nice. You may have a read at some point soon, especially after this Lily's Determination. If there's another Buddy Buddy Poffin here, you will know the prize cards quickly.
Of course, these Pokemon do have to take a little bit of damage with that Risky Ruins in play. Risky Ruins a bit different from some cards of similar effect we've seen in the past. The Pokemon that get put onto the bench do take the damage counters, no matter how they get put onto the bench. They could be Call for Family Doubt. They could be Buddy Poffined into play. Regardless, they have to take damage if they are not a Darkness Pokemon.
And it adds up in these spots. You play 70 hit points for a reason so often, and because you want to avoid the backlash of a Dragapult EX. Dealing 6 damage counters with the Phantom Dive does line up really nicely, but maybe a few turns away from that.
8 cards found. I see a Fire Energy. I see an Ultra Ball, but no Rare Candy. Just one missing piece to have an incredible second turn. Now, where is Jack going to go from here is the question.
Yeah, it depends how he feels about this hand, but you could still go Pheasantipity and see a few more cards. Doesn't always feel like the route when you're on your early turns like this, but Monkey Dory took that KO instead, hanging on to the hit points with that Dracloak, and maybe Recon Directive has some cards in store here.
And this is interesting here as well because Jack knows that this Dracloak is safe. Andrew does not play Rare Candy. He just got that information looking at the deck list. So normally you would see this and think, oh, he must be planning to retreat this Dracloak. But no, not in this instance. because he knows it'll be just fine.
Yeah, even a double Monkey Dory in this spot would still be 10 short of movement. Well, actually, you'd have the damage counters with the Risky Ruin, so Monkey Dory Dark Energy could actually be devastating as a way to combat this Dracloak, but you're risking a lot of an opponent with 4 cards in their hand.
Is he going to fail this Buddy Buddy Poffin? This would give so much information to Andrew here. I mean, obviously, it's not going to get any Dreepy, so that information is already given up.
Yeah, leads you to wonder, as many players just want to use that card and thin through, find options, but if you've already lost to Dunsparce, you know that you have no other live targets at that point other than Badoo, and that's not coming into play right now.
Yeah, not with Risky Ruins in play. That's just giving up a free prize card effectively. And just a pass now from Jack. Not going to choose to go with the Dragon Headbutt. Doesn't want to give any damage over to Andrew to bounce back with his Monkey Dory. Now how is Andrew going to approach
this is so nasty. Okay, so Chip, he found Lily's Determination, but it's not actually the play at this point because Crispin finds the energy for Dragon Headbutt under the Dracloak to combat this. You have energy for Monkey Dory. You just push the 20 over to this Dracloak, and you can KO this Pokemon as well.
Yeah, what was I saying about Dracloak being safe and not being able to be KO'd?
There were too many ways to knock it out. A Monkey Dory Dark Energy would get the job done, and sure enough, Crispin could handle this Pokemon as well. Looks like the other Monkey Dory was not to be found, but Crispin was not going to stop Andrew here.
Wow, what a swing here. This is going to be really tough for Jack to fight back from. He's going to almost certainly have to find Rare Candy Dragapult this next turn. Otherwise, Andrew is just going to run over his board. Not before using his Recon Directive. There is the attachment, and Monkey Dory can move itself to the bench. Adrenabrain bouncing those 2 damage counters over to the Dracloak, and here we go with Dragon Headbutt. 70 damage plus the 20, that's 90. That is a knockout. Andrew up a quick 2 prize cards. Jack pushing the Dreepy. What else can he find?
I'm sure for Andrew, he really would have loved to find one of those 2 boss's orders out of the prize cards to keep this going, but Dreepy has been promoted, and I think that speaks to the level of desperation for Jack at this point. If he does not have a rare candy to go along with this turn, he is in a lot of trouble.
And as Jack here, I mean, what does he do? Okay, he has Meowth EX in the discard pile. He's got Night Stretcher. And he's just going to concede. Yeah, and I don't really hate this, honestly. It seems like he was so far behind. There is an extra amount of time for the final match, up to 75 minutes, but these games take a long time. Go ahead, pack it up. You're not going to win this one. Let's get to game 2.
Yep, a lot of players and other people watching, they would think, you know, you have all this time, why not use it? But truly, that is a great point. When you're playing in a match like this, when you know the Crushing Hammers are waiting on the other side, this could easily be 40 minutes game 2 or longer, and you may need that time if you're going to take that early advantage in a game 3, which I feel like Jack's deck has the potential, whereas Andrew is a little more cluttered with those Crushing Hammers.
So Jack will be choosing to go first once again here. It didn't work out the best for him in game number 1. I'm sure he'll be hoping to find Buddy Buddy Poffin in the opening sequence so he can get himself a couple Dreepies. Also, hoping to probably not prize 2 Dreepy in a game 2 situation.
I don't know.
That's never fun.
Who in the crowd had this on their bingo card, but in 10 minutes, Andrew Hedrick takes a turn 1 and turn 2 knockout and moves on up a game in this series. That's just not what you expect from Crushing Hammer Dragapult.
7 cards for each player. 1 basic to get this game started. Again, Jack will be going first. When Andrew started Badoo.
Yep.
Not too bad to see. We'll get word of Jack's starter here in just a moment as we get down to the table to kick off game 2. Jack already facing quite the mountain here, having to fight back to try to get the forced game 3 underway. There is a Dreepy. He's got a Pokepad. No Buddy Buddy Poffin yet again, though.
Yeah, and he almost had the perfect combo there. If you find Buddy Buddy Poffin, or maybe a few more ways to play down these Dreepy, that opening Risky Ruins can be really problematic, because your opponent does not want to play their entire board into that card. And that's 2 Dark Energies of the 3. in the prize cards along with that one copy of Badoo.
Yeah, his own Badoo not an option for him in this game. Will not be able to match Andrew's Itchy Pollen, which I have to assume will be the strategy with that Pokemon being the starter.
I would agree. It seems pretty nice at this point. +1 energy for Andrew, as no retreating will be necessary.
Jack gonna double check everything here. He did prize the 2 Darkness Energy as called out, so does feel a little unfortunate. He's actually going to grab Dracloak here from the Pokepad, ensuring he can get himself some draw on the next turn.
Yeah, nice to play these items when you can at this stage. Even though it's just the one, no additional Pokemon played down, and just speaks to the way that Jack has to go about this game. Just try to build some tall answers, and Andrew doesn't worry about that.
Yeah, look at this start for Andrew Hedrick, Buddy Poffin, and Lily's Determination. Is there a better 2-card combo in the opening hand?
Not that I know of, but these prize cards, you know what? Not actually that bad. I think Unfair Stamp, living at the bottom, fits perfectly into your strategy.
Yeah, these prize cards seem totally fine on Andrew's side. Maybe that extra Dreepy in the prizes up at the top could be a little annoying, but honestly not the end of the world.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty easy to set up from this point. You already have the Buddy Poffin, no risky ruins, really putting pressure onto those Pokemon, and with the item lock, just makes it that much more difficult for Jack to find the answers, even put pressure on those Pokemon. So having 3 set up should be plenty.
Have to assume we'll see a couple Dreepy come down off of this. He also could get his Dunsparce into the mix if he would like to. Try to push forward a little bit further with some draw power. And of course, this will be followed up with a Lily's Determination. The best supporter card in the format by a pretty wide margin. Shuffling your hand into the deck and getting 6 cards, such a strong effect. How about getting 8 on these opening turns where there are no prize cards taken yet?
Yeah, such a nice find, and this is a question that I had seeing these cards in hand: the Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory or the Fire for the Dreepy, and wants to have that answer of attacking early if necessary with either Dragon Headbutt or leaning into that turn 3 Dragapult.
And look at the difference in setup here. 3 Dreepy, an energy already attached, a hand shuffled into the deck, and still 8 more cards to work with for Andrew and Jack. Only Dunsparce. Only a Dreepy with a fire energy. I mean, that's fine, but we know he fetched out a Dracloak last turn. He'll at most see 2 cards with a Recon Directive, hoping to have himself a supporter available to make his turn 2 a bit stronger.
It almost has to have supporters at this point, as he didn't see the Pokemon played down and didn't see the items used.
Here is a Crushing Hammer in hand for Andrew Hedrick. Is now the time to lay down the hammer? Looks like the answer is no. Gonna wait to see how Jack commits his cards in future turns before committing to the discard effect. There is the evolution of a Dreepy. Jack perhaps just debating the bench of Monkey Dory. Looks like it will come down into play, and Lily's Determination does hold off on using Risky Ruins. Yeah, what do you make of the Risky Ruins line for each of these players? You know, when is the ideal time to get it set up and damage your own board so that you can use Monkey Dory?
I think it depends on how you feel about your setup. If you already have the Dreepies played down, then you can use this card to your advantage. But with Badoo in play, giving additional damage counters to your opponent doesn't seem exactly like the right line for Andrew, so he doesn't want to go down that path. And similarly for Jack, he doesn't have enough Dreepy in play to really feel comfortable with that card just yet. But it will have a pretty big impact moving forward in this game, just setting up those little damage counters here and there and throwing off the math.
Jack does find himself another Dreepy, which is very fortunate since he is item locked, cannot play that Buddy Poffin he found in hand. Also gets himself another Lily for the next turn. He also has Dragapult EX in his hand, so could see a Phantom Dive from Jack in theory.
Did you see the
next turn?
One piece that was missing, though? Andrew did. As soon as there wasn't an energy played that turn, went straight after this fire energy on the board. If you can deny that resource, it could be pretty devastating, really slow things down.
Andrew will get a Darkness Energy established onto Monkey Dory. No damage to generate just yet. And we'll go with the Judge, having each player shuffle their hand into the deck and get 4 cards apiece. Judge plus Badoo's Itchy Pollen, that's just a mean combo.
Yeah, and then only 1 Dracloak played down. Your opponent missed an energy on the last turn. You're just denying Jack of ways to start to build this board up. And when you're stuck with the Dunsparce in the active spot, just waiting to either evolve and shuffle this damage away or find the dark energy so you can move the damage for Itchy Pollen back over, you just feel helpless waiting for that turn. And that is gross! You can't keep getting away with this!
Wow, 2 Dracloak found from the Judge. That is even more cards seen now off the recon directives, and that is more opportunities to find another Crushing Hammer. 1 is in the prize cards, 1 has been played. There are still two hanging around in the deck.
I mean, that is beautiful for Andrew. Everything you wanted to find there. 3 recon directives ready to roll, and even if you don't find the Crushing Hammer, he finds the Dunsparce to go along with it.
Is it worth digging for it? It looks like he will go with it. 1, 2, 3 cards added. No Crushing Hammer found just yet.
But this gets close to spots where he'll have answers to that energy without the Crushing Hammer. The bench space opening up, the Crispin in hand, the boss's orders. There's going to be either ways to put the pressure on with the damage counters of a Dragapult, or using the risky ruins and boss's orders to take a KO with the Dragon Headbutt at some point.
Itchy Pollen once again. Jack unable to play item cards on his turn and off of his 4.
Ooh, that's the one you want.
Not too bad. Lily's Determination, nice to find. He's also got himself Dragapult EX, but he's going to choose to not put it into play just yet.
Yeah, you're forcing yourself at that point to have the Dunsparce and the Psychic Energy to go along with this. You lose out on the Recon Directive draws, and you want the math to work out. If your opponent's going to attack in with this Badoo, make them attack 3 times so that Monkey Dory can push that damage over, take the KO, and then you can have a clean shot into one of these Pokemon, either clearing a Dracloak or a Dark Energy Monkey Dory, which can be one of the more valuable pieces.
8 cards off of Lily's. Jack looking for a little bit of aid. Another Dracloak would be a welcome sight. Dragapult EX and a Psychic Energy perhaps an option as well. The Dunsparce would allow him to move his active. And
oh man, no energy to go along with his hand.
Still a couple chances to look though. Recon Directive does find him a basic Dark.
That might be the best energy to find here, is you don't overcommit to one of these copies of Dracloak, and Monkey Dory never really gets targeted in the early stages, but you want that immediate answer to this 3rd Itchy Pollen.
Yes, and that would provide it as Adrenabrain moves 3 damage counters, up to 3 damage counters from your side to your opponent's. So should Andrew go with yet another Itchy Pollen, he would have to consider that option, as Jack would have it available, the ability to bounce it over and take a free KO.
Andrew's deck really wants him to evolve every turn, as this is another Dragapult EX added to the hand. He's not going to listen, though. Still plenty of cards to be drawn.
Recon Directive number 1. Looking at the top 2, sees himself Crispin, it looks like, Night Stretcher as well. Taking a quick peek at the prize cards, the notes he's made. He did prize a basic Dark, but other than that, it's not too bad for his Crispin numbers. He's got another Dracloak here, number 2. There is a couple Lily's Determination offered up. And still 1 more Recon Directive to use.
Yeah, really starting to build this hand now post-Judge. He's found a lot of resources, but there is no real initiative right now.
He did find the Buddy Buddy Poffin. I wonder if perhaps he was looking for risky ruins so he could start to generate a little bit of damage by bringing out his Dunsparce over and over again. Did not find it, so we'll have to just settle for getting it in play without any damage counters.
This has been pretty nice for these players that previously didn't love having to play so many copies of Buddy Buddy Poffin after that initial turn of Search. You didn't have much use for it, but with the reload of the Dunsparce, you just keep finding this Dunsparce over and over again in these spots. But he's considering foregoing it this time.
Yeah, perhaps failing it. Maybe it does become a target next turn for Jack. Oh, is Andrew going to go aggressive here and attack now? So we do see the Dragapult EX evolving. He's got Crispin. He's got second Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Does play 3 Darkness Energy, so even with the 1 prize, he's still got 1 available. And this is where not having to discard an energy to retreat into the Badoo gets him ahead in attachment effectively, where now he can pretty easily and comfortably get a second Monkey Dory established.
Andrew's thinking a few turns ahead here now with the difference between the fire and the psychic energy. There's a Night Stretcher in the hand, a psychic already available, so what do you do after a few turns where maybe this Dragapult is to fall?
Making sure that Crispin is still alive. Play in the future. You don't want to pull all of one type of energy out to where Crispin effectively becomes a very costly energy search. There's that attachment of the basic dark, and now a psychic could be brought down and will indeed be retreat into Dragapult EX. Andrew is going to strike first here. Phantom Dive for a KO, or will it just be the Jet Headbutt here, avoiding putting damage in play on Jack's side?
Yeah, really wise here to not give that additional ammunition to the Monkey Dory Dark Energy. Didn't have the resources to remove these energies, so pretty big spot now for Jack. Could find a lot of help here with Recon Directive, supporter for the turn, put some pressure on to the other side, but Andrew is so well prepared with the Monkey Dories. This could even be a spot where you just send all 6 damage counters into Badoo and move on.
With this attack, Andrew has unlocked all of Jack's items here, so he's able to finally make something happen and search through a little bit more of his deck. Pokepad finding a replacement Dunsparce. Getting that into play. He's got a third Dracloak as well available. He's got Lily's Determination, and perhaps more impactfully, he does have his A-Spec Unfair Stamp waiting in the hand.
Just one piece missing there is some damage counters to work alongside this. If there were the Monkey Dory Dark Energies to go along with it, then maybe you could target down one of those Dracloaks along with this Unfair Stamp and really start to limit some of the card draw on Andrew's side of the board, but still should feel pretty content with this setup so far.
Another Pokepad does get another Monkey Dory set up and established. Yeah, I'm curious to see where Jack is going with this sequence here. Is kicking off things with the use of Recon Directives, not playing a Lily's Determination or Unfair Stamp before using these cards.
It might just be looking for one extra piece, and with the Crispin, you could now have the Psychic Energy for the active, the Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory. You're not losing the war, and then you just bank on Unfair Stamp finding you some help, and most importantly, starting to limit some options from Andrew's side.
Yeah, I guess Crispin was the card he was aiming to find here. He does also have Boss, so he could, you know, potentially have, I guess there's no Dreepy targets for him to just jet headbutts. If he wants a Psychic Energy, it has to be through the Crispin, but he will still be able to disrupt and go with that use of the Unfair Stamp here, should he want to. And he can make a play here where he leaves Andrew with no damage to play with as well, because he can knock out the Badoo and he can stack all 6 damage counters on it to try to protect his own bench from being countered by Andrew.
Yeah, that's where I went initially too, and then you remember Dragapult still holds on to plenty of those damage counters, but it doesn't feel as good to move those damage counters away. But do you instead for Jack then start to spread 2/2/2 to make the Monkey Dories a little less efficient?
Less impactful in the future.
I feel like the bench space there could be pretty notable too, as both players have to lean into this double Monkey Dory situation. There is no room to start to rotate with the Dunsparce or even play that Pheasantipity at some point for help.
So only 2 cards available now for Andrew Hedrick. That'll be 200 damage onto his active Dragapult and 30 onto each of the Dracloak on his bench. Now a draw for turn is a Pokepad. Not much help now.
Oh, yeah, that hand does not have much going for it. The risky Ruins in there when there's no way to play down Pokemon at this spot. But this is why you keep those Dracloaks around. 2 Recon Directives. Monkey-Dories can preserve the hit points, but unless you can sink all the damage, it's going to come right back very soon.
Thinning out a Dracloak from the Pokepad before the use of Recon Directives, increasing his chances to find the cards he is looking for. The question here now will be for Andrew, what Pokemon does he want to target over on Jack's bench? Of course, the plenty of options available. Could take care of a Monkey-Dory, could get rid of that draw power from Dunsparce, could even go after the energy on the Dracloak. Lots of different avenues. Recon Directive number 1 finds him the Night Stretcher. Recon Directive number 2 does not find a supporter card. Stalling out a little bit here is Andrew Hedrick. Jack's Unfair Stamp doing its intended function.
This doesn't seem like the greatest spot at this point. Even an energy attachment onto this Dracloak seems underwhelming. Could easily be targeted by the following Dragapult. I mean, it seems crazy, but at some point, do you start to consider using your Monkey-Dory? You can put pressure on Jack to then have to retreat this Dragapult through the confusion, evolve one of his Dracloaks unwillingly, and
Yet another way to pressure the energy cards, forcing retreats like that.
You have this bank of damage that you can go back to at some point as the Dragapult sits there with 200 and Psychic Energy's going down on the Monkey-Dory here.
Wow, what a call out here. That may be his best path. Try to slow down Jack. Force him to flip a coin to attack or retreat an energy off. We're going to see the use of some Adrenabrains here, protecting these 2 Dracloak initially. See where those damage counters are going to be placed. Could just load it all up on the active, perhaps. No way for him to take a KO just with the use of these damage counters, as Dunsparce does have 70 hit points.
Yeah, maybe going 6 on the Dracloak with the energy could work out at this spot. There's just the 1 Dark Energy Monkey-Dory, so you're not losing the war just yet. And then you force your opponent to have to move that damage. But looks like trying to work out the math with the Mind Bend plus KO range later on.
And he's actually just going to take the knockout, not even going with the Mind Bend right now.
Okay, and this does a similar thing where you're removing a little bit of that draw, you take away one of those energies, and you still have a chance to take a knockout later on if there's damage left on board with either the Monkey-Dory or finding that Crispin for Dracloak.
Oh, and it's looking like we're having a stoppage in discussion here. I think that there may be a pace of play penalty being issued at this point here for Andrew. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, in an earlier stream game, Andrew received a warning for pace of play. Normally a infraction that does warrant just a warning. But if it's been issued once before, that would escalate to a 2-prize penalty, a double prize loss.
Yeah, it seems like there was a warning as well in this game. So likely an appeal, but very important to maintain that pace of play during these games. I know there's a lot to think about, so much to consider, but this was a pretty big turn for that.
Wow.
I mean, this could have gone plenty of directions, as we saw
There
earlier.
was so much for him to weigh and consider. I mean, it wasn't a short turn, that is for certain. There's so much time allotted here. I really hate to see these things coming up in these high-stakes games. It looks like head judge AJ has joined the discussion here and is going to hear Andrew's appeal, as is Andrew's right, of course. Anytime any ruling is given to any player, they have the opportunity to appeal that ruling to the head judge.
Yep, there's just not much really you can do at this point other than state what you were going through at that spot. It's a time where there was so much to be considered. I can already feel Pablo back there working with his iPad trying to find the answer to what was the right line, and we'll be thinking about that for a while with attacking through, removing that cloak, or trying to work in that mind bend play and put the pressure on the energies. Either way, seems like Andrew was in a pretty good spot, and only 2 prize cards, or 2 prize cards less for Jack to take in this game. That could be very impactful with how much damage counters on the active.
That is a huge difference in the potential outcome of this game. If Jack needs to take 2 less prize cards now, I mean, he has to work through this Dragapult and then just 2 easy Pokemon. There's a Badoo on the bench, so like a boss's orders with another Dragapult. This penalty could be game losing for Andrew Hedrick.
And with the timing of when it happens too, you could even boss's orders now take away the Dracloak and the Badoo, and you're just staring down a Dragapult that probably has to be the attacker, and those damage counters are going nowhere for the rest of the game. You can easily target down that Pokemon and find an answer. So a lot to consider for these players as they move forward in game 2.
There will be an extension issued for the time that the ruling took, plus 3 minutes added to the clock. It looks like play is going to continue. Jack now needing to take 2 less prize cards. That is going to totally flip this game on its head.
And if Jack didn't have some pretty difficult prize cards here, there could have been a game-closing play with the 30 damage moved onto the Dracloak, 30 damage moved onto the Badoo, and then a KO on all 4 Pokemon here. But he actually prized double Dark Energy this time around.
Yeah, cannot pull off a double Monkey Dory play right now. What a swing. What a change in this game. We've laid it out already. Pretty straightforward here now for Jack to be the one to close this out. I believe Andrew has actually taken 2 prize cards now. So with the KO, he took on the Dracloak this past turn. So he was lining himself up to be the aggressor to be able to close this game out.
Yeah, and imagine now for Jack, as he has a chance to continue these draws and see some more answers, some energy onto that Dracloak, seemingly would be a checkmate in this spot. It would require
some
Andrew
crushing hammers
to really let them fly.
Yeah, and that could be, I mean, honestly, should Jack, maybe Jack just, well, it's kind of tough. I was going to say,
do you forego so that you can turn it all into a Crispin play?
Yeah, but then if you Crispin, you can't boss.
Right.
Course, right.
Yep, that's a double-edged sword.
Andrew could actually get out of this situation maybe by evolving both Dracloak next turn. So there's not a super, I guess the Monkey Dories, it requires the boss, right? Where if you evolve Dracloaks, then there can't be any sort of double Monkey Dory play from Jack on the next turn to clean off the bench.
Sure. I think the answer lies in if Crushing Hammers can target down Dark Energy on Monkey Dory and just keep that card off the board, take advantage of the fact that Jack hasn't played any other Dark Energies in this spot, and maybe the use of that Ace Spec at some point too.
Extremely tight situation. Andrew, of course, an extremely smart player, so he'll, adapt to this new information of his opponent needing 2 less prize cards to win the game here and make his plays adjusted accordingly. But this is Jack now jumping very far ahead. A 3 prize card turn, now needing to just take 1 prize card to win the game, and
I'm not ready to call this one over. Not even close. This hand could get the job done. There's an unfair stamp. Risky Ruins double basic Pokemon in this spot with the Monkey Dories. You push 20 damage counters over twice to this Dracloak. You could clear both of these Pokemon off the board and leave your opponent with a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
It's just the Badoo waiting around at that point, but I think you can manage. The problem is then if you open up these 2 bench spaces with the attacks, Risky Ruins right back with Dark Energies is waiting for Jack on the Badoo.
He's going to need Crispin to piece this combo together. as there are no energy cards currently on this Dracloak in his active spot. He does find a Crushing Hammer, which could remove a Darkness Energy from Monkey Dory.
This is so big.
There's the flip,
Wow.
and it is a heads. Andrew now having the option to remove any energy from Jack's side of the board and has a debate now. Which one will it be?
If the likelihood of the Crispin is there, then you just have to remove this Dark Energy, and he is going to go for it here.
Here comes a Night Stretcher. This can bring back a basic Pokemon, and he'll be playing his oh no, will it bring back the Dragapult EX here, actually?
I mean, the guarantee of this Pokemon seems nice. You have a lot of other basic Pokemon that you can lean on at this point, and do you really need the follow-up here? If you take these 3 prize cards, you will have an answer.
Kyle,
unfair stamps coming down.
He has to find 2 basic Pokemon, one of which cannot be Fezandipity, because Fezandipity does not take damage from Risky Ruins, and he has to find Crispin. Off of 5 cards, if he can pull that off, seeing 5 cards, having 3 be the specific ones he needs.
And it can't have a Fez included. It has these 2 spots have to go there. Buddy Puff and Crispin could easily get the job done here and put a ton of pressure back over to Jack.
Let's not forget he did prize a Dreepy here as well. Meowth could unlock as well the potential of Crispin.
Real big piece.
Here are the cards. There's Ultra Ball for Meowth.
Huge. One more Pokemon.
One more Pokemon.
He didn't find the Pokemon.
He did not get the Pokemon. Perhaps the easiest piece of this equation. He could use Ultra Ball to get Fezandipity to draw cards, but again, Fezandipity does not take damage when benched under Risky Ruins.
It's just 10 short at that point of taking advantage of that. You do see the Crushing Hammer added to the hand, so if you were worried about the attack power of that Dracloak on the follow-up, maybe you can remove that energy, force your opponent to have that, but the reload of Dracloak's Recon Directive could be very impactful. I guess if you're worried about the draw support that goes into this, removal of the Dunsparce here with just the 1 copy of Risky Ruins.
He does get another Crushing Hammer. This is another huge flip, and it is another heads. That is going to remove the fire energy, so while he will not be able to KO the Dracloak here, he is making it as difficult as possible for his opponent to piece together a game-winning play.
Counting out the Psychic Energies, 1 on the board with Monkey Dory, 1 in the discard pile. Wants to make sure that if this is discarded here, the Crispin play still works. Meowth will come down. Crispin is found. Damage counters from the Risky Ruins should likely be pushed over to the Dunsparce at this spot, you'd imagine. And if you take that KO, that's even less draw power for Jack to find a way out here.
Piecing it together is Andrew Hedrick. Out comes Crispin, finding 2 basic energy of differing types. 1 fire, 1 psychic, 1 getting attached from the effect of that supporter. Now the other attached for turn from the hand. Down will go this Dragapult EX. Of course, 20 damage bounced over from Andrew's side over to either Dreepy or Dunsparce. Which will it be? The final question here. And which Pokemon will go down as Andrew will go to just 1 prize card remaining. He's left his opponent with just a 2-card hand to try to piece together a Dragapult attack.
And you have to imagine for Jack, there's so much to consider now. What Pokemon will you even be left with at this stage of the game? Dunsparce will take that damage counter.
Leaving himself with 1 damage counter here. Very smart on Andrew's side as well, so that he can KO a Dreepy next turn. Easily off the bench, regardless of what his opponent's active Pokemon is. Down will go the active. Down goes Dunsparce. Down to just 1 prize card is Andrew Hedrick.
All right.
What did Jack find from the unfair stamp? There is a Meowth EX.
This is crazy. He's so close, as there was a Dark Energy shuffled back in post from the prize cards. So there's actually a Dark Energy in the deck that wasn't there before. That could be found with the Crispin. The Meowth is a card for the Risky Ruins. There's an energy to go along with this. What can be found now? Does the Dracloak have to be the answer?
Gonna look at the top 2 cards here. With this Recon Directive, just needing 1 prize card to win the game. There is a Pokepad. That gets another Pokemon out.
This is the awkward piece, is if you wanted to activate this with Crispin, the double Dark Energy push to the Badoo isn't really happening yet, and there's not an attacker in this spot that closes out.
He's gonna have to Dracloak again. with the Crispin being drawn, I have to say I am a little surprised to see that Monkey Dory was the Pokemon pushed into the active spot.
I was trying to find the answer. It's so close to taking the KO on the Badoo, but without the Pokemon itself there, you
Rare
can't work this
Candy
out.
And Judge as the final card.
I suppose the play was if you promote the Monkey Dory, you have access to the Dark Energy again through the Night Stretcher. You could play it, move the damage, retreat, and go back to that, but
he can't even mind bend this active to try to buy a turn. If he was to do that, Andrew would win by just retreating into his own Monkey Dory, bouncing the damage back over and mind bending himself for the win. I think Jack may be just about out of options here. He's looking through the deck. There's 2 different energies to grab from the Crispin. He will attach to this active Monkey Dory. He's going to go for the Mind Bend, I guess, with this play. And as long as Andrew Hedrick sees the line, he will have game on board. He will be the Los Angeles Regional Champion. And he is going for it. Mind Bend, that's 60 damage. Andrew Hedrick drawing for turn. 1 prize card remaining. And he is gonna line things up here. 2 Adrenabrain available. Will bounce them both over to the active. Retreat his Dragapult into Monkey Dory. Mind Bend takes the KO. And Andrew Hedrick, a 5-time regional champion.
not only taking out Jack, but also taking out the clock. So much working against him in that spot, but he just waited patiently and used those crushing hammers, and I can't imagine 2 more impactful hammers for him than those right there.
What composure from Andrew in that spot, going down 2 prize cards just because you thought for a little too long. That penalty being given flipped that game on its head, but he stayed calm. He thought through the situation, thought through the lines, and that led to him becoming the champion.
Yep, wild stuff. Let's take one last look at how we got to this point of crowning our 5-time regional champion. It was on the back of this Monkey Dory as it started early and often, attacking in with that Crispin, and Crispin wasn't done just yet as Andrew found another great use of this card, attacking very aggressively into Jack, who was pretty unfortunately dealing with just 2 Dreepy there. Did find a nice top deck in game 2 of that Lilies to keep things rolling. And things got interesting here. There was a lot to think about for Andrew. He set up a really nice board, had a game plan, and it worked out pretty well as the energy was there for the Monkey Dory to close things out. And these hammers needed to come up with an answer. Bang! Loses that Dark on the Monkey Dory. Another one falls with the Fire Energy. Even though Risky Ruins didn't want to help out, it did just enough to clear this board down to 1 prize remaining for Andrew. And it was writing on the wall. Game on board. Andrew spots the line, takes his time. This time, it gives him a championship.
Ball don't lie. What
Yep.
they say. 2-0 victory as Andrew Hedrick stands above all 1,849 competitors who entered this hall with hopes of becoming the champion. It was him to stand above the rest. Congratulations, of course, to Jack. What a tournament run. He entered our cut as the #1 seed, only tying twice, tied once in round number 2, and then won every single game up until his intentional draw into top cut. An incredible finish he should hold his head high about.
Right, especially given where he came into this tournament at with the championship points. He was sitting somewhere in the 500s at this spot. Of course, you have your sights set high. If you get that #1 finish, you have that guarantee. Basically a guarantee in and of itself of that 2nd place.
I think 850-ish points wherever he ended up after this weekend should probably be pretty safe for the top 135 competitors. So yeah, congratulations there, Jack, on getting all of those points and giving yourself a real good shot to qualify for Worlds. And I mean, I don't think we were worried about Andrew qualifying. He already has the points, but now he's got it locked up, guaranteed with this title, a direct invitation extended.
Yep, for Nicholas Moffitt, another great result. He talked about this before, but it's been a minute for him since reaching that top 4 accomplishment, so really nice to see that for him. And I mean, we were all stunned by some play by Preston. It was really nice, but unfortunately,
in that matchup against Andrew. Just didn't really get to show off what he's fully capable of.
We, of course, see plenty of Dragapult here in our top cut. In fact, all top 4 players were piloting the deck, and no real surprise when looking at our Day 2, Phase 2 meta breakdown. 47% of the players in the room chose to play it. Was both of our finalists' choice, and, of course, our champion Andrew Hedrick's choice as well.
Yep, one of the best decks, clearly, one that will have to be continually watched as we move forward at Indianapolis and the North American International Championships. Just such a powerful attack. We see time and time again, this combination of cards, the skeleton list is so strong, but then that innovation that we see from these players is really what starts to set them over the edge. It was 8 players that decided to go with this Crushing Hammer route out of upwards of 2,000, and it led to a championship.
Of course, next regional up on the list is going to be the Utrecht Regional Championship happening over in the Netherlands. Not gonna wanna miss this. Excited to see how that meta continues to develop. And then just a couple weekends after this one, we will have the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Very much looking forward to this event as well. A city with so much Pokemon history, a massive convention center hall as well that will be filled with Pokemon fans from around the world. Congratulations to our event winner, Andrew Hedrick, and our finalist, Jack Pitcher. What a run, what a weekend, what an event. What a time.
Yeah, it's, I think we'll be seeing the checkered flag that time as well over in Indianapolis. So a lot of fans of a lot of different things will be there. It's going to be pretty eventful, so be ready for quite a party there.
And before our trophy ceremony, let's also see how the juniors and seniors division final matches went and who our champions are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're live right now here at the LA Regional Championships happening behind me right now. One of our finals, the Junior Finals. And of course, it's Isa Echeverria against Zane Chowdovi. And of course, it is a Dragapult Dusknoir mirror. This should be an interesting one. Isa decided to play Pultnor because that is the deck she's the most comfortable with. Isa is a former regional champion as well as finalist at the last event, the Orlando Regional Championships. So she's definitely looking for that win. Isa normally tests with her friends like Jackson Ford or Karis Jones, but most importantly, with her dad. Isa is feeling good and practiced in the matchup. Zane Chowdovi also playing Dragapult Dusknoir. This is currently his highest placement to date. Been playing the Pokemon Trading Card game for just over 2 years, is looking for his first win. Zane normally practices at locals, and he wanted to play this deck specifically to beat Crustle. Zane is confident and grateful to be in his first top cut and wants to thank his dad for all his success. He thinks the matchup is a 50-50 because it is, after all, a true mirror. But which one of these juniors will come out on top? We'll have to see.
Hello everybody, and today we have our Los Angeles Junior TCG champion, Isa Echeverria. How do you feel?
I'm really happy that I got finals.
Wow, that is really cool. What happened during your last match?
Well, first game I had just like Duskull inactive and then Dreepy on bench, and I didn't really have a lot of items. But I eventually got Dracloak and other setup even with Badoo. And then second game, I just had like Dreepy inactive, Duskull on bench, and then I attached Dreepy fast, and then they Badooed me. Then I went evolve into Dracloak, attached Psychic, and then the Dracloak's attack to knock out the Badoo. And then fortunately they didn't have like an unfair stamp or candy Dragapult, so yeah.
Wow, congratulations for winning the Los Angeles Junior TCG Champions. Do you want to give out a shout out to anyone?
I think I want to shout out to my coaches, Jackson Ford and Karis, and also my parents and friends for supporting me.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the rest of your tournaments.
Thank you.
gentlemen, we're still live here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and happening right behind me is the finals for the senior division in the TCG. We have Logan Bailey versus Lucas Tong. It's gonna be almost a Dragapult mirror, but both these players decided to play different friends with Dragapult. Logan Bailey is playing Dragapult the Dunsparce. He says it felt good, especially against other Dragapult variants, and he likes the extra draws that the Dunsparce gives. Logan has gotten second at the Honolulu World Championships as a junior and is looking for his first regional championship win in the senior division. Logan normally tests with his friends Jet, Andrew, and Zeke. He's nervous, but looking to win for his mom as a very special Mother's Day gift. Lucas Tong is playing Dragapult Blaziken. Lucas Tong has been playing the game for 2 years and decided to play this deck because it's very meta and has theoretically no bad matchup. His highest placement before this was top 16 at the Houston Regional Championships, so it's his first time being a regional finalist, but he's looking for that big win. He is happy and surprised in himself that he's able to get this far, and he normally plays in his locals with his friends and definitely grinds rank at Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. He's a little bit nervous. He thinks the matchup is unfavored, but he's ready to win. But only one of these seniors will come out on top. Let's go ahead and check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our LA Regional Champion in the senior division, Logan Bailey. Logan, how does it feel? I know you're already an accomplished player, but for your first regional win in the senior division.
It feels really great. I didn't actually think I would win the regional, but I'm like really, really happy. This is, I don't know.
Well, again, amazing stuff. You already have a regional win in the junior division, and not to mention your second place at Worlds, right? But now, again, you're so accomplished yet so young. What advice would you give someone who wants to be in the same position as you?
Just play the same deck. I like playing Dragapult a lot. It's super fun. And obviously it's really, really great. And yeah, just play Monkey Dory.
Just play Monkey Dory. Great advice. Anyone you want to shout out?
I like to shout out the CC server for being a great testing. Yeah. And my parents, of course. And my mom for bringing me here on Mother's Day.
Oh.
And yeah.
Yes, what a Mother's Day gift, right? With that, ladies and gentlemen, Logan Bailey, your LA Regional Champion in the senior division. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. Just to announce our LA Regional finalists, Jack Pitcher! Jack, amazing stuff. How are you feeling right now?
A little disappointed, but I played really bad in the finals, can't complain, so yeah.
So, did great, in my opinion, making it all the way to the finals. Any advice you want to give to someone who wants to be in a position like you?
I guess play as much as you can. It's helpful just to be able to learn the lines, and yeah.
Awesome stuff. Anyone you want to shout out?
Too many people to name, but all the people watching at home, call it Team B and Associates, cheering me on. All the people here, the BC crew, especially Philip and Richard, who I roomed with, and Richard, who played my same 60.
Awesome stuff. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your LA Regional finalist, Jack Pitcher! Thank you so much. And And now it is my absolute pleasure to announce to you the Los Angeles Regional Champion, 5-time Regional Champion, Andrew Hedrick! Congratulations. Andrew, 5 times. You have this medal 5 times. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I was pretty excited. I thought I had a really good deck going into the tournament. I was pretty excited and felt pretty good through the whole way. But it was crazy to win that game 2 after the penalty. I don't know how I got that one done.
Tell me about what was going through your mind while you were playing in the finals.
Yeah, I don't know. I was feeling pretty confident. My opening hands both games were just like really, really good. I definitely could not complain about that at all. I felt like I was pretty in control of the games throughout most of the games, but game 2 got pretty close, and I didn't really know what to do for one turn, and that ended up being a slow play penalty. But I was able to get it done barely, so it was all good. Yeah.
You got it done indeed. With that, just a couple more questions. What's next for you?
I don't know. Just gonna keep going to more events. Keep trying to do my best. Gonna be at Indy, NOLA, yep, everything.
Just keep playing. Maybe we add the 6th regional champion. Of course. And now, just what advice would you give someone who aspires to get 5 regional championship wins?
I don't know, just play as much as you can, put in the practice. I played a lot of Pokemon TCG Live with this deck over the last couple weeks, trying to refine the list, make it perfect, and make my play better.
Love it. Anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who played the deck with me. Shout out to my mom, happy Mother's Day. Shout out to FCBC, and shout out to my Crushing Hammers.
Shout out to the Crushing Hammers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your LA Regional Champion, Andrew Hedrick! Great stuff. With that, all good things must come to an end. It's been an amazing couple of days. A lot of Pokemon has been played, thousands of cards shuffled. But yes, all good things must come to an end. There's always the next tournament. Don't forget to follow all our channels, our Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and Facebook. And of course, Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. My name is Juan Saldana. This was the LA Regional Championships. I'll see you at Indy.
Excited to see what is going to happen through the rest of the event. Yes, there is that Kangaskhan and the Team Rocket's Giovanni. There's there is the
wow.
Psychic.
He's going to show the darkness energy to move the damage counters over.
Over to the active, retreats his Dragapult into Monkey Dory, Mind Bend, takes the KO, and Andrew Hedrick